Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The head of a goat with red glowing eyes, from the horns of which black energy emanated, then he could not even imagine that everything would turn out like this. A goat with a human body and large black wings flew over the city. He could not imagine that he would have to return to school at his age. A bright beam of light flashed in the sky and fell down into the center of the city, illuminating it. The guy with the red shirt and black hair waved his sword. The guy was flying over a dome of blue and red energy. He approached the goat-headed monster, which opened its mouth wide, growling. He also had to fight the monsters. The guy landed on the ground. Many cuts went through the monster, from which blood sprayed. The monster's head flew away from its body, shrouded in black energy. The monster's head fell behind the black-haired guy, who raised his sword high. The guy with black hair frowned and turned around. The guy looked with a smile at the 5 people standing by the monster, illuminated by the setting sun. The boy with black hair opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. He stood up, walking next to a girl with brown hair. A man with black hair walked next to him. Behind him was a blonde with a staff in his hands. A guy with black hair and a girl with red hair. The guy thought that he didn't know that he could become friends with them. A huge white castle, above which there were clouds. It was raining. There was a fire burning next to the broken window. The red flag inside the room burned out. A guy with black hair stood in front of 2 girls with a sword in his hands, turning to the person opposite him and asking why he was going to all these measures to stop them. A guy in a white shirt, with a dagger in his hand, standing next to the fire, said that he had already said that they would not go further. The guy in the red shirt took his sword out of its sheath. This guy is the protagonist of the story. The guy with black hair frowned as he walked forward, fire burning around him. Taylor McClure. The guy with black hair pointed his sword forward, swung it and shouted the name, Ed Rottailer. Taylor ran towards the blonde man who was standing near the fire. Ed extended his hand with a red seal burning next to it, thinking that he was the third-rate villain in this story. Beams of strong flames erupted all around, shining brightly. Taylor clenched his teeth, looking forward with glowing eyes, standing surrounded by these flames. The black-haired boy's eyes widened in shock. He ran towards the blonde, who lowered his head low, holding a bow in his hands. Ed frowned, straightened up and took aim with his bow, pulling the bowstring, thinking that initially, he should have been a nobody, not really appearing in this story. The guy with black hair jumped towards the guy who was aiming a bow at him. The bow Ed was holding turned around. He aimed at the 2 girls who were sitting on the floor. The guy took aim at the girl with brown hair, who looked at him. The arrow flew forward, and the guy thought that they, third-rate characters, had their own third-rate aces up their sleeves. The arrow hit the girl's chest, piercing her. Taylor plunged his sword into Ed's chest while getting down on one knee. The blonde smiled, blood running down his face, and he thought that he was not looking for anyone's understanding. The blonde closed his eyes while Taylor looked at him, clenching his teeth in anger, and the blonde thought that what the protagonist could not do could be done by a third-rate villain. A girl with pink hair sat on the floor with her head down, black energy emanating from her, and a huge red hand hung with black chains appeared above her. A girl with red hair put on a hood. The maid walked behind her. An explosion followed behind them. Ice crystals fell from the room. A girl with white hair and violet eyes turned over her shoulder, white lightning flashing around her. A huge purple dragon that had a purple seal in front of its mouth, black spikes from it flew to the ground, killing the people there. Ed frowned, lowering his bright blue eyes, thinking that to reach the end of the story, he must survive. There was a chandelier hanging on the ceiling, the impudent son of a high-born noble family. A guy in a white shirt sat in the room, humming thoughtfully. He behaved like a king at the academy. On the paper was written, the sin of using inappropriate foul language in front of the esteemed Princess Phony, the sin of falsifying the results of the entrance exam of the Academy of Silvani, the sin of abandoning decency, the sin of denigrating the name of the family in a fit of envy, and many other unforgivable sins. The guy said that it turns out, his family renounces him. Ed put his hand to his face, lowered his gaze to the paper and said that it felt like fate itself was mocking him. The blonde was sitting on the ground. Someone threw suitcases next to him, saying that here are his things. They thank him for his unwavering diligence. Ed's life is over. A large gray castle with a burgundy roof. Someone said it was Ed. Another asked to be quiet, otherwise he would notice them. 2 students in red jackets stood next to each other. One of them asked if there was any point in being aware of him now. After all, his family had disowned him, and he had been evicted from the dormitory. The other looked over his shoulder, asking, does that mean they won't have him anymore next semester? They will see that there was no point in falsifying their entrance exam results. The blonde was sitting on a bench with his hand to his face. There were suitcases next to him, and one of the students asked what else could be expected from these nobles. Ed thought it was unfair. The blonde put his hands to his head, tears flowing from his eyes as he thought that the arrogant Ed Rottailer they were discussing was not him. The computer stood on the table, from which a bright light shone. It turned out to be in the game. A disc with the game. On the cover there was a picture of a large castle. Next to it there was a cup and an inscription, the best game of the year. The game took place in the magical Sylvania Academy, his favorite game, the failed swordsman Sylvania. Usually in a scenario like this in all these manhwas, the main character ends up in the body of the firstborn son of a wealthy family, a brash young genius and the leader of a clan. The guy with brown hair who extended his hand with a smile, the man with long black hair and the guy with a dark look and red eyes, or else they end up in the body of an SSS rank hunter who doesn't pay attention to any rules. He was lucky to move into the body of a third-rate villain, who was expelled from the academy at the very beginning of the game. Blonde with glowing purple eyes and a purple smile, above him was a piece of paper with the name Ed Rottailer and the words abdicated on it. The guy thought that he was at the worst time, in the worst place. Ed stood up from the bench, raising his head and raising his hands, shouting that this was unfair. What a mockery! He had always lived a modest, simple life, even without a crumb of luxury. 3 students looked at the guy, and one pointed his finger at him, saying that he still dares to talk about injustice after all that he had done. Another asked about a modest life, and how did he turn his tongue to say such a thing? The third called him shameless. The students left, and Ed silently sat back on the bench. A sound was heard and the guy lowered his gaze, looking to the side. He looked at himself in surprise in the mirror, above which a system window appeared, where it was written, Ed Rottailer, Endurance, 3, Intelligence, 4, Talent, 7, Willpower, 7, Luck, 6, Gender, Male, Age, 17, Year, Second, Race, Human, Achievement. No, the guy thought that the mirror reflects characteristics, and here is another disadvantage of being in the body of Ed Rottailer. He looked at 3 points of endurance and 4 intelligence, mentally asking what kind of characteristics these were. Even a farmer had 5 points of endurance. The guy said that he was studying at the Faculty of Magic, but there was little intelligence, and endurance even for a nobleman was ridiculously low. The guy thought about how Ed was lying on the floor while Taylor stood over him with his hand out in front of the girl. The guy thought that this was not surprising. In the game he was a third-rate villain, who appears at the very beginning. Even he hardly remembers his character, just as he doesn't remember what ultimately happened to him. The blonde's eyes widened and he frowned, thinking that he remembered. He remembered the credits at the end of the game, where the blonde man was shown sitting on the ground, thinking that in one of the drawings during the credits, he was begging on the street like a beggar. Ed sadly lowered his head, sitting on a bench, and thought, is this really his destiny? What else can you expect from an impudent person who knows nothing about the real world? He suddenly lost everything. He was lucky that he survived at all. Bright tree leaves illuminated by the sun, the guy sighed. Ed took the suitcase by the handle, thinking about why it was him, how he ended up in this body, and he is afraid that he will never know the truth. The blonde looked up, thinking that he would not allow himself to fall to such an end. The guy said that he would definitely get back on his feet. A large city, a white castle was visible, around which there were green fields. Around the island there was a sea, then there was a bridge. Although it is called a school, the academy is more like a whole city, surrounded by high hills. A dense forest. Someone's heavy sigh was heard. In the northeast of the academy, there is a wild forest. Ed sat on his suitcase, looking up and thinking that he wanted to get away from the annoying gazes of other students, and ended up walking for half the day. The guy took the branch in his hands, closed his eyes, and thought that this was enough time to properly comprehend everything. He remembered how Ed was thrown out of the house with his things and thought that Ed's family's renunciation of him was one of the key turns of the script. Fortunately, although his family disowned him, they did not have time to expel him from the academy. This is a very important moment. He thought about the Academy's coat of arms, with an image of an eagle, a lion, and a ram, thinking that in the the Sylvania Academy is extremely prestigious. Anyone who graduates from it will not be lost in life. A huge academy building, with a courtyard and many buildings. The guy thought, since the game takes place in the academy, he, as a person who has completed the game 5 times, has his useful knowledge base. Mountains of gold that were falling down. The guy thought that if he quietly released, he could live a life much more luxurious than the one he lived in his world. So his goal is obvious. Ed wrote a message on the ground with a stick to graduate. He pursed his lips, looking at her with bright blue eyes, thinking that the problem was the high prices of tuition. The semester must be paid in advance. He sat on a rock, looking at the system window, thinking that it was in his best interest to switch to budget, but could he even do it with such characteristics? The guy said that now he has more important things to do. He wrote food, clothes, shelter on the ground, and thought that he needed to provide himself with the basic necessities, namely clothes, food, and shelter. A brown suitcase whose gold accents shone in the sun. 2 suitcases opened. There was a cloth in them, the system window showed, fancy clothes, no effects, a dagger with a golden hilt, a ceremonial dagger, no effects, a golden cup, a beautiful goblet, no effects. The guy asked how he could avoid becoming a beggar on the next week. He thought that he had clothes, but as for food and water. Ed sat on the ground with his hand to his chin and said that his problem was that he had neither shelter over his head nor food with him. Given his reputation, no one would hire him, the way to the hostel was closed for him. He had thought that he would have to get along in the forest. He looked at the river in which the sunlight was reflected and said that at least there was a stream nearby. 10 days before the start of school, Ed stood up, stretched out his hand and said with a smile that during this time he needed to get himself in order. Rays of air passed through the air. The guy repeated the wind blade. Ed knocked the logs to the ground, leaning his hands on the ground and breathing heavily, thinking that fortunately, this body was capable of using spells. He looked forward tiredly, sweat was running down his face when he thought that although, of course, this was just an extravaganza, the situation was still rubbish. He said that he was seriously ready to drop dead only after cutting 15 pieces of wood, and he also wanted to eat. The guy lowered his gaze, frowning, and said that no, they would have fed him before evicting him. Does the use of magic induce hunger? He thought that he was terribly hungry. He thought that he remembered one of his grandfather's stories during his childhood when the famine was raging. Ed looked at a couple of broken logs, thinking that he was saying that he had to eat tree bark. The guy stretched out his hands, calling on the flame. Water was poured into the golden goblet, in which the bark was floating. The guy thought that he was ready to eat anything that was edible. He held the bark on a thin stick, saying that if you don't look closely, it looks like a chicken. Ed opened his mouth, bringing the bark to it. He closed his eyes, blushing slightly as he ate the bark. There were 3 lines on the tree. Day 3. Ed tiredly held sticks in his hands, with huge dark circles under his eyes telling his grandfather to be damned. He thought that after a day's hunger strike and introducing the contents of his stomach to the ground a little later, he realized something. The guy fell to the ground, leaning on his hands, dropping the wooden sticks, thinking that he realized that wood was better used for construction. The guy stuck a stick into the ground, thinking that first he needed to build load-bearing beams. He placed one of the sticks on his shoulder. Ed held 4 sticks, trembling, trying to lift them, thinking that only he had 2 hands. But he needed 4 beams. The further he went, the easier it got. The guy fell to the ground and the sticks hit him. Ed clenched his teeth, his face turned very red and he frowned, shouting loudly. He tied the standing sticks with cloth. The guy sat on the ground under 4 sticks, breathing heavily, and thought that the base was finally finished, saying that there was still so much to do. The guy threw various clothes under the hut, thinking that he couldn't sleep on the damp ground, saying that it was a pity, of course, but he had no other choice. A bright white moon shone in the night sky. The sun came out again, illuminating the blue sky. Ed sat in front of the hut he had built, saying that everything was about to fall off, thinking that he had barely finished building the shelter. The guy raised his tired gaze. Several system windows appeared on which it was written, "Its construction is completed. The level of construction skill has been increased. A new completed structure, a simple shelter made of wood. A simple shelter in order to catch your breath, unsightly and dilapidated. Without constant maintenance it will quickly fall into disrepair. Complexity buildings half 1 star out of 5. Another system window showed life skills, rank, novice artisan, specialization, none, fitness, level 4, appearance, level 1, gathering, level 1. Ed looked wearily at the system windows, putting his hands on his feet, and said that such characteristics also have their own menu. He smiled tiredly, looking at the system window, and thought that Ed lived the life of a nobleman, so he simply couldn't know it. He was better with his hands than with magic. The guy's stomach began to growl. The guy thought that now this device would be very useful for him. The system window showed that its construction was completed and the construction skill level had been increased. A dagger was tied to a stick with a rope. The system window showed a new completed structure, a simple harpoon, a ceremonial dagger tied to a sharpened stick, can be used for fishing or hunting, not too sharp, structure difficulty, half out of 5. Ed raised the harpoon above him, frowned and shouted loudly that it was time to get some real food. The guy hit the water with a harpoon, raising his weapon high, thinking that he had been without any food for 2 days. He had grueling physical work. He clearly should not have any strength left now, but apparently despair does not allow him to fall. He wants meat. 2 dead fish flew out of the lake. Ed with a smile extended his hands, from which flames emanated, calling for him. 2 fish were frying on the stone and he thought that there was a week left before the start of school. The guy blushed, opening his mouth in front of the hot fish, holding it in his hands, and thought that he would have to hold out by hook or by crook until then. If he successfully survived this week, he would deal with his training without any problems. Someone's light blonde hair. Ed turned around, sticking out his tongue as he held the fish, and thought that he had become so lost in his attempts to survive that something important had slipped his mind. A girl with long blonde hair moved the branch away from her, asking Ed Rodaler. The guy thought that he had forgotten about the main characters. He thought that he didn't expect to meet anyone here but she. Ed was on his knees between two people while someone said that he had no remorse. A blonde girl in a black suit and red cloak crossed her arms over her chest, saying that she had to ask him to get out of this academy. The girl with golden eyes looked down at the guy, asking if he was still hanging around here. The guy thought it was Princess Phonia, the person who kicked Ed Rodaler out of the dorm. Ed Rodaler, the villain who appears at the beginning of the game. Taylor stood in front of the girl, blocking her from the guy who was lying on the ground. Taking advantage of his status as a nobleman, Ed beats Taylor's childhood friend, for which he receives punishment. The blonde with red eyes and sticking out his tongue looked at the paper, but his vindictive nature does not stop there. Ed tries to fabricate Taylor's performance on the entrance exam to the Sylvania Academy. A girl with red eyes opened the door, looking at the guy, which the girl who came to pick up the exam papers caught him doing. The girl with golden eyes clenched her teeth. Phonia Elias Kloll, 3rd Princess of the Kloll Empire, Princess of Phonia. The silhouette of a scale appeared in the girl's golden eyes. The system windows showed the activation of insight. The target was examined for lies and conspiracy. Ed helplessly raised his gaze, looking wide-eyed to the side. Ed Rodaler, who was stuck in a sorry state, apologizing with clenched teeth, was exposed by Phonia's abilities. A big door slammed in front of the guy. He was kicked out of the dorm. Everyone at the academy must hate him. Phonia bent down, frowning and asking what he was doing here. Ed thought that now he had met the one he should have avoided the most. The girl walked towards the guy, asking if he wasn't expelled. He raised his hands, saying that he was still a student, even though he was kicked out of the dormitory. The girl opened her mouth, saying that she would be brief. Phonia waved her hand irritably, shouting for him to leave. She couldn't bear to see the scoundrel walking around the academy. She would talk to the academic department and personally demand his expulsion. The fish on the fire was slowly burning, while the girl screamed what kind of dishonorable act was this. For trying to frame another student and hinder him on his path to a better future, the guy thought that the fish were burning. He had been starving for the 3rd day. His precious food. Ed frowned, looking at the girl, and thought that she had said that she would be brief. His food was burning, but now there was a more important problem. He looked at the girl who was screaming with a frown and thought that Princess Phonia really had the power to get him expelled. The guy clenched his hands into fists and said that the sun would set soon, asking if members of the ruling family weren't usually accompanied by armed guards. Ed frowned, looking at the girl with a smile, saying who would have thought that a noble princess would show up alone in a secluded forest. Blue energy appeared around the girl and she put her hands in front of her, saying that if he was trying to intimidate her because she was unaccompanied, he would regret it. Ed got down on one knee, asking what it meant to intimidate. He put his hand to his chest with a smile, looking at the girl, and said that he was just trying to thank her. Phonia looked down at the guy. The system window showed insight activated, and she asked about gratitude. The system window showed the truth. There is no lie in Ed's words. The girl looked at him in shock, put her hand in front of her and loudly asked what. The guy looked at her with a smile, thinking that she looked surprised. Of course, this is not a lie. A house in the windows of which there was a red light. In front of it was a silhouette of a man flying, and under the house there were many corpses of people. The Rodaler family is famous and influential, but due to the fact that they use their position to exploit civilians and conduct experiments on people in search of a way to gain eternal life, Taylor decides that it should be destroyed. A guillotine, next to which was the severed head of a man. Crows were flying around. Someone would be put behind bars, someone would be executed, but he was expelled. The fish burned on the fire. The system window showed that the fish was burnt and unfit for consumption. The guy thought that now he was cold and hungry, but this was better than death. Ed looked up with a smile, thinking that in the future it would be much better. He needed to convince Phonia without lying. The man was standing near a large game over sign and a broken screen. The guy thought that otherwise he would be expelled and the game would simply end. The guy stood in front of the girl on one knee while she fearfully looked at him, and Ed thought that judging by the time that had passed since Ed's eviction, there was now about a week left before the start of training. For what reason could the princess come here? The guy rose from the ground, saying that her appearance here unaccompanied and in ordinary clothes could mean that she was finishing taking an assessment test. A man with glasses extended his hands, from which bright blue beads fell. The system window showed a task, an assessment test by Professor Glass to determine the class. The guy thought that the task was to find hidden magic beads in this forest. Ed closed his eyes, saying that everyone knows that Professor Glass' test is quite harsh. He said that, of course, Princess Phonia aims to get into the best of class. The girl put her hand in front of her, asking if he was trying to butter up her. He had not changed at all. She was not mistaken. She should ask him to be expelled immediately. The girl's eyes widened when the guy told her about his help. Ed approached the girl, saying that without his help she would never get into him, and if he was lying, she could expel him. Phonia was walking on the water when the guy told her to go to the lake in the southeast of the forest. She stood in front of a large white tree. The guy said that there she would see a small green island, and in the middle of it there was a huge tree. It is called the Merald Guardian Tree. A golden bead shone brightly under the tree. Fonia was holding a bead in her hands, frowning and pursing her lips while looking at it. The guy told her that there was a gift waiting for her that he left. Ed in class shouted, his eyes wide open, and Fonia thought that 3 days ago Ed Rottweiler was clearly a liar and a charlatan. He still clearly remembers the state he was in. The guy was on one knee with his hand on his chest. However, now, the girl stood silently under a white tree, looking at the golden bead in her hands. The large academy building, surrounded by a white fence with a golden gate leading through it. Someone said that the class test was officially completed. A man with black hair stood in front of the students. The man with blue eyes frowned, glassed, a professor at the Academy of Magic. He told them to get the beads they found. 4 people were holding various round objects, a huge egg, someone's eye, orange circles, a purple crystal, with smiles on their faces. Glass turned their back on them, saying that they all start with grade F. It is very important to write down what the examiner requires of you. It was necessary to find not just magical round objects. Glass held golden beads between his fingers, saying that only those who found beads with magical powers would get into the class. There were only 3 such people. A guy with dark brown hair, green eyes who frowned. The professor called him by his name Zix. A girl with red hair and green eyes who smiled. The man called her by the name Loratel. Glass waved his hand forward, saying that the last one who found a bead with unusually high magical power at Merald's guardian tree was that girl. Fonia frowned, pursing her lips as the professor shouted that this girl was the best student in the class. Ed sat with his back to the burnt fish, holding something in his hands, and said that everything was burned. He didn't even have the strength to use a spear. The guy held a fishing rod between his hand and his body. Looking at it, the system window showed a new completed item, a primitive fishing rod made from a branch cut by a blade. The silk thread is taken from the fabric, and the hook is replaced with a nail. The strength is low. It is impossible to tell whether it will bite fish. Creation difficulty 1 out of 5. The third princess of the empire, Fonia Elias Cole, has distinguished between sycophancy and substitution of concepts since childhood. Fonia sat on the floor, raising her gaze. This honed her intuition and formed the ability to discern. Golden eyes, in which the silhouette of a scale was visible. No one could deceive her. The fishing rod was thrown into the lake, causing circles in the water to go around the thread. Ed thought that therefore he had no choice but to give her genuine information, which could also lead to a big problem. Fonia stood smiling in a white dress with gold accents. The guy thought that the reason why the proud Princess Fonia would be called the Princess of Justice would be because of her failure during the class test. Failure would change her. Fonia pursed her lips and looked at the golden bead, and the guy thought that, however, if now the princess, who from the beginning of the plot has great influence, finds the golden bead and gets in a class. The image of Fonia in the white dress was cracking, and the guy thought that it would be impossible to predict what would happen next. Ed held the wooden fishing rod with his hand on his cheek and sighed, thinking that even if he managed to avoid expulsion, his information would become useless and he would be finished. Fonia lowered her head, standing behind a girl with white hair who was sleeping on a chair. The professor called the name Lucy Merle. The blonde clenched her hands into fists as she walked away, and Ed thought that of course there was a chance that the future would remain the same. The blonde lowered her gaze, frowning, and the guy thought that insight would always help to find out the truth. Fonia in a white dress frowned, saying that there really was a bead. Ed didn't lie. She held the gold bead in her trembling hand, saying that however, it was not a gift. The girl stood near the tree, and Ed thought that the princess initially hid her identity because she was embarrassed by how the public would treat her if it became known who she was. She wanted to prove herself. The bead remained lying at the roots of the tree, and the guy thought that, of course, the bead would have brought Fonia the best result for the test, but she did not take it. The girl walked away from the white tree with a frown, and the guy thought it was because she didn't find it herself. Fonia walked out of class with a frown, and Ed thought that the title of Princess of Justice that she would receive in the future was not an ability or characteristic. It would be given to her for walking the righteous path. The main character leaned towards the girl, saying that without her help she would never get into Class A. If he was lying, she could expel him. The guy thought that he threw her bait. Fonia stood in the corridor, clenching her hands into fists, and the guy thought that it didn't matter whether he told the truth or lied. The princess would always be able to find out. Fonia hit the wall with her fist. Ed truly believed that Fonia would fail the test, but she was convinced that she would succeed and surpass him. The thread of luck stretched. However, Ed did not lie, because the princess could not get into the class. The blonde-hair girl gritted her teeth, looked down, and said that she would watch Ed Rottweiler. Now she couldn't help it. The rope from the fishing rod was stretched. Splashes of water were visible. Ed stood up with a big smile as he pulled the fish out of the water, looking up at it and saying he got it. The bright sun was rising behind the mountains. Ed ran along the road towards the academy, thinking that he lived in a place from which he had to run out early in the morning in order to be on time for classes. The guy was breathing heavily, sweat running down his face. He raised his gaze forward. The guy stood at the large square in front of the academy, where many students walked. The guy thought that he was studying at the Sylvania Academy. A large hall, students were sitting at tables, and a man in the center of the hall at the department said that the opening ceremony of the new academic year is beginning. It is good to see that before the start of the new semester, their students have become stronger. Let them enjoy the prepared food while they listen to the professor of their academy. Several students stood at the table with food. The guy asked to look at him, and the girl asked if he was not ashamed to come to the ceremony. He really intended to continue his studies. Ed thought that he, the one who survived, was greeted by rumors at the entrance. The guy cut a piece of meat with a knife, holding it on a fork, and thought that this was the winner's reward. Ed brought a piece of meat to his face. There were many plates around him, and the guy thought that he would enjoy it slowly. Someone asked if it was Ed Rottweiler. The guy thought that his goal was to finish his studies here. He was eating, while aside from him a group of girls said that this was that second-year student who had performed terribly during the entrance exams. Another said that if you look closely, he seems to have changed, according to at least he eats culturally. The guy thought that he had no ambitions, he just wanted to graduate. 3 girls stood next to each other. One folded her hands behind her back, saying that they were saying, "On that table over there the desserts were prepared by the head cook of Awfulies. They need to try. And they also need to discuss their vacation." She asked if Annie's would mind, and she answered that this is a good idea. The girl with 2 pigtails in her hair raised her head, saying that this was strange. The girl with the bow looked back, saying that for some reason she had the feeling that he had become a different person. Ed thought that he wanted nothing to happen. A large academy building with red roofs and a large courtyard with a fountain in the center. Today is Ed's first day at Sylvania Academy. Class, students were sitting at their desks. A professor stood at the blackboard and table, who said that it was nice to see that their students had become stronger before the start of the new semester. There was a sign above the door that said the director's office. Ed stood next to the door, closing his eyes with a tired expression on his face, thinking that however, on the first day he was almost expelled. The blonde remembered a man with gray hair and a beard and a monocle on his eye, who was smiling, thinking that he did not expect that Phonia would not tell the director about him. It seemed that she did not say anything bad. The guy said that it was judging by the way the old man smiles while talking. Ed bowed his head, exhaling loudly, and thought, after all, he managed to avoid the worst. He frowned as he looked ahead and thought that he needed to be careful that the story didn't deviate from the original. The system window showed a bow icon, as well as information about combat skills, rank, beginner fighter, specialization, bow, shooting skill, level 1. The guy thought that he was honing the necessary skills for survival. The white rabbit stood in the forest, raised on its paws. The guy thought that he was studying magic, since he was studying at the corresponding faculty. The arrow pierced the hair in the neck. Ed thought that the bow was the best weapon that could get the most out of his skills. The blonde stood on one knee, holding the arrow on which the hair was suspended, thinking that when he upgraded his skills and learned to create good quality arrows, he would be able to summon a spirit for them or draw magic formulas. The guy's eyes widened and he looked up, noticing something. Ed looked at the girl who was sitting under a tree with a book lying next to her, thinking that although, of course, spiritual formulas were beyond the scope of his talent. A girl with pink hair was reading a book. There were several more books nearby. The girl's hair was flying in the wind. Janica Flailover, a second-year student, the best in the class, a talented spirit summoner. Janica looked to the side in surprise, looking at the guy. He held a bow on his shoulder, looking at the girl who asked him if he was the amazing guy Merylda was talking about. Janica immediately stood in front of him, waving her hand with a smile and saying her name, saying that she was a second-year student like him and he could just call her by her name. Ed thought in confusion when she managed to come up so quickly. Janica asked with a smile if he was surprised that she knew about him. The girl spread her arms to the sides, saying that this forest belongs to Merylda. She is a high-level spirit. She heard a lot about him from her. The blonde asked if the mistress of the forest really told her about him. Janica closed her eyes, saying that Merylda is quite curious and keeps an eye on everything, so it is obvious that she knows about the guest. The main character looked at the hair in his hand, thinking about the guest, and he killed many and cut down many trees. Janica leaned closer to the guy, who looked at her in surprise. Blushing, the girl told him not to worry about little things. This is the natural cycle of life for the creatures of this forest. They hunt each other to get food for themselves. Merylda is not worried about this. Ed scratched his head, clenched his teeth, turning away and saying that in his opinion, even a large wild wolf has a tender heart. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, blushing. She closed her eyes with a smile and asked, "This is unexpected." The girl stretched out her hands with a smile, over which a white light was shining, and said that she wanted to show him something. Isn't it charming? Yesterday she made a contract with him as soon as she saw him. The girl extended her hands to the guy, asking if he wanted to touch. Ed looked at the girl's hands in surprise, thinking about the contract with the spirit. He opened his mouth slightly, thinking that to make friends with Janica, it is enough to predict the right moment. The blonde closed his eyes and sighed, saying that he didn't know what she was talking about. He didn't see any spirit, or, more correctly, he couldn't see. Janica looked at the guy in surprise, asking if he could see the spirit. The guy turned away and walked away from the girl, saying that he was busy getting food. Ed opened his eyes, lowered his gaze, and thought that only by sticking to the plot would he be able to benefit from his knowledge. He thought of a girl with pink hair and red eyes who was looking away while dark energy was flying around, thinking that Janica is a very important character. She is someone he should never get close to. The girl looked after the departing main character. Janica tilted her head, looking at him. She remembered how the guy scratched the back of his head, saying that even a large wild wolf has a tender heart. Janica extended her hand, touching the white beast's chin, saying that Merylda said it right, he is an amazing guy. The girl stood next to the big white wolf, looking forward, and said that he really didn't see her, asking who he was. The wolf lay down on the ground and the girl buried herself in his fur, raising her hands, saying that she tried so hard to be kind to him, and in response she received only a simple "yeah, what is this all about?" Janica closed one eye, pressing her cheek to the wolf's fur, asking if they would meet again. In the center of the lake there was a large white tree on an island. The girl said that she couldn't know about that now. A map where the academy castle was visible, surrounded by a forest. In the distance there was a small hut. The distance from Ed's shelter to the student dormitory was not close. The blonde ran along the road, holding a red jacket on his shoulder, while someone watched him from behind a tree. Ed barely made it, running out at dawn at full speed. The road to the academy forces him to do strange things that increase his stats. The guy sat in class while he wrote on a stone with a stick, thinking that in order to get a scholarship, he would have to study more diligently. He writes notes on a stone slab, using a charred stick, and takes books from the library. Ed sat near the river while rubbing his shirt on a piece of wood, while Janica watched him. The guy thought that on the way home he was washing his sweaty clothes. By the end of the day he probably should not have any strength left, but this is not so. The guy sat frowning near the hut, looking at the small pieces of wood, thinking that he should not forget to check whether there is enough wood for the fire. Drinking water and dried meat for dinner. Because of this there are only 4 hours left for sleep. Ed closed his eyes, frowning, thinking that what was bothering him most was something else. Behind the bush, Janica looked in surprise at the guy who called her, asking how long she was going to keep an eye on him. The girl frowned, asking in surprise, did he notice, and he shouted that it would be strange not to notice. He looked at the girl irritably, loudly asking if she didn't know who he was. He was Ed Rottweiler, the worst offender in existence. Why she continued to pursue him. Janica asked if only others think about him that way, and the guy looked at the girl in surprise, frowning. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, saying that she didn't know him yet. Ed narrowed his eyes, thinking that everything was right. Janica was just such a character. He thought about a girl with pink hair who was smiling. There were flowers around her, and the guy thought that she looked rather naive and stupid, but had an independent disposition. Janica was holding her hand, rays of purple energy were flying around her, and the girl's eyes were shining brightly. Purple veins were running through her body. The guy thought that, however, knowing what was in store for her in the future, it was better to just smile back. There was a huge hand above the girl. A lot of chains were flying around. The guy thought that Janica was the final boss of the first episode. The blonde closed his eyes, frowning and clenching his teeth, repeating to himself that he was a villain and thinking that she was the only character who smiled. Rottweiler wouldn't want to go that far. The guy said that since fate brought them together, can she do him a favor? Janica looked at him joyfully, clenched her hands into fists and asked what kind. The guy lowered his head. A shadow hid his eyes when he said that there was complete chaos here. His family abandoned him, and he was up to his neck in problems. He asked if she would lend him money, and Janica froze, petrified. She listened with wide eyes to the guy who said that he would definitely return it. That's what friends do. Let her borrow it for a while, asking how much she has. Ed thought that every year Janica receives a scholarship for remaining at the top of her class, but this is not just an indicator of her excellence. Janica is from such a poor family that without the scholarship she would not have entered here and would not have been able to move on to the next year. The girl was sitting on the grass, reading a book, and the guy thought that she was born on a small ranch. The two of them stood in the field, next to the hut, and the guy thought that her weakness was money. Janica looked at the guy petrified, crumbling, and apologized to him. Ed looked at her calmly, thinking that she had disappeared. Bright blue sky. 3 days later. Ed held the dead hair in his hands, closed his eyes, and thought that he felt uneasy because of this, but no longer wanted to interact with important characters. The guy opened his eyes, frowned, and thought that he needed to be more careful so that the story did not deviate from the original. He approached his hut, bowing his head. The guy knelt down. His basket fell from his back. He frowned and nervously lowered his gaze, loudly asking what, thinking that in terms of importance she was even more important than Janica, the object of admiration of classmates and even professors. He looked at the girl with white hair who slept in his hut, thinking that she was the owner of the rarest talent and the strongest character of the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy Merle. The girl with white hair stretched, yawning, and the guy wondered why she was sleeping here. He sat frowning in front of the girl, who with her eyes closed said that he was so noisy that it was impossible to sleep. The guy thought that she needed it in a mountain valley. Ed looked at the girl with displeasure, asking if he was making noise, and the girl answered not him. Lucy opened one eye, pointing forward, saying that the wolf was the size of a house. She pointed behind the guy's shoulder, where bright blue energy was burning, saying that he was talking to him. The wind flew around as the blue silhouette of a wolf appeared from the blue light. Ed opened his eyes wide and turned over his shoulder. The guy was looking at the huge wolf that towered over him when Lucy said that the wolf the size of a house was talking to him. Ed looked up in surprise when the girl said that now he is asking one day to save Janica at any cost. Ed frowned and sat next to the girl, who was pointing forward with her eyes closed. He turned back, where there was no one, thinking that this, of course, was good, but he himself did not see him. The guy frowned, turning to the girl, thinking that he hoped that Janica would be finished. Lucy, closing her eyes, sleepily pointed forward, and the guy thought, maybe hard times will come, why is she sleeping here? The girl lay down on her stomach, saying that she would continue to sleep, and the guy irritably said no. The main character's eyes suddenly widened. He thought about Lucy, who was jumping through the forest, leaving blue footprints, thinking that due to her miniature size and ability to overcome space by jumping, Lucy was compared to a wildcat. He imagined the girl on top of the clock, and on the roof, where she lay on her back. The guy thought that whether it was the top of the clock tower or the roof, she would always find a beautiful place in the sun to take a nap. Ed looked at the trees with green leaves, thinking that his camp was located in the thick of the forest in the north of Arkan, where no one goes. A stream in which stones were floating. The guy thought that this was not a problem for her. The cool wind, the sound of the stream. He looked displeasedly at Lucy, who closed her eyes and yawned and thought that this was an ideal place to sleep. Tears streamed down Ed's face and he bit his lip, thinking that it was his own fault. A bright blue sky with clouds floating across it the next day. The guy raised his tired gaze to the sky, thinking that he needed to come up with something. The guy looked at the 3 purple runes high in the sky and Lucy, who fell to the ground, and the guy said that she uses 5 or so spells, hovering in the air and sleeping. He thought that if she stays here, then the plot changes are a matter of time. There was a trap on the ground, a piece of dried meat with a rope around it. System windows showed, creation completed, skill increased. New completed project, lasso trap, rope tied to a flexible tree, used to catch small animals, difficulty 2 stars out of 5. Lucy sat next to the trap, asking if he could eat the jerky, and the guy frowned, answering no. The girl grabbed the meat, put it in her mouth, and said that it had a disgusting taste. The rope flew into the air and the guy clenched his teeth and thought that they would not find a common language. She was here for the 2nd time, which means she would continue to come. A lot of system windows. The guy thought that he needed to quickly come up with something. He definitely remembers seeing information about it in many manuals for the game. He definitely won't be able to defeat Lucy. The white-haired girl happily ate the jerky with her eyes closed. Lucy, opening her eyes wide, looked displeasedly at Ed when he said that. By the way, he noticed that the maid Ophelissa was looking for her. The girl sat on the ground, looking at the guy in shock. She turned away, straightened her hat, and said that she remembered something urgent. Lucy flew into the air, leaving a huge cloud of blue dust behind her, shouting that she had to go, and Ed thought that the manual did not describe how to defeat her. He looked up, thinking that usually players skip the text part at the beginning of the game, but it said that every day Lucy escapes from the maid who takes care of her. The girl was running away from the maid with black hair. Ed smiled tiredly, looking at the sky, and thought that she too had fallen away. The guy walked along the road, holding an axe on his shoulder, thinking that Lucy had only stayed in the camp for 2 days. This would in no way affect the plot. Very soon Ed realized that he had been in vain to reassure himself with this thought. The system window showed the task, Joint Combat Training. There was a hall in the center of which there was an illuminated field, with other students sitting around. The guy with brown hair extended his hand, a bright blue blow passed next to him. Joint Combat Training is a one-on-one training fight to minimize the number of deaths. Students mostly use fake weapons. Zix dodged the beam of light, holding out his hand, next to which was a green seal. Students of the Faculty of Magic learned basic elemental magic, and students of the Faculty of Masters were prohibited from using too strong potions and powerful rituals with spirits. The coat of arms of the Sylvania Academy, above which there was a tournament table. The order of battles between people with different academic performance was determined randomly. Each will have 1 opponent. Ed frowned, lowering his gaze, thinking that the point was for them to be able to interact with a person from another class. All the important characters would take part. A girl with long blonde hair turned away. Princess of Justice Phonia, a girl who crossed her arms over her chest, smiling. Golden Daughter Loratel, a guy with brown hair who waved his hand. Zix from the Northern Plains, a girl with pink hair who looked up, smiling. Spiritual Magician Janica, a girl with white hair who raised her hat. Lazy Lucy, a guy with black hair who held a sword on his shoulder. Evil Clevius. The list is large, it's impossible to list everyone. But the most important person remains the main character, the failed swordsman Taylor, a guy with short black hair who pointed his sword forward as golden energy flew around. Ed looked down with a smile and shining eyes, wondering if Taylor was about to fight. Zix sent his hand forward, which had green energy around it, and a cloud of dust rose in front of him. Ed thought that he already knew the results, so he didn't really follow the fights. The guy with brown hair frowned while green energy shone around him, and the blonde thought that those first years and the main character, Taylor, would win, but he would watch the latter. Janica raised her hands next to the guy with a smile, calling him. He tiredly looked back at the girl who was handing him a paper, saying that here was a list of fights, and thought that he couldn't believe that she joyfully ran up to him after he humiliated himself, asking her to give money in return. Unlike Lucy, who seems to be from the cat family, Janica definitely has dog habits. Ed crossed his arms over his chest, turned away, and said that he was not particularly interested. The girl looked at him with a smile, asking why and if he really didn't want to find out who he would fight with. The blonde's eyes widened and he looked at the girl in fear, wondering if he would have to fight too. He took a piece of paper, looking at it with a frown, and thought that Ed had already been eliminated from history by this point. Who would be his opponent? On the tournament table, Ed's opponents were Phonia. The guy introduced the blonde with an angry expression on his face, thinking that this was Princess Phonia. He opened his eyes wide when the host said that the students whose names he would now name, after completing their preparations, should go to the arena, Lucy and Taylor. Ed stood up with a wide smile, looking at the arena, thinking about the guy. Taylor put his hand to his chest as he stood in the arena and frowned. He clutched the brass knuckles in his hands, resolutely saying that he would give it his best. The blonde looked at him with a smile, thinking that now it doesn't matter who he fights against, he needs to keep an eye on Taylor. The guy with black hair was leaning on his sword. Above it was the inscription "Game Over" and "Start Again, Yes or No." Ed thought that even if in the world outside the screen. But he played for him for a very long time, starting with pitiful and inconclusive endings, ending real, leaving behind a long aftertaste. The answer option yes in the choice to start again was lit in red, and the guy thought that he had gone through this journey countless times. Taylor lowered his gaze. His face and hands were dirty, and Ed thought that among the many paths, there was not a single simple one. The blonde, with tears in his eyes, clenched his hands into fists and thought that he had already decided that he would improve his own life, but he was rooting for Taylor. The guy looked back at the loudspeaker, from which a voice said that he was repeating whether the student Lucy was here. Ed frowned when the host told her to enter the arena when she was ready to fight. The guy wondered where she went. Near the arena, a strand of white hair was visible under a stand. Ed pulled the white-haired girl's cheek, telling her to wake up, it's her turn. He braided her ponytails while she sat sleepily on the floor, and thought that if the duel were cancelled now, Taylor would pick up a sword for the first time. This would be a very important moment. Ed frowned and clenched his teeth when Lucy said she was really hungry, asking if he had any jerky. The guy told her to fight first. Lucy yawned and entered the arena, closing her eyes. Freshman, the best in the group, Lucy against Taylor. The guy with black hair put his hands in front of him, clutching brass knuckles. Taylor put his hand behind his back, holding a sword. He is the main hero of this world, born to become a swordsman, who has never held a sword in his life before. Taylor swung his sword, his hair flying with gold and blue energy flying around, and yet with the first swing, he would break through Lucy's lightning magic. The girl with white hair looked at this with her eyes wide open in surprise. The spell that she thought would stop the blow was blocked. A guy with black hair was approaching the girl, swinging his hand. Lucy would remain defenseless when Taylor approached. There was a huge bright green explosion in the arena. Out of surprise, Lucy will hit it with lightning, which is a mid-level spell. She will do it unconsciously and overpower Taylor. Taylor held a sword in front of her, golden energy flying around, but she would be disqualified for using inappropriate level magic. Taylor would earn honor for being the first to defeat Lucy. Ed clenched his hand into a fist, thinking with a smile and tears in his eyes that this was a legendary scene. The two stood in the arena. The judge raised his hand between them. The judge left the arena. Shouting began. The two remained in the arena in front of each other. Taylor swung his arm, ran forward, and shouted that he was advancing. Lucy extended her hand, in front of which a blue seal opened, from which ice shards shot out. Taylor lay on the floor, leaning against the wall that had cracked behind him, a dark fog from the impact flying in the air. Janica, Ed, and the other students looked at this in surprise, their eyes wide open. Lucy yawned, stretching her hand forward. The guy with black hair lay on the ground with his head bowed while everyone said that it seemed like it was impossible to defeat the best student in the class. No wonder what was the point of trying to defeat such a mage. Taylor's hand twitched. Taylor's life has always been a series of trials. He is a country boy and a struggling student. The guy's trembling hand reached forward. Taylor is a loser who has not received a single decent grade since entering the academy, an unrecognized mediocrity. Taylor's hand grips the hilt of a wooden sword as the students draw conclusions based on the outcome of the battle, in a clearly losing situation where everyone feels sorry for him. The guy leaned his hand on the ground, trembling, rising from the floor. Ed looked at him with a smile. Taylor bit his lip as he rose to his feet. Red energy began to glow around him. In a hopeless situation, Taylor was not going to lose hope. The blonde looked resolutely at the guy, thinking that he could handle it. Go ahead. Taylor suddenly jumped forward at Lucy, who was standing in the arena. The guy called her by name and the girl's eyes opened in surprise. Ed looked at her with a smile, thinking that now she was using lightning. His eyes opened wide in surprise and he mentally asked what. Turquoise energy gathered at the tip of the wooden sword in front of the girl. Taylor held the sword in front of her, swinging as a ball of turquoise energy gathered between them. The guy with black hair frowned and shouted loudly. Before him appeared the image of a turquoise beast, which opened its mouth wide. A huge hurricane flew in the air, pushing the guy away from him. The guy flew next to the head of Ed, who sat in shock with his eyes wide open. Taylor crashed into the wall, high above the students. It fell to the floor, raising a large cloud of dust, and the blonde thought that it was not lightning. He looked at Lucy with glowing purple eyes, around which turquoise energy shone, and the guy realized that it was the wind. The students raised their fists in the air, cheering as they looked into the arena as the host announced that Lucy had won. Taylor lay against the wall, head down, his eyes dark. Ed looked up at him in surprise, thinking that the guy had lost. A guy with black hair walked next to the blonde, head down and holding a broken sword in his hands. The guy was walking on the floor, and Ed thought that this was a big problem. He definitely couldn't be left alone now. The turquoise energy beast opened its mouth. The system window showed wind protection. The power of the wind spirit automatically protects against sudden attacks. The guy thought that this magic works non-stop. It can be obtained by concluding a contract with the high-level wind spirit Matilda. Lucy held out her hand, asking if he would give her the jerky, but Ed ran ahead, thinking that in the story Lucy and Matilda were apart. He remembered how the girl pointed forward, thinking that because Lucy came to him, she and Matilda made a contract and she became stronger. The guy ran towards the door where Phonia stood, and the presenter said that the next fight would take place between Ed Rodaler and the respected Princess Phonia. The blonde frowned at the running guy, trying to say something. Ed ran forward through the door, ignoring her, and thought that Taylor should have won. He should have gained confidence by raising his sword. Phonia turned around the guy in surprise, looking at him. He clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought that he lost because of him, because Ed remained at the academy. Taylor walked in the crowd of students with his head down, and the blonde called him, thinking that he didn't know if there was any point in this, but it was better than doing nothing. Taylor stopped as the blonde shouted that his efforts would pay off. He turned to Ed, who waved his hand, shouting at him not to get discouraged. He had nothing to be ashamed of. The blonde thought that if his spirit was broken, then there was a high chance that in the end he would have to try himself. Ed opened his mouth wide, shouting at the guy to walk with his head held high. He was holding up well. His opponent just wasn't a good match for him. The blonde frowned at the boy and yelled at him not to let situations like this get him down, thinking that a lot of difficult things would happen at the academy that would have to be dealt with by Taylor, not him. A man with a crown on his head and blonde hair lowered his gaze, saying that Phonia was blessed by God at birth. The first person to discover her innate insight was Emperor Kloll. The system window, with an image of weight and the inscription, Insight, reveals lies and conspiracy, but the ability itself was not given by God. The life of a member of the ruling family is full of endless intrigue. Phonia sat on the floor, raising her gaze. Because of the darkness of this abyss, the princess had to develop such an ability for self-defense. The girl pursed her lips, her golden eyes lit up, which is why she can be confident in its effectiveness. A fat man in a hat and a girl in a light dress smiled evilly. A dark figure of a man smiled between them. The relatives always looked at Phonia with an ugly darkness in their eyes, and she saw right through them, but pretended to be ignorant. Ed closed his eyes, straightened his shirt sleeve and asked to be gentle with him. He thought that Phonia had no choice but to peer inside the person. The blonde looked at the guy, answering well and asking him to be him too. The audience in the hall looked at them. Someone asked if they heard how he shouted at Taylor. A stubborn guy, a guy with black hair, said, "Did he really want to make fun of someone who couldn't answer?" The girl raised her hand and said that he probably decided to pretend to be kind and cheer him up. The other guy said that it was somehow strange, and the girl replied that he was like that from the very beginning. Phonia closed her eyes, frowning, and thought that what they were saying was true. She remembered how Taylor defended his girlfriend, thinking that Ed Rodaler was using his title to embarrass the guy's girlfriend. She remembered how the blonde, with his eyes wide open, shouted something, thinking that when everything didn't go the way he wanted, he decided to change the test results. He was always just such a person. The girl remembered how Ed was kneeling in front of her, smiling. She remembered how she found a golden pearl, and I remembered how I stood behind Lucy, head down, wondering if he was still like that. Phonia opened her eyes, frowning. Forward, she remembered how the blonde screamed at Taylor not to let situations humiliate him, thinking that his cry of despair was sincere. The two stood in the arena. Other students watched them and the leader said that they were starting. The girl said that he completely confused her and Ed looked forward in surprise. Phonia extended her hand forward, towards which the blue energy was gathering, and said that she wanted their fight to clear everything up. Water energy gathered in front of the girl's palm and she said that it was advancing, thinking that she would start with this. The water flew towards the main character, who was standing in the arena, and the girl thought that Ed could use the magic of wind and fire. The guy frowned, looking at the water, and the girl thought how he would respond, exchanging blows. She could throw out everything that had accumulated on the enemy. Phonia frowned, thinking that their dramatic fight would help her get this mysterious guy out of her head. The blonde was knocked off his feet by a stream of water that hit his chest. Phonia looked at this questioningly, extending her hand forward. Ed fell to the floor, wet with water. He lay on the floor, without raising his head, saying that he had lost. The girl looked at him in shock, eyes wide open, and loudly asked what. She remembered how Ed looked at the approaching blow, thinking that he had definitely seen the trajectory of the water ball. Ed rose to his feet while the other students looked at him laughing, saying that he was worse than Taylor. He acted cool, but he couldn't even withstand the first blow. The princess is amazing. Her fight is a breath of fresh air. Ed bowed in front of the girl, saying that it was a good fight. He had learned a lot for himself. Phonia looked at him with displeasure, asking what he was talking about. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, noticing something. She watched as he frowned, lowering his gaze, and thought that when he entered the arena, he never met her gaze. There were 2 people standing in the arena when the host announced that Princess Phonia had won, and the girl realized that he was not initially interested in their fight. Ed ran down the corridor, frowning, and thought that when communicating with the princess, he should behave carefully so as not to influence the course of events, because she is an important character. The guy remembered Taylor, who looked gloomily over his shoulder, thinking that now the main character of the story was much more important. Ed looked to the side, clenched his teeth, and wondered where he was. Someone called the blonde's name and he looked to the side. He asked what. Phonia leaned her hand on the door, breathing heavily. The girl looked up at the guy, frowning, and he asked what she was doing here unaccompanied. The girl looked at him irritably, asking how to understand this, and Ed confusedly put his hands in front of him, saying that he didn't know what she was asking. That duel taught him a lot, and the girl shouted that she taught him a lot. She blushed deeply, irritably clenching her hands into fists, and shouting that he didn't even expect to win. He was only interested in how to leave as quickly as possible. The girl thought about Lortel, saying that it was already difficult for her to cope with the class. The cunning merchant was only thinking about how to take over the school. She thought about the professor with black hair, saying that Glast was not getting any less irritated. The girl remembered the servants who. Then they said, saying that the servants were constantly asking their questions. Phonia put her hands to her head, shouting irritably that she had enough of her worries. Ed looked at the girl in surprise, eyes wide open, while she asked who he was. To complicate things even more, the guy wondered where she got so much pent-up despair from. The guy called the girl, taking her by the shoulders. He leaned down, looking seriously at the surprised Phonia, and told her to take a deep breath and calm down. She didn't need to work herself out so much. The sun was shining from the windows. Ed told her to take a deep breath and exhale. The guy held her by the shoulders, looking at how Phonia covered her face with her hands, asking what it was. She looked away to the side, blushing heavily, and asked to forget it. The guy replied okay. Ed looked to the side with his hand raised and thought it was time to leave while the girl told him he was right. It was a bad habit. Phonia sighed and closed her eyes, saying that you can ask directly and not try to guess and predict what is going on in another person's head. This is probably because of the long life in the palace. Ed listened to her with tears in his eyes, thinking that she had let him go. He must find Taylor. Phonia raised her golden eyes to the guy, saying that she would ask directly. The girl pointed her finger at the guy, remembering the big house with a purple light shining around it, and said that he tried to cut ties with the family because he knew about her dark side, and tried to stop Taylor from being kicked out of the house. Ed pursed his lips and looked at the girl, thinking that this is a rather harsh statement. Although it is not true, the Rottweiler family does have a dark side. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked away, saying that he had no idea what she was talking about. The guy thought that this information would only become known in the future. It was too early to discuss it now. Phonia blushed deeply out of anger, frowning and shouting that she couldn't be wrong. It was logical. Otherwise, why would he shout at Taylor? Why would he encourage the one he wanted to set up? Didn't he dislike him in the first place? Ed thought these were the exact questions, and how should he answer? He looked to the side. His nose began to lengthen as he said that he wanted to mock him, and since everyone hated him. Then if he supported Taylor, then that might change. Like, well, Phonia said irritably that anyone would understand that he was lying. Let him just tell the truth to her face. The system window showed insight sees through lies. Ed calmly said that this was the truth. The system window showed a lie. He said that he was speaking honestly. 2 more system windows showed a lie, and Phonia stamped her feet in anger, screaming. Fire came out of the girl's mouth when the guy said that he wasn't lying and the girl asked really. Ed thought that she didn't have proof yet. Besides, all his hope was that the plot wouldn't change. Steam came from Phonia's head and she exhaled, saying that she had no evidence, so they would leave it at that. The guy looked at the girl in surprise when she told him to go. Phonia pointed her thumb at the door, saying that he had been looking at the door from the very beginning. He apparently had some urgent business. Ed walked to the door, opening it and said thank you to the girl. He placed his hand on the edge of the door, thinking that this was the first time Phonia had shown such a side of itself. He remembered how the girl spoke irritably about Lortel, Glast and the servants, blushing with anger, and thought that she influenced the course of events from the very beginning, interacting with many people and events that would give him a headache. The guy closed his eyes, frowning, standing with his back to the girl, thinking that it was his own fault that he remained where he should not have been. Phonia looked back at the guy, listening in surprise as he spoke. How could his burden be comparable to hers? Perhaps he was crossing the line a little. Ed looked over his shoulder at the girl standing next to the door and said that she looked very exhausted. Paying attention to difficulties is important, but she should at least relax a little. This is not the place where you need to worry about every little thing. Phonia's eyes opened wide when the guy said that this was Sylvania Academy. He thought that Phonia had been trying to see through people throughout her life. The girl looked at the guy embarrassedly, putting her hand to her chest, and he thought that now for the first time, someone understood her. Ed ran across the floor, thinking that this is bad. He lost a lot of time. If Taylor gives up, then his quiet life, or even the whole world, could come to an end. The blonde ran to the guy who was sitting holding a broken sword, calling out to him. Ed's eyes widened in surprise as he thought about what to say, but suddenly someone shouted not to come closer. The girl with short brown hair frowned as she stood in front of Taylor, arms outstretched. The girl looked at Ed with tears in her eyes, telling him not to bother Taylor anymore. The system window showed Isla Triss, the main character. Isla spread her arms to the sides, standing opposite the blonde, and shouted that Taylor was already having a hard time without him. There was no need to harass him even more. They looked back at the guy, who clenched his hand into a fist, asking Ed was still at the academy. Ed's eyes opened wide as he thought in surprise that the spirit of fight, which never fails, no matter what the opponent, had returned to him. Taylor covered the girl with his hand, stepping forward and calling the blonde by name. He thought that willpower was clearly visible in his eyes. He understood. Isla ran forward with a frown, and Ed thought that while he and the princess were fighting, his childhood friend and ardent supporter, Isla, ran out after him immediately, without even looking back. Taylor hung his head low, sitting on a bench, while the girl next to him sat next to him with a smile, saying that it's okay, he can handle it this time, he's always done it great, he can do anything. The guy with black hair and the girl behind him frowned, looking at the blonde, and Taylor asked why he came and what business he had with him. Ed thought that as long as Isla was around, Taylor would get back on his feet from time to time. The blonde looked at them silently in surprise, his mouth parted. The sky, in which stars began to appear. Ed said that he was good with a sword. He saw it, and the black-haired man asked what he needed. Taylor bit his lip, looking at the other guy, and he thought that he had been through a lot with him, until the very end. Ed turned his back to him as he walked away and said nothing. He remembered shouting something to the guy with a frown, thinking that he thought that since he would save the world, it was enough for him to take care of his survival, and therefore worried about him, since he was the main character of the game, who would have to do the difficult job instead of him. The blonde did not turn around. His face was hidden in shadow. He smiled, looking forward, and thought that he now felt relieved, not because the story, which had deviated from the original, was back on track, but because Taylor, for whom he had played for so long, was alright. Isla and Taylor silently looked at the leaving guy, who thought that he didn't need anything else. The girl and the guy with black hair grimaced at him, asking why he was pretending to be tough. Ed walked towards the door. There was a loud explosion and the guy turned over his shoulder. He looked at the huge bright fiery explosion, asking if the time had already come. The huge red dragon opened its mouth surrounded by fire. In the original, everyone was in the arena when this happened. The man extended his hand, in front of which was a blue rune. Lortel waved her hand with a smile, releasing a wall of ice. Lortel stood in front of a huge block of ice in which the dragon was sealed. The ice began to crack, and a white light was visible inside it. The dragon opened its mouth, in which a fireball was collected, and a man sat on top of it. Janica looked forward with a smile. The fire was shining in front of her. The battle between the golden daughter Lortel and the spiritual magician Janica. Isla and Taylor looked up at this in surprise, eyes wide open. The plot was taking its course. They definitely saw them. Taylor opened his mouth slightly, his face illuminated by the light from the flames, and Ed thought he should look at it carefully. Lortel frowned, gritting her teeth and raising her hands as the fire glowed in front of her. A huge dragon towered over her, opening its mouth from which flames gushed straight at the girl. Janica looked on with a smile, surrounded by fire, and Ed thought that one of Taylor's many challenges would be the first final boss, Janica. A crowd of students surrounded a girl with pink hair, saying that they congratulated her. One of the girls said that Janica was the only one from their course who defeated a beginner. Not only is she a good person, she is also a great spiritual magician. Is there something that she not up to par? Janica smiled, closing her eyes and folding her hands, thanking everyone. Her eyes opened and she looked to the side when someone said to step aside. They were carrying a patient. Workers carried Loretel on a stretcher. The girl with pink hair looked at it in fear and guilt, her eyes wide open, while others said that Janica was the pride of the sophomores. A crowd of people gathered in the arena. Golden confetti fell from the sky. Unlike the original, Lucy defeated Taylor, and the joint battle training ended with Janica becoming the defender of honor of the sophomores. Ed held his jacket in his hands, looking to the side, and thought that she already had a lot of friends, and now her life would go at an even crazier pace. He walked through the door, throwing his jacket over his shoulder, and thought that maybe it was for the best he wouldn't meet her again in the camp. Trees and a dark sky with stars were visible. Ed thought that as soon as he contacted the main characters, his head began to spin. 2 weeks had already passed since the joint combat training. A round net was floating in the river, and the guy thought that without the main characters he was able to fully concentrate on studying and surviving. He created the first fishing net, so the issue of food was resolved. Ed stood in the river naked to the waist, holding a bag in his hand. The system window above him showed stamina 6, intelligence 5, talent 9, willpower 8, luck 6, battle, magic, life, alchemy. The guy thought that he began to feel better, perhaps because his stamina had increased. Ed walked barefoot on the ground, thinking that although 10 points were considered high, it was too early to rest. Janica blushed deeply, covering her face with her hands. She stood behind the bushes, asking if he really liked walking naked, and Ed pointed his finger at her, displeasedly asking what she was saying after she suddenly appeared. The girl was standing near the fire, and the guy asked what was wrong with this place that she kept coming here. The girl replied that it was like a secret base. She felt like an adventurer when she came here. The girl looked sadly at the fire, saying that she needed to talk to him, ask for advice. Ed put the shirt on his body, looking at the girl, asking about advice and thinking about why he had it. Janica sat on a fallen log, saying that he left early and could not see, but this happened during a joint training session. Loretel was lying on a stretcher. Her skin was dirty in some places and her clothes were torn. The girl gritted her teeth in pain, and Janica said that she had hurt someone. Ed remembered how the red-haired girl waved her hand, releasing a wall of ice, wondering if her opponent had used a mid-level spell, although the kind-hearted Janica didn't care. The pink-haired girl lowered her gaze to the ground, sadly saying that she tried to forget, but still believes that she overdid it during the fight. The guy was sitting on another log, next to her, speaking clearly, and the girl looked back at him, asking if she should apologize to her. Her friends are trying to dissuade her. Ed looked at the girl, answering that if she thinks it's necessary, then let her do it. Janica looked at the guy in surprise, hugging her knees with her hands, and the guy thought that sweet and playful Janica was like a jewel to everyone. He remembered how the girl stood surrounded by other people, thinking that because of this, when she felt guilty or criticized herself, people tried to cheer her up. The girl buried her head in her knees, lowered her gaze, and the guy thought that Janica knows that it is good to have comrades in arms, but this will not erase the bad things she did. That's probably why she came to him. Ed looked back at the girl, who said that this was what she expected from him. The girl stretched out with a smile, closing her eyes, and said that he would never just take her side. The guy closed his eyes and said that if he offended her, then he couldn't help her. Janica waved her hands with a nervous smile, saying that he didn't understand everything correctly. The girl looked at the guy, saying that she was not offended at all and thought that he was different from the one who was last year. Ed, naked to the waist, lowered his head. The guy thought that Janica was a smiling and lively girl, but also observant. She noticed that the last time he asked for money, he did not act desperately like people in his position. She felt it is clear that in fact he wanted to keep her at a distance in this way. The guy held the net in his hands, looking at the girl, who said that he encouraged her. Janica closed her eyes, leaned over and said with a smile, if only everyone in the world were like him, the girl thought. It's surprisingly comfortable with him. Fireflies flew in the sky, shining faintly. A large white building with red roofs. The next day, Ed walked quickly along the red carpet. He frowned, pursed his lips nervously, and thought that things were bad. A lot of system windows. The guy thought that the failed swordsman Sylvania was a masterpiece, but only a few saw its ending. Beginners, having had a couple of bad endings, abandoned it. For example, if, during a class determination test, they saved a girl during a kobold attack. A girl with red hair and a hood, and Taylor, next to which there was an exclamation mark. If you save the girl, you can witness the secret of the golden daughter. A man with a crazy smile put a rag to Taylor's face, who opened his eyes in fear. After she would send someone to kidnap Taylor, the system window showed, bad ending 3, Taylor was killed. In the monster-killing episode, if you skip childhood friend Isla and team up with the Golden Daughter, Isla fell from the cliff with tears in her eyes. In front of her was the inscription, "You died." The system window showed, "Bad ending 7, Isla fell from the cliff and fell to her death. The game will end as Taylor must save the falling Isla." The man stood in the fire. In front of him was the inscription, "You died. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fiery spirit called by Janica, you will die." The system window showed, "Bad ending 13, Taylor burned." Ed frowned, biting his lip when someone asked if he could hear her. The guy, shuddering, looked at the red-haired girl who stood in front of him, asking what she wanted, and she said that she didn't think that he would ignore her. Clenching his teeth, the guy thought that naturally he would do this. It's obvious. Ed thought that this was the fourth heroine of the failed swordsman Sylvania, the only daughter of business magnate Alt Ketchelm. The girl with red hair and green eyes looked up with a smile. Lorratel Ketchelm, the Golden Daughter. The girl raised her eyebrows at the guy and said that she would like to buy 2 hours of his time. The guy thought that she was also known as a rookie slayer. Fonia and Lorratel stood with their backs to each other. Lorratel Ketchelm is the hidden heroine. A girl with red hair and a hood looked down with her hand raised. Unlike Fonia, Lorratel was treated as a villain from the very beginning, but her true colors are shown in the second half of the story. The dagger was stuck in a loaf of bread, and Ed thought that when the players began to realize the reality of Lorratel's loneliness and suffering, they found themselves at a crossroads between her and Fonia. The guy closed his eyes, bowing his head when the girl called him again. He walked past her while Lorratel looked ahead in surprise, raising her hand, and the guy thought that he couldn't be fooled by her words. If he danced to Lorratel's tune, he would lose the initiative. The girl hovered around the guy, smilingly saying if he could at least listen to her. She wants to help him a little. He tiredly replied that she shouldn't make things up, and the girl asked how he could say that. She respects him. Lorratel stood opposite the guy, putting her hands behind her back, and said that everything is clear. The girl closed her eyes, leaning over with a smile and saying that she can see that he is annoyed. No wonder, under such difficult circumstances, he still manages to continue studying. Ed tiredly crossed his arms over his chest when she folded her hands and said with a sly smile that, of course, she had heard a lot about his ignorance and focus on himself, but is it really important? Lorratel held 3 gold coins between her fingers with a smile, asking him to listen to her proposal and saying that she would give him 3 coins as an advance. The guy looked in surprise at the girl, who asked, he and Janica are close, let him help her make friends with her. The guy looked at the gold coin on which the ship was depicted, thinking about 3 coins, and for someone this is a month's salary. Ed approached the girl's face, frowning and asking if the Golden Daughter really makes connections with the help of money. Lorratel with a smile reached out her hand to the guy's jacket, saying that let him take it. She stuffed the coins into the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that she understood that the more people on her side, the better. The guy looked down at her in surprise, wondering how she felt. Lorratel crossed her arms over her chest, looking up with a smile. Fonia was behind her, and the guy thought that she understood that she would have to fight with Princess Fonia for control of the academy, and that it was worth making allies now. Ed smiled. He extended his hand forward, saying that they should at least shake hands. The girl with red hair extended her hand in response, and the guy thought that it would break the heart of a man who had lived his whole life in prosperity to fall into poverty. The girl and the guy shook hands with each other, red jacket and tie around Ed's neck, who thought that surprisingly, people faced with such difficulties, a stupid opportunity usually leads to collapse. The man with gray hair stretched out his hand to the gold coins that fell into his palm. Behind him there were people who were being dragged somewhere, and Ed thought that in the end they were selling their families, pride, and even themselves for the sake of a gold coin. Lorratel stood on the ground, clutching something in her hand, and the guy thought that the desperate ones were the easiest to hunt. The girl opened her palm, in which there were 3 gold coins, and the guy thought that at least that's how it should be. The red-haired girl looked over her shoulder with a smile, saying that this was interesting. She watched as the blonde walked away down the road. Ed clenched his teeth, thinking that if he took them, it would be easier for him. His eyes were wide open, beads of sweat running down his face as he thought that he couldn't even imagine the nightmare he would have to go through if he was stuck between the Rookie Slayer and Janica, having to avoid anything that could change the course of the plot at all costs. The stars were shining in the sky above the academy. That same night, Ed's refusal did not weaken Lorratel. The pink-haired girl looked to the side when someone called out to her. Having realized all the pros and cons, benefits and personal interest, the ideal businessman will not miss a single opportunity that he can reach. Lorratel stood with a smile in the dark corridor, dressed in a white dress, saying that she did not expect to see a girl here. Janica said, "It's her. She looks different with her hair down." The red-haired girl smiled, looking at the other with her bright green eyes. On the contrary, this awakened in Lorratel an irresistible desire to make Janica one of her people. The girl remembered how she used ice magic in competitions, saying that everyone around her was only talking about how she used forbidden mid-level magic during joint combat training. Janica looked at the girl in front of her, who said that it had been a long time, but she would like to apologize since such an opportunity presented itself. Laurel thought that she would see how good the top sophomore was. Janica looked at the bandages of the girl opposite, saying that her wounds had not yet healed, and Laurel thought that she had to pay a high price for this. The redhead rubbed her hand with a smile, saying that she was sure they would heal soon. Don't worry, thinking that Janica was like the main heroines of fairy tales, she could easily be manipulated if she felt guilty. The girl with pink hair asked if she and Ed had discussed everything. The redhead looked at the girl in surprise. She asked what she was up to all of a sudden, and Janica closed her eyes with a smile, bowing her head and answering that she asks you to restrain yourself when it comes to personal matters. A fire dragon, a water horse, and 2 green and yellow spirits appeared around the girl. She said that spirits love to communicate. The girl remembered Laurel and Ed standing next to each other, and she said that she heard most of the conversation near the northern part of the forest. The redhead looked at her with wide eyes. She remembered holding 3 gold coins, smilingly asking for help to befriend Janica. The girl with pink hair came closer to the other, opening her eyes, and said that she must understand that money cannot buy sincerity. She remembered Ed holding out his hand, smiling. Laurel held 3 gold coins in her palm, and Janica said that she thought Ed's behavior was much more touching. Janica scratched the back of her head with a smile, asking if she was showing off too much. It was the first time she had a chance to talk to a junior high school student, so she couldn't resist. It turned out awkward. The redhead thought that she would have to reconsider her view about her. The girl with pink hair walked towards the door while the redhead watched them. Janica said that she had to go. Making a contract with a high-ranking spirit takes a lot of time. There are a lot of people supporting her, so she needs to try harder. The girl with pink hair called the other one without turning around, and Laurel thought that she is not like the main character of fairy tales. She does not ignore how the real world works. Janica opened the door, apologizing for that day. She suffered a lot. The girl looked over her shoulder, smiling, saying that she hoped Laurel would become stronger, and the redhead thought that she knew the dark side of this world, but she had not lost her cheerfulness. The door closed behind the girl. Laurel looked away, crossed her arms, and said that it was difficult. She frowned, looking ahead, and said that she just seemed to be on the edge. A sign above the door with Janica's name on it. Someone said she needed to work harder. Janica sat on the floor, with her back to the door, saying that because it's really great when people expect good things. Clothes were hanging on the lines, illuminated by the sun. Lucy frowned, raising her head, saying that it stinks. She flew sharply into the air, leaving a cloud of dust and knocking down things, and Ed covered his face with his hands, shouting that he had just pissed them off. The guy had a shirt on his head and pants on his hand when he looked around when someone asked who it was. The guy looked at the girl with black hair and a maid dress who was holding a basket, thinking that she was the head maid of the best hostel in Sylvania. Ofle's Belmaya. Ed remembered how he was thrown out onto the street along with his suitcases, thinking that it was she who threw him out then. The guy spread his arms to the sides, trying to say something with a smile, but Belle turned away, saying that she knows that he lives here. Mrs. Janica talked a lot about him. The girl with black hair turned to the guy, saying that she did not imagine that everything was exactly like this. Ed clutched his clothes in his hands, looking confused at the girl, who said that this was a good chance for him. He answered yes. The guy looked away, thinking that Belle's words were falling on deaf ears, while his gaze continued to glance there. He thinks of the 3 maids. One of them stood in front, with long black hair. The Elfley's maids are an elite group of women who are ideal at doing all kinds of housework, including preparing food for students. The girl held a basket on her hand. This basket may contain excellent ingredients that she collected in the forest. Such information about obtaining food cannot be obtained from books. Ed swallowed, thinking that he needed to remember if there was an event in which Belle could influence the main plot. The girl told him that she did not want to address her formally. She stood in front of the guy, looking at him, and said that he could speak arrogantly, as he did when he lived in Ofle's. The guy answered no. Belle's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the guy, who clasped his hands together with a smile, asking if a maid who always works hard deserves to be treated like this. He thought that Belle never directly influenced the main plot. The guy closed his eyes, smiling and saying, by the way, about this basket, he thought that then, he believes, there will be no problems if they, the minor characters, become friends. A basket of herbs, berries, and mushrooms stood on the ground. The system window showed. He heard Belle talk about various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs. The system window showed. The creation is complete. The skill has grown. The fish farming net, a properly stretched net, reinforced with branches and installed so that it does not break from the flow of water. The prey can live there for several days. There was a fishing net floating in the water with several fish in it. There were sticks on the ground on which meat was dried. Ed thought that he had plenty of fish and meat. The problem with food was almost completely solved. Surrounded by stones and sticks, there was a golden goblet of water on the ground. The guy set ignition. Fire appeared around the goblet, and the water in it began to boil. The guy raised his head with a smile, sitting on a log and looking at 2 system windows that showed fire magic ignition. Level 10, air magic, wind blade. Level 10, the guy thought that he still only mastered 2 basic spells, but used it so many times that I reached the 10th mastery level without even noticing. There were yellow flower leaves floating in the golden goblet. The system window showed herbal tea made from herbs, which Belle said smelled delicious. Ed thought that if you drink it while cutting wood or cooking, your stamina will increase significantly. The guy held the cup with grass leaves, bringing it to his face. He sat on a log, opposite the mountains behind which the sun was setting, and thought that this proved that the sun had not yet set. The guy looked forward with a smile, thinking that, to be honest, he had to admit it was even fun. Something in the sky shone brightly with an orange light. Ed looked up in surprise at this. A star in the sky descended, landing on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Ed flew to the side, screaming, sticks and small stones flying next to him. A dense fog rose around. Ed helplessly lowered his gaze, sitting in the rubble, talking about his precious camp. In the dense white fog, fragments of wood were visible. Further on, a silhouette could be seen in the white fog. Lucy, with her hair down, surrounded by blue energy, sat in a hole in the ground, saying that she almost died. The girl looked forward with wide open eyes, repeating that she almost died, and Ed dusted off his pants, standing up, asking her something, thinking that she was the strongest magician in the world, who could. The girl trembled, lowering her gaze, saying that it was at the hands of Belle, and the guy remembered the maid with vegetables, saying that she was good. Lucy stood in front of the maid, who looked at her gloomily, rolling up her sleeve, and the girl said that she skipped class as always, but for some reason she was not in a good mood, her fist clenched tighter than usual. The girl looked away, exhaled, and said that everything happened so suddenly that she quickly teleported here. The girl sat in front of a huge hole in the ground, saying that it would be painful to get hit by it. Ed clenched his teeth in anger, veins popping out on his face as he thought about Belle. The guy hit the girl with white hair on the head when she asked if there was any jerky, and the guy shouted that she had destroyed everything. Lucy opened one eye, looking at the guy, and rubbed her head, and he looked at her in confusion, wondering why she didn't use a protective spell. Lucy turned around, rubbing her head, and said that she had used up all her magic. The guy asked the truth, and she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Ed looked at her with an evil smile with red glowing eyes, holding his middle finger with his thumb, and said that this was for her for his just destroyed house. The mountains and the setting sun were visible. The girl was heard to scream, and the guy said that this is Mrs. Belle, who takes care of her like a mother. A white castle with a round roof. The guy thought that he needed a stronger house. He would build it from wood. Ed closed the book while sitting by the bookcases and thought that with such a busy schedule, it was good that he could get any knowledge from the library, saying that all that was left was to learn about sanding wood and creating a roof. Someone said they were closing, and the guy looked to the side. In front of him stood a girl with pink hair that was braided in 2 ponytails. She said that he was studying hard. The guy asked if so much time had already passed. He didn't even notice. The girl closed her eyes with a smile and bowed her head, saying that it's nothing to worry about, seeing someone who studies so diligently. Her motivation to follow his example only intensifies. The system window showed Elka Islan, Faculty of Magic, first-year student. The girl with shining eyes looked at the guy, and he, looking at her in confusion, thought that she seemed to be trying to force him to say her name with her eyes. Ed turned to the side, saying his name. The girl's eyes widened in shock when the guy said that he was Ed Rottailer, thinking that this was a familiar reaction. Notoriety does not go away so quickly, nothing surprising, although he has been living according to his conscience lately. The guy's eyes widened when Elka said that he was completely different from how he was described. She looked at the books at the guy's feet, saying that he had read all the books on the study of elements, but she couldn't even understand them in a couple of days, and today he had mastered about 6 technical texts while he was sitting here. The setting sun was shining from the window, and the girl said that people say he is arrogant, but they clearly don't know him. Elka smiled, closed her eyes, and said that it seems that rumors should not be trusted. The guy in the red cloak that fluttered behind him, she said she was sure he was an honest man. She stood in front of the guy who was sitting on the floor, looked at him, and said that she would root for him. He thanked the girl. Elka went behind the bookcase and waved her hand, wishing him a good trip and saying that she needed to clean up and return to the dorm. There was a loud noise, and Ed looked around, wondering what it was. He and the girl sat down on the floor, heads down and holding onto the bookcase. Elka turned to the side in fear, raising her gaze. She looked at the books and cabinet that were falling towards her. A huge purple seal was visible in the sky, from which a bright beam of light fell to the ground. The system window showed 11:30, the temporary camp in front of the student center, the courtyard illuminated with purple light. Thanks to the main character Taylor and the efforts of his friends, many students gathered in this camp. 2 hours have passed since the beginning of the unprecedented disaster. A bright beam of light was visible above the academy. There was a purple rune in the sky. Someone said that she had seen something like this in a book on spiritual magic. There was a dark purple mist flying around the purple rune, and the girl said that it was the rune of summoning the high-ranking spirit of darkness, Glaskin. Phonia crossed her arms over her chest as she stood in front of the two students, saying that it was bad. There was only one person whose level was enough to summon such a number of spirits. Janica with red glowing eyes extended her hand forward. There was purple energy around her, as well as monsters with red eyes. Phonia said that it was very likely that their enemy, the one who went into a rage because of the spirit of darkness, the best second-year student, Janica. All the students looked at the girl silently, standing opposite her. Phonia looked away when someone said that it was sad. But there was no time for that now. If Isla was right, then the barrier that the students were hiding behind was unlikely to last long. Taylor waved his hand, frowning. There was a system window under him. Taylor, military department, first year. The guy said that now that Glaskin has appeared, there will be more casualties. They need to hurry to the student center. A man with red hair and armor, Clark, captain of the Imperial Guard. The man said that the people behind the barrier will quickly find their way when the Imperial Guard and professors take over. The girl with red wavy hair next to him, Alvira Aniston, first year alchemy department, she said that since this is the spirit of darkness, then the barrier must be strong. They must deal with it from the inside. Director Obel is out of town now. Phonia, Isla, and Taylor looked at the girl, while Zix and Clevius sat aside. Alvira said that if they unite, she is sure that they will defeat even a high-ranking spirit. The guy with black hair opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth. Clevius Northanadale, military department, first year. The guy said that he was against it. There was a bright purple light outside the academy. Two blue spirits were flying in the air, and the guy said that even if they defeat the mid-level spirits and defeat the boss, is she really going to enter the building and catch Janica? A bright purple beam of light. The guy shouted that this was not all. The spirit of a purple dragon with flames on its head and a huge black demon with 6 horns and red eyes. Clevius said that there are high-ranking spirits inside. 2 of them are the fiery berserker spirit, Tarkin, and the spirit of darkness, Bolospheres. The guy opened his eyes wide in panic, shouting loudly that this was akin to suicide. He would not go. Loratel looked to the side, nervously asking, she really called them all? She understands that Janica is the best student in the course, but doesn't she have too much power since she summoned Glaskin and other spirits at the same time? Isla put a finger to her chin, thoughtfully saying that most of this was the result of the powers of the Bolospheres, and Janica was hardly average. The black demon raised his hands, holding the body of Janica on threads, who lowered her head low. Isla said that the spirits of darkness are the enemies of spiritual magicians who simply would not have the strength to control them, and demons, on the contrary, can take control of such a magician who will behave strangely when he finds himself prey. A demon with bright red eyes and a goat's head. The girl said that now Janica, the most prominent spiritual mage in the academy, is at the mercy of the Bolospheres. Zix opened his mouth, saying that for now something else is important. The guy frowned and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he needed to decide what to do, and only one person could do it. Phonia frowned, pursing her lips as the guy asked her to tell them what to do. The girl stood in front of all the students, at a moment when everyone was waiting for her decision. The girl pursed her lips. She remembered the words of one guy. She remembered how Ed stood at the door, looking back at her, saying that no matter what burden he was carrying, how could it be comparable to her? She should relax a little. It would be great if everything were that simple. The girl opened her mouth, saying that they would leave in an hour. Everyone looked at her seriously when the girl said, but only she, her guard Clark, and the best students from each class, only those who have proven their abilities will go. Let them prepare and tune in. Phonia crossed her arms and said that she takes full responsibility. The girl turned to the side when someone called her, saying that they found out how things were going for the students living in the teacher's area. The guy with brown hair got down on one knee, telling the princess that Audrey's hall and the potions archives were under attack. It was unlikely that anyone would join them from there. Phonia put her hand on her head, closed her eyes, and said that it was coming out. They alone would have to take action. Someone shouted that there was one. The girl with purple hair pushed the 2 guys away, running towards the princess, and said that she was walking from the library, and it was her friend, an apprentice librarian and a second-year student. Phonia looked at the girl, asking what her name was. The girl screamed that her name was Elka, and Zix's eyes widened in shock. The guy took the purple-haired girl by the shoulders and, frowning, asked if she had made a mistake. She answered no. They were attending classes together for librarian apprentices, learning how to use grimoires. Zix turned around, clenching his hands into fists, and walked forward, saying that he must save her now. Elka does not have enough strength to defend herself. Phonia and Loratel stood in front of him. The redhead extended her hand, telling him to calm down. The library is far from here. Now the main problem is Janica. The princess said that everything is right, especially since she is a sophomore. The girl asked why he shouldn't rely on him, and the guy looked down at them nervously, biting his lip. Phonia looked at the purple-haired girl, asking if she was sure someone was with her. Zix started shaking the girl by her clothes, irritably asking what she was hiding. She opened her mouth, a tear running down her cheek as she said Ed's name. The girl said that Ed was there and Zix's face was distorted with anger, his eyes glowed red. The girl with purple hair closed her eyes, crying and apologized, saying that he sat there until closing, she was tired of waiting and she left him at Elka. They all know what kind of person he is. All the students nervously thought about the blonde's evil, smiling face, and the girl with purple hair said that Elka didn't care about the rumors about him, so she stayed. The two students behind Zix looked at each other, one asked about Ed, and the other replied that it was that shameless guy and the apprentice who were stuck in the library together. The princess looked at the guy, who clenched his teeth and extended her hand, calling him. She stood in front of him, spreading her arms to the sides and asked him to wait. Phonia frowned, nervously looking at the guy, and muttered that even if that was the case, why shouldn't he trust the guy? High above the academy, a bright purple beam of light shone. Isla, Taylor, and Clark silently, nervously looked ahead. Loretel looked in surprise at the princess, who looked back at her. Zix's face was hidden in shadow as he stood silently before them. The guy suddenly jumped into the air, leaving a stream of wind behind him, while the princess stood still in surprise. Purple demons ran across the ground, roaring loudly. Zix flew through them, cutting the bodies of demons in the air. He thought that if Ed even touched her with a finger, he would grind him into powder. The boy's face contorted with anger as he flew forward, shouting Ed's name. The expression rags to riches doesn't even come close to describing the amazing life of Zix, the grass spear. The man's hand rested on the ground near the grass. The guy thought that judging by the size it was an adult male, given the condition of the bark of the trees nearby. He had been here recently. The guy looked forward with his green bright eyes. He hid in the bushes, keeping an eye on the deer, thinking that he had been caught. Zix had a sharp dagger in his hand, and he thought that the steppes in the north are wild lands where the voice of the empire does not reach. The deer raised its head as a shadow loomed over it. Zix jumped over the deer, raising his weapon above his head, and thought that this is a world where at the end of the day, you need to check whether your head is still on your shoulders. Zix, born into a family of nomads who traveled through these lands, he separated from them before he came of age. The guy was dragging the head of a deer along the ground. He didn't even suspect when he was kicked out why they did it and whether he would still be able to return to his family. He learned to behead deer before he could read. Other people turned around in fear. Zix mastered skinning corpses faster than selling goods. He lived like a beast. Other people watched as the guy dragged the deer, leaving a trail of blood. They said, "Is he really a child of barbarians? They say they even eat human flesh." The guy looked at someone in front of him in surprise, and the man asked what his name was. Zix lowered his gaze to the pink-haired girl, calling out his name. The girl smiled widely, closed her eyes, and told the guy that he looked like a wolf that walked on two legs. At the same moment, he saw his life from the outside. The girl with pink hair looked at the guy in surprise. He saw life in eternal wanderings across the expanses of the northern steppe, eating corpses on the side of the road and sleeping under the moon. The guy's hand let go of the deer. Zix was like a wolf puppy abandoned by his pack. The girl asked if he was okay. Zix looked forward with wide open eyes, from which tears flowed, and thought that he had been so alone all this time. On the day of their first meeting, Zix suddenly felt lonely. The guy stood in front of a man with gray hair, lowered his head and shook his hand. Elka stood next to him. She and her father accepted him into their home. Meat, soup, and bread. Zix tried to keep up with the fast pace of the civilized world. The guy looked in surprise at the stick that was flying in the air. There was green energy around him in the stick. Elka stood nearby with a smile. The guy almost forgot his wild life. Elka with a smile cut Zix, who lowered his gaze in embarrassment. The blue demons looked forward predatorily with their glowing eyes. The guy flew next to them, cutting their heads from their bodies. His face contorted with rage. He looked forward with wide eyes. When it comes to protecting Elka, he is ready to become a beast again. Elka sat scared on the floor, while behind her with an evil smile, Ed pulled his hands towards her. Zix thought that the blonde cheated on the test, insulted the princess, and harassed one first-year student. The guy quickly ran along the bright corridor of the academy. Zix frowned, eyes wide and staring ahead. He saw Ed, who was sitting against the wall, holding his shoulder, calling him. The blonde looked up at him, asking who he was. Zix grabbed the guy by the shirt and irritably asked where Elka was and why he was here. He replied that she was in the reading room on the 3rd floor. Zix let go of the guy who fell and called the girl, then ran along the corridor. He sharply opened the door to the office, asking if everything was okay with the girl. Elka was lying on the table while sleeping, covered with a red jacket. The guy in front of her clenched his trembling hand into a fist, exhaling in relief. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, putting his hand to his head and saying that it's true, thank you. The guy opened his eyes, looking to the side. He looked at the bookcases around him, thinking that these bookcases were difficult for even a grown man to lift, but they were placed around Elka as protection. Zix looked at the curtained windows, thinking that they were curtains so that spirits would not look in. The guy put his hand on the board where something was written. It was written in chalk on the board that when you wake up, don't panic and stay here, everything will be resolved before sunset. So don't let her worry, let her close the doors and don't provoke the spirits, let her think about her safety and don't act rashly. Zix stood near the board while the girl was sleeping on the table and thought that someone was protecting her. He approached the table, taking the jacket, which had blood on it, and thought that it was not Elka. The guy looked at the trail of blood on the floor that led to the open door. Ed, stained with blood, sat leaning on the foot of the statue, where the maiden held the young man in her arms. The guy held onto his shoulder, while Zix thought that he tried to keep her safe, despite his own wounds. The jacket belongs to him. The blonde looked forward, blood was visible on his face and Zix wondered why he did this. Ed silently looked up and thought that he was so close. 3 hours ago, books were falling from bookcases when the ground shook. Dust rose in the office next to the window. Ed held the pink-haired girl on his shoulder with his other hand holding the cabinet. Blood dripping from his face as he said it was a good thing he was constantly training. The plot was moving faster than he expected. The guy looked out the window, where a purple ray of light was visible, and thought that, judging by the summoning rune, the Glaskin confrontation would soon begin. Ed pulled the curtain on the window, thinking that he was sure that Taylor could handle it, and he shouldn't even look in the direction where the main characters were full. The guy frowned, pursed his lips and thought that the course of events could not be allowed to change. Elka was lying on the table while Ed, clenching his teeth, lifted the cabinet, thinking that it was better not to sit idly by. Soon there would be a lot of low-ranking spirits. You need to close the doors so that they don't come in, and have time to somehow protect your shelter. The guy wearily held the cabinet, thinking that now he will eat dried meat and search for information all night. Janica sat on a lion with a smile, closing her eyes. Around her there was a green snake with horns and a blue owl. The guy thought that Janica's strength was made special by her understanding of the spirit and connection with the spirit. These two characteristics are pumped through a contract with the spirits. The guy walked out the door of the reading room, thinking that since meeting with spirits is her field of activity, for him, who does not even see them, increasing spiritual characteristics is close to impossible. Many dark spirits with yellow eyes, opening their mouths, flew forward and the guy thought that, however, Janica was killing the materialized spirits. Ed raised his hand with green energy glowing above it, thinking it was a sweet coincidence. The guy extended his hand with a smile, jumped forward and thanked him for the training. Ed looked up at the 3 system windows that said Fire Magic, Ignition Level 12, Spiritual Magic, Spirit Connection Level 7, Spirit Understanding Level 7. The guy thought that their speed was just insane, Ignition at the 12th level, and even Spiritual Magic was at the 7th level. He was so close. If he had reached a total of 15th level of communication with the spirit and understanding of spirits, he would also be able to enter into contracts with them. Ed closed his eyes, thinking that he had already brought himself to the limit. A little more and maybe trouble would have happened. Zix walked along the corridor, holding the girl on his back, asking what the blonde was doing here. Zix's eyes weren't visible and the blonde thought that it looked like he couldn't ignore him, seeing him resting there covered in bruises. Ed scratched his cheek, looked at him and said that he was training. Thinking there was no reason to lie, Zix sighed, asking what. He opened his mouth slightly, thinking, practicing, only the most naive person in the world would believe this. Zix clenched his teeth and answered clearly. It seems that he finally understood what Ed is like and has always been like. The blonde's eyes widened as he looked at the guy. He bowed to him, lowering his head slightly and said that he was his great debtor. Zix lowered his gaze to the floor, frowning and said that when the time comes, he will repay the debt at any cost. Ed looked at the guy in surprise, lowered his gaze and thought that, for sure, Elka was his beloved. But even for the plot she was not important, so she did not appear in it, so he forgot her. The guy with brown hair looked at him seriously, pursing his lips, and the blonde thought that this guy was Taylor's friend, whom he had trusted from the very beginning of the story. He was incredibly important. The blonde opened his mouth, saying that it looked like he left the student center and came running here. Ed turned his back to the guy, looked over his shoulder at him and told him that since he was convinced that everything was okay with Elka, then let him go and do whatever he had to do. Let him come back. The blonde thought that he shouldn't be here. The blonde leaned over, telling the guy to help Taylor. If he does what he says, then everything will be resolved. Zix asked in surprise about Taylor, and the blonde replied that yes, he is always on the verge of failure. Zix frowned at the blonde, who was dusting off his shirt, saying that he didn't understand why he had such a good opinion of him. He hadn't even mentioned him in conversation before. Taylor with orange eyes waved his sword, cutting the huge demon, and had said that it was not a matter of good opinion, but of compatibility. The shell of the high-ranking fire spirit Tarkin can only be pierced by cutting the element. The guy thought that he was studying this technique in the first Act 9 scene. He will need it to complete this episode. If he gets Taylor to use it, he will win. Zix lowered his head, saying thank you for the advice. The blonde said that he didn't have much time, let him hurry, and for now he will rest here. The guy exhaled as Zix left with the girl on his back, and the blonde thought that he even gave him instructions, so everything should go according to the course of the plot. The guy froze, thinking that something was wrong. He He remembered how Zix had asked displeasedly that he didn't understand why he had such a good opinion of Taylor. He hadn't even mentioned him in conversation before, and Ed wondered if he still hadn't become friends with Taylor. Act 1, Scene 9, End of Semester Assessment. Taylor sat on the ground, holding the hand of Zix, who helped him rise. In the duel, Taylor suffered greatly, but he studied the cut of the element with which he broke through the magic of Zix, who appreciated his perseverance and recognized him. In the end, they both became friends. However, the last scene of the first act took place a month earlier than in the original plot. Episode 1, Last Chapter, Confrontation, Galaskina, a huge purple rune above the academy, from which a bright beam of light emanated. And the 9th scene of the first act had not yet happened. As a result, Zix did not make friends with him, and Taylor was not able to study the section of the element. The guy with black hair walked forward with his fists clenched, followed by the rest of the group of students. The fire demon's eyes glowed. As a result, no one in the attack squad can damage Tarkin. The huge dragon opened its mouth, standing over the students. Ed previously refused to understand that the plot had already completely gone down the wrong path. The student center, the base of the attack squad, had a red flag hanging on the lamppost, and wooden barricades were visible. Zix closed his eyes and bowed slightly, asking for forgiveness for the delay and saying that he would definitely repay for his actions. Tired, bloody students looked at him, and Phonia in the center looked at him, telling him to forget. Even with him they would have lost. The first attack attempt failed. Clark sat, his leg was bandaged, and he held his sword on the ground, looking back and saying that if they try again, they better take more reinforcements. He will join them as soon as the pain in his leg subsides. Phonia replied that this is not the case, we need to let him rest, he can't even walk. The girl bit her lip, trembling, when the knight said that if she was really worried about him, then she should cancel her order. The girl replied that she also had a heart. She looked at Clark, who was sitting with his head down, and Clevius, who fearfully hugged his knees while sitting on the ground. The girl thought that fortunately they managed to retreat, but Clark dropped out of the squad, and Clevius, the best first-year student of the military faculty, received wounded. How can they deal with everything? Phonia closed her eyes with a sigh and said that they would try to kill Tarkin with the forces of the remaining people. Someone said that they did not have time to do it. Phonia, Isla, Taylor, and Zix turned to look at the blonde man who approached them. The guy said that judging by the summoning stage, it will end very soon. The blonde frowned, looking at the guy. Ed walked forward, offering to split up and thinking that this was the last thing he wanted to do, but there was no choice. Ed, who was stained with blood, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, saying that he would take over the other side. The guy thought that from now on he would have to interfere in the course of the plot. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman Strategy Guide Episode 1 is a walkthrough for beating the final boss for beginners and includes as much information and strategy coverage as possible. A map showing the student square and several buildings. All the academy students turned to the blonde with surprised glances, thinking that it was Ed. Clevius frowned at the guy, asking if he really thought this was all a joke. Zix put his hand out in front of him, looked at the guy, and told him to listen to him first. Ed frowned, remembering the demon with red eyes, with a purple ball in his hand, inside of which there was a girl, and about the dragon demon, saying that they must go through the fiery spirit Tarkin, which Janica summoned, and deal with the spirit of darkness, Bolosphere, which subjugated her. Tarkin opened his mouth as rays of ice bounced off him, and the guy said that, however, they had already noticed that in the battle against Tarkin, due to his armor, it was impossible to damage him, but they did not have to fight against him. In front of Tarkin stood a group of 3 students. The blue arrow pointed at them, the luring team. A group of 5 stood behind the demon near the door. The arrow pointed at them, the pacification team. The guy said that as soon as one team distracts him, the other will enter the sites to train and pacify Janica. You just have to go through Tarkin, and you can go directly to the girl. Loratel frowned, asking him to wait, and said that they had not encountered anyone like Tarkin in their fighting training. They managed to get away thanks to just luck. The 3 people were pushed away, and the red people looked in surprise at the Bolosphere in front of them. The girl asked that if the luring team failed and Tarkin began to chase the pacification team, or suddenly everything went wrong and the luring team was destroyed, they would end up having to deal with both monsters. This is a big risk. Ed looked at the girl, saying that the risk can be weighed when there are options. Their main goal is to defeat Janica, because then Tarkin will lose power. Zix stood behind the blonde, who looked back at him, and said that the problem was whether anyone would want to be on the lure team. The red-haired girl looked back, pointing at the sad students, and said that then they would choose from those who couldn't wait to kill themselves. One of the people raised his hand and he said. Taylor looked forward resolutely, holding out his hand, and said that he would go, but someone said no. Ed displeasedly told him to stop behaving like that. He would definitely be on the pacification team. The blonde pushed Taylor in the back and he turned around displeasedly, saying that he runs fast, he doesn't know how long he can do it, but if they choose anyone, then him. The blonde said that he is mistaken, they are not looking for scapegoats. Ed frowned, looked up at the guy and said that it was not necessary to split equally. The blonde raised his head, saying that Clevius and Loretel would be enough, the three of them would distract Tarkin. The guy with black hair frowned, asking why he didn't want to die. The girl looked away, saying that she would probably refuse. The blonde turned to them, spreading his arms to the sides and told them to trust him, there is a way to win. Clevius grabbed his hair, asking to fight Tarkin with him, death is better. The blonde thought that they didn't have much time. Phonia said that he said everything correctly and the blonde looked back at her in surprise. The girl closed her eyes and, putting her hand to her face, said that she still did not understand his intentions. She removed her hand from her face and said that she, the third princess, Phonia orders that they be divided into teams. She, Zix, Taylor and Isla decisively walked forward together. The red-haired girl walked behind them. The princess called out their names, saying that they would be on the Janica subduing team. Clevius looked at them in surprise, and Loretel crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes, while Ed looked forward decisively when the princess called out their names, saying that they were on the luring team. Phonia looked at them worriedly, saying that she would say the last part briefly because they didn't have much time. The two teams ran in different directions, clenching their hands into fists, and the girl told them to survive. Neil Pavilion, corridor, Ed and two students behind him found themselves in a white corridor, and beyond that a blue demon could be seen. Loretel looked back at the guy, asking how he was going to stall for time against this fiery lizard. He rubbed his hand, telling her to do everything he said. The three of them ran forward towards the sleeping Tarkin, saying that if everything goes according to plan, they will definitely win. The blonde looked at the other guy, telling him not to worry, and Clevius looked back at him in surprise. The blonde thought that the sullen Clevius was very cowardly and unconfident, despite his abilities, but he was the best student among the first years at the military faculty. The blonde looked at the guy, nodding to him and saying that he could handle it. Clevius pursed his lips, thinking that he was full of confidence. He watched as Ed smiled, wondering if he really has a plan. Tarkin stood on the ground with his blue paw. He lowered his head, waving his tail, and Clevius thought that Janica was behind that door. They just need to distract the demon. The guy thought about how Phonia looked forward resolutely, crossing her arms over her chest, and thought that the princess's determination convinced him, so he came here. The guy lowered his head, smiled, and thought that he was not alone. He resolutely raised his head, looking forward, and thought that he would be able to develop his courage. Clevius covered his face with his hands as the dragon raised its head and blue energy began to gather in its mouth. He turned to the side in fear, shouting that he was advancing, that the battle would begin now, and where to lure him. Clevius looked in surprise at the void behind him where his two comrades should have been. He looked at this in surprise, standing alone opposite Tarkin. The dragon brought its mouth closer behind the back of the guy, who lowered his gaze in fear. The dragon growled and Clevius began to run away in fear with tears in his eyes, shouting that he had been deceived. Why did they do this? Loretel stood on the street near the building while the guy shouted that they were crazy. Let them come back now, he hates them, and so does the whole world. The girl closed her eyes and sighed. She remembered how Ed stopped her while Clevius was running towards the dragon, and the blonde told her to get out of here. They managed to bring Clevius. That was all. The redhead looked at the guy with a smile, sighed, and asked if he was really going to sacrifice him. Not a bad idea, but he could not avoid moral criticism. He replied that this was not a sacrifice. Tarkin bit the pillar, trying to catch Clevius, who pushed off the pillar, landing on the floor, and the blonde said that despite his appearance, he is the best student and very resilient. Blue energy shone in front of the red-haired girl, lighting up her face, and she remembered how the blonde said that she would get a more important task. Outside the Neil Pavilion, outside the training grounds, Loretel stood in front of the wall with her hand pointed forward as blue energy gathered around her, remembering Ed's words that she would guard the passage for the pacification team and deal a critical blow to Tarkin. The girl closed one eye with a smile. A lot of blue runes appeared behind her as she said that she shouldn't have made hasty conclusions about him just from listening to enough gossip. She remembered how Ed looked at her, tilted his head, and said that he was sure. All the guys doubt themselves and hesitate, but she controls her emotions well. The guy told her to just blow up the passage, and a lot of ice shards appeared around Loretel. There was a huge explosion near the wall, sending dust into the air. Broken stones fell to the ground. The girl stood in front of a huge hole. Ice shards were stuck in the stones next to her. Phonia and the rest of the group looked on in shock with their eyes wide open, and the princess asked what she was doing. Loretel looked over her shoulder at them with a smile, saying that they could pass. The girl remembered how a huge beam of flame shone in the arena, thinking that during joint training she had blown up the ceiling of the Neil Pavilion with forbidden mid-rank magic. The girl smiled, wondering if that was why Ed had entrusted this matter to her. She watched the suppression team run into the passage and thought that Ed was an amazing guy. The passage was open. Loretel turned her gaze back, thinking that there was only one thing left. Clevius ran out of the building while the dragon was chasing him, screaming in fear that he would kill Ed and Lortel. They wouldn't get away with it. The girl pursed her lips and frowned, directed her 2 hands forward. Energy appeared around her and she remembered the words of the blonde, who said that even if the plan worked and the team passed without encountering Tarkin, Clevius and they would have to deal with him since he walks around. Clevius fearfully ran away from the dragon, who ran after him, his mouth open, and the girl recalled how Ed said that since they went against Tarkin, there was no other choice, asking if she wanted to try to kill him. The blonde smiled, looking decisively at the girl, and said that they still wouldn't be able to escape. The only way out was to detain him. He remembered how the fire dragon spewed flames at Lortel, who had a shield around her, and the girl then told him that because of the armor, their attacks were useless. Hadn't he seen? They had already lost to him once, not to mention the fact that no one was even able to inflict scratches on him during the previous outing. Ed shook the bag in his hand with a smile, saying that they are using it against his armor. Let it prepare and accumulate mana. The girl asked what was there. Ed ran down the corridor, clenching his hands into fists, thinking that Lortel was right. The girl with red hair waved her hand, forming an ice wall, behind which Clevius ran. The redhead raised her hand and a huge ice wall appeared in front of them. Tarkin broke through the ice wall, looking at them with glowing eyes, and Ed thought that without cutting the element, none of their team would break Tarkin's armor. Ed clenched his teeth and kicked the door, jumping into the room. He lowered his gaze, thinking that he needed enormous fiery power. He looked at Lucy, who was sleeping on the floor. The guy remembered the manual for the first battle, thinking that the final battle was already very difficult. Only very few tried to fulfill the additional conditions. He remembered that the manual said that Lucy sleeps on the roof in the Oval Hall and thought that they didn't have unlimited time anyway. Ed irritably held the girl on his shoulder, who said that she wanted to sleep and thought that how could she sleep in such a situation. He remembered how the girl landed at his camp, thinking that Lucy had no place to sleep because the shelter was destroyed. She climbed onto the roof and slept all this time, since according to the plot she was supposed to be absent. In front of Lucy there was a maid who looked at her irritably, and the guy thought that Janica was in bad shape, which made Belle angry, so Lucy ran away using all her magic and fell asleep. The girl was sleeping on the roof, closing her eyes, and the guy thought that in this way the game removed an overly strong character from the plot. Lucy looked down interestedly, asking for this jerky. There was dried meat in the bag in the guy's hands. The guy stuffed food into the girl's mouth, telling her to eat more, thinking that she didn't have the privilege of being picky right now. Ed stood on the balcony, swinging his hand in which he was holding the girl, thinking that their target was a fire lizard. He clenched his teeth, wondering if he would be able to overcome the distance. There was nothing to worry about. He often did this in the army. The guy shouted to the others to duck, throwing Lucy forward, causing the girl's clothes and hair to fly in the wind. Tarkin stood in front of the 2 students, his mouth open, gathering purple energy. Lucy frowned with tears in her eyes, muttering that he was so cruel. A bright blue light flashed next to the dragon as Ed watched from the roof. Suddenly, a bright purple energy glowed next to the dragon, sparkling with lightning. High-level electrical magic, Divine Nara. A huge bolt of purple lightning shone in front of the dragon, sparks shooting out in all directions. Lortel extended her arms, forming a shield around her, and Clevius's purple energy surged around them. Ed clenched his teeth, holding onto the railing as the powerful wind blew him away. He narrowed his eyes, frowning forward, and thought that in some way this was the most important moment. Tarkin's head turned black, purple lightning ran through it, and his body turned white. Tarkin is a high-ranking fire spirit with hard armor that they couldn't break through even if they attacked together, but Lucy's high-level magic was enough to crush it. The main character ran down the stairs, thinking that now they could inflict damage on him and gain a lot of experience points when he died. Clenching his hands into fists, Ed quickly ran, his eyes shining as he clenched his teeth and thought that since he had to go through so much, he should also take what was his. The final blow would be his. The woman with pink hair hugged the girl, closed her eyes, and said that she was very proud of her beloved daughter. The blonde smiled widely, saying that she was proud to be friends with her. The guy in the gray suit smiled, saying that she was the hope of the second-year students. No one else at the joint training battles showed decent mastery of abilities. A girl with lavender blonde hair put the book to her face with a smile, saying that she could trust her with this. The girl smiled wider, saying that without her, her second year here would have been terrible. Violet energy was flying around little Janica, and there was broken glass under her feet. The girl's legs were bleeding from the shrapnel. Someone said that they were lucky that Janica was with them. There was a bright blue explosion near the wall. Isla, Phonia, Alvira, and Zix stood behind Taylor, who held a sword in front of him. Janica thought that was all there. She thought she should greet them with a smile as usual. The girl turned towards them with a helpless smile, her eyes glowing red and dark chains around her arms and neck as she said welcome. The girl stood inside a purple ball. A dark demon with red eyes towered over her. A huge demon with 2 pairs of wings flew above the group. Behind him was a purple ray of light, around which lightning shone. Ed ran forward, looked to the side and thought that they had already started. He was sure they would succeed. The guy turned around on the ground, resting his foot on it. He stood in front of Tarkin, who was breathing purple fire at Clevius, who was running away in fear, and the blonde thought that luckily he also made it in time. The guy turned to Lortel, asking where Lucy was, and the girl, frowning, replied that she was walking around the corners somewhere nearby. The guy said that it would be good if she completed the job, and the girl replied that she was sure she had time left for this energy. Purple fire from the dragon flew forward. Lucy slept inside the protective dome while Clevius jumped away from him in fear. Ed said that they needed to finish him off, and Lortel replied that they had planned that way, but she used up all her magic to throw 2 punitive attacks at him, ice spears, and he is still standing. Ed frowned and rolled up his sleeves on his shirt, saying that he needed to cut his throat. Her magic was not very suitable for this, so he himself. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, saying that he was also at the Faculty of Magic. It was better to let Clevius do it with his sword. The guy asked if he could. Clevius sat on the ground, holding his head with tears in his eyes, and the redhead said no. She looked at Ed in surprise, who said that he would take responsibility and put an end to this, so let her just immobilize the monster. He trusts her with his life, let her try her best. The girl closed her eyes, repeating the guy's words, "I trust you with my life, I will take responsibility." Lortel looked at the blonde man who was heading towards the dragon, saying that he was just saying this, but in the end he was playing a scapegoat. The guy replied that this was not a game, the price of a person is not so small. He looked over his shoulder at the girl, saying that this was an investment. Lortel looked at him with a smile, saying that she understands such things. She likes him better than a princess who behaves like a ruler, because the blood of the emperor flows in her. The girl extended her hand, in front of which a blue rune appeared, and said that since he trusted her with his life. Lortel spread her arms to the sides. A lot of ice crystals appeared around her, and she said that she would also risk it for him. Ed kicked off the ground, saying that they were starting. Clevius behind him fell to the ground, breathing heavily, and said that he couldn't stand it anymore as the blonde ran at the dragon. Tarkin's mouth opened wide, purple fire shone brightly on his head. The blonde thought that they were both in a hopeless situation. A bright flame flared up around the dragon's mouth, shining all around, and Ed, running towards it, thought that he understood Clevius, who was scared to death. The dragon growled loudly, raising its paw above the guy. A bright green energy shone in Ed's hand, and he clenched his teeth and thought that it was still early. He needed to get closer. Someone screamed loudly, and the guy's eyes widened. Clevius sat trembling under a huge red hand that reached out to him, fearfully asking what it was. The blonde looked at it over his shoulder, gritting his teeth, and thought that this was Glaskin's right hand, which means the Taylor group had moved to the last phase. Everything was going according to plan. Ed pursed his lips, looking to the side with wide eyes, and thought that the moment was bad, it might distract. He looked at the dragon's mouth, from which purple fire was flying forward. Tarkin's head was knocked off by a huge block of ice. Lortel held her hand, the other channeling the magic, and said now with a frown. Ed thought that even during a serious shock, she did not make a single mistake. The dragon closed his eyes, squeezing his eyes shut. Green energy glowed beneath him, and Tarkin's eyes widened, looking down. Ed jumped out of his seat, clenching his teeth and rolling on the ground under the dragon, green energy shining around him, and he thought that the same thing was true for him. Frowning, Ed looked up, holding his hand, near which a ball of green energy was shining, and thought that because he had used this spell hundreds and thousands of times. Bright green beam of light, wind blade. A beam of light cut off Tarkin's head while the guy on his back was underneath him. The dragon's head fell, dissolving into rays of purple energy, sticking out its tongue. The system window showed Tarkin, a high-ranking fire spirit, defeated. 3 system windows appeared, indicating that communication with the spirit has been improved, and 2 that the understanding of spirits has been improved. The system window showed that the spirit contract slot was unlocked. Another system window showed that Ed could make a contract with the spirit. The blonde sat on the ground, turned to the bright red light, and thought about Taylor. He looked at the bright red hand in the sky, and at the man who was flying towards it from the roof. A bright red light shone around the hand, illuminating everything around it. A lot of cuts went through it, cutting off the arm. There was a bright, huge explosion, and Taylor flew down from it among the falling stones. The guy's eyes turned white. He clutched a sword in his hand, closing his eyes, and Ed thought that he was clearly the main character. Cracks appeared in the red sky. Ed, Lortel, Lucy, and Clevius looked up at the red sky that split above them, letting in a bright white light, and the blonde thought it was all over. The rising sun was visible from behind the academy building. It illuminated the tree with a bright light, and someone said that throughout her life she had met many people who said that they really risked their lives. Clevius, Lucy, Ed, and Lortel sat together by a tree, and the latter closed her eyes, saying that most of them turned out to be cowards. The blonde asked the truth. The redhead turned to him with a smile, squinting one eye, and asked what was the matter. They overcame a mortal crisis together, and he was so calm. The girl raised her hand to her chest, asking to formally introduce herself. She is Lortel Ketchum. Ed surprisedly shook the girl's hand, which she extended and said hello. He looked at his palm, which contained 3 gold coins, and the girl told him that this time she won. She stood up, turned to the guy and winked at him, sticking out her tongue, saying that she took him by surprise, now he owes her, and he won't get away. The girl looked at the guy, narrowed her eyes and said that they would see each other again. Ed wondered if she was really going to continue in the same spirit. He didn't want to have anything to do with her. The guy looked forward, noticing something. A man in black boots walked along the ground. Taylor approached the guy, lowered his head and said that he was offended by him. He thinks he understands the reasons. The blonde thought that judging by the appearance, his swordsman form appeared. It was also in the game. It looks cool. Ed looked up in surprise at the guy in front of him, who said that there is something despite this. Taylor bowed to the guy, lowered his head and said that duty is duty, thank him. Clevius clenched his hand into a fist and shouted to the guy with displeasure that there is no need to show respect to such a person. No one knows when he will attack them on the sly. He almost died because of him. Zix crossed his arms over his chest, telling him to shut up. Loratel said with a dark smile that he talks a lot, and Phonia also frowned and told him to shut up. Clevius sadly covered his face with his hands, and the princess bowed her head and said that Ed had done a lot for them this time. She could recommend him to the student council, but the blonde didn't need to answer. He rose from the ground, lowered his head and said that Lucy made the biggest contribution, and Taylor killed Bolosphere and Glaskin, so let her pay attention to them. Elvira stood next to the princess with a smile, looking at the guy and said that he refused to admit that it was no secret that Lucy and Taylor did a great job, but they were talking about what happened besides their contribution, or he was embarrassed. Zix frowned at the girl, saying that he was older than her, and the redhead clenched her teeth, irritably asking why he continued to stay on his side. The guy told her to show respect by looking at them. Ed thought that he was keeping his distance from main characters so as not to influence the course of events. He looked at them with a smile, tilted his head and thought that, however, looking at them all, he felt warmth. Broken stones could be seen on the ground. Taylor stood with his eyes closed next to Isla, who was looking at him. Clevius and Zix walked behind them. Phonia stood to the side, and Elvira stood on the rubble behind her, waving her hand. Ed thought that he had been so long watched them for a long time and constantly solved their problems. A guy with white hair who looked forward. Isla stood nearby with a smile, and the blonde thought that Taylor was getting stronger with every workout and the girl was not lagging behind. Phonia's face was illuminated by the bright sun, and the guy thought that she had accepted her destiny to become a ruler and was gradually growing up. Zix pursed his lips and raised his head, looking forward, and Ed thought that he had found his place in civilization. Clevius looked to the side. Elvira next to him looked forward with a smile, and Ed thought that the guy was gaining self-confidence. And the girl realized that life is not only fun and entertainment. Loratel crossed her arms over her chest, looking over her shoulder, and the guy thought that she, who had been swimming in money all her life, had reconsidered her principles. They all stood together, illuminated by the bright sun, and the guy thought that each of them was the main character, playing his role. At the end, a trophy called Success awaits them. The red-haired girl looked at the tree where there was no one, and Ed thought that despite this, he turned away from them. The guy was holding a round stone in his hands. He threw it on the ground, leaving the door along the destroyed stones, and thought that this was a place where it was impossible to get to following the game plot. Ed walked into the hall where there was an arena, in which there was a large dent. Large pieces of stones lay on the ground. He thought that this was the scene after the end of the story. The guy approached the fallen cabinet, thinking that it was a spare podium, where Lucy usually does during joint training. The guy opened the closet doors, thinking that no matter how much he thought about it, and something seemed wrong, he had to come here. The guy frowned, lowering his gaze. Janica was lying in the closet. Her clothes were torn and she closed one eye with a smile, laughing. Ed thought that in order to highlight the success of the main characters, someone should stay behind the scenes. The blonde remembered standing by the tree with his arms crossed over his chest. Asking Loratel why Janica was mad, she looked up and replied that she had no idea. The girl remembered how at night she watched Janica walking towards the room, saying that she once accidentally saw her room. The room behind Janica, illuminated by the moonlight from the window. Every item there was a wonderful symbol of the sincerity and gratitude shown to her. There were a lot of notes hanging on the board on the wall. There were boxes with gifts on the table. There wasn't even room left on the huge table to open the textbook. There were sticky notes on the wall with words of encouragement, and the sticky notes above the table weighed down on her like a rock. Janica picked up the gift in the blue box. The solution was very simple. She had to take off the stickers and move the mountain of gifts to the corner of the room. Janica's troubles grew out of her inability to do as the main character of a fairy tale would do. Janica lowered her head, standing with a box in her hands in the center of the room littered with gifts and notes, duty-bound to honor all the good wishes and sincerity she received from the world. A huge dark demon flew in the air, surrounded by purple lightning, holding the girl in a sphere. There is no need to explain how reckless it was. Bolosphere took advantage of the darkness in her soul and Janica went mad. However, why did everything happen a month earlier? Defeated, Taylor lay near the wall. The girl with pink hair was surrounded by a crowd of students, joint combat training. In the original, the hero of this episode was Taylor, but since Lucy knocked him out with one blow, then all the students became fans of Janica. Lucy slept on her clothes in the forest. The reason for the guy's defeat was the contract between Merylda and Lucy. They entered into it because Lucy often visited the northern part of the forest. Ed sat in the forest near his hut, looking around in confusion. She slept there because there was an ideal place to sleep. Ed sighed quietly. Looking down, the one who built this place turned out to be a character who should have left at the beginning of the first act. Closing her eyes with a smile, Janica rubbed her head, saying that she seemed to understand why Lucy was sleeping here. It was very cozy here. She didn't think that the guy would find her so easily. It seems that the others forgot about her amid the chaos that was happening. It's unpleasant. There was a large hole left on the stage. There were fragments of stones lying nearby. The girl said that she had caused damage on such an incredible scale in front of everyone, and now she was sitting on the sidelines. It seemed to her that they would start looking for her with the words, "Where is Janica?" The guy replied. So that's why she hid, and the girl laughed, saying that she would not argue. Janica sat on the ground, hugging her knees, and said that she didn't expect him to find her right away. She wanted to stay here longer. Ed asked why, and the girl closed her eyes and smiled. Her hair covered one of her eyes, and a shadow fell on her body when she said that she was about to cry. The guy looked at her silently, lowering his gaze. He looked back at Merylda, who towered over him, and thought that the spirit asked one day to save her, judging by the words. The she-wolf wanted to prevent the girl from being in such a situation, but this is impossible because he alone knows the future. Shirtless Ed stood with his head down. He thought that she must have thought that everyone was putting pressure on Janica, and therefore only a person who keeps a distance from her could become her support. In the end, Janica failed. The girl sat in the center of the room while a huge black hand loomed over her with red energy shining around her. She tried to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but rushed in the process and became a victim of the spirit of darkness that destroyed the faculty building. There were papers with notes on the table. She studied and practiced spells every day until late at night. The pink-haired girl smiled. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She always smiled at her family, friends, and teachers who sincerely encouraged her, but despite meeting the expectations of others, when she was alone, she must have had a hard time. The girl with pink hair smiled sadly, closing her eyes. She was beautiful until now, and, oddly enough, failure did not make her worse. Ed called the girl and she opened her eyes, looking at her. The guy thought that he didn't know how much his words would help her. The guy stood opposite the girl, smiled at her, and said that she did a good job. Taylor, Isla, Clevius, Zix, Phonia, and Alvira stood outside in the light of the setting sun, and the blonde thought that the proud protagonist had entered the stage, and applause broke out. Ed stood opposite Janica, who was sitting on the floor. A light illuminated the guy from the ceiling, and he thought that behind the stage it remained dark and quiet. The girl sat silently, her mouth slightly open. The villain of the first act left, giving way to the main character. The girl sobbed and clenched her teeth as a tear ran down her cheek. Balls of blue, green, red, and yellow were flying in the hall, casting a bright light. Ed watched the end of the first act an infinite number of times. The guy looked up in surprise and let out a sigh. There were many spirit beasts of different colors flying around him, and the guy said that he could not see them before. Janica lowered her head and bit her lip while she cried. The guy thought that only now, he feels that he has completely passed it. 2 system windows showed: connection with spirit level 10, understanding of spirits level 10. The green bird and red deer looked at the guy. 2 system windows showed: low-ranking fire spirit Eglo is interested, and low-ranking wind spirit Driss is interested. Merylda also looked at the guy with her blue eyes. The system window showed that the high-ranking wind spirit Merylda was showing extreme interest. The sun was shining brightly over the academy. 10 days had passed since the end of the disciplinary committee trial. Janica stood behind the pulpit with her eyes closed. She confessed her mistakes and declared that she would willingly accept the punishment. The guy with gray hair, the girl with short hair, and the man with glasses frowned while shouting something. During the first meeting, all the professors and friends of Janica gave her great support. Phonia leaned on the table with her hand, waving the other, frowning and saying something. At the second meeting, Phonia stated that she would not bring charges against her for an attempt on the life of a member of the ruling family. She said that Janica controlled Belosphere and her actions were not intentional. Loratel waved her hand with a smile as the carts passed near her. She took up the issue of compensation for the damage. The Merchant College of Elp fully compensated for the funds for restoration, without demanding anything in return. The red-haired girl turned away, sticking out her tongue as the man clenched his teeth and put a seal. However, they added a condition to the contract about having customs duties on educational supplies for the academy. A chest of gold with a stop sign on it, the confiscation of all benefits given annually to the best students. Cups and trophies stood on a shelf. In front of them there was a red sign, the removal of all prizes and orders of glory. The same red sign was visible in the background of the academy. prohibiting visitors from visiting the Opheles Pavilion during the next semester. 10 days probation and a 20-day suspension. The man slammed his gavel down on the table, the motion to expel rejected. The two girls and the white-haired man were smiling broadly, raising their hands, as if they had just finished filming a touching coming-of-age drama. Two girls looked at Janica, who had her back to them. One said that Janica's shoulders were drooping more than usual. She was probably very worried. The girls smiled, looking at the girl, and said that in this case, their way out. There were cups of coffee and various desserts on the table. Janica lowered her head, sitting in front of all this. The girl with short hair said not to even mention what happened with Glaskin, not to disturb her, not to ask how she was feeling, and to talk exclusively about personal matters. The second one frowned and nodded. The girl with short hair looked to the side, quietly saying that she needed to play along, asking if Annie's was ready. The other girl looked at her, answering of course. They looked at Janica, who still had her head down, thinking come on. Janica blushed, twirling a lock of her hair on her finger and lowering her gaze, asked if infatuation and love are, in their opinion, different things. The two girls looked at her in confusion, opening their eyes in surprise, and Clara asked why she suddenly started talking about this. The girl with pink hair replied that her friend asked her. She looked away embarrassedly, saying that she had a dream. The man was holding a wreath of flowers in his hands. Janica sat on the grass with a smile, holding a wreath and closing her eyes. Someone called the girl and she looked back in surprise. Ed in a dark jacket sat on a white horse, calling the girl by name. The guy smiled, looking down at her. The girl extended her hands, putting a wreath on the guy's head, saying that she did it for him. Ed and Janica laughed, holding hands and running along the grass. Janica waved her hand with a wide, embarrassed smile, saying that she never ceases to have this dream, or rather her friend. The girls thought that she was serving 10 days of probation. She did not have the opportunity to meet with her friend. Annie smiled nervously, closing her eyes, and asked what else. Janica closed her eyes and, putting her hands to her face, said that a friend told her that one day, sitting in her room and staring somewhere with an unseeing gaze, his face appeared in her imagination. Annie's ran from the table, telling her that it was necessary to help the professor, and Clara irritably extended her hand to her, calling her. The girl with pink hair waved her hand at her friend, and Clara pursed her lips, thinking that she should slowly and carefully explain everything to her so as not to hurt her extremely tender heart. She looked back at the girl with her eyes wide open, thinking that otherwise all the students would know about Janica's love story. The girl called Janica, asking if she shouldn't take it easier, and she looked at her friend in surprise. Clara closed her eyes with a smile and extended her hand, saying that love and hate are quite mysterious things. She asked the truth. The girl approached Janica's face with a smile, asking if it was better to be honest with her emotions, only in front of her friends, of course. The girl with pink hair pursed her lips and nodded decisively, saying that everything was correct. Clara, sitting in front of her, told her to be careful when touching on sensitive topics, otherwise it would have a bad effect on her friend's reputation. Blushing heavily, Janica leaned her hands on the table, standing up and saying exactly, "It's a bad thing." Clara thought that spreading rumors is not for them yet threatens. Janica waved her hand, jumping back, and thanked for the brilliant advice, saying that she needed to return to Opheles to report on the temporary suspension. Clara remained sitting at the table, saying that she would stay here for a while and would think about everything. The short-haired girl waved her hand, raising it with a smile. She fell face first into the table, muttering that she had done it. Ed stood on the street with his eyes closed and thought that he had been stubbornly saving money until now, but thanks to Phonia's petition, he was exempted from paying fees for the next semester. The guy smiled, bowing his head, walking along with the box of tools, and thought that he bought them with the gold he had. The guy looked up in surprise at Janica, who was standing in the forest with her head down. The girl looked away embarrassedly, blushing, and Ed thought that he had avoided her before, but now the first act, where she was the main character, was over. The guy walked next to the girl, raising his hand, greeting her, asking if her probation period had come to an end. He thought it would be nice to take the first step and say hello. The girl screamed in fear and jumped back, hiding behind a tree. She peeked out from behind the tree, looking at the guy, and awkwardly said yes. She thought she needed to be honest with her feelings. Janica covered her face with her hands and ran away from the guy, shouting that she had business in Opheles. They would see each other later. The difficulty level of this task was too high for Janica. Ed looked up in confusion, opening his eyes wide. Ed managed to confuse even the good Janica. In a sense, this is an amazing skill. The guy was holding a knife in his hand next to the toolbox. He thought that there was no point in intruding. He himself had a lot to do. Ed stood in front of an empty field, holding a knife in his hand, and thought that the moment had finally come to make a hut. There was one notch on the tree. Day 1. Ed put his foot on the shovel, digging up the ground. For construction, he chose a spacious and not very noticeable area in the shade and peacefully set to work. There were 3 notches on the tree. Day 3. Round beams of wood lay on the ground. Ed began to assemble the tree. Thanks to the skillful use of the wind blade, this stage went smoothly. Day 6. The guy was holding a paper in his hands. His report card was written on it. The grades in the practice column were B, C, and A, and all the grades in the theory column were A. The guy thought that he had stopped collecting wood because the results for the semester came out. The theory grades are quite high, and the practice results are higher than the average for the first year. The guy looked back at Janica, who was running away from him, while Annie's and Clara were also looking at her. The guy thought that she was continuing to run away from him. Annie's and Clara turned to the guy in irritation, clenching their teeth, and he thought that her friends were looking at him as if they wanted to tell him that he should not have caught her eye, which, however, was not his plan. Day 18. A felled tree lay in a pyramid on the ground. The collection of wood is almost complete. I wonder if anyone has developed the wind blade to the same level. Day 20. There was a small unfinished house on the field. The holidays began. Now you can spend all your time on construction. Lucy was sleeping on the ground. There was a rope around her and Ed clenched his teeth in irritation as he stood there, thinking that when he went to check the trap, he found only Lucy sleeping peacefully in it. He should stop using Jerky as bait. Day 27. Belle walked through the forest, carrying a basket of food in her hands. The head maid Belle brought some potions and mushrooms and asked how Ed and Janica were doing. The girl with black hair tilted her head in confusion and squinted one eye. In response to the guy's words that she must hate him, Belle shook her head. Day 30. Ed stood on the frame of the house with a hammer. Everything else collapsed. The guy thought that one support in the center did not help to hold the walls. He realized that it was not enough to just make and adjust the joints to make the structure stable enough. The mood was ruined. Ed, among the houses, holding a package in his hands, looked at Janica, who was running away again, and two friends were looking at her. The guy thought that in the bakery he had bumped into Janica again. She ran away as soon as their eyes met. Annie's and Clara turned to look at the guy. One clenched her teeth, and the second opened her eyes wide, looking at him. Day 37. Ed and Zix sat on the roof of the house, holding hammers in their hands. The latter said that he was right. Taylor is a really good guy. The blonde asked the truth. He thought that Zix had come to his aid. Everything became like the original. Zix asked whether to board up the other side, and Ed, lowering his gaze, replied that this was not necessary. There would be a chimney there. Many symbols were carved on the tree with a knife to count the days. Day 45. The guy threw the knife on the ground next to his feet. Ed walked into the room, walking on the wooden floor. He sat down on the floor inside a small hut. Wooden walls of the hut, bare floor, walls and no furniture. This hut is made of nothing but rough-hewn logs. Green fireflies were flying near the roof of the house. Ed thought that at least there was a roof over his head. If you closed the doorway, the insects would not fly in. The guy closed his eyes with a smile, rubbing his neck. The system window showed a new completed project, a wooden hut made of stacked logs and cross beams sawn to one size. It only has walls and a ceiling, no furniture, difficulty of creation 4 out of 5, construction completed, skill has increased. The sky turned orange from the setting sun, stars were visible in the sky, and an orange light illuminated the hut in which Ed was sitting, who thought that he now had a home. A girl was watching the guy from behind a tree. Janica clenched her hands into fists, frowning at him, her cheeks turning red. The blonde lay on the floor of the hut, spreading his arms to the sides and closing his eyes, thinking that the walls, floor, and hearth were ready. It would be nice to put up a fence, a woodshed, and a couple of other things. Something hit the roof of the house and he sighed loudly. Ed looked out of the house, looking at the roof where Lucy was sleeping. The guy said that this was not a tower for her to sleep in. Someone greeted the guy and he looked to the side. Janica waved her hand with an awkward smile, closing her eyes, and he greeted the girl in return. He asked why she was there and the girl laughed awkwardly, sweat running down her face. Belle was combing the girl's pink hair. She said that when she was in the forest last time, she looked into young Master Ed's camp and saw something amazing. Janica sat on a chair with her hand on her face. She asked about the hut. The maid asked how she knew and the girl replied that she saw it when she passed by. Belle tilted her head, holding the comb over the girl's hair, saying that he said that he builds it himself, but she turned out to be more impressive and coordinated than one could expect. She was pleasantly impressed. She did not know that he was so talented. Janica lowered her gaze, saying this. Belle approached the girl, looking to the side, and said that she also wanted to look there, look around and understand whether the house was stable. Janica blushed. Speaking clearly, she was interested in such things. The maid approached the girl's ear, saying that of course, she is an ordinary person. Anyone who saw such a hut would be interested in who built it, how it was built, and how it is furnished inside. This is completely expected and natural. She said that it would happen again, expectedly and naturally. Janica's eyes widened in surprise, her face turned red. The girl stood next to Ed, blushing heavily and pointing at the house, saying that she was walking. Then she met Merylda, and when she saw the hut, she decided to look in. Well, anyone who saw it would become interested in who built it, how she built it, and how she furnished inside. He agrees. This is expected and natural. The guy answered in confusion that he believed so. The girl with pink hair embarrassedly said that he turned out to be a great house. Ed scratched his head and said that he recently finished it. Didn't the spirits tell her? The girl with pink hair averted her gaze to the side, raised her hand and said that it wasn't much. They only mentioned in passing that they were still building a hut. Nothing. Ed with his eyes closed, who spread his arms to the sides. The spirits looked at him with an enthusiastic look, saying that when he is without clothes, you can see his toned muscles. The muscles on his arms are a little denser. The expressive veins next to his collarbone are similar to those on his arms. Ed only asked a little. Janica, in uniform and cap, with a pipe in her mouth, nodded and listened to them. Blushing, the girl said that she didn't particularly chat with spirits. The girl smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes, blood flowing from her nose when she said that she didn't even know where exactly he lived. The guy asked her if she wanted to look around, and the girl opened her eyes wide, looking at him in surprise. Ed pointed to his hut with a smile, saying that the house was very simple, made of wood. Janica pursed her lips, looking at him with a blush. She clenched her hands into fists and, closing her eyes, smiled, saying what she wanted. Lucy was sleeping on the roof of the house, arms outstretched, while Janica asked in admiration if he really did it all alone. A bright fire was burning, illuminating the area nearby. Janica held a hot mug in her hands, saying that she thought she owed the guys a lot this time. The girl sat on a log, lowering her gaze, saying that the princess and Loretel helped her a lot. Some friends even said that they would lend money so that she could pay for her tuition. She asked how she could pay them back. Ed pursed his lips, looking back at the girl. He lowered his gaze to the fire, saying that if he can't, then there's no need. Debts don't have to be repaid out of principle. The girl looked at him in surprise, saying that she had never thought about it. Janica stood in the center of her room, holding a gift in her hands and lowering her head. Janica did not understand that incident happened because of the burden of hope that others had placed on her. The gifts that were on the girl's table, despite the fact that she was helped with tuition fees, or one might even say, invested, she decided to move from Opheles with the most modern furnishings to Dex's old dormitory, just to be less indebted. Janica stood with a smile in front of the other girls in the room, raising her hands. In Opheles, each student has his own room, and in Dex there is a room for 8. For Janica, being under envious glances all day will be akin to being in prison. Janica sadly lowered her gaze, holding a mug in both hands. In the end, this will not solve her main problem, and she will not get out of the vicious circle. Ed said that if she wants to be alone, then let her look in at any time, and the girl's eyes widened at the guy's words. They sat opposite the fire on 2 fallen logs, and the guy said that he didn't mind. Janica opened her mouth slightly when she wanted to say something. The girl smiled, her face turned slightly red, and she said that it would be wonderful. The girl and the guy were sitting in front of the fire, and Janica said that if he was depressed or couldn't handle something alone, she hoped that he would share it with her. Ed looked at the girl in surprise, raising his gaze. Janica looked at the guy with a smile, slightly narrowing her eyes, illuminated by the light of the fire, and said that then she would try her best to help him. The blonde looked at the girl with a smile, also illuminated by the light of the fire. He turned away and raised his gaze, asking depressed. They both looked at the dark starry sky, and the guy thought that the second semester would begin soon. The sky was dark, the academy building was visible, rain was falling from the sky. With the second semester, the second act would begin. The book, with golden accents on the sides, the system window showed, the sealed grimoire of the sage. The great sage Sylvania wrote notes in this magical book. Aspect magic is a branch of magic with a high level of complexity. It is known to be able to influence the principles of nature. The girl with red hair looked at the book, stood in front of the pedestal in which she was flying. This little tattered book will cause a storm. The storm that will engulf the academy. Loretel crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the book with a smile, and said that she knew it smelled like money. The fire shone brightly, throwing sparks from itself. Ed said thanks to him for the offer, but this will not happen. Ed and Janica were sitting next to a burning fire, and the guy thought that at least this wouldn't happen to him. He closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that Taylor was going to have a hard time. It had nothing to do with him, but Taylor would really have a hard time. He would be rooting for him. Bright lightning struck above the academy building with white windows. It was raining. Episode 2, Opheles' dormitory was captured. The student in the red jacket straightened his clothes. The maid stood next to him with her hands folded. Excellent students from Opheles are practically guaranteed a decent life. They choose their seats in the class for the first time, are free during meals, they have maids and a lot of other benefits. It was raining on the island where the academy stood, and it was on this basis that the problem arose. In the southwest of the Valor region, a downpour began around the time when everyone was returning to the academy after the holidays. Along the road there was a carriage drawn by 2 horses. The academy provided carriages and ships only to those living in Opheles, because if they did not return on time, they would be allowed to take advantage of the benefit of a couple of days of rest. The students in white shirts with red ribbons on their forearms, the inferior students from decks who had to walk back in the rain, were in turn afraid of being late for fear of losing their glasses. The students stood in front of the academy building with their fists raised in the air, one of the students holding a torch in his hands, the pent-up discontent eventually bursting free in front of Ophely's dorm. The man was holding in his hands a paper on which was written a proposal related to the return of Ophely's students. The man put a stamp on the letter, sealing it. The man said that it was raining like buckets. All this was planned by the hands of the merchant. Laurel sat on a chair, crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, and said that she had been waiting for this. A man with blonde hair and glasses frowned as he stood in the rain. The merchant's wife had contacted a representative of the lower-ranking students in advance, who was only concerned about annoying the academy and Opheles. The guy with glasses stood among the angry students with his head down and his arms crossed over his chest. Dissatisfaction was already going through the roof, and it was enough for them to give the lower-ranking and ordinary students a simple reason. Willain, who skillfully knew how to provoke and manipulate others with words, pulled the trigger, give them this reason through a story. The letter, with a red stamp, talks about the clearly discriminatory treatment of ordinary students who return to the academy despite the downpour, through the proposal to make preventive changes regarding the deadline for returning to the academy, and the demand for recognition that Opheles students are treated differently. A girl with white long hair in a red dress, behind whom were other maids, had made Opheles and part of the analysis department of the academy administration were already on Laurel's side, and were ready to warmly support her proposals. Other students with torches ran down the street in irritation, holding torches in their hands. In such a situation, the academy would not have to accept him. The angry lower-ranking students would only have had to declare that he had been accepted for consideration. The burning torch fell to the ground. The conflict flared up more and more. A fire broke out in the corridor of the academy. Opheles was decorated with works of art donated by the nobility and rich families. Even the walls, carpets, and wooden furniture were made to order by craftsmen, so the more damage that can be done, the better. The three men sat in the office, frowning and closing their eyes. The man in the center folded his hands in front of him. The ideal thing would be to completely destroy part of Opheles. Their rampage would greatly affect the academy's finances, which had already suffered after the incident with Glaskin. A hooded man with bright blue eyes extended his hands, above which a book was flying, around which blue energy was shining, since at this time negotiations were being held for the sealed grimoire of the sage. The elite merchant college gained a clear advantage. The grimoire is like the heart of Sylvania, but in times in despair, people are ready to part with their own hearts. The sky was dark, it was raining. Someone asked, "I wonder when it will end." Laurel stood looking out the window. There was not a ray of sun in the gloomy sky. A girl in torn clothes stood near the houses, looking at the sky from which it was raining. It resembles the sky that she saw in the slums when she wore rags. The girl put her hand to the glass of the window. She can't stop making fun of herself for feeling relieved. There is too much light in this incredibly romantic land of knowledge. Laurel frowned as she looked at her reflection in the glass of the window. The picture of her living in pitch darkness, completely covered in dirt, was much more realistic for her. Behind the girl's back there was a table on which there were various papers. The plot plan on her table is proof of this. It is the work of a person. The girl pursed her lips, frowning. There was not a drop of sincerity in this man's life, but there were eternal betrayals and suspicions. Desperate attempts to survive turned her into who she is. Laurel lowered her gaze, looking out the window, but the essence of her vile nature remained the same, so she desperately searches for her kind. The man walked along the carpet, leaving puddles of water behind him, even in Sylvania, where there is a lot of light and brilliant people. The man in the dark robe clenched his hands into fists, water dripping from his clothes as he walked down the corridor forward. There must be someone who is familiar with the vile life of a cesspool rat covered in dirt. The endless search for his own kind never ended, despite the fading hope in the heart. "You can't change your nature." Laurel held her hand at the window, looking at the rain, and said that she was lonely. The girl removed her hand from the window to punch through the miserable reality. Laurel always took the same approach. She was a dark screen hiding the dark reality behind the scenes. The girl sat by the window, her green eyes glowed, and behind her a black figure with red eyes was visible outside the window. The players called her Black Veil. The students stood in front of the building, raising their fists in the air, shouting that they could no longer tolerate this attitude towards themselves. This is the land of knowledge. At least let them give them equality in grades. Willain frowned, raised his fist in the air, and shouted to answer them. In the original story, the incident of Opheles' capture was the story of how the protagonist stopped the angry students provoked by Laurel. The maid looked down, holding a tray with her hands, and said that she needed to report to the main maid. Behind her, a hooded man walked into the room. From the 1st to the 5th floor in Opheles, there are middle bosses who interfere with the main character and help the lower students. The hooded man put a bag on the maid's head, the middle boss of the first floor, the decoy bag. He once made fun of Taylor, calling him a loser, but received a beating from his friends, after which he harbored a grudge against them and was bribed by Laurel. The man threw the maid over his shoulder, walking towards the door as she waved her hands, asking what he was doing and who he was. This man's role was to overpower the new maid protecting the first floor and open the door to Opheles and let the students in. The man kicked the door. The doors opened, revealing a bright white light. The other students looked at this in shock. The red one asked what was going on, and the guy with brown hair asked what. They ran towards the open door, where a hooded man was standing. The students shouted that Opheles' doors were open, let them treat them decently. They weren't asking for much, just good treatment, let them be heard. The hooded man pursed his lips silently as the students shouted that the control office is on the 4th floor. They can take it over and make an announcement. When the students entered the 1st floor, the first stage of the 2nd act began, in which the middle boss plays a certain role. This role is to prevent the main character and his friends who will come to stop them. Willain stood in front of the hooded man, frowning and saying that it was Laurel who bribed him. The man removed his hood, saying yes, he was instructed to check the 1st floor and remain alert. Ed frowned, pursing his lips as the rain dripped onto his hair and body. Originally the one who played the role was supposed to be Ed Rottweiler. The blonde looked up, a shadow fell on his eyes, and he thought about how he even became the middle boss of the 2nd act. To explain the reason for such a turn, he would have to rewind time 2 days ago. The blue sky, in which the sun was shining, 2 days before the incident with the capture of Opheles. The system window showed information about combat skills, rank, beginner fighter, specialization, bow, shooting skill level 6, critical shot level 3, rapid fire level 2, retreat shooting level 1, aiming sense level 2, aiming zone level 1. Ed put his hand on the ground. 2 red berries and hoof marks were visible nearby. The guy thought that he felt new. The guy pursed his lips, sitting behind a tree with a bow in his hand. Ed Rottweiler had absolutely no talent for combat skills. The blonde took aim at the deer, who lowered his head to the grass and thought that he forces himself to use a bow every time he hunts. But the semester has already flown by, and a good half of the holidays have passed, and his skills with a bow still leave much to be desired. The guy's eyes widened as he noticed something, thinking there was a much bigger problem. He watched as Belle walked next to the deer, holding a basket in her hands. Zix, naked to the waist, closed his eyes, running in the forest and saying hello. Ed thought that lately certain guests had become very frequent in his camp. How best to put it? Behind the blonde, Clark peeked out from behind the bushes, and the blonde closed his eyes in irritation, frowning, and thought that it felt like the number of people who knew that he lived in the forest was growing exponentially. Bright purple runes and a beam of light that flew through them were visible in the sky. The guy thought that one way or another, among those who often visited him, 3 should be singled out. Lucy sank onto the roof of the house, closing her eyes, her hair fluttering from the purple energy under her feet. Ed thought that this was the first guest, a magician with a rare talent. Visits during the week were random. A girl with white hair looked through the window of the house, looking at the guy, and saying that he had a door. They could make a back door at the same time, and asking if he had plans to also make a chimney. Ed pushed the girl away from the window with a dissatisfied face, waving his hand. Lucy looked out the window again with shining eyes, asking if it was possible to seal the windows. The house wouldn't fall apart, and yet you shouldn't use magic nearby, and what if you broke through the skylight? Ed thought that the first guest was not able to achieve his goal. The wooden house, which was illuminated by the sun, the guy thought that for the second guest his doors, on the contrary, were always open. Janica, with a wide smile, held a basket of eggs in her hands, standing in the doorway of the house, and said that she brought the eggs. Belle will be glad that she gave them to him. The guy thought that this was a sophomore who was a genius spirit summoner. Janica stood on a cloth that was in a basin of water. The girl said that if you boil salted water, dip clothes in it and press so, they will become snow white. Her parents often did this when her clothes got dirty on the farm. A girl with pink hair with a smile held in her hands a white cloth that was fluttering in the wind. Ed thought that this spiritual magician visits him almost every day just to chat with the spirits or help with something small. So the words about that he allows visits to his home lost any meaning, because he was immensely grateful to her. Ed looked back at the girl, saying that she is the best, she even knows such things. The girl with pink hair blushed and turned away, and the guy wondered in surprise what was wrong with her. He praised her. Janica, with a gloomy smile, turned over her shoulder at the guy and asked how often Lucy comes here, and the guy thought that although it seems that she is easy to understand, sometimes unknown facets of her soul are revealed to him, which he is unable to understand, so or else she is the second guest. They approached the main thing. The white moon was shining brightly in the sky. Someone said that he seemed to be all about business. 2 people walked along the road, next to arrows that were stuck in the ground. Ed thought that this was the third guest. Laurel crossed her arms over her chest with a smile. Behind her was a maid in a red dress, and the red-haired girl said that she was waiting for him. The girl smiled, closing her eyes, saying that she needed his help. Ed thought that in the world she was known as the Golden Daughter. Ed looked back at the red-haired girl, frowning, and thought that she was the Black Veil of the second act, probably gathering useful people to take over the Opheles building. The guy walked past the girl, who closed her eyes with a sigh and said that she, too, initially did not want to contact him with this request. The guy thought that this time he was not eager to interfere in the plot, he would simply refuse all her proposals. The girl said that if Toad hadn't seemed incapacitated, and the blonde's eyes widened in shock as he thought why events weren't developing according to the script. Ed turned to the girl, frowned and approached, asking why Toad was disabled, let him tell everything, without missing the slightest detail. Initially, Toad started a quarrel with Taylor. He intended to give Taylor a hard time. The red-haired guy stood in front of Taylor and Isle, asking if the loser students really defeated Glaskin, but the whole school saw how he was knocked out by Lucy. The red-haired guy with freckles frowned, saying that he was even more of a bug than Ed Rottailer. Immediately, a fist struck the guy's face. Red fell to the ground as Zix stood in front of him, fist extended and teeth clenched. He was held by a couple of students while Zix looked at the guy annoyed, shouting something. Loratel said that she didn't know if it was because of Taylor or because of him, but Alvira said that this was the first time she had seen Zix so angry. Loratel closed her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, standing in front of the main character, and said that as expected, she is not able to trust such emotional people. The matter is not so difficult. After receiving the keys from Ellis, enter the Opheles building. Just open the doors. When a wave of lower-ranking students poured into the building, Ed replied that even without him there would be many people who could handle such a job. The red-haired girl looked at him with a smile and said that even if she promised a round sum, there was no guarantee that they would not tell the investigators anything when the incident was over. The girl said that if they say that freshman Loratel is behind everything, then this may have a bad effect on her position. You can't trust just anyone. Ed thought about the crowd of whispering students, wondering what she meant by saying that she was addressing him, because he already has the worst reputation. The red-haired girl stood next to the guy, looked up at him and said that he was kicked out of Opheles. Doesn't he want to take revenge on these smart guys? The girl's eyes widened when the guy replied that he wasn't particularly eager. Ed lowered his gaze, looking at her, and said that, nevertheless, he would listen to her proposal. The guy thought that he could act in moderation. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes at him and said about 20 gold coins. Ed shook his girlfriend's hand, saying that they had agreed. The guy thought that before the story became even more distorted, he would carefully return the plot to its original direction. Before the incident with the capture of Opheles' office, one day, rain fell from the sky and hit the roof of a small hut. Ed was sitting under the canopy by the fire reading a book. Opheles' occupation happened before the battle for the Sage Seal began. This is Loratel's ploy to drive the Academy's finances into a dead end. This episode felt like a stepping stone. Two sides divided into blue and red. On the blue side was Phonia, and on the red side was Loratel. According to the script, Loratel succeeds in this plot, creates an independent interest group within the Academy, a guild, and thereby enters into a confrontation with the princess's student council Phonia. Two coats of arms, one of them was the blue emblem of the Academy, and the second was red with the image of scales, an idealistic student council and a realistic guild. The important thing is that in the end, only the side that Taylor chooses will emerge victorious. Ed, frowning, leafed through the book he was holding in his hands. The guy thought that all that was required of him was just to observe and then join the force that was about to prevail, because he, too, needed to live with a piece of bread in his bosom. Janica came under the canopy, wringing out her skirt, and with an awkward smile said that she thought she should go back to the dorm, but she thought that the rain would stop quickly today. The girl sat down on the second log by the fire, saying that Ed had a hard time, although she can come from time to feel the atmosphere of the camp, but he has to stay here even on such rainy days. The guy replied that the longer he stays here, the more bearable it seems, like a similar life to him. The dark sky, from which it was pouring rain. The girl said that now she only realized that it was time for her to move from Opheles, because the holidays were already coming to an end, so she would have to throw away a lot of things, because there were much smaller rooms in the Dex building. The girl clenched her hands into fists with a smile, looking at the blonde, and said that therefore, if he needs something, let him say. He needs a lot. Ed looked at her in surprise, agreeing, and the girl continued that she has additional blankets, pillows, clocks, and lamps. The guy pursed his lips as Janica happily said that besides this, there are many other essentials and consumables. The guy closed his eyes and smiled when the girl said that throwing away such things is wasteful, and taking them to the trash is also a boring task, although the furniture is the property of Opheles, so it cannot be taken out. Ed looked at her and said that he could only feel better, and she joyfully raised her hands, saying with a wide smile, "That's great, she will move to Dex with the start of the semester, then she will bring him everything." The girl looked worriedly to the side and asked if Lucy often stood like that. The guy also looked in that direction and answered sometimes. He looked at the white-haired girl who was standing on the roof, thinking that Lucy's powerful power beyond common sense is not something that was given freely. This life she is trying to escape from using laziness as an excuse. Lucy looked forward, standing on the roof in the rain, and the guy thought that for several years now she had been living life, fixing her gaze on the fate prepared for her on such rainy days. Even the most down-to-earth girl thinks about her life. Ed closed his eyes, putting his hands in front of him, and said that she behaves like this only when it rains. There is no need to focus on it. He stopped paying attention a long time ago. Janica smiled widely, blushed, and said that everything is clear, so that means he completely indifferent to Lucy. The guy called the girl and she looked at him in surprise. Ed thought that now he realized that Janica was still in the Opheles building. If the Opheles building was occupied, a large-scale space protection spell would be activated. There were red seals in the corridor in front of the doors to the rooms. All students would be prohibited from leaving their rooms, although if we are talking about Janica, then it would not be too difficult for her to escape. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he had a request, and the girl asked what it was. Water flowed down the canopy under which they sat. The guy leaned over, looking at the girl, asking if she could go out to the rose garden located in front of the Opheles building tomorrow at around 9 p.m. Janica covered her face with her hands, blushing, asking about the rose garden. Ed lowered his gaze, saying that he would tell the reason for such a request there, thinking that now nothing really came to his mind. Ed looked at the fire that was burning in front of him and thought that it would be better, just in case, not to let Janica go to the Opheles building. Let her stay in a place that is not too far away and where she will not have to get wet in the rain. The girl stood up from her seat and Ed looked back at her when she agreed. Janica blushed deeply, running away from the guy in the rain, saying that she would come to the rose garden. Ed sighed, closing his eyes. He looked at the sky, where raindrops were visible between the trees, and thought that in the morning, on the day of the opening ceremony of the new school year, the rain would stop, at which time he would be able to see a clear sky for the first time in a long time, and then the forest would be filled with aroma autumn. The guy lowered his head, sitting on a log, and thought that the end of this long vacation had come. The beginning of the incident with the capture of Opheles, day 0, 9 o'clock in the evening. The academy building, over which it was raining. Someone said that training was not enough. Zik stood on one arm, sweat dripping down his torso and face as he frowned and said that he needed to learn to keep his emotions under control. He didn't think Alka would get so angry. The guy landed on the floor on his feet. He walked to the window and hummed inquiringly, lowering his gaze. He looked at a man in a dark cloak who was walking down the street. Ed pursed his lips as he walked forward, raindrops running down his face. The guy walked to the door, looking at the maid with blonde hair, asking where the others were. In the room, other maids gathered around the table. In the center stood a girl in a red dress. The girl replied that with the exception of the main staff, most were gathered in the conference room. The housekeeper called everyone together, saying that she had an important agenda. Ed thought that she plans to force everyone into one place and block the entrance. Since the top management has been bought, the plan is going smoothly. The maid and the blonde walked along the corridor, and the girl folded her hands and said that she had prepared the item that was previously mentioned. There was a bucket of some kind of brown liquid on the floor, and Ed replied that he was grateful, and the maid said that she would leave him here aside. The guy stood at the stairs, next to the bucket, clenched his hands into a fist and thought that the preparations were completed. Fiery sparks were visible near the academy building. The occupation of the Opheles building began, with many students standing in front of the building with their fists raised in the air. There were many people on the territory of the academy, many of whom were holding torches in their hands, and someone was heard screaming. Two students in the crowd, one of them shouted that he could no longer tolerate this kind of treatment, and the second said that this is the realm of knowledge, they should at least guarantee equality according to the grades. The guy in the dark cloak and glasses who raised his fist, Willain, the representative of the lower-ranking students, he shouted for them to answer their voice. The students ran to the door of the building. The door opened, letting in a bright white light. The three students looked in front of them in shock, asking what. A hooded man stood in front of them, and the students ran further towards the door, saying that they needed to go inside to occupy the Opheles building. Willain stood in front of the hooded man, saying that it was Loretel who bribed him. He said the guy's name, Ed Rodaler, and he pursed his lips, frowning at him. The blonde put his fist to his face and coughed, while the maid with a bag on her head kicked. The guy asked to listen to him. Ed put his hand on Willain's shoulder, saying that he deeply agreed with what they always said. Of course, he had a good life in Opheles, but when he was kicked out, he realized how privileged his position was. The guy with glasses trembled as the blonde's hand rested on his shoulder. He blushed slightly as he looked up at Ed and said that he just heard the rumors and jumped to conclusions. He didn't know that Ed was such a good person. A guy like him really played a huge role in their case. The blonde pushed him deeper into the building, saying that everything was done by their hands. Let him quickly go to the top floor. Willain agreed with tears in his eyes, saying that he was counting on him. Ed nodded and closed his eyes, and Willain in front of him clenched his hand into a fist and pursed his lips. The blonde thought that Willain was the one who should take full responsibility for what happened. He even wanted to apologize. The maid threw the bag aside, running down the corridor, and the guy thought that there was no point in catching her. By now all the authorities she should report to about what happened were probably locked in the conference room. There were dirty shoe prints in the hallways. Ellis, the housekeeper who manages the security barriers, acting on Loratel's instructions. The system window showed the activation of the protective circle. Orange runes appeared in front of the doors in the corridor. Someone asked what was happening, and maybe they just need to wait. The protective force that should protect the students will in turn become a force that will hold them back. Ed walked down the corridor, putting his hand to the door, next to which an orange rune appeared. He thought that everything was going according to the script. The guy looked to the side when someone said that the beginning turned out to be even more grandiose than she had expected. The dripping girl walked down the corridor, saying what you would expect from Ed Rottweiler. Loratel walked forward to the guy with a smile. Behind her there were open doors, and she said that she was glad that she trusted him. Ed thought that the black veil that had planned all this had risen onto the stage. The girl raised her foot, from which water was flowing, and said that it was so slushy there that her feet were wet right down to her socks, which is why she hates rainy days. Ed looked at her, saying, "What does it mean?" She was outside watching the situation develop. The guy called the name Loratel, and the girl walked forward with a smile. A hood was put on her head. She walked next to the guy to the stairs, saying that as soon as the teachers intervene, the riots will immediately be suppressed, so before this happens, you need to act extremely quickly. Ed, who had his back to her, told her to work hard. The girl walked forward, saying that her question might seem unexpected. Without turning to look at the guy, Loratel asked if he had ever killed a person. The guy silently pursed his lips, his eyes hidden by his hair. He opened his mouth, answering that no, it had not happened. Loratel, closing her eyes with a smile, replied that she did not have such experience either. She remembered how as a child she ran away with a bag from a man who was running after her with a stick, and said that she had done something similar many times because she had to survive. The girl remembered how she burned papers while the man and his daughter sobbed, and the girl said that for the sake of survival she trampled on other people's lives. She was the first to plunge a knife into the back in order to avoid a similar fate herself. Loratel stood on a mountain of gold coins that fell from the sky, while behind her people were drowning in gold, always living with the verdict of not guilty to herself, saying that this was a situation in which it was impossible to do otherwise, but if you think about it, then it was about banal self-justification. And that's how the name Golden Daughter Loratel arose. The girl with red hair pursed her lips. She knew better than anyone else that she didn't deserve sympathy. But despite this, she wanders around like crazy. The girl opened her mouth, calling Ed. In search of those who would be close to her in spirit, the girl climbed the stairs without looking back at the guy and asked if he could show sympathy for such a person. The window showed how it was raining. A feeling of loneliness comes to both good and bad people. She is trying to escape from this loneliness. Ed frowned and looked to the side, pursing his lips, so she has no choice but to find someone smeared in mud. Like herself, salvation will only be found if she finds someone who can descend on the bottom of this swamp along with her. The guy answered no. Loratel lowered her head. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow. The blonde tilted his head, his blue eyes lit up, and he said that she should be responsible for her choice. The guy thought that, of course, this person was not him. The girl stood silently on the stairs, stopping in place. She smiled, saying that she began to talk all sorts of nonsense, which did not suit her at all. Looking over her shoulder, Loratel closed her eyes with a smile, saying that she would go do what she had to do. She didn't have much time. The blonde stood at the edge of the stairs while the girl walked away, going upstairs. Ed sank into a chair, lowered his head and closed his eyes and exhaled. He opened his eyes, looked up and thought that Loratel would now talk to Ellis about her plans for the future. The red rune on the door from which the lightning came. The story will develop in the direction of escalating the situation by disabling the protective magic of the Opheles building and transferring leadership of the magic circle to Willain, the representative of the lower-ranking students. The guy with glasses was flying in the air. There were red runes and rays of red dark magic around him. Thus Willain, protected by all kinds of protective magic used in the Opheles building, becomes the boss of the 4th floor. The blonde closed his eyes, stretched and thought that this was a scenario where he needed to quickly fix Willain, who couldn't come to his senses in the maelstrom of the magic circle's endless mana surge. From now on all he had to do was sit back and wait. When Taylor gets here. The guy sat on a chair right in front of the stairs, raising his hands, thinking that if he plays for time a little and loses, then Taylor will quickly rise to the 2nd floor. During the fight he could get hit or even injured. The dark sky, from which rain poured down on the Opheles building, the guy thought that nothing could be done. This was a necessary sacrifice. Rosary, an arch with flowers around it. A carriage with 4 horses was driving along the road. Someone asked what the carriage had forgotten here at such a late hour. Janica sat in the gazebo, looking to the side with a worried face, and said that it seemed like some prominent person had arrived. Could she even be here? The text on the paper that was written, suddenly there was a matter that he urgently needed to settle. He would try to finish everything as soon as possible, so let her wait for him for a while. The girl said that Ed must not know about it. After all, he just wrote a note and immediately left. Smiling, Janica lowered her gaze, blushing, and thought that maybe he was gone to make some special preparations for her. She sat in the gazebo on a bench while it was raining. No matter what that golden carriage was, this girl would not leave the gazebo in the rose garden under any circumstances, and all because for the last 3 days in a row she could not close her eyes, thinking about what does the young man want to tell her. Behind the blushing, embarrassed Janica stood Merylda. Although she suffered from remorse, she continued to listen to Merylda about Ed's every move. Ellis and Loratel were leaving the cabin in the forest, not only Lucy, but also Princess Phonia, Belle and Zix. Moreover, even Loratel appeared in Ed's camp. Merylda, the fire dragon, and 2 other small spirits shook their heads with their eyes closed. The fact that most of the visitors were students made their hearts ache even more. Janica, who was sitting on a bench in the gazebo, so even if it took forever, she was determined to wait for the young man. The girl straightened the yellow hairpin on her hair, looked back at her and asked if maybe she had put on a hairpin with a persimmon flower in vain. After all, Cosmia probably looked better. She looked at the hairpin worriedly, falling silent. Red roses, on which raindrops were falling, the girl asked. Nothing bad would happen if she quickly went to the hostel and returned. Janica was walking in a hood in the rain towards the hostel in front. She just decided to quickly go change her hairpin and continue to wait. The girl headed towards the Opheles building. 3 students in cloaks stood in front of the dormitory, looking up at him. One of them asked if it would be right for Opheles to enter the building. The other asked if he even knew how much medicinal herbs cost, what she keeps in her room. The first one said maybe better wait until the teachers figure it out. Elvira turned around irritably, frowning, and said that if the herbs are not collected in time and magic is not applied to them, their properties will change. The difference in the subtleties of processing can affect the exam results. He doesn't know the importance of this process. Taylor frowned, placing his hand on Isla's shoulder nearby, and told the girl to try to stop the redhead. She was going to enter the Opheles building alone. Isla smiled awkwardly, scratching her cheek, and asked if they could pretend that they didn't see anything. Elvira is an alchemy student, so she will be able to take care of herself perfectly. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth, her eyes glowing red as she extended her hands, throwing many flasks with colorful potions. Elvira said that it was not she who was dangerous, but the students from the lower class. As soon as she was distracted for a second, they would immediately spray everything reagents that they can find. The girl walked forward and Taylor worriedly extended his hand behind her, asking her to stop. The redhead irritably said that instead of talking idle, it would be better to let them help her get to her room on the 4th floor. Isla extended her hands to the 2, asking if it means she just needs to get there to her room and that's all. The redhead answered correctly. The most important thing for her is that everything is in order with the medicinal herbs. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth and pushed the door with her foot, saying that if anyone interferes with her on the way, she will demolish them all. The girl frowned, looking ahead. The 3 of them stood in front of Ed, who was sitting near the stairs, among the destroyed dorm furniture. The girl called his full name and the blonde looked up at them, frowning. Taylor shielded Isla with his hand, displeasedly asking why he was in Opheles. The redhead looked at the guy, silently pursing her lips. She looked at the many footprints on the floor and carpet, thinking that they were the footprints of a crowd of students who had passed forward. Near the stairs there were overturned cabinets and the girl thought that they were lying around haphazardly. 3 students stood in the center of the room, where furniture lay on the floor and Ed sat on a chair. Elvira smiled, looking at the guy, and said that she could not have imagined this. The girl looked at the blonde man who sat with his head down, asking if he would really try to stop them. Ed looked up at them with his bright blue eyes and said that he was sorry, but they could not go any further. Frowning, Elvira smiled widely, clenching her teeth, and said that it would be funny if she said she would pass. Did he think he could stop her? She heard from Zix that he has a high level of magic. Ed bent down, frowning at the girl, who said that in essence it was nothing more than mastery of basic magic, a single second-year student. Isla, frowning, put her hands in front of her, and Taylor waved his hand upward, taking off his cloak. The red-haired girl also took off her cloak, saying that on this side there is a swordsman who knows a lot about his craft, a magician who knows magic at the level of an average freshman, and an alchemist who has best skills in its class. The difference in strength is overwhelming. Taylor frowned and reached for his sword on his belt, asking what Ed's intentions were. Let him answer what was happening upstairs. The blonde sat silently in place, his eyes hidden in shadow. The guy leaned on the floor and walked forward, asking why he was silent. Gritting his teeth, Taylor pointed the sword forward, saying that then he would have to force the answers out of him. The blonde waved his hand, throwing the chair forward. Taylor swung his sword, cutting a blue slash across it and breaking the chair in two. Elvira frowned, pursing her lips at this. She looked at the blonde with green energy flying next to his hand and thought that judging by the flow of mana, it was a basic magic spell. Since he was a magician, he must have targeted Taylor, who was the most disadvantageous opponent and an excellent melee fighter. The redhead's eyes widened in shock as a green light illuminated her face. Ed raised his hand above himself. He shouted the wind blade and a green beam flew up. He cut the chains that held the chandelier on the ceiling. Taylor looked up as a chandelier flew towards him from above. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The chandelier fell to the floor and Taylor kicked off the ground with his feet, bouncing back away from it. Red runes glowed at the door, sparkling with red lightning. Someone loudly asked what that sound was. Clevius looked to the side in fear, hugging himself by the shoulders, and loudly asked what was happening outside. Dust rose in the air with black particles flying in it. Taylor asked if Isla was okay, and she answered okay, she just fell due to the shock she received. Elvira covered her face with her hand. A green light shone next to her and, clenching her teeth, she said not to worry about her. The girl frowned, looking at the green light in front of her. A green beam of light passed through her hair. Elvira opened her eyes wide in shock as the green beam cut off her hair and the strap of her bag. The bag fell to the floor and flasks with potions spilled onto the ground. The girl turned to her, holding out her hand, talking about her bag. She turned back, biting her lip, and said, "Which means he intends to fight seriously. It looks like something is clearly brewing up there." Elvira looked in front of her, at the fallen chandelier and the smoke that rose in the air. There was no one else. She lowered her gaze, looking to the side. The girl looked at the many potions that lay on the ground. Elvira knelt down on one knee and reached her hand towards the purple bottle of potion. Ed opened his mouth in a fog, saying ignition. A flame lit up next to Elvira, between her and the potion. Flames sparkled throughout the entire room as Ed stood behind the fallen chandelier. A battlefield was created where everything flows naturally like water, and Ed's judgment is quick and accurate. The red-haired girl frowned, looking ahead, and said that the situation was not the most rosy. The main character raised his hand while walking through the fire and said that Six should have told them inside and out. Ed rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, looking forward with blue glowing eyes, and said that this is not only about high mastery of magic. Elvira gritted her teeth while holding her wrist and thought that she is an alchemy student. She is the core of their powers. However, an alchemy student has a fatal flaw. The emblem of a ram, next to which there were many flasks with potions. The girl thought, if you do not rely on magical tools and reagents, then there is almost no combat power. Elvira frowned and looked forward while the fire was burning around her and thought that usually students of the Faculty of Alchemy put on emergency magical tools in the form of rings and necklaces just in case, but it seemed to her that such a genius like her did not need such a thing. She looked at the silhouette of Ed, who stood in the fire, and thought that this boy really took even this into account. She remembered how the green cut hit the chains of the chandelier, thinking that he had broken it. The chandelier flew down on Taylor, and the girl thought that he took advantage of the hitch and created a wall of fire. The girl remembered how a green beam of light hit her hair and strap, thinking that he did it to strike her back. Elvira remembered reaching for the potion when the fire started. She frowned, looking ahead, and thought that in that case, he should have aimed at the body of the bag, not the belt, and besides, it was just Ed. The blonde stood in the fire, gathering a ball of green energy over his palm that flew around. Elvira took out a small blue ball from her jacket. She threw it on the floor and a green rabbit with wings appeared from the ball. The girl thought that she still had an ace up her sleeve. There was a turquoise rune on the rabbit's back, and the girl thought that she needed to increase her resistance to fire and aggressive attacks, and then strengthen her body. She reached out her hands to the rabbit, which grew, its toothy mouth opened, and its eyes glowed red. Isla anxiously extended her hand forward, muttering about a spell that could extinguish the flames. A faint blue light began to emanate from her hand towards the fire. Green energy swirled around the rays of flame. Isla screamed loudly and looked in surprise at the beam of green energy that flew towards her. A bright beam of flame flew forward. Taylor swung his sword towards the green beam, deflecting it, and told Isla to gather herself. The brown-haired girl was breathing heavily, her eyes wide. Elvira thought that she was confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat power was average even among first years who were just learning the basics of magic. The guy with black hair waved his fiery sword, cutting a green beam of energy in front of him, and the girl thought that boy was clearly aiming only at Isla, so she couldn't get closer to him, and it was also difficult for her and Isla to even move. The girl called Taylor, and the guy clenched his teeth and looked around. Elvira asked if he shortened the distance a little, he would be able to suppress his attacks. The red-haired girl waved her hand forward, frowning and shouting, "Then now." A huge rabbit with red eyes ran forward from the girl, growling loudly. The rabbit opened its mouth, running towards Ed, who was surrounded by flames. The guy with black hair held the sword in both hands, bent down, and said that there is no room for questions about whether he can or not, he just has to do it. The girl with red hair waved her cloak over herself, saying that she liked it. Covering herself with her cloak, Elvira ran forward towards the fire. Isla looked worriedly at the girl who jumped into the fire, calling out to her. The cloak flew in the air, scorched at the edges. Elvira sat down with a smile near her potions, closing her eyes and took the couple in her hands, asking if they missed her. They parted for a moment, but she really missed them. Ed looked back at her, a ball of green energy gathering around his hand. The guy extended his hand towards the red-haired girl who was sitting on the floor. In front of the guy stood a huge white rabbit, and Ed sat down on one knee, releasing a beam of green light forward towards the girl, a wind blade. Elvira brought one of the potion bottles to her face, closing her eyes and thinking that he had prepared himself properly, but the reset spell had already started. Biting her lip, the girl threw the bottle of potion towards the bright green light. The green beam hit the bottle with the blue potion, and the red had shouted that he was late. The blue round bottle broke, emitting a bright light, and the girl thought that the reagent made from crushed chestnut flowers and brown mushrooms was a special reagent with a magical reset formula. There was a strong explosion on the ground, and a dense blue fog rose in the air. Isla looked at her hand in surprise as blue energy passed near her. Elvira thought that its effect was to suppress the release of magical power. Blue light flew next to the bright fire. The fire slowly died out as blue energy filled the space, and the girl thought that it was temporarily suppressing the byproducts created by the magical power. Ed thrust his sword into a huge rabbit that leaned on him. Blood sprayed from the wound. Elvira mentally asked if he understood what this meant. The rabbit's body fell to the floor. It was stained with blood. Ed was looking forward. His shirt was stained with blood, and he was holding a sword in his hand, and the red-haired girl thought that he was now unable to use magic. Elvira frowned and, opening her eyes wide, told him not to hope that they would fall for his relaxed appearance, because they had a warrior, and Taylor shouted now. The guy with black hair opened his eyes wide and shouted Ed's name. He ran in his direction, but the blonde turned back, running away from him. Ed put his hand on the cabinet, going behind it. He knocked over the cabinet between himself and Taylor, and it fell to the floor with a loud crash. Yellow oil from a bucket spilled onto the carpet. Oil flowed across the carpet next to fiery sparks. Suddenly, a bright fire erupted as the oil caught fire. A bright fire appeared in front of Taylor, and the guy staggered back. He looked at it with his eyes wide open, asking for this oil. Elvira waved her hand behind him, asking if Ed had gone crazy. Here is the Opheles building. If the fire spreads to the corridor, there may be casualties. Taylor grabbed the hilt of the sword on his belt, saying that whether it was a flame created by magic or a fire lit with oil, he would be able to cut through everything with his elemental cut. Either way, the effect of that reagent only lasted a few minutes. The guy ran forward, his eyes glowing yellow, and he shouted that before anyone gets hurt, he will deal with them. Elvira frowned, looking at the guy, and, opening her mouth wide, shouted at him to wait. There was dark smoke flying near the walls. Fiery sparks were flying. The girl thought that the windows were open enough for all the smoke to come out. She looked at the floor near the table, thinking that the carpets that could catch fire had been removed, and the same went for any flammable items. The guy with black hair jumped forward, swinging his sword. Red lightning flew around, and the red-haired girl thought that Ed had planned everything. The blonde lowered his head, holding a bow in his hands, and the girl thought that even with all these small details. Elvira looked up, opening her eyes wide, and shouted to Taylor no. Ed pursed his lips and frowned as he pulled the string of his bow and arrow. He held a bow in front of a guy with black hair who was running towards him. Taylor clenched his teeth and frowned, mentally asking if he really wanted to show him that he knew how to use a bow, but he would be able to block his attack. The guy's eyes widened and he looked to the side. The blonde shot from his bow, lowering an arrow that quickly flew forward. It flew close to Taylor's face, who wondered in shock if he wasn't aiming at him. Isla held her hands out in front of her, looking in shock at the arrow that was flying towards her. Blue energy appeared around the girl's hands, and Elvira thought that at the moment Isla was not able to use even basic defensive magic. Isla's eyes widened in shock as someone called out to her. The girl put her hands in front of her head, closing her eyes, but the arrow was caught in a ball of blue energy right in front of her face. Elvira placed her hands on a round device on the floor that was glowing blue and said it was close. She looked up at the arrow that was flying in the air in the dome. A ball, in the cuts of which blue energy shone. The system window showed a clawed hand, a magical engineering tool that generates a force that allows it to attract small objects from a great distance, as long as they are within the limit of visibility. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze, mentally asking what kind of arrow this was. She looked at the wrapped arrowhead, raising her eyebrow, and thought that instead of the tip being a bundle of fabric, it had succumbed to them here too. The red-haired girl straightened up, looking to the side, and asked Taylor to wait, saying that he clearly still had something left. The boy with black hair swung his sword at the blonde's bow, who blocked his blow. Ed pursed his lips and frowned, blocking the blow. He squinted his eyes as he heard something and thought it was a sound from the second floor, someone shouting that if they didn't act, he would kill everyone. Clevius held his head, opening his eyes wide and screaming. Act 2, final scene, takeover of the Opheles building, second floor boss, Clevius Grimm, exit. The blonde exhaled and closed his eyes, finally thinking. Taylor hit Ed hard, pushing him back into the neck. A large dark cloud of dust rose. Elvira looked at this in shock, her eyes wide open, and asked what. She looked at Ed, who was sitting against the wall covered in blood, lowering his head, and asked what it was. The furniture in the room was burning, sparks were flying in the air, and someone asked if he had gone crazy. Taylor irritably held the blonde by the shirt, asking if there was any reason to go that far. The red-haired girl crossed her arms and clenched her teeth, looking at them and thinking that she didn't like it all. She felt like she had been playing into this man's hands the whole battle. The girl remembered how Ed was sitting on a chair, frowning at them, and thought that if he really was going to subdue them, he would not have revealed his presence, but would have simply dropped the chandelier and suddenly attacked, but he sat openly in front of the stairs, blocking their path. The girl remembered how the blonde extended his hand, next to which there was green energy, and thought that in the subsequent battle, everything was thought out so that none of his actions could be called stupid. She thought that something was clearly wrong here. Ed bowed his head while the guy held him by the shirt and calmly said that it was all over. The guy let him go and the blonde sighed, sinking to the floor, closing his eyes, and said that since the battle was over, then let them go upstairs, stop crowding here. Taylor looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide, and asked what he said. Until now he had not allowed them to go upstairs, and now what kind of trick was this? The blonde looked up when asked why he gave in. Taylor waved his hand, frowning at Elvira, who stepped forward, asking what, succumbed, was this man really them? The redhead approached the blonde's face, irritably saying that she could not close her eyes to what happened. Let him answer why he succumbed. Ed's blue eyes glowed as he looked at the girl. Elvira clenched her teeth in irritation, her orange eyes also glowing. The door to the hall opened slightly, letting in dim light. The girl with pink hair removed the wet hood from her head. A hairpin with a persimmon flower was chosen by the girl after a whole night of thought and doubt. The girl walked forward, leaving drops of water behind her, but can anyone really afford to say a harsh word? Calling her sincere love stupid? Even if this is just a delusion, she is free to fantasize about happiness as much as she wants. Elvira held the blonde by the clothes, while Isla held the girl, and Taylor stood over them, clenching his hand into a fist. But the gap between imagination and reality sometimes hurts with its cruelty. The young man who in her dreams was supposed to appear before her in all his glory rosaries. Ed tilted his head, looking forward questioningly. For some reason he was lying covered in blood on the floor, surrounded by a group of attackers. Janica looked at them with wide red eyes, darkly asking what they were doing. The letter said that a matter suddenly appeared that he urgently needed to resolve. He would try to finish everything as soon as possible, so let her wait for him a little. It would be a lie to say that a feeling of slight dissonance did not appear in her soul. Perhaps he really was caught off guard by something unexpected. Janica remembered how Ed studied and smiled at her, thinking that from his simple life in the forest to his actions during the enslavement of Glaskin, no matter how big or small the problem, Ed always creates some expectation that the problem is whatever happens will be resolved. She remembered sitting in front of the blonde man, who looked down at her with a smile. Ed sat against the wall, covered in blood, while someone held him by the shirt, and only when a decent slap flew into these smug thoughts, they began to look at the events that happened in a new way. Janica remembered how she turned to the guy with a smile, saying that she would definitely help him. However, Ed did not ask for help. The girl with pink hair sat worriedly in the gazebo while the rain poured from the sky. Ed made sure that Janica was outside the Opheles building and, leaving behind a ridiculous letter, went to fight alone, shedding blood because he wanted to take Janica as far away from battlefield after she had already been severely punished for the Glaskin incident. Pink lightning sparkled around the girl with pink hair. She put her hand to the clip on her hair and thought that she did not know what was happening here, but he made sure that she did not get involved in this incident. Janica clutched the hairpin in her hands, thinking that it was while she was wasting her time choosing insignificant trinkets. With a scary expression on her face, Janica tilted her head, opening her red eyes wide, asking what they were doing here. Taylor looked at the girl with concern, holding the blonde, and said that fortunately, she was not tied hand and foot due to the situation. Currently the Opheles building is occupied by other students, but he does not think that this is the end, that the fact that Ed was so persistent in blocking their path suggests that there are others higher up. Elvira frowned as she pulled out a flask of potion from her bag and told the guy to come to his senses. The girl shouted that Janica is the enemy. The girl with pink hair opened her mouth, saying that there is something. Violet energy shone around the girl. Cracks appeared on the floor where she stood, and Janica said that in fact, what they were doing here was not particularly interesting to her. Ed frowned as he was swept away by a stream of powerful purple energy and shouted the girl's name. She smiled, answering that everything was fine. Isla and Elvira looked up in shock. The red-haired girl dropped the bottle of potion. Turquoise feathers were visible next to the rays of violet energy. Broken glass was flying in the air. Many animal spirits were standing around Janica, glowing in different colors. Janica smiled, looking forward with red eyes as lightning sparked around her face, and told Ed to wait just a minute. Elvira frowned at the girl, thinking that these were mid-level spirits of the 4 attributes. Plus ghost spirits and low-rank spirits, it was like an entire army. Ed stepped forward to the spirits while Elvira pulled Isla and Taylor by the hands, saying that they should run. Let them admit that they cannot break through here. They could hardly cope with this fallen aristocrat. Janica waved her hand forward, purple energy gathering around her. She looked forward with wide eyes, guiding the spiritual beasts, which opened their mouths wide. Elvira said that now their enemy is the best second-year student of the Faculty of Magic. The crocodile opened his mouth, releasing water across the floor. The stone spirit jumped forward and a fiery sword appeared in the hands of the guy with black hair. Elvira covered her head with her hands, shouting for the guy to get ready, let him face reality. All the windows were broken, so let them moving. Taylor bit his lip, saying that her words were, of course, true. Already because of Ed, Taylor felt that something was wrong in the building of Opheles. Other students could also suffer. A flame lit up around the guy with black hair and he frowned and said that he couldn't let her valuable medicinal plants go missing. Taylor never gives in the face of danger. The girl shouted his name. The guy stood with his sword in front of him, in front of the stone spirit, who swung his hand, and the water crocodile, who jumped out of the water. The obvious fact is that it is Taylor who will live the life of the main character. Someone grabbed the guy by the clothes from behind. He pulled it sharply and Taylor's eyes widened in surprise as Ed told him that when he was told to go, he had to go. The blonde threw the guy back, causing him to fly far, hitting him and raising a cloud of dust. Taylor opened one eye, frowning as he was told to listen carefully. He looked at Ed, who waved his hand back, standing in front of many spirits. The blonde said that he would tidy up Janica and let them, as planned, go up to the 2nd floor. Isla frowned as she approached the guy with black hair and said that at first he was blocking their path, and now he was just telling them to go up to the 2nd floor. Ed replied that he had changed his mind, so let them go. Elvira looked at him irritably, frowning, and said, "Does he really think that he can stop all these spirits when he is already covered with wounds?" Something hit the girl's head and she closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. Ed looked down at her, clenched his hand into a fist and told her to take all the reagents with her, apologizing for ruining her bag. The red-haired girl sat on the floor, collecting her potions, and said irritably that he first says one thing, then another. Let him know that they heard him. Elvira, Isla, and Taylor ran up the stairs, saying they were leaving, while Ed stood behind them in front of the dark silhouettes of the spirits. Janica, her eyes wide open, extended her hand forward while violet energy glowed around her. The girl's bright eyes suddenly opened wide. She looked at the blonde man who was walking in her direction, calling his name in surprise. The girl put her hand in front of her, worriedly telling him not to overexert himself and let him step aside. She will figure out the rest herself. Detailed explanations can be left for later. We need to sort everything out quickly and provide him with treatment. Ed calmly called the girl. The guy raised his hand, thinking that he understood that this could indeed be considered rude. The girl's eyes widened when the guy said that he was really fine. He stood in front of the girl while the violet energy fluttered around his hair and told her to act in moderation. Janica looked at the guy in surprise. Her eyes became normal again. She blushed when Ed's hands fell on her shoulders and asked in surprise what. Blue energy appeared around and the girl looked to the side, saying that he put his hands on her shoulders. The guy said that first of all, let her call the spirits back. The wind is so strong that he can hardly stand on his feet. The bird's turquoise spirit began to dissipate and the girl answered exactly. It must be difficult for him to stand, she is so stupid. The bird disappeared and the wind energy began to dissipate in the air. Shards fell to the floor, landing on the ground. Isla, Taylor, and Elvira looked back at this in surprise, their eyes wide open, and the red-haired girl said that he really calmed her down. Ed looked back at them, raising and waving his hand at them, mentally telling them to quickly go upstairs. The guy's eyes half closed and he began to fall. The guy fell to the ground and Janica looked at him in surprise, calling the guy. He thought that they didn't have much time anyway. The girl screamed the guy's name again while rain fell above Opheles and light was visible from the windows of the building. It was raining outside the window of the building. Janica asked why he continues to get wounds without saying a word. She told him to share with her if something happens. Ed replied that this time there were reasons. From now on he will share with everything. The guy sat on the bench with his eyes closed, while the girl next to him worriedly said that these children had gone too far. Was there any reason to beat him to such an extent? She does not know the details of what happened, but when she meets them next time, she will definitely give them a beating. Ed looked back at the girl while she said that in any case, wherever he goes, let him try not to get hurt again. Let him promise her. The guy replied okay, thanking her for her concern. Ed stood up, resting his hands on his knees, thinking that even though everything had deviated a little from the plan, He had somehow fulfilled his role as the boss of the first floor. Now he could go to the camp with peace of mind. The guy flinched when the girl said that she saw a huge carriage while she was in the rose garden. The guy's eyes widened and he looked to the side as Janica said that the carriage rushed by so fast that she couldn't really see it, but the symbol depicted was in the shape of a golden crown. A golden carriage, in which sat the silhouette of a man who was reading a book. Next to the carriage stood 4 people in hoods. A golden crown, this is the symbol of the Alt Guild. The man with many golden rings on his fingers held his hand on the book. Loratel's adoptive father and the enemy who killed her biological father, who disappeared in the final episode of the second act in the battle for the Sage Seal. The man with black hair, beard and mustache lowered his golden eyes to the book in his hands after he was defeated by Loratel, the fake boss, the Golden King of Elt. The carriage stood in the heavy rain while people stood next to it. Something else was clearly planned, because he arrived at the academy ahead of schedule, something that is beyond Ed's knowledge. The carriage stood under the large academy building, in which light shone from the windows. The silhouette of a man was visible in one of the windows. She put her hand to the glass, saying that she was rejected. The corridor of the 5th floor of the Opheles building. Loratel stood at the window while Ellis was next to her. The redhead said that she knew him too. The man who at first glance looks like a villain and a scoundrel. The maid said that she was talking about Mr. Ed, whom she happened to see in the camp. The redhead replied that yes, that's true. A red-haired girl and Ellis were reflected in the glass of the window. The latter said that she didn't know what her taste was, and Loratel lowered her gaze, answering that he had an attractive appearance. But that was not the most important thing. It seemed to her that the same was coming from him. The smell is the same as her, Ellis. She remembered walking up the stairs while Ed stood below and the redhead asked if he could show sympathy for such a person. The girl explained that in the end, he made a lot of overly emotional comments, which was not at all like him. She remembered how Ed frowned, looking at her with blue glowing eyes and said that she should be responsible for her choice. The girl said that he pushed her hand away without hesitation. The red-haired girl looked over her shoulder, saying that people like them have to listen to such words all their lives. Ellis looked at the girl, pursing her lips. A man named Ellis is the housekeeper in the Opheles building and the head maid with over 20 years of experience. The girl in the red dress stood at the front of the dorm building, flanked by other maids on either side of her. She began working as an apprentice maid at 15 years old without knowing anything, and eventually gained recognition for her abilities, becoming the housekeeper of the Opheles building at a relatively young age. A chest that was filled with gold coins, so this is where Loratel put the most effort. The largest amount of money was spent to break Ellis's intransigence. This loss left a large hole in the ledger, but Loratel didn't regret the expense one bit. The red-haired girl looked over her shoulder, smiled, and said that she was glad that she had Ellis. The housekeeper stood in front of the chest, opening it. A bright golden light from the chest fell on her face. Loratel found another person close to her in spirit. Only when faced with those throwing away gold coins before the ringing, strong life beliefs and values, kindred spirits that do not leave other choice. Loratel stood on a mountain of gold while people behind her were drowning in her. Only then is the girl able to get rid of loneliness. The red-haired girl as a child ran with a bag, her eyes wide open in fear, while a man was chasing her. This happens because she lived her whole life being the first to stab someone in the back, since if she was caught red-handed, she could pay with her life for one single gold coin. Ellis looked at the red-haired girl with her gray eyes while she said that, be that as it may, Willain, the representative of the lower-ranking students, would be allowed to control the magic circle on the 4th floor. But no matter how bleak her past was and the circumstances that put her in this position, Loratel closed her eyes with a smile as the blue light from the window illuminated her and said that when she gave her control of the rampant magic at the right moment, she would destroy Opheles building without even realizing it. The girl opened her eyes. She is clearly a villain in a black veil. The red-haired girl walked down the corridor while Ellis followed her. Loratel said that events were developing according to plan, so she would just stay in the storeroom. She should play the role of a good student who, scared to death, hid in the storeroom. The white-haired girl opened her mouth, sighing, and thought what a pathetic person she was. Ellis pulled the sword out of its sheath, holding the hilt in her hands, saying that since this was the topic of conversation. A sword blade was pressed to Loratel's neck and the girl's eyes opened wide in surprise. At such a young age, having failed to love anyone, or open her heart as a family member, she would die alone. The sword at Loratel's neck glowed with blue energy. Around Ellis was the same when she said that she was not her soulmate. It was raining heavily over the dorm. Someone said it wouldn't take long at this rate. The system window showed the boss of the 2nd floor, a sullen Clevius. Taylor clenched his teeth and tied Clevius's hands behind his back. They overpowered Clevius running from the 2nd floor and forced him to join the group. The boss of the third floor, the washerwoman Kelly, the maid, covered in blood, sat against the wall, closed her eyes and apologized to Ellis, saying that she had not coped with her instructions. Without her older twin sister, she was unable to provide adequate resistance to the Taylor squad. However, they did not wonder where the second sister was. Taylor walked ahead, followed by Isla and Elvira up the stairs, and at the bottom of the stairs, Clevius walked with his arms crossed over his chest. Everything went surprisingly smoothly when they reached the fourth floor of the Opheles Pavilion. Ed, who rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and looked ahead with blue glowing eyes, from the very beginning, only the boss of the first floor proved to be a worthy opponent for them. Someone shouted loudly and Elvira pursed her lips, squeezing the strap of the bag on her shoulder. There was a bright red energy glowing in the corridor, from which the students were running, shouting that they needed to run and asking for help. Willain was flying in front of a bright red seal. A cube was floating next to him, also emitting light. The guy frowned, shouting that he couldn't cope. Let them help him. The system window showed the boss of the fourth floor, a hostage in Willain's protective hands. Placing a crystal sphere to control the runes in plain sight was Loretel and Ellis's original plan. The cube, which had a bright red light shining from its round holes, had protective runes located around the entire perimeter of the dormitory, intended to protect students from people who might intrude inside. At the end of the corridor, the silhouette of Willain was visible, and from it bright rays of red energy passed throughout the corridor, but what they saw in front of them looked more like a child waving a loaded weapon. Elvira waved her hand and Taylor held his sword in front of him, blocking the blow while Clevius looked on in shock and Isla helped one of the students. The dorm building shook. A girl with short hair stumbled, frightenedly asking what was happening. A guy in one of the rooms frowned, lowered his head and shouted that at this rate the building would soon collapse. Another student opened his mouth wide in fear and loudly asked where the maids were. Shards of broken windows were flying from the building. The students, locked in their rooms all this time, began to realize that everything was not going in the right direction. Students jumped out of the building's windows, breaking them, and used their abilities to escape the occupied building. Many of the dorm's windows were struck as students broke them, and the whole situation slowly but surely took on a catastrophic tone. There was a strong bright explosion near the building. Taylor waved his sword upward, looking around and calling Elvira, asked if she had any moth reagent left. The red-haired girl looked at the guy, rummaging in her bag, and replied that this reagent only distorts the magical energy around the caster, and the magic of the runes is already distorted to the point of impossibility. It is simply useless. The girl pulled out a flask with a green potion, holding it in her hand, and said, "But she has something else." The system window showed fisher grass extract, a reagent obtained by mixing and boiling fisher grass with the shell of an imperial clam. The girl waved her hand, spraying green mist into the air, saying that at least it would block all the basic magic in the corridor. The girl, clenching her teeth, grabbed Clevius by the clothes, causing him to open his eyes wide, and the girl said that all that was left was an auxiliary spell. There would be many of them, but they could break through with brute force, so let them go there. The red-haired girl kicked Clevius, causing him to run forward with tears in his eyes. She screamed for them to give him a hard time. Clevius asked in fear why he did, and Taylor ran after the guy with a sword. Willain opened his mouth wide as projectiles began to appear from the runes next to him, flying forward. They hit the floor and walls of the hallway as the two guys dodged them, getting closer. Willain smiled as his glasses cracked and tears streamed down his face. The guy's eyes widened when a bright light shone next to him and he finally muttered. There was a huge, bright fiery explosion. The explosion hit several windows of the dormitory, causing stones to fly out into the street. The carriage was standing near the building when an explosion rumbled there, and Janica and Ed were hiding behind a tree. The girl asked what they were doing here. If they continued to move so actively, his wounds would open again. The guy looked out from behind the tree, saying that it's not scary, most of this blood is not his. The girl held her cloak over herself, asking why go so far. Ed sighed, looking forward with blue eyes. He looked at the carriage, next to which people stood, thinking about it. The door of the carriage was open, and the guy thought that he could call all this nonsense, but considering the kind of person sitting inside, he couldn't dare call this carriage anything other than a carriage. A man with black hair sat frowning in a carriage, holding a piece of paper, and the guy thought that this was the King of Elt. Usually he would be accompanied by an innumerable number of such carriages, but everything that is happening directly indicates that he is here in secret. The letter in the man's hand was burning. Elt is Loretel's adoptive father and part-time fake boss, who will have to be betrayed by his own daughter, and right now he shouldn't be at the academy. Janica and Ed looked at the maid, who stood holding an umbrella. The guy thought why he was here. The carriage seemed to have been here for quite a long time. Maybe he was waiting for something. For example, the destruction of the Opheles Pavilion. The guy's eyes widened when he thought about the girl. A maid with blonde hair stood surrounded by people in hoods. A maid on the third floor, dishwasher Shani, she is one of the orphans raised by the maid Ellis. A maid with short hair stood in the corridor holding a sword in her hand behind her back. There was red energy around her. In the story, Ellis was bribed by Loretel, and Shani was supposed to guard the third floor along with her sister, but she is next to El, which makes the situation more strange. Shani would never betray Ellis, and Loretel bribed Ellis. A maid in a red dress held a sword to the throat of a girl with red hair, but what if the rules changed and Ellis took Elt's side? The girl with red hair lay in the rain, there was a pool of blood under her, then the only possible outcome would be Loretel's fall. Ed behind the tree frowned, thinking that Loretel would have to join the political fight against Phonia in the third act, and serve as a crucial ally for the protagonist in the fight against the Rottweiler family during the fourth act. Elt got out of the carriage, holding his hands behind his back, followed by a maid with an umbrella. The blonde thought that he had already gotten enough for playing the role of the boss of the first floor, but now he also needs to do Loretel's job. He refuses. Ed looked at Janica next to him, calling the girl, and she looked at him questioningly. The guy frowned, closing his eyes, and said that he wanted to ask her for a favor. The matter was urgent and he definitely couldn't handle it alone. The guy thought about how to explain it to her. The girl immediately agreed and Ed looked at her in surprise. Janica clenched her hand into a fist, looking decisively at the guy, and asked what to do. A piece of paper was burning on the red seat of the carriage. The text read, "Greetings, Elt, Golden King and manager of the trading company." The piece of paper slowly burned. It says, despite the fact that Lady Loretel unquestioningly carries out all his orders, being an exemplary daughter, in fact she is plotting betrayal with the subsequent seizure of power in his trading company. A girl with red hair with a smile shook her hand with a dark-skinned man who was also smiling. She knows that Elt is the killer of her own father, and is doing business with major figures in his company in order to subsequently overthrow him. A man with black hair and 4 hooded men walked down the corridor. Negotiations regarding the grimoire were just an excuse to lure him to Sylvania Academy, and to divert his attention from the crisis that was brewing in the trading company. Elt frowned. Looking forward, the author of the letter has enough evidence to confirm the above, such as this document that he is now holding in his hands, indicating Loretel's plan. The red-haired girl had a blade at her neck as she looked forward in surprise, and Lady Loretel offered the writer of the letter a considerable sum of gold coins. In case the writer was not offered an amount greater than this, he would side with Lady Loretel. Ellis narrowed her eyes, looking at the girl. She is gradually going blind, and because of one incident she has almost lost her hearing. So this will be her last year as a maid. Her position is unenviable, and he is the only person who now knows about it. Ellis had a blue energy shining around her as she held the sword to the girl's throat. Her choices would determine the outcome of all future events. A document that he can find in addition to this letter contains the names of all the establishments that she has managed throughout time. The letter that was burned contained a list of the scammers' shelter in the province of Cern, the Colton shelter, the Atone Krosel shelter, the Alton shelter in the Odal province, the public psychiatric shelter in the Tamil province. The amount of gold delivered to these institutions would directly affect her subsequent actions. Rain fell from the dark sky. The letter said that she believed that the man would make the right choice. Ellis, the head maid of the Opheles Pavilion. The sword at Loretel's neck twisted brightly. The maid told her not to move. Elt would arrive here soon. The girl with white hair extended her hand holding the sword and said that she did not expect to see this look. She thought the girl would be more cold-blooded. They stood in the center of the corridor, and the maid continued that she herself said that she was planning to take revenge on the Golden King of Elt. She was sorry, but in her eyes they were the same. The girl with white hair sighed, frowned, closed her eyes and said that they were the same as her. There was a strong explosion on the wall near Loretel. Willain was tied with rope while he was being dragged, and someone said, of course, how else would Willain get to the protective runes? As she suspected, that's the real culprit. Isla, Clevius, Taylor and Alvira, the latter pointed her finger forward and shouted that this is the head maid Ellis. Let Taylor be careful, she has a hostage. Suddenly Loretel lowered her head and the white-haired maid looked at her in surprise. She fell to the floor in front of Alvira, Isla and Clevius, who looked at her with concern, asking if she was okay. Loretel bit her lip, thinking that she was fine. She planned everything. We need to deal with her quickly. We need to say these words and blame her for everything. Alvira looked at the girl worriedly, lowered her gaze and called her. She asked what was wrong with her face, and Loretel opened her mouth slightly, wondering what she looked like in her eyes. The girl ran down the stairs abruptly, covering her face with her hand while others called out to her. The girl quickly went down the steps, thinking that Elt was already on his way here. He doesn't trust almost anyone, so he must come here himself. The girl turned around, going further down the stairs, and thought that the plan was almost complete. Elt would be responsible for everything that happened here. Now he was here, which means that the headquarters was empty. She just needed to get in touch with her accomplices. The red-haired girl ran away, thinking that she only needed to send a dove with a letter, which she kept in her room. She plays the main role in her plan and she has not yet been exposed. Everything will be as it should. The girl ran along the red carpet. She slowed down, stopping, and thought that everything would be fine. There was no need to be upset. Loratel remembered Ed's gloomy look, thinking that there was no one in that world who could understand her. She remembered how Ellis pointed the sword at her, thinking that betrayal was expected, and she had been through this many times. The girl lowered her head, placing her hand on the wall nearby. She put her hand to her face, lowered her gaze, her body trembled, and tears flowed down her face. When the girl thought that there was no need to worry about such an issue, it was completely out of character for her. The girl stepped forward. She calmly walked forward along the corridor again, thinking that she needed to do everything in her power. Biting her lip, Loratel ran down the corridor with tears in her eyes, thinking that right now she had to run. She needed to get to her room before Elt arrived. There was dark smoke coming from the dorm windows, and Loratel thought that everything would be fine. She just needed to send a dove. A broken chandelier lay on the floor. At the same time, first floor, main hall. Elt and several employees entered the main hall, the man holding his hands behind his back. He tilted his head, frowning, asking if it was a student, telling him to leave quickly. The guy stepped forward into the light, saying that the building could collapse, and for safety reasons they were not allowing anyone inside. Ed looked at the man and his subordinates, saying that he could not let them through until the academy workers arrived. Elt raised his hand, asking him for an order from the administration, and the blonde closed his eyes, saying that this was his own initiative. He considered it his duty to prevent unnecessary casualties. The guy looked forward at the man, thinking that there are only 3 people who know what is really happening here. Loratel looked away, frowning. She, who planned to overthrow her father and take revenge on him for her childhood, while vacating the position of manager of the trading company. A man with black hair, who lowered his gaze, looking to the side. Elt, intending to disrupt Loratel's plans and take the grimoire into his possession. Ellis stood in front. Behind her on 2 scales stood Loratel and Elt. Between them, using both, was Ellis, the main reason why everything did not go as Ed had hoped. The maid held her sword at the red-haired girl's neck, glowing with blue energy. Ed doesn't know why she betrayed Loratel, but now they both should be on the 5th floor. Does that mean he needs to go to them? Not at all. Phoebus, Isla, Elvira, and Taylor stood in the doorway, while the redhead pointed forward. The blonde thought that even if he wasn't there in the story, Taylor's squad would stumble upon them. The guy with black hair crossed his sword with the maid's sword while she was holding a fireball in her other hand. Clebius was standing behind her, and the red-haired girl threw a potion in their direction. Ed thought that he would leave it to them. You can rely on these guys. The guy remembered how, as the boss of the 1st floor, he fought with Isla, Taylor, and Elvira, thinking that especially since he had already tested their abilities. Elt frowned at the blonde, and he thought that he would have to deal with the one who was now in front of him, so that he didn't come up with something for himself. The blonde parted his mouth and gasped, thinking that he should just keep him out of here and let the plot take its course. Ed put his hand in front of him and lowered his head, saying that he couldn't believe it. He was Elt, the head of a trading company. He had no doubts about the reasons for his stay here. The red crystal on Elt's neck glowed brightly as he looked at the blonde, who said that wouldn't it be better to talk to the academy administration first? That way he could be given the proper welcome he deserved. The man opened his mouth, saying that everything is clear. Ed lowered his gaze to the floor, pursing his lips. The man stood in front of him. His body glowed with blue energy, and he asked threateningly, "So the guy is Loratel's henchman?" 10 minutes earlier, a bright red light was visible in the windows of the dormitory building. Ed stood in front of the destroyed wall. Behind him stood the stone spirit and Janica. The guy frowned, looking at the small falling stones, and said that there was such chaos around. He looked at Zix, who was standing in the room on one hand, asking why he was sitting in his room. The guy replied that he just didn't want to rush to do anything. It wasn't like the collapse of this building would kill him. Ed wondered if that was the case strong people think. Zix stood up, looking at the blonde, and asked why they broke the walls. Now it will be cold to sleep here. Ed thought, is this guy really a magician? The guy with brown hair scratched the back of his head and leaned over, saying that Janica is also here. This is the first time they meet like this, since they previously only crossed paths during the incident with Glaskin. The girl folded her hands, apologizing for this. Ed told Janica not to worry, she had already been punished for that incident. The girl thanked him, and Zix looked up at them questioningly. He looked at them, asking if they were dating, and the girl blushed deeply, raising her hands and saying no. She winced, glancing at the blonde man next to her who was looking at her. She asked if this was bothering him, and Ed closed his eyes, saying that everything was fine. Zix was just asking a rude question. The brown-haired boy bowed before the two, lowering his head and asking for forgiveness. He raised his head at them, asking why they came here and destroyed the wall in his room. Ed frowned, tilting his head, his blue eyes shining as he asked for help with something he would thank him for later. In the main hall, Ed stood with his head bowed in front of Elt, while Zix and Janica were hiding behind. The blonde said that he had no doubt at all about the man's reasons for being here, but it was better to talk to the academy administration first. That way he could be given the proper welcome that he deserves it. Elt opened his mouth, saying that everything is clear. Ed pursed his lips, lowered his head, and lowered his gaze to the floor. The man stood in front of him. a bright blue energy glowing around him as he said that so Ed was Loratel's henchman. The man tilted his head as he approached the guy and asked if he really fell for the stupid image she showed him. Why didn't he choose a guaranteed reward instead of loyalty for a couple of gold coins that he might not get? The man looked at the guy carefully, saying that she was a born vixen. She would easily betray him the very moment when he turned his back to her. He raised her since childhood. He knows this like no one else. Ed kept his head down, his eyes shadowed, as Elt said that he would double the money she offered him and give it right away. Let him get out of the way. The guy opened his mouth and thanked him for the offer. He looked up at the man, frowning, and replied that he had not been offered any money, so there was no point in doubling. Elt frowned at him and replied that everything was clear. He raised his hand and they were surrounded by many people in cloaks who were holding weapons in their hands, and blue energy was shining around. The man said that the meaning of the words spoken never reached him. The blonde frowned, looking away when the man said to get rid of him. Several hooded people jumped on the guy who ran forward, running away from them. 2 more people with swords stood in front of him and Elt shouted to stop him from escaping. People were blown away by a beam of green energy that hit from the side. Zix extended his hand towards them, saying that everything is fine. Janica stood next to him. Ed looked over his shoulder, saying that he would be back once he checked the situation upstairs. He would thank them later. Janica raised her hand, looking to the side and said understood. A stone spirit and a firebird appeared next to her. Zix said with a smile, wasn't he the one who owed him? Elt frowned at them with his bright eyes and said that they were students, but still dangerous opponents. Let them show them what they are capable of. The hooded men jumped towards Zix and Janica, holding their swords. Ed ran down the dark corridor, clenching his hands into fists. He looked ahead with his eyes wide open, thinking that he needed to find Loratel and ask her about the situation. The guy stopped. Loratel stood behind him with wide eyes. The guy asked. She couldn't get out and the girl looked at him with alarm. The blonde looked over his shoulder at the girl, saying that they could go to the back exit to get out of here. He asked if she could run, telling her to keep up and give it her all. There is always a reason for trust and good deeds. A man with gray hair and a mustache put his hand to his chest with a smile, closing his eyes. Cheryl, the receptionist at a trading company, behaved well with Loratel, and all because he was trying to extract crumbs of information from her that could be sold. A man with brown hair and a thick beard smiled widely, laughing. Cadden, an employee of the company, perked up sharply in the presence of Loratel because she gave various advice that related to his work. A green parrot sat on her finger. Even her pet Tiny, whom she kept at the academy, clung to her because she gave him food of the highest quality. A gold coin with the image of a ship on it. Any gesture of goodwill goes hand in hand with the reason it was made, at least in the world where Loratel lives. Ed and the red-haired girl ran down the corridor and the guy looked back at her, saying that he didn't think they had time to go into details, asking if Ellis had betrayed her. The red-haired girl pursed her lips, thinking that it was her fault, a stupid mistake on her part. The girl thought of Janica, who was holding a basket of eggs in her hands with a wide smile. Janica grew up surrounded by warmth and love from other people, and she tried to repay them in kind, but she is not like that. The girl with pink hair sat next to Ed with a smile, blushing, and Loratel thought that day she proposed to Ed. She saw that warm look with which she looked at Ed, this scene in which she did not want to get anything in return. Ellis smiled, closing her eyes, and the red-haired girl thought that she too had a chance for such a relationship, which is why she blabbed about her plans. The maid in a red dress put a sword to Loratel's throat and she thought that her hopes were crushed, in contrast to her position in life, not to trust anyone. The girl walked down the corridor, thinking that in reality, even when she saw this side of her, she should not forget about who she is. Loratel lowered her head. The girl was reflected in the broken window opposite her and she thought that she should not have even expected that someone like her could be in such a relationship. Ellis, who lowered her gaze. Below her were 2 maids with the same appearance, then Willain in a hood, who frowned, and Ed, looking to the side. Blue energy was shining around everyone. The red-haired girl thought that for the plan with the Opheles Pavilion, she bribed 5. The eldest maid Ellis, twins Shani and Kelly, representative of the disgruntled students Willain and fallen noble Ed. She thought about how one of the maids stood with an umbrella on the street and how Willain was tied up. The girl thought that Ellis and the twins had sided with Eld. Willain was also going to betray her. She looked at the blonde, who looked questioningly at the girl over his shoulder while she thought that the same would happen to him. Loratel stopped in the hallway, apologizing to her, wondering why she was even saying this and why he was on her side. The girl opened her mouth. Her eyes were hidden by a shadow and she said that she cannot guarantee that she will pay him the promised 20 gold pieces. He himself can understand. The situation is very unstable now, the girl thought. Why does she not stop talking nonsense about how it's all over due to the fact that there was no one left on her side? The guy asked, and so what? And Loratel looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. The guy grabbed her wrist, saying that they don't have time. Let her stop marking time. If Elt finds her, her life will end at that very moment. Ed ran on, dragging the surprised Loratel with him, and told her that in order to think through their next steps, they first need to escape. Loretel looked at the guy in shock, her mouth parted and she thought about trust and good deeds. Without turning to the girl, Ed told her to tell him what was happening, and the girl thought that there is always a reason for something like this. She pursed her lips, thinking that if he doesn't see the reason, then he can't trust these actions, it's natural. Loretel opened her mouth, saying that the company's management was planning to manipulate prices on the market. This should have been done by her father. She thought about the many shelves and armor that stood against the wall, saying that after a major monster hunt in the eastern mountains this summer, the price of armor had dropped greatly. So there was an opportunity to buy back most of the goods and monopolize the trade. Ed said that means the plan is in order to carry out market manipulation. She may not go into detail. Loretel took off her hood. Standing in front of the display case in which the book was flying, she said that everything was right. For this plan, her father needed a large sum of money, so he found a buyer for the Sage's grimoire and sent her to Sylvania to steal it. Ed frowned, looking forward, and replied that everything was clear, she need not explain further. 3 people, A, B, C, there were arrows around them. Inside the arrows there were gold coins, and next to the people there were icons of armor. In this scheme, 3 traders monopolize a cheap product on the market, as a result of which they artificially inflate the price for it, trading only among themselves, a classic method of managing prices in the market. Armor, next to which the arrow went up due to the non-stop rise in prices for this product. People begin to think that they will soon not be able to afford to buy it, so the thought immediately flashes through their minds, they need to buy while they can. The 3 people stood in the bright light. In front of them was a large mountain of gold coins. If the product can be successfully sold at this moment, the merchants will be able to make unimaginable profits from such scams. 3 people, A, B, and C, stood with their backs to each other with smiles, crossing their arms over their chests. But the weak link in this scheme is trust. If 2 of the sellers decide to sell the goods without the knowledge of the third, then the prices after the sale will drop sharply. Elt frowned, looking ahead with bright orange eyes, and the third seller would suffer significant losses, because he would have to sell his product at a price that was probably even less than the one at which he bought it before the monopolization, and Elt would suffer huge losses not only financially, but also in terms of power. Loretel stood with a smile with her arms crossed over her chest. Behind her there were 2 merchants and many more silhouettes of people. For this, Loretel had been bribing merchants associated with the first 2 participants in the plan for many years. But the main factor is the absence of Elt at her post at the headquarters, because then decision-making rights are transferred to 6 major figures bribed by Loretel. Ed held the red-haired girl's hand as they ran down the corridor and said that she decided to pull off this plan with the Opheles Pavilion in order to deal a blow to the Academy's finances, because this would give them a free hand during negotiations on the sale of the grimoire, and this, in turn, will lure Elt out of headquarters because he will need to take the money from the deal, which will be an excellent opportunity for her to turn her plan into reality. The girl looked at the guy in shock and nervousness, thinking about how he understood all this. Ed looked back at her over his shoulder, saying that it meant that she had to take the last step, and the girl thought that he immediately understood her plan. The guy turned to her, saying that they need to somehow send a message, and then her people will be able to sell the goods. Loretel frowned, saying that she keeps a carrier pigeon in her room. There was a dove sitting in a golden cage with a letter on its back, and the girl said that with the help of it she communicated with the people whom she bribed, which means that all you need to do is send the dove and hide until the deal is completed. Ed walked up to the door, putting his hand on it, and Loretel, looking at him, said that her father was probably expecting this outcome of events. She was more than sure that he was going to grab her today and take care of all the traders within the company. The guy stood silently on the door, without turning around. He turned his gaze to the girl, frowning, and asked her to listen carefully. A lot of people in hoods were walking towards the arch, and the guy said that from now on she needs to make every effort to hide. If Elt were there, he would put people on both bridges leading to the mountains. They would definitely track them down and find them. The carriages were driving across the bridge, harnessed to horses, and the guy told her to talk to the groom in the stalls and send the empty carriage into the mountains across the bridge. Let her leave the carriage in a suitable place and run away, so they will think that she will be somewhere in the Arkan Mountains. Ed looked out the ajar door while the girl asked him what next. The guy replied that there was an unfinished hut in the forest in the north. She needed to hide there for 3 days. He looked at the girl who was standing at the door, saying that he would send a dove from her room if he wrote a simple letter, like "The time has come, sell, they will understand." Loretel answered yes. The blonde's eyes suddenly widened. He put his hands on Loretel's shoulders, pushing her against the wall. The guy held her there, worriedly saying that there was someone at the exit. He would take care of it and head to her room, and for now let her wait until everything calms down, and immediately after that let her go to the stable. The girl looked at him with her eyes wide open and looking up, thinking that he, like a skillful trader, had taken his step perfectly and harmoniously and settled all the problems without wasting a second of precious time. The thought ran through her head that she could completely rely on him. Ed frowned, looking at the girl, asking if she was listening to him. This is not like her. Let her stop soaring in the clouds. The girl replied that she understood everything. She opened her mouth, calling the guy's name, thinking that this plan might work. Laurel looked at the guy in embarrassment, raised her gaze and asked why he was so eager to help her. Ed looked at the girl in surprise, his eyes wide open. He frowned, closing his eyes and clenching his teeth, thinking that such a question was so unexpected. The guy walked out the door, leaving the girl, and said that he just thought he had to help. The door slammed loudly behind the guy while Laurel remained standing with her head down. It was raining outside, knocking on the windows. The girl sank to the floor, sat down near the wall and pursed her lips. She panted as her face turned red and thought how loud it was. She remembered how Taylor, Clevius and Elvira fought Ellis, wondering if this could be the sound of the final battle between them. She thought about how Zix and Janica stood in front of Elt and many hooded people, thinking maybe it was somewhere closer, on the ground floor. Laurel put her hand to her chest, squeezing the edge of her cloak and thought, no, this is even closer, she can't believe it. Tears streamed down Laurel's face as she panted, blushing and clutching her chest, thinking it was her heart. Trees were visible as raindrops fell from the dark sky. The blade of the sword flashed brightly and someone said that she didn't think she would see it here. The maid with short blonde hair held the sword in front of her, frowning. The system window showed the dishwasher shanty. The girl said that this was unexpected. Ed wiped his face with his hand, saying that given the current circumstances, this conversation felt somehow insipid. The guy stood frowning in the rain, raising his hand. Now, with this painstakingly verified attempt to overthrow the government, they are finally coming to the end. The girl extended her hand, next to which the cube was burning with a bright green light, the one who could put all the protective runes in order with just one command. Ellis blocked the black-haired guy's strike with her sword as bright green energy circled around them, a swordswoman capable of standing up to students from the combat department. The white-haired girl frowned at the guy, an excellent mid-level magic user, Ellis's head made. The golden strike cut through the wall of green energy. Taylor clenched his teeth, cutting through the energy, swinging his sword wide, and despite all of the above, she was unable to defeat Taylor. The guy with black hair sharply slammed his sword on the maid's sword, frowning. Because he was the main character of this story, Act 2, Scene 3, the battle with the headmaid Ellis, the final battle begins. There was a bright golden light in the windows of Opheles' dorm. A sword was visible under the windows, shining brightly from the golden light from the windows. Shani frowned, looking to the side with her golden eyes, holding her sword out in front of her. She stood in front of Ed as the rain poured down on them. The guy frowned, looking at the girl and thought that he had used up almost all his mana. It was left for 2 or 3 basic techniques. Shani pushed herself off the ground, jumping forward. She pointed her sword forward, and the blade glowed with bright purple energy as the girl pushed off the ground, approaching the guy. She pointed her sword at the leg of the guy, who picked her up, dodging the blow. Shani looked down in surprise, asking what, and the guy thought her first attack would be a kick to the leg. Ed stepped sharply on the blade of the sword, pinning it to the ground, and thought that he knew all her next steps. Shani frowned, gritting her teeth and lifting the hem of her skirt where the short daggers were tied to her leg. The guy suddenly grabbed the girl's hand by the wrist, thinking that this meant that he could prevent each of them. Ed waved his hand, causing the headband with daggers to fly to the side on the ground, and the girl lowered her head. Shani looked at the ground with wide eyes, clenching her teeth. Her eyes glowed purple, and Ed thought about the skill the twins were given at birth. The system window showed the exchange of abilities. Once a day you can exchange abilities with your twin. The daggers glowed with a bright purple light as they flew forward. This was low-level telekinesis magic. They flew towards Ed, who was looking in the other direction. A couple of daggers flew next to the guy, and 2 more stuck into his body, just below his chest and into his shoulder. Shani smiled, looking up at him with her violet eyes. She opened her mouth in shock, opening her eyes wide. Ed held her hand, not moving from his place, lowering his gaze to the girl, while 2 daggers were stuck into his body. The guy pulled out one of the daggers from himself, causing blood to spurt out, and thought that, however, the borrowed abilities did not work as well as the owners, and the wounds were not deep. Ed waved his hand, throwing the daggers to the floor, still holding the girl's sword with his foot, causing her to lower her head low while sitting on the ground. The guy swung his leg, and Shani moaned in pain, closing one eye. He kicked her sword, pushing it back away from him. Ed lowered his head, looking down at the ground, and said, "That's it." The guy got down on one knee, pinning Shani to the ground. When she screamed loudly, it only took a minute. The girl raised her head with tears in her eyes, shouting that she could not let Mistress Ellis down. Let him let go and not bother her. The guy looked at her, drops of water running down his hair, when he said that Ellis would not win. The girl frowned and looked back at him, asking what he knew. Ellis clenched her teeth, blood running down her chin, and a bright purple light emanating from the cube next to her hand. Shani asked if he had any idea how much pain she had endured in her life and what she had to go through. The white-haired maid extended her hand forward. Beams of purple energy shot forward from the runes around her, exploding in front. There was a bright explosion in front of the girl when she extended her hand, and Shani asked if he knew how many orphans she saved. She screamed that she was one of the orphans, and Ed silently lowered his head, looking at her, thinking that in truth, he didn't know much. The game didn't touch on the details of Alice's life. The white-haired girl's eyes widened as a bright light shone next to her face. A cross-shaped slash of dark energy ran through the explosion. Taylor, with white hair and eyes, quickly moved towards her, stabbing with his sword, and Shani screamed that if it weren't for Ellis, she wouldn't be able to live a normal life. Taylor swung his sword, leaping over the white-haired maid, Shani screaming that she would be unable to earn a living. There was a bright light next to Ellis's face from the impact as she looked at it in shock, and Shani screamed loudly that she wouldn't have survived without her. Ellis's eyes opened wide. There was a bright fiery explosion behind Ed in the window of the building while Shani said that he knew nothing about her. The guy opened his mouth slightly, thinking that even after listening to this story, his feelings remained the same. He pressed sharply on the maid's body, causing her to clench her teeth and say that this did not concern him. Shani trembled, tears streaming down her face, and she bit her lip, saying that she would never forgive him, asking how he could side with Loratel. The girl's eyes closed and her face fell to the ground as tears continued to stream down her face. There was a fire burning from the window, from which dark smoke was emanating. Shani was lying on the ground with her head down and one hand behind her back. Ed thought that unfortunately, he didn't know the life stories of the minor characters. What could he do if he didn't know anything about these people? The guy stood up, leaning his hand on his knee, and thought that there were still a huge number of stories in the world that he would never hear about. There was a strong explosion in one of the windows of the building, from which broken stones flew off, and Ed thought that he needed to summarize everything he had done today. Shani was dragged along the ground while raindrops fell on her. The guy thought that he needed to compare everything with the fact that Ellis, as it turned out, was taking care of orphans all the time, putting all the facts on the scales of good and evil. A maid with blonde hair lay against the wall, closing her eyes. People who do such things out of their moral motives still deserve to live. Ed ran away from the doors of the building in which the maid lay, but his goal remains above all, and it has not changed a bit since he took possession of this body. The guy frowned, looking ahead as he ran in the rain, and thought that this goal was to survive. The system window showed that he had defeated the Shani dishwasher. He had acquired a new skill. The system window showed an icon with a burning skull and text, "Resistance to pain, temporarily dulls the body's ability to feel pain or exhaustion, postponing them for some time," the guy finally thought. A stone flew into the window, breaking it. Ed was sitting near the broken window, sitting on one knee. He looked to the side, thinking that there was expensive furniture and various decorations. He looked at the cabinet on which there were books and various decorations, thinking that everything was laid out on the shelves in a certain order. There were papers on the table, and the guy thought that there were a lot of different documents there, even books neatly arranged in rows. The guy got to his feet, standing by the window in the room, saying that it was her style. He opened the closet where there was a cage with a dove. The guy was writing a note with a pen, which said that Elt was now in Sylvania. It would take him at least 3 days to return. The text of the note was for them to sell everything they had. The dove flew across the sky, in which the moon was shining brightly. Several feathers flew down, and the guy thought that the carrier pigeon had set off through the rain and the impenetrable darkness of the night sky. He would return with the head of Elt. A man walked through the forest, drops of blood falling on his shoes. Ed was breathing heavily. His shirt was bloody and he held onto his shoulder as he walked through the forest, thinking that the wounds were shallow, so they should heal without problems. He remembered Elt, around whom a bright blue energy was shining, and thought that if not for the help of Zix and Janica and a couple of fortunate circumstances, then Loratel would definitely fall into the clutches of Elt, after which her life would come to an end. There was a carriage standing on the bridge, and the guy thought that right now the carriage sent by her was rushing straight into the mountains, and her father would have no choice but to give chase. The dove flew across the night sky, spreading its wings, even if it manages to catch and interrogate the charioteer, who admits that Loratel never left the walls of the academy. Then by the time this happens, the sent carrier pigeon will return, completing the plan to overthrow Elt. The guy looked to the side, thinking that Loratel should be waiting for him in the hut, as they had agreed earlier. The guy looked at the hooded girl who was approaching him, asking if she was really meeting him. Ed's eyes widened and he frowned, asking what. He wondered how he could have forgotten such a basic truth. Loratel held a dagger in front of her, pursing her lips, and the guy thought that this was too arrogant on his part. The main instigator of everything that was happening was Loratel. Ellis, under her are 2 identical maids, Willain and Ed. The guy thought that only the 5 people she hired knew about her plan. If Elt was not there, then Ellis would have to return to Loratel. Shani and Kelly would follow her. Willain could easily bribe again. He remembered how he walked out the door, saying that he was helping the girl just like that, and thought that Ed, in the eyes of Loratel, was the person who could not be bribed. The blonde held his hand, looking at the girl in front of him, and thought that if she got rid of him in the middle of the forest, where no one would see them, then her plan would succeed. Loratel approached the guy, holding a dagger in her hand, and he thought that Loratel was the one who pulled the strings, the person who uses and gets rid of people in the course of carrying out her plans. the real villain. Ed clenched his teeth, opened his eyes wide, and thought that he urgently needed to come up with something if he wanted to survive. But his body. The girl approached the guy, standing opposite him while he looked at the girl in surprise. She swung her dagger forward. Ed clenched his teeth, looking at it with wide eyes. Loretel cut the edge of her dark cloak with her dagger. She wrapped the cloth around the guy's arm, asking why. Ed looked at the girl in shock, looking down as she asked why he allowed himself to be hurt like that. He leaned on her shoulder as they walked towards the camp, and Loretel asked to let her help him. The rain had stopped, so she lit a fire. With tears in her eyes, Loretel turned to the guy, smiling and saying that they needed to warm up together. A fire burning around the stones. Ed asked if she did everything as they agreed. The girl said, "Oh well, she is none other than Loretel." The girl sat with a mug in her hands, closing her eyes and smiling, saying that she had found a way to convince the groom. He said that he would try to attract as much attention as possible, even if he had to risk his life. The guy next to him lowered his gaze to the fire, asking how she succeeded, thinking that she couldn't hold his entire family hostage. The guy looked at the girl nervously, thinking maybe Loretel said that if their plan works, then she will completely take over the Elt organization. The redhead looked back at the guy over her shoulder, winked at him with a smile, and said that she was now in an unpaid debt to him. Doesn't that make him happy? He feels her magnificence. Ed silently lowered his gaze, poking at the fire with a stick, and the girl said that this was a boring reaction. She smiled while sparks from the fire flew nearby, thanking the guy. Loretel and Ed were sitting in front of the hut on 2 logs, and the girl said that she would not forget what he did for her. The guy said that she should just pay him the 20 promised coins. The girl answered, of course. The light of a fire was visible in the dark forest. The girl said that she wanted to ask him something, and the guy asked if she wanted him to do something else or if it had something to do with Ellis. The girl with red hair lowered her head, holding the mug to her face, and answered no, she will deal with her personally. She wants to ask about Janica. The girl asked if they were quite close to her, and Ed, without looking up, answered that she was a good person. The girl said that she also treats her well. She is very kind, always thinks about others, and is open to new things. The blonde looked at the girl and said yes, how about her? Loretel silently opened her mouth, holding the cup to her face. She closed her eyes with a smile, threw her head back, and said that she was not so good. At the same time, in the Opheles pavilion, a large dent was visible on the wall. Stones were falling to the floor from the ceiling. Elt walked out the doors while behind him people in cloaks stood with swords in their hands. Elt left as soon as he received the corresponding report from his people. He was absolutely indifferent to further events in the hostel. Zix frowned and looked to the side, raising his hand above himself. He could not cope with the pressure of all Elt's subordinates. The purple energy demolished 2 people who shouted to stop. Instead of fighting enemies, Zix had to stop his own allies. A hurricane of red energy appeared around Janica, in which hooded people were spinning. At first, Janica just had an anxious expression on her face, but at some point the spirits began to be released. Zix covered his face with his hands, looking at the girl and asking her what happened. He thought that he needed to stop her before there were even more victims. The girl's back was turned, and the guy asked why she was so angry. Janica did not answer. Without turning around, a green bird was sitting on her shoulder. The girl looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide, and said with a smile that she was not angry at all. The edge of the roof of the hut, with Ed's torn clothes, attending classes was not even considered, so Zix brought him his own, and at the same time told him about what had happened. Willain, who screamed loudly while there was red energy behind him and a bright cube in front of him. The blame for the destruction of Opheles' pavilion fell on Willain. Ellis was tied to a chair, her gaze downcast. The head maid Ellis, who was completely depressed after these events, has not uttered a word since then. Loretel, as an important character to the plot, continues to play her role, remaining on stage, and there was no news from Elt. The plan apparently worked as intended. Ed pursed his lips, water running down his face. If events develop according to plan, then they have no choice but to wait for the carrier pigeon with good news. Ed stood next to the lake, stretching and exhaling. This incident had a bad impact on his daily activities due to his physical condition. His body hurts here and there. Work that requires physical strength is still hard, but it still needs to be done. The system window showed everyday abilities: rank, mid-level master, specialty, none, craft, level 13, design, level 8, gathering, level 11, slot for advanced skill is empty, second slot for advanced skill is empty. Ed looked at the 2 empty advanced skill slots and thought that now that he had these slots open, he needed to focus on getting them. He had already decided which skill he would need to acquire. 2 skills with beast and sword and gear, and 1 spiritual magic infusion compatible with spirit summoning skills, and magic engineering, which allows you to create various gadgets for home and battle. A magic ball and a dagger with a blue blade, around which energy shone. In order to gain the skill of filling with spiritual magic, you need to conclude a contract with the spirit and fill 1 artifact with spiritual magic. As for magical engineering, it will open if you at least once disassemble or assemble a magical artifact a certain level. Ed looked back at Janica, who who was waving at him with a wide smile, greeting the guy and saying that the weather was still cool after the rain. The guy looked back at her, also greeting the girl. The guy thought that he didn't want to waste perfume slots just like that, but now it would be better to catch even the lowest spirit and conclude a contract with it. The guy stretched his hand, asking if she had no classes now, and the girl sat down on a stone next to the stump into which the axe was stuck, saying that she had a headache, and her whole body hurt after what happened, so she decided to take a break in the fresh air. The guy asked if she was sure that she was not injured that day, and Janica replied that she was completely fine. She closed her eyes. The girl looked at the guy, looked up at him and asked how Laurel was doing. The guy replied that she was now resting in the house, and Janica frowned and looked back at the hut behind her with displeasure. Laurel sat against the wall of the hut. The light from the window fell on her body and the girl closed her eyes. The situation with the Opheles pavilion was completely resolved, but she still had a lot of work to do. The girl thought about Ellis, who was pointing the sword forward, and about the book, thinking that she needed to convince Ellis and arrange the sale of the grimoire. The girl with red hair looked out the window, glanced to the side and thought that these 3 days she was forced to wait for the carrier pigeon from the company headquarters, remaining in this house with anxiety in her heart. Her eyes opened wide and she thought it was annoying, but not too much. Ed hit the log with his axe, cutting it in two, and Laurel thought that the fact that she was next to him made her heart flutter. The red-haired girl blushed, stroking her neck and smiling as she thought that his gratuitous kindness and trust towards her made her feel safe. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly. This feeling, natural for all other people, was for Laurel, who spent her whole life on the cold streets, more valuable than any gold, and she did not want to give it to anyone else, no matter what the cost. Ed looked at Janica, who with a smile handed him a white towel, especially she did not want to give this to Janica. Laurel frowned, pursing her lips and closing her eyes. Janica's life was overflowing with attention and kindness from her family and friends. The redhead thought that she would give it to her, since her life was already full of such experiences. The girl sat down in the hut again. She closed her eyes, sitting on a chair and crossing her arms over her chest, thinking that if she refused, then the only way out would be competition. This was already her territory. Laurel put her hand to her face, smiling slyly, and thought that they would have 3 days of life together. This was a great advantage. She waved her hands up with a wide smile. There were mountains of gold in front of her, and she thought that first she would use the standard approach. She would shower him with money. The girl lowered her head, resting her hands on the chair, and said that although it might not be the best idea, since her finances were going through hard times, maybe she could help him with the tuition fees, and do it completely naturally. Laurel imagined herself crossing her arms over her chest, shyly saying, so that Ed wouldn't get the wrong idea, she wasn't paying for him because she liked him. The girl started banging her head against the wall, thinking that this was completely ridiculous. The system window showed the number of Laurel guys, 0. Someone asked to move, saying that this was her place, and the red-haired girl looked to the side in surprise. Lucy entered the hut, closing her eyes and yawning. The red-haired girl looked at how she was lying on the floor, asking what she was doing here, and Lucy replied that the sun was shining here perfectly. The red-haired girl thought, well, what about this time? Ed threw Lucy over his shoulder and she frowned, holding out her arms, asking why. Ed threw the girl onto the ground where the hut was built, looking over his shoulder and asking Laurel if he woke her up, saying that Lucy had snuck into the house again. The red-haired girl silently pursed her lips when the guy said that they had dealt with her for now, so she could go back to sleep. Laurel, looking at the guy, asked if she was a frequent visitor here, and the guy asked what she was doing. Lucy was sleeping on the ground, closing her eyes, and the guy told her to treat her simply as something inevitable, like a natural disaster. For example, the red-haired girl thought that it means she has another rival. The sun was setting over the horizon. Laurel thought that she still had plenty of time. In 3 days she would even the score. The sun was shining above the hut again. The blue sky was visible. Laurel's life in Ed's house was the morning of the second day. A girl with red hair looked out of the window with a wide smile, calling out to Ed. Janica closed her eyes with a smile, wishing the girl good morning. The red-haired girl sighed as outside the window a girl with pink hair stood next to Ed, who asked if she had come again. Laurel lowered her gaze, but contrary to the girl's wishes, it was extremely rare to be alone with Ed. Lucy lay on the floor with jerky in her mouth, arms outstretched to the sides, the red-haired girl next to her side. Ed tiredly lowered his gaze, wiping his forehead with his hand, saying that he had finally finished. Gray brick. System window showed a new item was made. A brick. Bricks made by pouring mud into a mold and drying it while using fire magic. Creation difficulty 2 stars. Creation completed. Crafting skills increased. Ability to work with stone learned. Due to prevailing characteristics, increasing experience in craft skills higher than normal. There was a stone fireplace in the hut. The system window showed a crafted item, a brick fireplace, a fireplace created by laying bricks. It is not too strong due to the fact that the bricks were made from mud, but serves its purpose well enough for indoor use. Needs a chimney. Difficulty of creation 3 stars out of 5, creation completed. Crafting skills increased. Ed thought that he had finally finished the fireplace that he had been unable to build due to this incident. On the board lay sticks with fried fish and vegetables stuck on them. Loretel said that it smelled unusual. Did he really add basil? And Ed replied that Belle gave it to him some time ago. Asking how she even understood all this from one smell, the girl answered that she has a fairly good sense of smell. Loretel was sitting on a log holding a kebab and said that since nothing happened this morning, we can assume that everything is going according to plan. Ed was sitting in front of the table with kebab, saying that this is good news, but you need to be careful. Loretel replied that this goes without saying. Besides, she has a lot of things ahead of her. The red-haired girl looked to the side, chewing meat, saying that, for example, she needs to pay him the promised money. As a merchant, she is obliged to fulfill her monetary promises. Maybe he will at least get some things instead of money. Ed looked up thoughtfully while Janica looked at him displeased, and the guy said that the first thing that comes to mind is building materials or maybe something else. The guy looked at the red-haired girl, raised his eyebrows and said that maybe they have tools for magical engineering. The red-haired girl asked about the tools. Janica frowned as Loretel told the guy that she would check the stock in the warehouses and let him know. Although she can try to remember now, she still holds almost all such information in her head. Ed looked back at the pink-haired girl, asking if he could ask her for a favor. Janica looked at him in surprise, asking for a favor. The roof of the hut, in which the chimney from the fireplace was now visible, Ed said that not long ago he was trying to study spiritual magic on his own, and he would like to make a contract with a lower spirit, so he thought that she could help him. Janica smiled proudly. Putting her hands on her hips and closing her eyes, she said what it means now she will be his teacher. With her he won't even have time to blink an eye before he signs a mid-level contract. The blonde looked at the girl in surprise. The girl extended her hands, on which the bird was sitting, surrounded by green energy, and said that first they would check the chat with the spirits. Let him concentrate. The girl asked Karis to talk to Ed and the bird said that she said, this guy can't. Ed looked at the bird in shock, frowning, saying that he heard little of what the bird was saying. The bird turned to Janica, displeasedly saying that first he needs to improve his connection with the spirits to the point where he can hear them normally. The girl leaned towards her, saying that she thought he could handle this quickly enough. The bird flapped its wings irritably, shouting for the girl to think about how many things he has to do in a day, how much time he will have left for magical exercises. She also knows this very well. According to their weekly reports at meetings in Dex's dorm, his provisions are extremely low, and he must also focus on improving his housing, which means he cannot be distracted by anything else. Janica clapped her hands, which flashed a green light, causing the bird to scream. The girl with pink hair smiled nervously, asking the guy with a smile if he heard something. Ed also awkwardly looked at the girl, saying that there was something about daily reports and meetings. Janica looked away with a nervous smile, lowering her gaze. Loretel looked over the guy's shoulder with a smile, asking if they were finished. A cabinet with various flasks was visible. The girl said that in continuation of the conversation about tools for magical engineering, they seemed to have a surplus of this product, so she could supply him with them as needed. Ed asked if she could then sell with discount, and in return for the promised 20 coins, he wants to receive the corresponding number of tools. Closing her eyes, Loretel tilted her head with a wide smile, asking the sale at a discount. What is he saying? Even if the amount is small, and they are just collecting dust in the warehouse, she will give them to him for free. The girl opened her eyes slightly to look at the guy. Janica looked at her with a frown, clasping her hands together, and Ed calmly looked at the red-haired girl, who said that it would be a little expensive, but if he visited their organization every 3 days, then she thought that she could sell them for really low price, and at the same time they can sit over a cup of tea and chat a little. Janica blushed, got up from her seat and said displeasedly that she wanted to say that even after all that he had done for her, she could not give them to him just like that. Loretel crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, closing her eyes, saying that she is still a merchant after all. Ed chewed the meat, looking at him, while the girl with pink hair shouted that this was a lie. She was just looking for a reason, and the redhead asked the reason for what. The guy thought that it seems that the issue with magical engineering and filling with spiritual magic has been resolved. Someone approached 2 girls and a guy, saying that's where they are, and everyone looked around, asking Miss Belle. A girl with black hair bowed, dressed in a red dress. The system window showed Belle, the new head maid. The girl asked for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit, in a time when the situation is not so peaceful, and she also bears forgiveness for bringing bad news. Loretel frowned and looked in surprise at the maid, who said that the former head maid was giving them a message. White sheets were hanging on the lines, blowing in the wind, and someone asked what exactly she would like to consult about. Clara put her hand to her face with a frown, telling her not to tease. This is really a big secret. Information should under no circumstances be leaked elsewhere. She should not show surprise with her appearance. The girl approached the black-haired man's ear, saying that this is about Janica. Clara stood in front of Belle, who looked at her, saying that she seemed to like Ed, the one. The black-haired maid rolled her eyes, wondering if she should at least feign surprise out of politeness. The maid hung the laundry on the line, saying that everything is clear, Mrs. Clara must also be extremely concerned about this. The girl with short hair put her hand to her face, saying that she doesn't know how Janica could fall in love with such a scoundrel. But it seems his reputation is slowly improving. Anyway, as Janica's friend, she supports her wholeheartedly. Clara frowned, opened her eyes wide and said that this is not the main thing. There is one name that Janica mentioned the other day. She remembered sitting opposite Janica at the table with her second friend, who lowered her head and spoke about Loretel, saying that she didn't know what was going on. But they said that she and Ed were absent from the start of the semester ceremony and from the general lecture, and they weren't there during yesterday's first class either. Belle raised her hands, hanging the sheet, and Clara again put her hand to her face, closing her eyes, and said that ultimately, the relationship between a man and a woman is something like push and pull, in which case, it can be said that Janica has no chance of victory, and Ed himself does not inspire confidence. Janica so openly casts loving glances in his direction, so the fact that he does not understand her feelings simply looks funny. The girl said that either he is a real idiot, or a nasty, cunning fox. Belle, without lowering her gaze, said that she thinks he is not an idiot or a fox, but just a person who is not in the mood for a romantic relationship right now. Clara, clenching her teeth, crossed her arms over her chest, irritably saying that this can't be. She's sure he revels in his popularity, surrounding himself with a crowd of girls. Just the thought of it sends goosebumps through her body. The maid closed her eyes, thinking about a crowd of girls. She thought of Loretel, who crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, thinking that she was an angry stray cat sitting in front of the fishmonger's shop. She thought of Janica, who looked up nervously. Belle thought she was an innocent kitten trembling in fear of the tiger. Lucy lay on the roof with her arms outstretched, and the maid thought she was just a cat. The maid put her hand to her face, frowning and closing her eyes, and Ed looked at her, asking what was wrong with her. She replied that it was nothing special. She was asking for forgiveness. She just felt dizzy when she saw them all here. Loretel looked over her shoulder, saying what was more important was what she was about to say. Belle bowed, folding her hands and closing her eyes, and said that she was here to convey something to Madame Loretel. She had a message from the former housekeeper. A bright fire on the ground, a burning fire dispersed the darkness of the night. Belle carried Lucy in her arms, followed by Janica, who looked back at the camp. Since it was already late, Janica went to the hostel. Belle also returned, taking Lucy. Ed put on a red cloak, holding the edges of it. As Loretel was hiding, it was unpleasant to realize that her location had become known to the instructors of the Ophelis building. Loretel asked if she was too worn out even for repaired clothes. The guy replied that she looked pretty tolerable. In the girl's hands was a letter on which was written, "Consideration of the plan to eliminate the head of the company has been completed, else real power is largely limited. Removal is imminent. The situation is almost settled. Please let her report her personal condition." A carrier pigeon announcing victory had already arrived, so now I had to start preparing to attend classes. The red-haired girl looked down at the letter, burning it in the fire, saying that since the situation has reached this point, it means that her father can only make a last stand at the company headquarters. Although this is a useless twitching of his legs, in any case, he will not be able to dissipate his attention to Sylvania too. Ed turned to the girl standing next to the fire and asked what is the likelihood that Eltside had some kind of ace up their sleeve. The girl said that this man is as cunning as her, so she can't claim that he doesn't have any cards. However, since she is being helped by Slog, who aspires to become the CEO, she has no choice but to trust him. The last little scrap was burning, and the girl said that although Ellis was the one that worried her most, it seemed that all the problems had been solved. Loretel pulled the letter out of the envelope, looking down at it, and Ed asked if she wanted to say that Ellis would not reveal that she was behind everything, and the girl replied that she could not do otherwise. This is the concept of prepayment. The girl raised the letter in her hand over the fire, saying that she had probably decided to join the side that would win, no matter whether it was her or Elt. She remembered Belle bowing to them. The parchment given to Belle containing a detailed list of the orphanages that Ellis had sponsored throughout her life, the cost of running them per year, and the methods that could be used for sponsorship. There was no end to Ellis's hard work. Ellis lowered her gaze, pursing her lips. Her health had deteriorated greatly, but the school continued to pretend not to hear anything. In the end, she became the one who was unable to work, and the one who could not take responsibility for the orphanages. The girl with white hair was pointing a sword at Loretel. Blue energy was shining around her. In the end, she had staked her entire life on this plan. She was keeping a cold demeanor and showed almost no emotion, so no one could realize that she was backed into a corner. The maid with blonde short hair bit her lip as tears streamed down her face. Of course, those who followed Ellis still understood her situation and psychology to some extent. Laurel held a letter in her hands, saying that since her victory was obvious, she was just trying to stick to her side. Of course, regaining the lost trust would be difficult, but instead of threats, she only sent this. Ed shifted his gaze to the side, looking back at her. He looked at the girl who sat silently with a letter in her hands, thinking that in the world of merchants there is no such thing as sympathy. If they make such a mistake, they will most likely be considered an idiot. She knows this better than anyone else. Laurel picked up the letter she was holding, saying that if it turns out that she is behind everything, then she doesn't think anything good will come of it. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, putting the letter in her inner pocket. She said that she would take her back. Because there are no permanent enemies or permanent allies, Ed thought that even though she said so, there was clearly relief on her face. Ed brought a stick to the fire while Laurel looked at him, saying that she thought it was time to slowly return. He would come to the branch of the trading company to sign the contract. Finding time for next week, the guy answered in the affirmative. The guy handed the red-haired girl a burning stick, telling her to take it. It would be enough to light the way for some time. Laurel silently looked at the guy who was holding out the torch to her. He raised his eyebrow questioningly and tilted his head, asked what she was thinking about, and the girl replied that he was simply taller than she thought. Ed asked why she suddenly started talking about his height. Laurel lowered her head, her face turning slightly red as she rubbed her hand, saying that she also thought that such a move was a bit hasty, but still she wanted to seize the initiative. She thought she needed to move on to something more radical. Ed lowered his gaze to the girl who asked, "He knows." She put her hand on the guy's red tie, straightening it, and said that the essence of human relationships is attraction and repulsion. Like this tie, it fits beautifully. Ed lowered his head, looking at the girl, and said that no one sees here anyway. Is it really so unpleasant for her that his clothes are not put in order? Laurel answered with a smile that there is nothing wrong with always being neat and dressed brand new, because they are Sylvania students. The girl pulled Ed's tie, and he asked what it was. Laurel stood on her tiptoes, approaching. Laurel kissed the guy against the backdrop of a burning fire, causing their faces to be hidden by a shadow on the other side. The girl sank to her feet. She put 2 fingers to her lips, saying with a smile that the raspberries they ate for dinner were definitely delicious. It was nice to remember that taste again. Ed, frowning and closing his eyes, turned away, saying that she should stick to the limits of what is permitted. The girl replied that these words were upsetting. If you overdo it with attraction and repulsion, you will lose all popularity. Laurel held the torch in her hands with a smile, tilting her head and narrowing her eyes slightly, saying that next time she would expect him to pull her in, and she, for her part, would practice pushing away. She walked along the forest path, holding a torch in her hands, and Ed looked after the girl. The girl on the road suddenly slipped on the road. She fell, causing a cloud of dust to rise, and the guy thought that he was trying to avoid interacting with the main characters of the main scenario as much as possible. Ed exhaled and covered his reddened face with his hand, thinking that as expected, things in this world don't always work out the way he wants. A bright fire, above it a starry sky with a bright moon. The stars in the sky, visible from the forest, are still beautiful, and the moon amazes with its brightness. Insects are buzzing in the grass as always. The crackling of logs in the fire also remains unchanged. But the feeling is that the trajectory of the scenario involving Ed continues to become distorted. The guy stood in front of the fire, looked up, and thought that he was experiencing a feeling of discomfort, as if he was being pulled into the center of the story against his will. The guy pursed his lips as he walked into the hut with a frown, and thought that even though his policy of taking care of what he needed to take care of, watching the smooth ending of the scenario at the very edge of history, had never changed. All he needed to do is to get a diploma and take care of your qualifications. Ed sat on the floor of the hut by the window, thinking that this plan of action looks very simple, but he begins to understand how reckless and difficult the task set before him is, which he needs to put into practice in the not-too-distant future. Outside the window, the stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and the guy thought that the summer had flown by. The orange autumn leaves of the trees were visible in the window. Autumn had come. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky, and a couple of orange leaves from the tree were flying in the air. The fiery tail slapped the green grass. Janica sat under a white tree, pulling her knees towards her. A fiery dragon was sleeping next to her, a blue beast was standing, and a bird was flying nearby, which said that Red Fox kissed young Master Ed on the lips. The bird frowned, looking at the girl, and said that in such a situation one cannot sit idly by. They need to take action. The girl looked back at her in surprise, asking what she said. The dragon stretched out its head, opening its mouth and looking at the girl, said that he saw it too. The scene was hot. This Red Fox is playing with human hearts. Janica blushed deeply, frowning at him, and asked what they were saying, asking what Ed's reaction was. The dragon closed his eyes and replied that she definitely knows how to ask relevant questions. He remembered how the blonde turned away with a frown and said that in his opinion, he was trying to keep his distance. Although a second ago there had been a kiss, not a single muscle flinched on his face. He was extremely impressed to see such stamina and endurance. The fire dragon rolled his eyes, saying that he was too cold about the incident. Even he shrank while watching this scene. There are only two options. The dragon said that either the fallen aristocrat was initially incapable of such feelings, or he does not see a woman in his opponent. Janica sighed, closed her eyes, and said that she was glad to hear this. The dragon opened his mouth wide, shouting that usually males like him are strong in attack, but too weak in defense. From his experience, he can say that the more that Red Fox is pushed away, the more obsessed she becomes, so if she doesn't do anything, he will be taken away from Janica. The girl covered her ears with her hands, saying that he himself said that Ed's reaction was cold. Two other animal spirits were dragging away the fire dragon, who was shouting, "Is she really planning to lose that young man just because of this red fox?" She said that she wants to teach him spirit magic. She should never miss such a good opportunity when they are alone. She should kiss him at least once. Janica looked after him while the blue cougar in front of her closed her eyes and said not to listen to what he says. Janica is most attractive when she looks like herself. The dragon appeared in front of the girl's face, opening its mouth and saying that everything is right. It would be nice to stick to an innocent and soft image. The cougar opened her eyes and looked at the girl, asking if she had ever imagined that she was doing something breathtaking with young Master Ed and stirring the heart. Janica looked away shyly, blushing deeply. She twirled her braid between her fingers, looked down and said, for example, feed each other. The dragon and Puma in front of her clenched their teeth, sighing. Ed was holding a spoon with something hot in his hands, asking him to open his mouth. Lucy in front of him was sitting on the floor, closing her eyes and eating what was on the spoon, while the guy stood in front of her on one knee, holding a plate. Lucy's eyes widened, glowing purple. Behind the hut, the girl was heard calling the food disgusting. She hit Ed on the back while he was writing something. The guy said that as expected, it was difficult to get any passable flavor without a variety of spices. The girl scowled and shouted at him not to use other people as a tasting machine. Ed thought whether it is worth delaying mastering culinary skills until food ingredients become more varied. The system window showed information about vital skills, rank, mid-level craftsman, specialization, woodworking, dexterity, level 14, engineering, level 9, gathering, level 12, woodworking, level 13, hunting, level 10, fishing, level 7, cooking, level 6, clothing repair, level 5, slot for high-ranking production skills is empty. In the middle there was a circle with the inscription Dex. Around it there were 3 icons with a ladle, scissors, and a ruler and a hammer. The dexterity characteristic, which is the main characteristic, is largely influenced by the sum of all vital skills. If you upgrade only one characteristic, the efficiency will decrease, so increase they need to be evenly distributed. A large clock was visible, and then the academy building, over which the sun was shining. The problem is that Ed has too much to do now that his studies at the academy have begun. Ed stood reading some book while behind him was Janica, who was smiling widely. The guy thought that if he excludes student life, the time he can spend on survival training is only about 5 or 6 hours a day, and this is taking into account that he is trying to sleep less. The blonde looked to the side, thinking that this kind of pace of life was easy to get used to. But the reason why he was very worried about the effectiveness of survival actions was because he needed time to check if the scenario was going well. The guy looked at the training field, where Taylor stood in front of the dummy, and Isla next to him. The blonde thought that he usually closely follows the main characters, Taylor and the 4 heroes of the game. The guy with black hair swung his sword, striking at the dummy, while Isla clenched her hands into a fist with a wide smile, and Ed thought that Taylor specialized in combat training, so it was difficult to cross him, but he seemed to be growing steadily, and his faithful companion Isla seems to be giving him due support. Ed, Janica, and a couple of other students bowed to Phonia, who was followed by a knight, the Princess of Justice. She also seems to be doing well, without any problems, but she must have a conflict brewing with Loretel, so you need to keep an eye on her. Claris won't be entering the academy until next year, so don't focus on her. Golden daughter Loretel looks like she's walking on thin ice, because Ed doesn't know what changes will happen in Elt's actions due to his early fall. The blonde waved his hand at Loretel, who also raised her hand, smiling as Janica looked on with clenched teeth. The guy thought that, however, regardless of Elt's condition, there seemed to be no change in the plan to immediately capture the Sage Seal. The guy walked along the light stone road, thinking that the reason why he needed more time recently was because now he should also check the professorial building. Ed stood with his back to the large building, looking back at it over his shoulder. He looked at the window of the building, thinking about the final boss of the second act. The man on whose face a shadow fell opened his mouth, saying that everything was clear. Glass sat in the office, holding a piece of paper in his hands and looking at it, said that there was someone who was behind the seizure of the Opheles building. Ed thought that the boss was Professor Glass. The girl with blonde hair smiled, looking resolutely at the man. The system window showed Claire Alphen, assistant professor. The man told her that since she thought so, then such a scenario was quite possible. After all, she had surprisingly good intuition. The man closed his eyes, taking off his glasses, and said that they were still missing the most important thing. Purple energy appeared around the man as he put his hand on the table, gloomily telling the girl that, for example, about the dissertation on divine science that he asked to find. Claire shuddered, saying that she would find it and tomorrow morning it would already be on his table. A large building with an orange roof, the Opheles building, the professorial building. There was a sign on the brown door that said Assistant Professor Claire's office. Someone said she was collecting materials related to the Opheles building hijacking incident. Claire sat tiredly on the chair, thanking the girl named Annis in front of her. The blonde pursed her lips, wearily reading the papers in her hands. She looked at the profiles of 3 students, Zix, Janica, and Ed. The girl wondered if she really should worry about a matter that was already more or less finished. She was already so exhausted. The girl frowned, humming thoughtfully, saying that no matter how you look at it, doubts do not leave her. She looked at the photo of the blonde man, calling his name Ed Rodaler. Ed frowned, standing in a brown suit. When he was told that she was so sorry, she was so tired that she completely forgot about the contract. A white building in the city, seagulls were sitting on the fence nearby. The system window showed the Elt Trading Company, a branch of Sylvania. The man said that it looked like he would have to visit her next week. She prepared tea and sweets as an apology. Ed sat at the table with a mug of tea on it while Loretel in front of him said that they had prepared magical engineering materials for him so he could get them from the warehouse. The guy asked if she originally dressed like that for work. A girl with red hair tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with a smile, standing in a white blouse and a long skirt, saying that today there was an important meeting in her schedule, so she paid special attention to her appearance, asking how the guy should dress. The blonde raised his eyebrows, looking at her, asking about an important meeting. The girl looked at him silently, smiling awkwardly. She closed her eyes, saying that this also happens. Loretel stood at the table, asking if the guy had already finished arranging the hut. Ed picked up a cup, saying that he was at the final stage. The girl asked that then he probably needed furniture, and the guy replied that the goods sold in their trading house were too expensive to he could afford to buy them. Loretel put her hand on the chair, and the girl said that of course she couldn't give them for free because selling things for free was against the work ethic of a merchant. She lifted the chair in her hand, raising her other hand over it, shooting an ice crystal at one of the legs, saying that woodworking was his specialty. Ed looked in surprise as the chair leg fell to the floor, and the girl said that the item was no longer suitable for sale, so tomorrow she would send it to him. The guy said that it was too luxurious a product. He closed his eyes and took a sip from his mug of tea, saying that he would thank her anyway. Loretel tilted her head, silently looking down at him with a smile. The blonde looked at her when she asked how it was possible that his expression didn't change at all. Loretel sat down on the table, leaning her hand on it. She sat next to the guy, leaning towards him while he held a mug in his hand, looking at the girl. The girl remembered their kiss against the backdrop of the fire, saying that she had clearly made a win-win move. Loretel pointed her finger at the guy's chest, asking if he initially didn't see her as a woman, but she still sees him as a man, in that very literal sense. The girl smiled, tilted her head and extended her index finger towards the guy, saying that even this help that she offers him is carried out by her ulterior motives. Ed replied that he understands what kind of answer she wants to receive. He calmly looked at the girl when she said that she was not waiting for an answer at all, as he knew she did not enter into a battle in which she could not win, even though he was acting distant now. Loretel put her finger on the guy's chest with a smile while sitting on the table in front of him and said that one day she won't be the only one who can't control herself. Ed looked at the smile of the girl who bowed her head and thought that there was always the same charming smile on her face, regardless of whether she had every chance of winning or whether she was in a difficult situation. He looked at the girl's trembling hand at his chest and thought that it was the nature of a merchant to never reveal his true feelings. The square in front of the academy, where there was a fountain and students walked. The man raised the stick in his hand, saying this loudly. Janica smiled widely, holding the staff in her hand and standing in front of Ed, asking if it was time to start the lesson, and he answered yes. The girl waved her staff, creating a flame in her palm. She looked at him with a smile, holding fire in both hands, and asked if he would try to focus his mana and form a bond. Ed looked at the flame that lit up his face and agreed. The flame in Janica's hands flared up, energy flew around. It glowed brightly, taking the form of a spirit with ears and wings, who said that he was pleased to meet young Mr. Ed. The small bat-like spirit put his paw to his temple. The system window showed Mog, a low-ranking fire spirit. The spirit said that he was honored to make a contract with him. He was Mog, a low-ranking fire spirit. Ed looked in surprise at the spirit, who said that in accordance with the agenda of the next reporting meeting, held last week, on the proposal to select his full-fledged spirit. He went through the first stage of submitting applications. The second stage of interviewing, the third stage of analyzing agendas at a meeting of spirits, and the fourth stage associated with testing qualifications was completed. The blonde's eyes widened, beads of sweat running down his face as the spirit said that he had received the highest score in the independent exercise on magical efficiency in the Northern Forest, and was proud to say that he had the best communication skills among the lower-ranking spirits in his class. Mog frowned as he stood up straight and said that his body was already burning with anticipation, but he vowed that he would burn his heart with the sole intention of serving him. Taylor rode a swan on the lake with a smile. Ed thought that while playing the failed swordsman Sylvania, he once gained a spiritual type skill. They laughed together, joked, supported each other during battles, and in the end they created a strong bond. He looked at the fire spirit's determined face, thinking that at that moment, didn't he feel the same? The guy looked down at the spirit that Janica was holding in her arms, asking what kind of strict discipline he had. The girl answered with a smile that he asked her to introduce him to a good spirit, so she decided to make her choice in favor of a spirit with a good coefficient of magical energy among those with whom she entered into a contract. Many fireballs flew forward. The girl said that about the process itself, just a little bit. The selection process was a little complicated. Mog and a couple of other spirits next to him flew forward, looking at each other, and Ed asked who planned this selection process in the first place. The fire dragon opened its mouth, forming a fireball in its mouth, shouting for them to run faster, and the girl said that Tarkin invented it. Ed took the spirit into his hands when the girl asked to accept it. The blonde looked down in surprise at the spirit in his hands, asking warm, and Janica asked if he could feel its heat, saying that when he interacts with a contract spirit, you can feel his physical or magical power, even if he does not show it. If the spirit reacts too strongly, it becomes hot, so you usually need to carefully control this process. The guy looked at the spirit, who proudly spread his wings, closing his eyes and smiling. The guy asked, "It turns out that depending on how he regulates the connection, the fiery power also changes." Janica laughed, closing her eyes, saying that calling it fiery power is a little strange. He speaks as if there was some kind of car in front of him. Ed's eyes watered and his cheeks turned red. He looked at Mog, who put his paw to his temple, firmly telling him to just voice the order and the guy would think that it was a portable heater. The system window showed: Spirit slot, low rank fire spirit, Mog, connection level 2, spiritual efficiency is good, unique granted skill defense restoration, temporary increase in fire immunity, explosion magic level, fire magic abilities increased, second spirit slot is empty. The system window showed details of magical abilities, rank, experienced magician, specialty, elementalist. Now you can learn mid-level magic, communication with spirit level 12, understanding spirit level 12, manifestation of spirit level 1, sensory exchange level 1. The guy frowned, blushing, and thought that this was an incredibly useful tool for survival. You wouldn't even have to spend firewood on it. Janica smiled behind him, closed her eyes, and said that she was glad to see that he happy. He always had such a tired expression on his face. She is very happy. The girl stood next to the blonde, raising her index finger, saying that if he needs anything, let him tell him right away. She will tell him about the power of connection and sensitivity before the start of today's first lesson. He will learn everything faster with her. And if he wants to quickly reach the level where they can make a contract with a mid-rank spirit, then they also need to practice spiritual combat. She will free up time and book a room for combat training. Although she has accessories that increase the effectiveness of communication, but they are all in her room. The girl said when they will meet next time, but suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, interrupting herself. She called the guy and Ed looked back at her, turning and asking what. Janica cleared her throat, putting her fist to her face, and said that she is also very busy. She has a lot to do. People are lining up asking her to teach them this and that, so it will be difficult for her to find time. The girl remembered the fiery spirit, who said that you shouldn't devote much time to him, and about Clara, who said that sometimes you need to be able to push away. Janica trembled, closed her eyes, and asked if it was too much to teach him spiritual connection for free. Ed replied that she was right, and the girl opened her eyes in surprise. The blonde rummaged in his pocket, apologizing to the girl and saying that he had taken her goodwill for granted as if it were his personal right. He should repay the services at least in coin, although he would not be able to give a decent amount. Janica shuddered, asking in shock about the money. She approached the guy, frowning, which is why the blonde looked at her in surprise, and Mog hugged the guy. The girl asked what kind of money. After all, he is now trying with all his might to survive. Since you can throw money away, he should spend money wisely. She will never accept them, and in general, isn't it too cold to give money for what she did for him? Ed looked in surprise at the girl, who said that they didn't have such a relationship, so she shouldn't tell her such upsetting things. The guy raised his eyebrows questioningly, asking if she wasn't the first to talk about the fee. He asked why she was suddenly acting like this and Janica blushed, raising her hands nervously. She looked down as her face turned completely red and said that Clara said to push away. No, she said that she is too generous and open by nature, so she needs to learn to say no. Ed sighed and closed his eyes, saying that there is in her words true. She is a very good friend, and Janica asked the truth. The girl embarrassedly looked up at the guy, lowered her hands and said that she was not like that with everyone. Water was flowing from the fountain and the girl said that in any case, she would explain everything in more detail next time they could meet at the training ground. She would book it and tell the exact time. Janica ran back with a smile, waving her hand to Ed and said that she would take a good accessory with her. If he needs any materials on communication training, then let him know. She said goodbye to him, saying that the morning lecture would begin soon. She shouted to him goodbye and Ed raised his hand, also saying goodbye, and Mog saluted on his hand. The gear icon that contained the magic wand, the system window showed he had acquired the high-rank production skill magic engineering. One slot for the high-rank production skills had been used up. Ed stood with a frown at the table where there were various gears, 2 cubes. He held a ball in his hand, thinking that the magical engineering materials obtained from Loratel had a simpler structure than he thought, so he was able to quickly analyze them. Finally, then he has mastered the proper high-ranking skill. The guy said ignition, a fire lit in the fireplace. The guy was sitting in front of the fireplace, throwing wood there, while Mog was flying behind him, and the blonde thought that when he runs out of wood, he uses Mog, and when his mana is depleted, he resorts to the fireplace so he can stably heat the air in the room. The guy looked back at the hut, in which a table, chair, and bed were visible, and thought that a stable living environment was now guaranteed. He closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that just realizing this fact made him feel like a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Ed looked back at the window, which showed the starry sky and the moon, saying that it was already so late, but first he needed to check something. Dark leaves of trees, a dark sky were visible. Someone said that she came here after finishing work, and it was already quite dark, as she thought it would be better to visit here tomorrow. Claire walked along the forest road, lowered her gaze and said that no matter how much she thought about it, it seems that the situation with the seizure of the Opheles building has a hidden figure, and she believes that it is Ed Rottailer, and he was erased from the family registry, which means he is now just Ed. She thought of Ellis, 2 maids who looked alike, Willaine and Ed, who had blue energy around them, and thought that the only people at the scene were students or employees of the Opheles building. But Taylor and Ed had nothing to do with the Opheles building, apart from Taylor, who himself solved the case. Only Ed remains. Claire exhaled and closed her eyes, thinking that she heard that Ed often appears in the northern forest, so she came to him personally. But he is not the type who would eat and sleep in the forest, so it is unlikely that he will show up here in the middle of the night. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she looked ahead. On the ground lay a bloody deer that had been dragged along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Claire hid behind a tree, covering her face with her palm, while Ed carried Lucy on his shoulder, and with his other hand he held and dragged the dead deer along the ground. The girl, with her eyes wide open, looked out from behind the tree, mentally asking what was happening. The girl thought about a mage in blue clothes, whose eyes glowed purple, and above his hand he held the same purple magic sphere. The girl thought that Director Obel was large enough to be compared to the Archmage Glocht or the Great Sage of Sylvania, but even he'll have to give it your all. She looked at Lucy, who was lying on the guy's shoulder, head down, thinking that he would have a hard time against Lucy. Claire peeked out from behind the tree with her eyes wide open and thought that as expected. Her intuition never deceives her. This is the one who was behind the takeover of the Opheles building. She looked at the guy who was carrying a girl with white hair in the dark, and in his other hand he was holding a dead deer, thinking that it was Ed Rottailer. She again hid behind the tree behind the guy, covered her mouth with her hand and thought about the guy. Claire looked at the girl with white hair, thinking that this was Lucy's student. The fair-haired girl watched him from behind the tree, frowning and pursing her lips, thinking that her intuition was correct. Perhaps she was born with a detective talent. White steam was coming from the chimney of the hut. Claire watched as Ed entered the camp, where there was a hut, and a fire, thinking about what it was. The deer with its legs tied fell to the ground. Lucy was placed inside the hut, along with her hat and a bag of something. Claire watched as Ed walked to the door of the cabin, saying that come to think of it, he had an appointment tomorrow morning and still had a lot to do, so he should go to bed early. The girl with brown hair frowned at him. She walked into the camp to the fire, looking back and thought that she had to save the student. Claire reached her hand towards the girl's legs, thinking that she needed to act as quietly as possible. A bright blue explosion passed near the girl's hand and she pulled her hand back. Claire looked to the side in shock, asking what. She looked at Lucy, who stood in front of her with a frown, asking what happened, to which the girl with white hair asked who she was. Claire smiled nervously as a blue beam of energy flashed next to her, indicating that she was taking up the position of assistant professor this year. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She looked nervously at Lucy, who was sitting in the hut, thinking about why she had returned there. Lucy looked at the girl with displeasure with her violet eyes hidden in shadow. The light from the fire illuminated her as she chewed her jerky with a frown. Holding the bag in her hands, the girl flew into the air from the ground, enveloped in purple energy as Claire watched her. The girl with brown hair looked at this in shock, raising her head. She opened her eyes wide, saying that everything was as she thought. A book and a purple ball fell on the table. Claire said it was Ed Rottailer. The girl leaned her hand on the table, frowned, and said that he knew a student who should now be called simply Ed because he had been deleted from the family register. Glass looked back at the girl, holding a book in his hands, sitting at the table, and said that he doesn't seem to stoop to remembering the names of scum. Devoid of talent, the girl said that he again speaks in such a rude manner, but he remembers the student Lucy. The girl said that the same Lucy was suppressed by Ed to such an extent that she was unable to use her power. She was investigating the case of the takeover of the Opheles building, as it had many suspicious nuances, and no, before he asks why she went to Northern Forest, Glass looked at the girl from under his glasses, saying that there was no coherence or logic in her story. Claire stood with a staff in her hand, spreading her arms to the sides. In front of her was a ball with golden energy flying around it. The girl said that she had previously used a recording spell on the first floor of the Opheles building. The man asked, "She received permission for this?" and the girl answered, "Of course not. She just collected the notes and brought them here." The man looked down at the book again, telling her to get ready to write an explanatory note, and Claire raised a purple ball in her hand, saying that she knew he would say that, so she wrote it in advance. However, perhaps it would be a mitigating circumstance if he looked first. In the ball I saw Ed, who was sitting on a chair with a frown, and the girl asked if he wasn't the spitting image of a hidden figure, a blonde man whose eyes glowed with a faint blue light. The girl said that his whole appearance literally screamed that he was a hidden figure. Glass looked at this, turning around, asking that's all. Claire leaned on the table again, saying that no, as she had said earlier. Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy on his back. The man said that maybe he was just carrying a sleeping woman to safety girl. Claire fell silent, frozen. The man said that he was waiting for an explanation, and the girl standing outside the door lowered her head in agreement. Glass looked down, a purple light flashing in his glasses. He looked at the ball, in which Ed was visible, and Isla, Taylor, and Elvira entered. The man thought that this was recorded even in the investigation files. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his companions, but they quickly broke through his defenses. In the ball it was seen how Isla, Elvira, and Taylor took off their cloaks, smiling, and the man thought that Taylor was born to follow the path of the sword, while Elvira was gifted from birth with the natural instinct of an alchemist. Ed raised his hand above himself, and Glass thought that therefore no means would have helped someone so ordinary stop those two. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and a purple glow flashed through them. He looked at Ed's face in the ball, which was glowing, putting his hand to his face and sighed in defeat. There was a strong fiery explosion between the trees in the forest. A sword was stuck into the ground, around which a bright light was burning and dust rose from the ground. White drawings were visible on the sword and glowing. The system window showed, production is completed, production skill has increased, new completed project, ceremonial dagger, explosion, ceremonial dagger with spiritual formula and imprinted explosion spell. The engraved spell can be activated at a certain distance. Because the spell is one in advance, the activation speed is very fast, and the efficiency is impeccable. The difficulty of creation is 2 stars out of 5. Another system window showed the formula contributed by the spirit, spiritual magic explosion, low rank fire spirit Mog, magic storage capacity medium, communication distance short. Ed looked back at the burning blade he held in his hand, saying that this dagger had been with him since the first day he began to survive. Now that it has so many spells engraved on it, he feels a sense of pride. Mog sat on the guy's shoulder with a smile, saying that the spiritual formula fell on him very smoothly. The more often the caster uses the equipment, the higher its effectiveness becomes. Ed frowned, nervously lowering his gaze to the spirit, who was saying that this is another step forward. He is very happy about this. His respect, this burning wick Mog will now choose a song to express his joy. The guy took the spirit by the wing, raising it and looking at it, and the spirit nervously began to say that he was wrong. This body, like a burning wick, ready to suffer punishment. He was very ashamed. Tears appeared in Mog's eyes, and he frowned and said that the most shameful thing in this situation is that he doesn't know what he did wrong. Let him tell about his sins so that he can sincerely think about it, repent and correct it. The guy called the spirit, interrupting him. The spirit looked back at the guy, looking to the side, and asked what. Ed frowned at him and told him to drop that formal tone. Janica sat on the lion with a smile, closing her eyes, while there were 2 more spirits around her. Spirits who escaped from the physical body and took the path of low-ranking spirits receive magical power through contracts with spirit masters to increase their status. If he was a spirit master, like Janica, then he would not have any questions about why low-ranking spirits were happy to sign a contract with him. The guy approached the spirit's face, asking if it wasn't strange from the very beginning, why he was making such a fuss about making a contract with someone like him. Asking if he was trying to keep some other promise, Mog looked at him in surprise, guy, hesitating. Ed put his hands on his hips, frowning, and told him to just tell it like it is. It's not their first day together. Mog lowered his head, silently trembling. The spirit rested his hands on the floor, crying out with tears in his eyes. Why would he hide anything from Ed? This overwhelming humiliation and devotion to Mr. Ed was not born out of pure awe, but because of the desire for success imprinted on his dirty and despicable body. He is very ashamed. Ed lowered his gaze, opening his mouth and exhaling as Mog continued that upon entering into a contract with young Master Ed, he would receive Mistress Janika's enhanced magical power. The spirit said that he could grow almost twice as big as other low-ranking spirits. The blonde closed his eyes, frowned, and asked what else he would tell. Bushes and trees were visible. Mog said that in addition, after collecting rumors about his reputation in the academy, it became clear that he had a strong authoritarian temperament, so he did everything to please him. The guy was walking along a forest path, holding a dagger in his hand, and Mog on his shoulder said that it was very difficult for him to begin with. Is the rank in the hierarchy of spirits some kind of official title or something like that? Why do they pretend to be who knows what just because they were born a little earlier? Ed went further, telling him to take things more simply. In any case, everyone tries to survive. The spirit whined, calling the guy, and said that nevertheless, he would continue to use respectful speech. It's more convenient for him. The guy replied that if he feels comfortable, then so be it. The axe hit the stump, splitting the log into two. Ed thought that his fighting skills were still weak. The guy held an axe in his hands, looked at the logs behind him, and thought that his endurance had increased so much that now he was in no way inferior to the average adult man. In the room, there were 2 notes hanging on the wall. Vegetables and other foods were visible on the shelves, and meat was hung on hooks. The guy thought that the pantry was filled with meat, vegetables, spices, and other things, so that he would no longer have to sleep in the open air hungry. Ed sat at the table in the hut, holding a pen in his hands, with which he wrote, and thought that classes involving theoretical training could be easily completed if he spent a little time and effort. If he slept less and constantly consolidated the knowledge gained using this method, over time this will become a separate topic for talent. The guy's gaze was tired as he looked down at the table, thinking that since every day is a forced march for him, he cannot call these days calm, but compared to the beginning of the journey, they are quite good. The blonde's eyes closed and he could hear someone calling him. Someone called Ed again, and his eyes widened in surprise. Janica looked at the guy with concern, her eyes wide open, asking what he was doing, and let him come to his senses. She kept her hands on his shoulders while they were sitting outside by the fire. The guy apologized, saying that he was thinking about his own things, so he lost touch with reality. Janica told him not to overexert himself so much. Covering up efforts is good, but health must be in first place. The blonde looked to the side, thinking that he needed to concentrate. He looked at the 3 envelopes in his hands, with blue, red, and gold seals and designs on the paper, thinking that today he received 3 letters, the first from the academic council, the second from the trading company. A letter with a golden design and a golden seal. The guy thought that the contents of the 2 were nothing special, but he should read the 3rd letter carefully, because this is evidence that the course of history has already been significantly distorted. Ed thought of Phonia on the blue side and Loratel on the red side standing in front of each other. The guy thought that the main event of the 2nd act, the negotiations to buy the Sage Seal, were currently in full swing. Originally, the negotiations to buy the Sage Seal was a tug-of-war tightrope between the academic council and the trading company. However, due to the fall of Elt, the original client who sent the request to acquire the Sage Seal, Kreppen Rodaler, the head of his family, intervened. The book had 3 seals, a gold seal with a double-headed eagle, a blue seal of the academy, and a trading company seal with red scales. This ultimately led to a 3-way conflict between the academic council, the trading company, and the Rodaler family. Kreppen Rodaler planned to use the Sage Seal to research the eternal life. The silhouette of a man was flying in front of a huge castle with red windows, and when the situation became serious, he personally got involved in the negotiations. The head of the Kreppen family, Rodaler, is a boss who appears only in the 4th act of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at the moment that there is no way to suppress it. A red cross was placed on the castle and the silhouette flying in front of him, and Ed thought that he definitely needed to be deleted from this episode. The blonde wearily looked down at the letter in his hands, thinking that if he received the Sage Seal, he would simply leave in cold blood. But in the original, he was strong enough to fight the final boss of the 4th act even without the Sage Seal. And if he takes possession of the Seal of the Sage, he may become so strong that it will not be possible to deal with him, even despite all the advantages he has regarding the possession of information. Ed, holding the letter, sat on a fallen log, thinking that this letter discusses the actions of Kreppen Rodaler and doubts about them, also enclosing an invitation for him. The fountain that stood in the academy park, someone said that he visited the northern forest and delivered a letter according to his orders. A girl with blonde hair raised a mug to her mouth, saying that this was a great job. The girl was sitting on a bench under an umbrella that an employee was holding over her. Clark was sitting on his knees in front of the girl with his head down. The girl thought that Director Obel paid her a visit and said that Sylvania's financial situation was in dire straits. The man held out his hands, above which there was a book with blue energy glowing around it, and the girl thought that since this is a private institution, she cannot support Sylvania Academy the way she wants. But if this continues, the trading company will eventually take over to the hands of the Sage Seal. It is extremely shameful that the Sage Seal, the heart of the academy, is sold for such money, so Obel secretly asked her for help. Fonia lowered her gaze, thoughtfully saying that it was strange how Kreppen Rottailer found out about everything and expressed a desire to take part in the purchase negotiations. Clark stood on his feet in front of the girl, folded his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, and said that young man Ed could report to him on the progress of affairs. He lives inside the academy, so perhaps he had heard rumors. If he were in the place of that young man, he would do everything possible to gain recognition and return to his family. He and Fonia looked at the man, who said he didn't even know. He didn't think it was true. Loratel approached the two, smiling, and asked if a humble person could have the honor of sharing a cup of tea with the princess. Fonia frowned at the girl, saying that this was somewhat unexpected. The redhead sat down on a chair, two people put a table in front of them, and the blonde said that she thought the redhead couldn't stand her. Loratel answered with a smile, what kind of upsetting words. If that were really the case, then why would she come here and give good advice for her? The red-haired girl remembered Elt, who was sitting in the carriage, reading the letter. She said that Kreppen Rottailer's participation in the negotiations for the Seal of Wisdom was most likely the work of her father Elt, not Ed. The blonde frowned and looked at the girl in shock, asking what she just said. Loratel closed her eyes with a smile, saying that it seems that Kreppen Rottailer from the very beginning asked her father, Elt, to buy the Seal of the Sage, that she knew nothing about it. But despite the fact that her father was overthrown, his plan to buy the Seal of the Sage has not changed. After all, the Elt Trading Company has put a lot of time and effort into this matter. Fonia looked at the girl, behind her the division of the Sylvania Academy Council and the trade guild with the Rottailer family. The blonde said that this is strange somehow. After the Elt Trading Company eventually acquires the Seal of the Sage, aren't they planning to sell it to the Rottailer family? It seems to her that the interests of their two families coincide. So why does the Rottailer family and the Elt Trading Company show with all their appearance that they are competing for the purchase of the Sage Seal? Loratel took a sip from her cup of tea, closing her eyes, and replied that it was because she had no intention of selling the Sage Seal to the Rottailer family. Given her current situation, she preferred to keep her distance from business partners associated with her father. The blonde frowned, narrowing her eyes, asking why she was then telling her about the internal situation at the Elt Trading Company. Loratel looked at the girl with a smile, lowered her mug, and replied, this is because the enemy of her enemy is her ally. This is beneficial for Fonia, because she will be able to keep the Rottailer family under control, and for her, because she will be able to take the Sage Seal for herself. In the end, neither side will be a loser. Closing her eyes, the redhead tilted her head with a smile, saying that she also stepped forward, thinking that this situation could harm Ed. Should she say that she was looking after him as a junior comrade? The princess asked. She said that she was worried about him. Fonia leaned forward, resting her hand on the table as Loratel replied that he was already a man who had separated from his family and was living a new life, so it would be extremely unfair if he were misunderstood as having something to do with the family Rottailer or something like that. Fonia frowned, wondering if Loratel was really worried about someone. What was really on her mind? The blonde said that nevertheless, that young man could clearly be useful. You can turn to a person with a personal request. You can resort to power by giving order. The girl put a mug of tea on the table while Fonia said that if despite all this, the opponent continues to remain silent, then, but did not finish the sentence. Loratel, sitting opposite the girl, asked what then. The princess's orange eyes glowed slightly and she replied that then she would have no choice but to waste it. Loratel's hand twitched on her teacup. She lowered her head, trembling, talking about deception and exploitation. The blonde's eyes widened when she heard the redhead laugh. Loratel wiped the tears from her eyes with a smile, raised her head and asked who would use whom. Clark frowned behind the blonde, asking how she dared to talk to the princess in such a tone, but she raised her hand to stop him, while Loratel rose from the table, calling the blonde. The redhead put a hood on her head, moving closer to the princess, and said that this time they are allies with her, so she wants to give her sincere advice. Loratel lowered her gaze to the girl, smiling, and told her not to dare to use him on the way to her goal, because there was a high probability that they would use her on the contrary. Clark frowned in irritation, saying that she should be held accountable for his tactlessness towards the princess, but Fonia raised her hand again, telling him to stop. The girl looked ahead, nervously thinking that she was confused. Ed, whose intentions she did not understand, and now Kreppen Rottailer, who had expressed a desire to participate in the bidding for the purchase of the seal. But perhaps what they really should be afraid of was this girl with an arrogant character, who does not even bow to her, the princess. The girl in the red hood was walking down the road and Phonia thought it was Loretel, wondering if she would ever see her in a situation where she was confused or had no idea what to do. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze with a frown, asking what. Janica sat at the table with a smile, raising her hand and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. How was the girl doing? Ed next to her put his hands on the table, tiredly lowered his gaze and said that it happened so. The system window showed Alt Trading Company, a subsidiary of Sylvania. The trading company building was illuminated by the sun. Loretel said with an irritated smile that she had no idea that Janica was coming, so she only prepared 2 cups of pill and rosemary tea, maybe at least put some cold water on her. Janica said with the same irritated smile. That everything is in order, the warehouse of the trading company is filled to capacity with various types of tea, but since this is a product, it most likely cannot offer it to guests anyway. The redhead said that everything is exactly like that. Loretel turned away, trembling, while behind her Ed passed a cup of tea to a girl with pink hair, saying that he would drink the water and she should take the tea. The red-haired girl turned at them with a smile, closing her eyes and said that he should pick up the materials for magical engineering. Ed said that was true. There were various crystals, devices and flasks on the shelf. Janica frowned and held a round golden ball in her hands, shouting that anyone can tell that these are new items that have no dust on them. They say that giving things away for free is a violation of trade ethics. The red-haired girl next to her closed her eyes with a smile, sighing. A tiny scratch was visible on the edge of the ball in the girl's hands, and Loretel said that she had absolutely no trained eye for such things. If she looked carefully, she would see that these objects had many defects. Janica asked loudly. She was talking about this tiny scratch. The girl with pink hair looked back at her, gritting her teeth in irritation and said that she did it on purpose. The redhead covered her face with her hand, closing her eyes and said that in the end, it is much more important whether these things are useful to Ed than whether she sells them or not. The blonde looked at the 2 girls, thanks to Loretel, saying that he was somehow embarrassed to receive all this for free. He had not yet paid for his previous visits, and this was the 4th time. The red-haired girl put her hands on her hips, saying that if he regularly renew the contract, then no problems will arise. The guy lowered his head, and Janica looked worriedly at the redhead, saying that it was more profitable for both parties to quickly sort out the payment and terminate the contract. She waved her hand, saying that she thought that she and Ed would deal with this issue themselves without her. Ed lowered his head, tiredly lowering his gaze, not hearing the girls' voices, thinking that he felt a familiar sensation cover his body again. The guy was swimming in the water while air bubbles floated nearby. He thought it was the feeling of being immersed in water. He had a lot of work to do, but lately he has been stuck in this state too often. In one of the bubbles, a man with long hair was visible, who smiled, stretching out his hand to the book. Ed thought that he needed to keep under control Kreppenrodaler, who was interfering in the process of purchasing the seal of the sage. There were only 2 weeks left, so he urgently needed to do the necessary preparations. There was a white mattress floating in the bubbles under the water, and Ed thought he should also make a mattress for the bed. He thinks he could try weaving upholstery fabric and stuffing it with feathers or other fabrics to make the mattress softer. In the bubbles one could see a deer, a hut and a mattress, and the guy thought that he still needed to cut up and cook the deer he caught the day before yesterday. And the inside of the hut also needed to be cleaned. Ed floated in the water with his arms out to the side, thinking that Lucy's jerky needed to be prepared too. His tired eyes closed as someone called him. 2 worried faces were visible in the water, Janica and Loretel, who were looking at the guy, trying to call him. A white building that was illuminated by the sun. Phonia sat in the room, at the table, holding a mug of tea. She thought that she should still admit. He behaved decisively during the fishing in the camp, and also calmly and clearly gave orders during the battle against Glaskin. The girl remembered Ed, who was covered in blood, rolling up his shirt sleeves, thinking that among the students he had a reputation as a diligent student, and Loretel warned her not to dare treat him casually. The blonde raised the mug to her mouth, lowered her gaze and thought that it felt like he was beyond her insight. It was better to do another check to make sure. Phonia remembered a letter with a gold design on the envelope and a gold seal, thinking that she would therefore send him an order to bring it to her at the royal residence. The girl closed her eyes. Next to her on the floor on one knee was Clark. The girl asked if her schedule for tomorrow was ready. Asking what time Ed would come, the man replied that he did not think that Ed would be able to pay her a visit anytime soon. The girl asked why. After all, we were talking about a royal order. The man looked at the girl, frowning. He said that Ed collapsed from overwork. Phonia opened her eyes wide, looking at the man in surprise. The system window showed an icon with a hunched over person, abnormal status, exhaustion, overwork causes high fever, upset stomach, chronic fatigue, migraine, periodic coma, difficulty breathing, blurred vision, failure of monocirculation and muscle relaxation. Proper rest will get rid of this abnormal status. Ed closed his eyes, frowning and groaning in pain. He opened his dull eyes, looking to the side, and thought that he was having difficulty breathing and felt heaviness throughout his body and an unbearable heat in his lower abdomen. The guy was lying on the bed while Lucy was sleeping on his stomach. The girl with her eyes closed muttered that it was too salty. Ed stood up, extending his hand to her, saying that she was also chatting in her sleep. He remembered standing on the roof holding Lucy in his hand and thinking that she was as light as a feather, even lighter, so sometimes he wonders if she is really human. Ed spread his arms to the sides, lying back on the bed, and thought that now he was not even able to move, and since Lucy was the same as always, it means that most likely there was something wrong with his body. His strength had completely left him. A dissatisfied moo was heard from the direction of the blanket. The guy thought that he seemed to be in his hut. The blanket looked new. Was it really one of the products of the Alt Trading Company? Lucy opened one eye, looking at the guy, saying that she was hungry. Ed asked if she really only eats, sleeps, and nothing else. The girl raised her hand, over which a bright green light lit up, and said that she congratulated him. He came to his senses. The girl pressed 2 hands to Ed's chest. Green energy glowed around him, and the guy looked at it in surprise, while the girl said that the flows of mana in his body were greatly distorted. He devoted too much energy to training, his magic, and even studied spirit magic without resting his body. And these are the consequences he faced by repeating this scheme for several months. Ed looked at the girl with a tired look when his face was illuminated by a green light and asked if she really continued to do this while he was sleeping. Lucy replied that there was nothing complicated, but she got bored, so she fell asleep a couple of times herself. The girl with white hair closed her eyes, remembering Laurel and Janica with gloomy looks, saying that moreover, she always walked on the edge of a knife because of someone in their views. It is really annoying. But anyway, there are nothing they could tell her because it had to be done. She told the guy not to get sick while Ed looked at her in surprise, his eyes wide open. Lucy lowered her head, clutching the edge of the blanket, saying that being sick is hard, you can die from illness. The guy thought that in front of him was Lucy, who happened to see how Glocked, whom she considered her grandfather, died in bed from illness. The guy was lying on the bed while the girl was sitting on him, saying that he was grateful to her. Someone said he woke up, and Ed looked to the side at the sound. Zix, with long hair, holding something, opened the door to the hut, saying that he was not sure if he could use the stove in the hut, so he made a fire outside. The guy looked at Lucy, who was silently sitting on top of Ed, looking back. The girl turned away, picking up her pointed hat. She flew out of the chimney of the hut, rushing into the sky. Zix lowered his gaze, frowning, asking Ed what kind of girl this was. He put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully looking away, saying that if we are talking about a strong male, then there is nothing unusual in the fact that he is surrounded by several females. This is the so-called openness of this civilization. Perhaps he viewed civilization with too much conservative point of view. Ed asked why he was there, and Zix looked at him with raised eyebrows. The fire was burning in the fireplace. There was a pot of stew hanging above it, and the guy said that Janica had to leave because of school attendance, and Laurel left because she could no longer put off the business of the trading company. Ed weakly asked about the guy's hair, and he answered that it's because it's autumn now. The blonde opened his mouth while Zix held a bowl and spoon of stew next to him. Ed sat up on the bed, saying that he was not picky about food at all. But the guy with dark hair, who was sitting on a chair next to him, said that nothing could be done, although Clara or Janica would have handled the cooking better than him. Zix closed his eyes, remembering Laurel. With a dissatisfied look and glowing blue eyes, the guy said that she said that there were no women here. Ed frowned while chewing his food, thinking that he needed to check the script. He said that he heard that the alchemy students secretly started mass production of mandrake, which ended up causing a serious problem. Taylor cut the huge mandrake with his sword, cutting it in two, and Zix said that Alvira, along with Taylor and Clevius, quickly dealt with the matter. Ed thought it was great. Act 2, Scene 5, checking the student community, seems to be successful completed. Taylor and Zix stood in the dungeon in front of a huge humanoid fish, which fell to the floor. Ed said that he also heard that the monsters that the Telos Church was engaged in eliminating made their way into the underground water protection system of the academy. Zix replied that they also dealt with those monsters. The blonde thought that Act 2, Scene 7, episode Devil in the Dungeon also seemed to be completed without any problems. Ed closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking what it meant. Now the only major incident was the battle for the Sage Seal. The guy asked how long he had been unconscious here. Zix said that today will be the 10th day. Everyone will be happy to hear that he finally woke up. The blonde opened his eyes wide, asking what. He grabbed the bowl that Zix was holding, saying that however, no one would be able to visit him today. Janica was currently in class, and Laurel had to leave because she needed to prepare for an important negotiation that would take place tomorrow. Ed held the bowl in his hand, tremblingly drinking all the contents from it, thinking that he assumed that only 2 or 3 days had passed, but his sleep lasted 10 days. Ed opened his mouth, a bead of sweat running down his cheek as he called out to Zix, and he asked what. The blonde looked at him with a frown, holding an empty bowl in his hands, and said that he must immediately convey his words to Laurel. The blonde thought that there was little time. The next day after waking up Ed. Act 2, Scene 10, filled to the brim with variables, the battle for the seal of the sage. The building with a red roof and large blue windows was illuminated by the bright sun. Phonia was sitting in a red chair, behind her stood Clark, the bidders, Princess Phonia. In another red chair, a girl with red hair sat smiling, her arms crossed over her chest, a representative of the Loritel Trading Company. A man in black boots walked on the floor, and someone who should not have been here according to the original scenario. On the man's neck shone a bright green crystal, the head of the ducal family of Rodaler. A man with blonde hair falling over his shoulders smiled, Crepin Rodaler, the final boss of Act 4. The white building with a red roof was illuminated by the sun. Someone said he was glad to see her in good health. Phonia lowered her head, cutting a piece of meat on her plate with a knife. The girl raises her knife over the meat while someone says that although quite a long time has passed, he would like to make a formal apology. Ed was kicked out of the hostel. Several papers, on one it was written that Rodaler was expelled from the register. The man said that he heard that because of one immature and stupid young man of their family. They had an extremely difficult time, as she ordered. He expelled him from the family registry, but still he apologizes again. Phonia sat in front of the blonde man, saying that everything is fine, he doesn't need to worry about it. Crepin closed his eyes with a smile, tilting his head, cutting the same piece of meat on his plate. The girl thought that it was a blood relative of Ed Rodaler. The butler next to the man closed his eyes, bowed his head, and the girl thought that before he was full of nobility, dignity, goodwill, and wisdom. The head of the ducal family, possessing the highest power in every gesture of the vassals who serve Crepin, one can feel respect for him, but her eyes see his true essence. Crepin slightly opened his bright purple eyes, asking who it was, and the girl thought that this man was a real devil. Also sitting at the table was Loritel, who looked at the man with a smile, saying that she was a representative of the Trading Company. A girl with red hair stood up, putting her hand to her chest and closing her eyes with a smile, lowered her head, saying that her name is Loritel. It is a great honor for her to be in the same room with him. The man said that she is the only daughter of the Golden King of Elt. He has heard a lot about her insight and notes of adventurism in her character. Loritel opened her eyes, looked at the man and said that if there is an item for sale that can bring a big profit, they will have to buy it at all costs. They go where they smell the money. Crepin tilted his head, looking at the girl, answering clearly. Negotiations to purchase the seal of the sage. The scroll that was written on was open. The negotiators met, had lunch, checked the condition of the sage seal, checked the purchase method. Everyone wrote down their proposals and the price. Crepin and Loritel were sitting at two tables. Next to it there was a pedestal with a book inside. Behind it there was a table with two people. There were servants in the room. The seal of the sage will be bought by the one who offers the highest price, because the seal of the sage is the treasure of the academy. There was a book flying inside the display case with a blue glow coming from it. Phonia thought that the academy did not want to publicly announce that they were selling such a valuable item due to financial difficulties, so Director Obel proposed a very wise plan. Phonia sat at the table with a woman with white hair. The girl folded her hands on her legs, thinking that as an observer, she, with the status of a princess, gives a guarantee of confidentiality, and Deputy Director Rachel, as the director's representative, calmly opens the auction, and the method is as simple as possible. Two maids stood next to the book. Crepin and Loritel were opposite each other. There was a red light around the girl, and a blue light around the man, right here at this moment. The one who leads the large sum will receive the seal of the sage. The princess's orange eyes lit up, and she thought that she had been informed in advance about the chosen method of bidding, and she had studied all similar cases of concluding deals for the sale of this kind of books. A book with orange energy around it, a book of orders, an alchemist of rare talent. Carl wrote down more than a dozen alchemical spells in this book, 81 coins. A book with a dark cover with purple energy shining around it. The Book of Inertia, the world's only book on the analysis of the magic of biological cloning. Stored in the Imperial Tower, 6730 coins. Book glowing with green energy, with a picture on the cover. Book Magical Travel Notes, a story of a magical journey, written by the hand of the Archmage Glock during the exploration of an unknown southern continent, 7020. Loritel sat at the table. Next to her was a man in a black suit. Phonia, looking at her, thought that the value inherent in every item of magic, the value of the academic subject to be studied, and finally, simply the value of the lot as a luxury item. The red-haired girl smiled, her eyes glowing slightly, and the princess thought that she probably knew the prices and transaction records of many more books by heart. The hand held a fountain pen, tracing a sheet of paper. Crepin looked at the paper in front of his face with his head down, and the princess thought that Crepin Rodaler would be the one in whose hands the sage seal would be. Rachel stood in front of the table. Two maids lowered their heads in front of her, holding out sheets of paper, and the woman said that their suggestions had been received. She thanked both parties for their valuable comments. Phonia frowned at the woman, thinking that an auction without an upper limit, a decision that is made on a single bid, in this situation it is important to know the upper limit of the amount that the other party can pay. The girl remembered Loretel, who tilted her head and said with a smile that if an item was offered for sale that could bring a big profit, they would have to buy it at all costs. The blonde thought that Loretel had revealed her goal of wanting to make a profit. On the scales was a coin with the number 810 and a book. The blonde thought that if Loretel wanted to make a profit, then she would never spend more than 810 coins, which was the highest transaction amount in the history of sales of such books. If they offered more, then resale will bring only losses. Phonia thought that if Crepin simply offered a little more than Loretel's highest possible bid of 8,000 coins, then the sage seal would become his. Rachel raised her head, holding a piece of paper, saying that she would announce the amounts offered. She showed a paper saying that bidder Crepin Rottailer had offered 85 gold coins. The blonde thought that was as expected. The man with blonde hair clenched his hand into a fist, frowning, and the princess thought that Crepin Rottailer is not the kind of person who would attend the academy in order to profit from the sale of a book. What matters is why he wants to get this book so much that he is willing to pay such a large amount. Rachel announced, "Bidder Loretel, 94 coins." The princess's eyes widened and she mentally asked what. The red-haired girl stood next to the table, bowing with her eyes closed, and the woman said that the sage seal was being transferred to the Elt Trading Company. Phonia wondered if her goal was not to make a profit. Crepin bit his lip with a frown, saying that they were coming back. A man with blonde hair and 4 people in suits were leaving. Rachel said that in order to sign a sales contract with the Elt Trading Company, they must move to another room. Phonia turned to the side in surprise, wondering what purpose Loretel had originally pursued. The blonde frowned, thinking that this couldn't be true. She remembered the red-haired girl who looked down at her and said that this time they were allies. Loretel put the hood on her head and Phonia wondered if her intention from the very beginning was to prevent the transfer of the sage seal to such an evil person as Crepin. The blonde watched as the red-haired girl walked away, thinking that no, she wasn't the kind of person who would act in the name of justice, but if that was the case, then the fact that Crepin was a villain and his plans were shrouded in darkness, nothing more than a guess, because even she, with the authority of a princess, could not find any evidence of this. Loretel was leaving. In front of her was the silhouette of Ed with blue eyes, and Phonia thought that this was someone's request or order. There is someone who is manipulating the redhead from the shadows, someone who knows about the dark side of Crepin and is trying to stop him. Loretel closed her eyes with a smile, saying that it would be extremely unfair if he were misunderstood to be somehow related to the Rottailer family or something like that. The guy with blonde hair and blue eyes lowered his gaze. Phonia thought that even after his family disowned him and threw him out onto the street, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. But despite this, he remained until the very end, tried to resist the darkness of the Rottailer family, Ed Rottailer. The blonde trembled. Putting her hand to her head, bending down, Clark worriedly put his hand on her back, calling her, and the girl muttered what she had done. Phonia looked forward with wide eyes, putting her hand to her face, and thought that she had driven such a person into the abyss. The princess was overcome by a feeling of guilt. A white building with red roofs, this misconception of the princess may turn out to be a blessing for someone. A sheet of paper on which lay a gold seal and a black bow. Someone hummed thoughtfully. On a piece of paper it was written, "A certificate of a sale and purchase transaction. Buyer, Loretel. Trading Company Elt. Seller, Obel Forcier, Sylvania. Transaction cost, 94 gold coins. Transfer of ownership 7 days after signing the certificate. Below are the detailed terms of the contract." Loretel looked in the mirror with a smile, holding a gold seal and a black bow. Tilting her head, she said that when selling the seal of the sage to the Duke of Crepin, the minimum amount that can be received is 85 coins, and she bought for 94 coins, which means the difference is approximately 900 coins. The words that she would not sell the sage seal back to Crepin, of course, were nothing more than a lie from the merchant. Loretel lowered her green eyes. She held in her hand an envelope containing a letter on which was written, "It does not matter whether she resells this book or does anything else with it. Let her think that she can ask him for anything as long as the seal is in her hand, sage. He really will do anything." Loretel asked how Ed could tell the merchant to his face that he would do anything. He made a serious mistake, which is completely unlike him. The girl with red hair smiled, saying that it's a free pass to Ed for 900 coins. It's a worthwhile deal. The girl lay down on the bed, closing her eyes with a smile, her cheeks turning red as she clutched the letter to her chest, saying that he would do anything. She opened her eyes slightly, repeating anything. If the princess saw this expression on her face, she would have a stroke. The sun was shining brightly in the blue sky. Someone said that in the end Loretel won. Zix sat on a log near the fire, looking at Ed next to him, telling him that he should have seen the look on Loretel's face when he delivered the letter to her. What a relief that Janica was so naive and pure. The blonde laughed, agreeing, and thought that he had made a bet on Loretel's interest in him. Ed looked down with his tired eyes, thinking that and at the information provided by the Rottailer insider, But thinking about what would happen next, he felt the urge to apologize. Someone shouted at Ed to come to his senses. A white cloud of dust rose into the air. Zix turned to the girl with pink hair, saying that there was still a lot of time before lunch break, and she had already come here from the academic campus. Janica leaned heavily on her hips, breathing heavily, saying that all her morning classes were over, there were no more classes, and she had homework will do at night. Ed also looked at the girl, apologizing to her, saying that he made her worry. Zix told him everything. The guy said that he was a lot of trouble, and the pink-haired girl raised her hands, saying not at all. Zix closed his eyes, saying that she was running around the academy in tears, so rumors spread about her broken heart. Janica, frowning, pulled the guy by the cheek, screaming loudly. She waved to the guy who was being dragged away by the yellow bear, covering his mouth with her hand. The girl said that it was a very interesting story, but the weather today is very cold, so let him be careful not to catch a cold. Mog was hiding behind the girl's hair with tears in his eyes. The spirit fell in front of Ed, who looked at him in surprise. The spirit screamed that he was begging for the guy to kill him. It was Mog, like a burning fuse, who did not take measures to prevent him from overworking. Ed asked what the matter was he there? The spirit cried, raised his gaze to the guy and shouted that he wanted to immediately rush to him to apologize, but thought that if he thoughtlessly approached him, he would begin to use all his mana, so all this time he received mana from Mrs. Janica. Ed asked what he was exaggerating. Zix held a yellow bear with a bump on his head on his shoulder, saying that given the fact that he had been unconscious for 10 days, he was clearly not exaggerating. The blonde replied that okay, since he had been passed out for 10 days, he could well understand him. Ed's eyes widened in shock, and he thought in shock about 10 days. There was a deer lying on the shelf with flies flying around it. The guy thought that if 10 days had passed, then all the meat had rotted. An empty net floated in the water, and the guy thought that the fishing nets were torn because no one was watching them. Ed stood up, wearily closing his eyes and putting his hands on his hips, saying that he had lost all his food supplies, now he would have to start all over again. The guy looked away when someone said that Ed was going to work hard again. Janica frowned, rolling up her sleeves, and said that everything is in order, she will help him. Zix smiled, standing behind the girl, saying that he is also completely free until the next exam. He can help with hunting or wood carving. Ed looked at them in surprise, while the guy with dark hair said that initially, if you deal with the work in order, then everything will somehow work out. There was a hut on the ground next to Ed, and the guy thought that suddenly he remembered. He looked at the hut, which was built from branches. It was night, insects were flying near the hut. The guy thought that this was not as distant in the past as he thought. Ed slept inside a hut on the ground, and he thought that this was the time when he sat penniless in his pocket in the forest, under a wooden canopy made hastily out of nothing. That moment when he fell asleep in the dark to the buzzing of midges, unable to lean on someone. Zix smiled as Janica clenched her hands into fists and looked determinedly at the blonde, who thought that although, of course, there were many things that had stopped, he still managed to solve a lot more problems while he was busy surviving. Ed smiled, looking at them, and thought that everything would work out somehow. Janica next to the guy looked at him worriedly, and the spirit said that he looked very tired. The girl was lying under a tree on a blue wolf, asking if she also thinks so, and Merylda replied that nevertheless, this is her chance. And it just so happened that Red Fox is also negotiating, so she is very busy now. They should take advantage of this at a time when she cannot often come to the camp. The girl answered yes. The she-wolf opened her mouth, looked to the side, and said that in this matter that fox-like girl is very smart. She has a lot to learn, whether she likes it or not, but to get a man, you need to be a little fox. The she-wolf said that firstly, in her clothes she looks like a village girl. Janica embarrassedly looked away to the side, sitting in a pink apron and school uniform, saying that everything is right, she looks unsightly. Merylda said that she had already earned points, and the girl looked up at her in surprise. The she-wolf stood up on her paws, saying that unlike her usual lively appearance, that man liked the way she copes with everyday tasks more. She really likes the attempt to appeal to this side of her, pretending that it is not so. Janica with a smile gathered her hair into a ponytail, asking the truth, and the spirit answered that they need to roll up their sleeves as much as possible, and also tie their hair. Anyone will like the feeling of supporting a friend who is doing his best, helps you get through difficult times by being nearby. Merylda looked down at the girl, asking if she would go and see him. Let her go and definitely make progress. The system window showed Merylda a high-ranking wind spirit, specialization, consultant in matters of the heart, no relationship experience. Janica raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the wolf with wide eyes, asking about the progress. A dark energy appeared around the wolf. She frowned at the girl and asked Janica to tell her what she was going to do today. When she went to the camp and helped that young man, as she tried to close the distance between them, the girl replied that she was not going to do anything. The figure of the she-wolf was hidden by a shadow. Her eyes glowed with white light. She howled loudly, causing the bird spirits to frown, asking what happened. Mrs. Merylda was crying so sadly. Janica covered her ears with her hands with tears in her eyes as the she-wolf said, "Isn't it absurd? At a time like this, such a chance. She thinks such a flint-like guy will ever be in trouble again. Let her look at his crazy growth. What a breakneck speed. Does she really think that such a chance could come again?" Merylda's figure turned dark, she opened her mouth, and her eyes glowed brightly as she said that there was no better strategy for victory than to be by his side in his time of need. She should take advantage of her position as the person who supported him in difficult times, and no matter if it smacks of vanity a little, and no matter if it looks a little devious. Janica waved her hands in front of the spirit, saying that there was one way that she thought of. Let her first will listen. The she-wolf leaned over as the girl whispered something in her ear. A large tree with white leaves was visible. Merylda replied that it was not bad. The sky was dark, with stars shining, a fire was burning in the center of the camp, and it was deep night in the forest. There was a half-empty pot of food over the fire. The stew Janica made was so delicious that Six's food didn't even come close. Ed thinks he needs to learn to cook to improve his cooking skills. The blonde walked into the hut where the light was shining from, thinking that first of all, he needed to focus on recovery. Although he was getting help in many ways, he couldn't show signs of fatigue all the time. Ed lay down in bed, pulling the blanket over himself and closing his eyes, thinking what to say that he felt fine, but he couldn't do it either. The headache and slight fever were returning again. The guy opened his tired eyes, asking what. Someone opened the cabin door, walking in, saying Ed looked tired. Janica peeked out from behind the door, blushing and laughing with a smile when Ed asked if she wasn't back at the dorms, wondering what she was going to do. Closing her eyes, the girl laughed with a smile. She sat down on the floor, leaning her back on the bed, and Ed stood up, asking if she was going to do anything. The girl said that there was no need to pretend that it wasn't hard for him. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, lowering his gaze. Janica bowed her head, closing her eyes with a smile, and said that if the body gets tired, the spirit gets tired. This process is the same for everyone. She knows very well that he works hard and endures a harder schedule than anyone else. She remembered sitting in the audience while Ed stood next to her, and she said that when she was having a hard time, she received a lot of comfort and there were many people who helped her. But in the end, the greatest strength was someone else's, either support or help, or the fact that one person stood next to her without saying a word. The girl turned to face the guy, putting her hands on the bed and looking up at him, asked if he had a lot of difficulties. He did a great job. Ed looked down at the girl, saying that she didn't have to go that far. Janica lowered her head, dissatisfied, saying that it was hard for him. He should admit it and rest well. Let him say that it was hard for him. Ed fell head on the pillow, closing his eyes, saying that it was hard for him. He lay silently, exhaling. Janica laid her head next to the guy, closing her eyes with a smile as he lay on the bed, saying that it was really hard for him, very hard. Sunlight was shining into the hut from the window. Ed sighed, sitting up on the bed, illuminated by the light. He lowered his gaze questioningly, looking to the side. The guy looked at Janica, who was sleeping with her head on the edge of the bed. Ed smiled, looking at her. Closing his eyes, his smile widened and he laughed, thinking that his body had completely recovered. The system window showed information about vital skills, rank, mid-level artisan, specialization, woodworking, dexterity, level 14, engineering level 10, gathering level 13, woodworking level 13, stoneworking level 6, hunting level 10, fishing level 7, cooking level 6, repair level 5, slot for high-rank production skills, spiritual infusion, slot for high-ranking production skills, magical engineering. The system window showed slot for high-ranking production skills, magic engineering, skill mastery, 2, understanding magic engineering products, 3, fast production, 3, collected production formulas, weak wind emitter level 1, echo noise generator level 1, sensitive automatic magic chessboard level 1, unknown during analysis, unknown during analysis. Ed thought that in 10 days he could not make as much progress as planned. Ed dried his wet hair with a towel, looking to the side. An icon with a gear and a magic wand inside it, researching magical engineering materials. High-rank production skills have a large impact based on stats and are much more versatile than normal skills. Ed stood near the table, holding the ball in his hands, thinking that the problem was that there was a clear limit to how much one could grow by simply teaching oneself through reassembling magical engineering items. A glowing sphere with golden metal triangles flying around it, there were golden rings around it. Most of the recipes for magical engineering products are rewards from the main scenario quests, so it is quite difficult for someone who does not want to interfere with the scenario to get their hands on them. He remembered watching Taylor practice with a dummy, thinking that Taylor didn't seem particularly interested in magical engineering. a piece of paper in front of which there was an inscription, "There is a shortage of materials." Ed thought that it must be because even with the formula in hand, he cannot create a useful magical product in one fell swoop. Manufacturing will require materials that can only be obtained from the last stages of the original scenario. Ed's eyes closed. Someone asked what he was thinking about, and the guy thought that his situation was different because here he had someone who could get any materials, even from the other side of the world. The guy was sitting on a rock, looking at Loretel, who was sitting on a fallen tree, saying that she calmed down when she saw that he was finally back to normal, so why does he scare her so much? The girl stood on the ground. Ed said that he was glad that she also looked healthy. The girl replied that despite her healthy appearance, in reality she suffered from chronic fatigue. The girl sighed and closed her eyes, leaning her hand on her thigh, saying that it was difficult to tidy up her brittle hair and irritated skin. She sat down on a stone next to Ed. The guy said that she was so busy, but still came all the way to the forest. The girl replied that because she also needed rest from time to time, moreover, she needed to tell him something. The girl raised her hand, looking back at the guy, saying that Elt was overthrown. Isn't it strange that the company still has his name in the name? So she's going to change the name to just a trading company and restructure the business. She needs someone to help with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external issues. The girl said that, in fact, she needed a co-leader. Ed silently looked back at the girl. The redhead smiled, blushed, and told him to just imagine it. Loretel was sitting at the table, reading some papers. Behind the wall, Ed leaned on the wall, also looking at some papers. The girl said, when he wakes up in the morning and goes to work in the building of a trading company, they will be separated only by one single thin wall. He will also receive great benefits as a co-manager of a trading company, and what's more, she will give him shares of her personal asset. It's almost like a marital relationship. The girl put her palms to her cheeks, closed her eyes, and said something came over her. She talks too much. Ed looked back at the girl, calling her. They sat next to each other, and the guy lowered his hands and said that the fact that she was giving him so much looked a little strange. Loretel put the hood on her head, saying that he doesn't understand anything. She put her hands on her hood, lowering her head, saying that she knows how he feels and what is wrong with her, or he cannot make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl. These must be the thoughts he has now in my head. Loretel said that most likely, until the very end, he only wants to have a purely business relationship with her. Ed frowned at the girl, asking if it was necessary to raise this question, thinking that everything was on point. That's exactly what he wanted. Loretel stood on a lot of gold coins while people were drowning in them behind her. The girl said that he says that because he knows nothing, when he has lived his whole life in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go at the snap of a finger, where they betray. If you don't betray first, then what, as it seems to him, becomes the most important. Loretel looked back at the guy with a smile, saying that the most important thing is the person who will never betray. She put her hand on top of Ed's, saying that the one who stays by her side, even if all her wealth one day comes to naught, the one who remains by her side, even if the whole world turns its back on her. Ed looked at the girl's hand in surprise, lowering his gaze, and thought that for some it is a family, for others a lover, and for others a friend with whom you spent many years side by side, but for her, who has seen the rise and fall of countless rich and great traders. The guy pursed his lips, looking at their hands, thinking that it was a fact that the same thing could happen to her one day, a constant fear. Loretel opened her mouth, saying no more, no less. She blushed, smiling shyly at the guy, asking if he could just stay by her side. The blonde looked at the girl in surprise, opening his eyes wide, calling her by name. He frowned, closing his eyes, and asked her to remove the smile from her face and continue talking. Loretel closed her eyes with a wide smile, saying that he didn't fall for it. What a pity, she almost succeeded. The guy replied that she changed her tone so abruptly in the middle of a tirade that this immediately caught my eye. Loretel blushed, pressing her hands to her chest, and said with a smile that she is also a person, so she can succumb to emotions, asking if his protective instinct has awakened. Usually when demonstrating such a gentle and timid appearance, the hearts of those around him should melt. The water in the lake, in which the sun was reflected, the girl said that nevertheless, it was offensive. She stretched out her legs, lowering her head, saying that everything she was told was not a lie. Ed sat silently on a rock next to the girl, looking at her. He looked forward as water ran down his face and said that he planned to graduate from Sylvania Academy, and until then, he did not intend to leave the academy. Loretel silently lowered her head, her eyes hidden in shadow. She smiled when the guy said that he had not yet decided what he would do after graduation. The girl rose from the stone, standing with her back to him, and said that then she could not wait for him to graduate from the academy, but he knows that he initially had no right to choose. The girl squeezed a letter between two fingers, saying that perhaps she would soon be able to use this free pass. She looked back at Ed with a smile, holding the letter in her hands, and said that she was very glad that after so long she could see his face. Ed closed his eyes, lowered his head, and sighed, thinking that when he thinks about what will happen in the future, He feels like he did something truly terrible, feels like he owes her. The guy was sitting on a rock while Laurel walked away with her eyes closed, and Ed thought it was dangerous. The girl looked over her shoulder with a smile, holding out the letter in her hand, and said that now he was hers. She thought that she was going to make such a statement and put an end to it. The girl looked at the sad face of Ed, who lowered his gaze and thought that she saw his appearance and failed in putting her plan into action. If she had retreated from her plan too late, then she would have had to see his sad expression on his face. The girl hid behind a tree, holding a bag of money in her hands, and thought that she had grabbed change from paying for materials for magical engineering. But how could she now look him in the face again? Laurel looked at the hut in the distance, wondering if she could just leave the bag there. The door to the hut swung open. Janica came out, her hair tangled, hugging a pillow, closing her eyes and yawning, saying that Ed must have gone to the stream, maybe to cook something quickly before he returns. The two girls looked at each other in surprise as they stood on the street. Laurel frowned as she approached the other, asking why she came out of the hut. Janica also frowned, asking why she was coming from where the stream was. The two girls clenched their teeth, looking at each other in irritation. This was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed. The blue sky illuminated by the sun, the spirit said that the consumption of meat and vegetables today is very low. Ed even had to top up his water during dinner, but he never drank enough water. Ed hit the stump, cutting the log into two parts with an axe, answering clearly. Mog flew in front of him, saying that if he collapses again, he will really die. At least for his sake, let him stick to a healthier lifestyle. He wants them the contract remain valid for a long, long time. The spirit sat sadly on an axe in a log, looking at the guy with tears in his eyes while he said that it looks like Tarkin reprimanded him. In any case, wherever you go, there is a madhouse everywhere. Let him forgive him for this. Ed sighed, looking at the letters in his hands, putting his other hand in his pocket, thinking that somehow, thanks to the help of Zix and Janica, he had prepared enough provisions and firewood. Thanks to Laurel, he managed to furnish the hut with furniture. There is only one thing that worries him. 3 letters in the guy's hand, 2 ordinary and 1 with a gold seal. He thought that these were the 3 letters received before he collapsed. One of them, a letter from Laurel, in which she advises him to be more careful, because that he does not know what move Elt will make. Another letter from Princess Phonia, which talks about the movements of Crepin. A letter with a blue stamp. The guy thought that the last one was a letter from the Academy, but the sender turned out to be an extremely unexpected character. A man with black hair and glasses who had blue energy around him. Ed thought it was a letter from Professor Glass. The message said that he would like to have a private meeting with him after the scientific conference. The blonde was floating in the water. Above him there was a system window with the inscription of normal status exhaustion. The guy thought that unfortunately he was bedridden and could not go to Professor Glass, so now he does not know why he was called. A man with black hair and glasses stood. Purple runes were open next to him. His clothes and hair were fluttering with energy. The guy thought that Professor Glass was the last boss of the second act, and the final chapter of the second act had already begun. Along the road walked a man in a robe who was holding a staff. Ed remembers most of the content of the last chapter of the second act. Professor Glass always believed that only a few chosen talents could change the world to resurrect Sylvania, the great sage with the greatest talent in history. He studied star magic that distorts the laws of the world. The guy remembered a woman with white hair, next to whom 2 maids bowed. The guy thought that the grimoire of the great sage was needed to complete the star magic, but Sylvania Academy fell for Laurel's trick and sold the sage seal. In front of Glass, who held the staff, the disciple lay on the seal. Purple lightning flashed around. In his desperation, he steals the seal of the sage, and will try to introduce the spirit of Sylvania into the body of Isla, who was born with a talent for stellar magic, to give birth to a new progressive era. The man with black hair frowned and lowered his gaze. Literally, these were the ravings of a madman. Taylor, gritting his teeth, ran forward, holding a sword. There were red flashes of light around him. But then, to save Isla, Taylor entered the scene. He made a breakthrough through traps in the underground water protection system, breaking through the Library of Souls and even through a secret laboratory. A large purple tower, at the top of which there was a bright light. Glass' last words before falling from the top of the magic tower, after all his plans were thwarted, were a little unexpected. A man with black hair fell from the tower, stretching his hands forward. He, who dreamed only of academic success, the development of the era, and who devoted his whole life exclusively to the discovery of talented people, this is the phrase he said before his death. Glass fell, his hair fluttered, and he opened his mouth, saying something. Ed thought, again, what his last words were. The book has a brown cover. The guy thought that one way or another, this is the final battle of the second act, the beginning of the war to conquer Glass, the change of owner of the Sage Seal. The communication formula, it all begins with Professor Glass kidnapping Taylor's friend, Isla. A girl with brown hair was sitting on the floor. A shadow from the bars of the cage fell on her. Someone asked if she had come to her senses, and the girl screamed at the person not to come closer. In front of her was the silhouette of a man, and behind him a huge fat monster with shoots from his back. The man said that it was nothing surprising. The demon of the Sylvania underground water protection system is really intimidating. The girl screamed that it was because of him. Isla crossed her arms in front of her, scared with tears in her eyes, screaming, "Why is it him? She hates him." The girl shouted the name Ed Rottailer, and the blonde looked back at her, asking if she was going too far. The blonde turned away from her. A shadow fell on his eyes as he stood inside the cage, saying that they were both kidnapped. He thought that he was also kidnapped. This was radically different from his original plan. The guy exhaled. A shadow fell on his eyes. The last chapter of the second act, the battle to subdue Glass, begins. 3 days before the events described, morning, a small hut made of wood. The man held a ball on the table, disassembling it into 2 parts. Ed thought that he had learned to do all the items that he had not been able to do in those 10 days, but he was very upset that he had lost 10 days of full-fledged training. The guy brought one part of the ball to himself, looking at it, and thought that the battle to subdue Glass was about to begin. But what a pity that he still had not managed to raise the stat points associated with magical engineering. Well, nothing surprising, because to further develop his magical engineering skills, he needs drawings of materials. Ed's eyes widened and he thought he remembered something. A mechanical item with various golden gears inside. The guy thought of a way to significantly increase his magic engineering stat points. Glass stood with his head down. Behind him there were 3 rooms. The first was a round staircase. The second was a large corridor where there were chains. The third was an office in which there were cabinets and a table. The fourth was a purple tower. In the last chapter, the battle to subjugate Glass had only 4 battle stages. A large office with 4 tables and bookcases, books and chairs flying in the sky. Among them, the highest difficulty level is the boss stage. The third phase, the secret laboratory. A ghost girl with long hair. Her body was blue energy, and various books were flying around. Riene, the librarian of the Soul Library, is so strong that it is difficult to break through without holy sword techniques. There was a bookcase flying next to the ghost, but this is a problem that Taylor must solve. Ed is only interested in the contents of this library of souls. Various multicolored scrolls, next to which lightning flashed. The library is filled to the brim with formulas for magical engineering. As far as Ed remembers, it was far from a double-digit number, and there are definitely 2 production formulas that can be used to create magical engineering items of legendary rank. Ed looked to the side, thinking that although the idea was, of course, dangerous. He looked over his shoulder, looking at Janica, who was pouring tea into mugs, thinking that if he did not go there alone, then no problems would arise. The academy building is illuminated by the sun. Someone said about Adele from Class B, Isla from Class C, saying that next semester he plans to transfer them to Class A. There are definitely a lot of talented students this school year. Glass stood behind the lectern, looking forward and saying that even if they join the class in the middle of the learning process, they will quickly adapt to the content of the classes, so they should not worry too much about it. Zix, Lucy and Loratel were sitting at the desk. The red-haired girl thought that he was saying that this year there are many talented students, and in class there are only 3 students. Next semester there will be 5 of them, although they say that when Glass managed the educational process, there were cases where Classa was completely absent. The red-haired girl glanced at the guy next to her, thinking that Isla's combat power itself was not particularly powerful, but as already mentioned, she had a predisposition for star magic. Glass asked what it was, and Zix stood up from his seat, saying that with all due respect, could he clarify if the selection criteria for Classa could be based on talent. He said that even the students themselves have no idea how they will blossom. Having made incredible efforts, Glass frowned at the guy. He asked if he thought he was ignoring or destroying students by denigrating and belittling their efforts. Zix looked at the professor in surprise, his eyes wide open. He apologized, saying that he didn't think so. The 3 students looked at the professor, who was standing in front of the table, saying that rather, the surest way to ruin someone's life is to hastily instill confidence in an ambiguous talent and give him a push in an unknown direction. Loratel looked to the side and sighed, thinking that before she came to Sylvania, she had done a little research on the professors. A man with black hair and glasses, the girl thought that his obsession with talent, which could be seen as complacency and stubbornness, was probably related to his daughter. Glass stood with a smile in front of the window in front of a girl with brown hair, and put his hand on her shoulder. Professor Glass's only daughter, Nuri, was an ordinary wizard, but he had boundless faith in her. Since he was her father, this similar gesture was quite natural. Nuri clenched her hand into a fist, but Muri took it not as her father's faith in her strength, but as the faith of Professor Glass from the Faculty of Magic. The girl flew in front of a huge demon with purple glowing eyes, red energy flying around her. Based on her father's faith, she hurriedly took part in conquering the demonic monster at a young age. Nuri lay under a white sheet, with a trembling hand reaching out to her. Glass lifted the sheet from the girl's face, tears streaming down his face. As a result, after that incident, Professor Glass became obsessed with finding obvious talent. The man pursed his lips while holding the book he was reading. It is said that he, as a professor at Sylvania Academy, devoted most of his time to researching an unknown magic called star magic. The man with black hair closed his eyes, taking off his glasses, but if you look back at his past, you can see that Professor Glass is not looking for star magic, but the person who invented star magic, considered the greatest talent in history, a great sage. A girl in a white robe, blonde hair visible from under the hood, and in her hand she held a staff, Sylvania. Loretel thought that the reason he was trying to promote Isla to Classa was probably due to his research into star magic. The girl looked to the side in surprise when someone called her name. Glass opened his mouth and hummed thoughtfully and said no, nothing. He held a piece of paper in his hands, looking down at it, saying that the conversation had nothing to do with the lesson, and tomorrow he would separately call her to him. The girl thought, did he really want to talk about the seal of the sage? Unfortunately, for the use of star magic, the seal of the sage is a necessary element. Loretel tilted her head with a smile, looking forward, and thought that no matter what he said, it was useless, because in the near future she would perform the ritual of receiving the sage seal and would become its rightful owner. A girl with blonde hair stood at the lectern, looking at the students, saying that this was the end of classes. Ed thought that the ritual of receiving the sage seal would soon begin. The blonde put his hand to his chin while sitting at his desk and thoughtfully looked away, thinking that although he was a little anxious, the plan had already been fully developed and the essence of this operation was to follow behind. The guy with black hair, clenching his teeth, ran forward. There were rays of red energy around, and Ed thought that while Taylor went through stages 1 to 5 to save Isla, he would quietly follow him and collect the objects untouched by him. There was a sheet of paper on the table with something written on it. The guy thought that he had also made a list of necessary things, especially for the third phase. You need to collect all these materials for magical engineering in the Library of Souls. A round object with a green crystal in the middle and a gold-rimmed hourglass, 2 system windows showed. Material for magical engineering, Eye of Glock, temporarily greatly increases magical power and proficiency of all sensitive skills, and Delheim Hourglass returns all physical conditions for a few seconds ago. The guy thought that these items had a deceptive effect. Ed sat at his desk, holding a book, and thought that due to the difficulty of cultivating materials, they could only be made in the later stages of the system's script, so they would not be of any use to Taylor anyway, so he would take them for himself. The guy stood up from his desk, holding the book at his side, and thought that he would finally check and evaluate Taylor's work during the 5th phase, and then quietly return to camp. That was the whole plan. The guy stood near the desk, looking at the girl with pink hair in front of him, thinking that the battle to conquer Glass begins on the day of the ritual to obtain the seal of the sage. He told Janica that he lost something in the underground water protection system of the academy and suggested looking for it together. The girl with pink hair smiled, looked up decisively, and clenched her hands into fists. Ed thought that he thought she would not like this idea, since it was a dark and narrow space, but for some reason she responded with enthusiasm to his request, and he could feel how much she cared about him, which made his heart feel even heavier. Someone called Ed, and he looked over his shoulder while he thought that, nevertheless, his plan was perfect since he had a comrade who supported him with his power. Claire approached the guy, looking at him, and said that Professor Glass was calling him to her. The blonde looked at her, thinking that he heard from Janica that Claire recently visited the camp. Maybe the conversation will go about this. The guy frowned, answering that he understood and thought that the ritual of receiving the sage seal would take place tomorrow, so he must be very busy, so why was he calling him over? A large building with a round roof. Ed thought that last time he could not respond to his invitation because he collapsed from overwork, but since he called him again, it means that the matter must be important. A wooden door, a system window showed Glass's office. Someone asked why he was here. Isla crossed her arms, covering her body, frowning, and Ed wondered if he didn't do anything, so maybe she was overreacting. The blonde remembered how he shot a bow at the girl, thinking that her bad relationship with Ed lasted more than 10 months. Moreover, he used arrows against her. The guy frowned at the girl, clenched his hands into fists, and thought that it was much more important now why Isla, who would be kidnapped tomorrow when the battle to conquer Glass began, was now here. The guy's eyes widened in shock, and he wondered why he was also called here. He abruptly walked towards the table, throwing away the sheets of paper folded on it, leaning over it as Isla looked on in shock. The girl screamed loudly. Sheets of paper were flying in the air. Ed muttered that this couldn't be true. Research notes, books on magic. The guy turned his head with a frown, looking at the papers in his hands, and thought that as far as he knew, there was no room for change in the future. He slammed his palm on the table, placing his hand on the questionnaire with his photograph, thinking that if he had to talk about the point of contact with Ed Rodaler, then this would be all that was discussed. Pursing his lips, the guy lowered his gaze to the piece of paper, thinking that this was a report from Assistant Claire, who was following him. In which case, Professor Glass may be aware of his actions in the Opheles building, but what does this have to do with the matter? The blonde's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Isla put her hands to her head, screaming loudly as Ed pulled out a dagger, turning to the side with a frown. The door to the office opened. Glass stood at the door, frowning, and the girl called him loudly. She quickly approached the professor, telling him to help her. That man was holding a dagger in his hands. A man with black hair looked at the girl. A purple light shone next to him. She screamed loudly as a purple rune appeared behind Glass and lightning sparked around him. The man extended his hand. A rune appeared next to it. Violet threads of energy appeared around the girl, a prison of time. The man with black hair looked back, waving his hand to the side. A dagger with a pattern on the blade flew through the air towards his hand. Ed called the spirit Mog and the design on the dagger began to glow. Glass's eyes widened as a bright light illuminated his face. A bright fiery explosion passed in front of Ed, and the guy covered his face with his hand. The blonde frowned, pursing his lips when the professor told him that he quickly understood what was happening. Glass walked forward with a purple seal behind him and energy flying around. He said that the reaction was so smooth that he even thought it was too perfect. In such a short period of time, he managed to look at his research materials. The man was approaching while Ed was hiding behind the table. Isla was floating next to Glass in a purple ball, and the man said that this was a strange thing. After looking at only a few pieces of paper, he could not recognize his intentions. Ed frowned, asking if there was a need to drag him in all this. Doesn't he only need Isla with her predisposition to star magic? The blonde said that he had achieved his goal, so there is no need to touch him, because he knows how to keep his mouth shut. The professor's eyes were hidden by a shadow. A dark fog was visible nearby when he replied that he has a goal, and he is doing this for her achievements, so don't let him hold it against him. Ed looked out from behind the table, sighing, thinking that he should give at least some announcements. This is clearly too much. Don't hold a grudge against him. Why does he even use vague expressions? The guy narrowed his eyes, frowning, and thought that he was asking not to hold a grudge against him. He looked at Professor Glass, who gritted his teeth as he raised his hand, thinking that this was not surprising, because even if he managed to escape from here, the professor would not sit idly by, and there was a high probability that the scenario would fail if that were the case. A man with black hair, behind whom there were 4 locations. The blonde thought that besides, if he was kidnapped here, he would probably be locked up with Isla in a secret laboratory. This also meant that he would be taken on a direct flight to the 3rd phase. Ed looked ahead, hummed thoughtfully, and thought maybe he could just let him kidnap him. Glass sighed in surprise, frowning and looking ahead. He watched as the blonde rose to his feet, leaving the table, asking if he had made the decision to confront him or if some other plan had come into his head. The man extended his hand forward, next to which a purple seal opened, saying that this would be a good lesson for him. A purple ball appeared around Ed, next to which lightning sparkled, a prison of time. Sheets of paper slowly fell through the air. The man with black hair put his hands behind his back, moving closer to the blonde. Ed's application form fell to the floor and Glass said that he was skeptical at first, but he couldn't believe that he was able to achieve such academic success while living in the wild. It was so amazing that she began to think that he has a 48-hour day. He cannot even imagine how much sweat and blood these successes were achieved. Glass was sitting at the table reading a book, saying that it was completely different from her guesses regarding a dark figure or something like that. Claire handed the man a purple ball, saying that she had no idea that the ball recorded something like that. Taylor, Elvira, and Isla stood in the ruined hall in front of Ed, who was sitting on a chair. Glass thought that given the fighting style seen through the crystal ball, he could confidently say that Ed Rottailer's fighting sense is exceptional, but this is clearly the path of the weakest. The blonde pursed his lips with a frown as he stood inside the purple dome, and the professor thought that the method of the weakest, who carefully analyze the enemy and use all possible means, and all this is a product of effort, not talent. Glass stood in front of the guy, thinking that the expression on his face that didn't show the slightest sense of worry also reminded him of the one he lost in the past. The man remembered how he stood with a smile in front of Muri, who stretched out her hands to him and thought that this was his only daughter, shouting that she would glorify her father's name by opening a new specialization. Glass frowned, silently looking forward, and thought that this memory was popping up before his eyes again and again. Behind Ed flew the spirit of Mog, who looked back at the man. He flew out of the building, flying through the air, leaving a bright red light in his wake. The spirit flew towards the mountains, shining with a bright light. He was approaching a hut that stood in the forest. Janica brought the ladle she was holding in her hand to her mouth. She stood in front of the pan with a smile, looked down, and said that Ed was late. The man's hand wrote a letter on paper with a pen. This is the end of his magical adventures in the southern continent. After looking around the world, he realized that there were so many magical truths that he did not even realize. The title of Archmage is meaningless. The girl in a white robe smiled. Blonde hair was visible from under the hood. His teacher Sylvania, who who passed away at a young age, still remained in his memory as a beautiful woman. Now, looking back at the past years fading in his memory, he understands that they were truly rich. The man with gray hair held a book while little Lucy rested her head on his knee. The sadness that tormented his heart the day he lost his teacher also faded with time, and now the memory of her remained in the form of an old portrait. Nevertheless, if you live a long life, melancholy appears from time to time. The man lowered his gaze as he read, "Grief for what was lost sometimes paralyzes the mind. Of course, sometimes there are moments when there is a desire to destroy providence, distort the truth and see the face of Sylvania again." He looked at the sleeping girl with white hair, placing his hand on her back. What is lost is lost. Those who have lost something must remain strong, even in sadness. The man put a pointed hat on Lucy, extending his hand, so let her become strong. The man lay on the bed while Lucy stood nearby, holding a book in her hands. To her, which marked the end of his life, he gives half a day's offer of this book. Tears were streaming down the face of a girl with white hair. She was clutching a book in her hands. A magical journey through the southern continent, glocked, an excerpt. A girl sitting on the roof of a hut, dangling her legs and saying that she misses her. Lucy put her hands under her head while she lay on the roof. More than anyone else, Glock himself admitted, accepted and distantly waited for death. So the girl also had no choice but to let him go. Will the day ever come when all the pain of loss will pass and even the scars will disappear? The girl looked at the bag in her hands with a smile. The only thing that makes her forget about this longing for a moment is the satisfaction from the bag of beef jerky that she now holds in her hands. The girl turned the bag over, only a couple of crumbs fell out, and said that it looked like he hadn't filled it. She turned her gaze to the side. The girl watched as Mog flew through the camp towards Janica, who was standing near the fire. The spirit said something to the girl with pink hair, causing purple lightning and black fog to appear around her. Lucy looked at this in confusion, lowering her gaze and raising her head. The system window showed Trix Hall, the main conference room, a large hall with two long tables where people were sitting, a display case between them, a secret ceremony for the transfer of the Sage Seal. 3 people, including Loratel, stood in front of the display case, the academy that sells the book and the trading company that buys it. Only the top executives of both sides are in the room. A girl with red hair crossed her arms over her chest with a smile. The system window showed Loratel, a representative of the Alt Trading Company. 2 figures especially stood out among them. A man in a white cloak, with dark hair and a scar near his eye. The system window showed Abel Forcier, the director of Sylvania Academy. Loratel narrowed her eyes at the man, thinking that he was about the same age, similar physique, but he was radically different from that man. The man with blonde hair smiled, Crepin Rodaler. After completing negotiations to purchase the Sage Seal, he came to her and asked her to give him the Sage Seal. The red-haired girl stood in front of Fonia and Clark, who frowned and shouted at the girl. Initially, there was nothing like this in the plans, so one could turn a blind eye to it, but we are talking about a rather impressive amount, which is quite enough to lie to Princess Fonia. The red-haired girl sat at the table with a smile, crossing her arms over her chest, talking about 12,000 gold coins. She thought that she had voiced an impressive amount. The man with blonde hair opened his mouth, saying that he was buying right away, and the girl thought that he immediately accepted her terms. Crepin closed his eyes with a smile, asking if she knew that Elt had hired a mercenary squad that was heading to Sylvania. The man opened his bright violet eyes, saying that he was saying this out of idle concern. Let her not let anything go wrong, and Loratel thought that he was an extremely unpleasant person. But it did not matter. The information about Elt was valuable, and she also found a place where she can resell the Sage Seal. The girl thought that the preparations were complete. She and Abel stood in front of the display case. The man put his hand over the book. When glass between them said that Abel should resign as the owner of the Seal of the Sage, and the representative of the Elt Trading Company, Loratel, came forward to obtain the right's possessions. The girl put her hand on the book from which the blue light emanated and thought that she now had a purchase certificate, and she was able to close the difference in the overpayment. But no. The girl lowered her gaze, her face turned red and she smiled and thought that now she would have a free ticket to Ed in her hands. A dark purple fog appeared in the room. It came from Glast, who stood between Abel and Loratel, causing the latter to cover their faces with their hands as a bright light illuminated the room. A huge stone monster appeared and opened its mouth, and its eyes glowed with a bright purple light. Abel held back the 2 stone monsters with his hands outstretched, blue energy shining in front of them, while Loratel looked over her shoulder in shock, talking about the Sage Seal. The man picked up a book, next to which a bright purple light shone. The red-haired girl watched as Glass took the book in his hand, looking at her. A bright beam of light flashed where the man stood and he disappeared. Loratel clenched her teeth, looking at it helplessly, covering her face with her hand, thinking that she had disappeared, his free ticket to Ed. Despite Ed's absence, the story progresses without a hitch as the final scene of the second act begins, the battle to subdue Glass. Professor Glass' secret laboratory, Many bookcases, a stack of books flying in the air, someone shouted Ed's name loudly. Isla sat on the floor of the cage with her arms crossed over her body, loudly asking why him, she didn't like it. The blonde looked up, thinking that around now Glass was supposed to steal the sage seal. Someone told them quietly. A fat man with a cane in his hand stood in front of the monster behind the cage, his blue eyes glowing, and he said that if they continued to make such noise, they might wake up the monster of the Academy's underground water system in front of them. A man in a suit and a black mask, the system window showed come, an astrology researcher. The man told them to consider it their luck. Professor Glass ordered him to use them for experiments, since the two of them are talented students that he needs. Ed looked down at the man, asking how, and he nervously said that the guy was calmer than he thought. Cum said that in any case, he will look through the data of his research and closely monitor them so that they don't invent nonsense. The blonde sat down near the wall, closing his eyes, while Isla was sitting by the other. The guy thought that now he has more nothing to do. He thought about the destroyed library, where smoke rose in the air and dents were visible on the floor. Ed thought that he should just wait for Taylor to break through here and start a fight, by which time the library would be completely cleared. The guy thought about the many multicolored scrolls, next to which lightning flashed, thinking that then, in a place where there would be no obstacles left, he would complete his operation of collecting all available materials for magical engineering. And now, he did not need to arrange absolutely anything. The blonde thought that it was a shame that this thought was so sweet that even his conscience pricked him. He looked to the side and called the girl next to him. Isla frowned with tears in her eyes and screamed, crossing her arms, shouting that if he took one step towards her, she would scream. The guy thought that it was annoying that he was here with her. The blonde looked away from the girl while she screamed that she would bite off her tongue. Don't let her come closer. She wasn't joking. The guy said that he had no bad intentions towards her. He said that if he was going to harm her, he would have taken advantage of this favorable moment long ago. Isla looked at him in surprise, frowning, and Ed thought that he always had a favorable attitude towards Isla, who constantly looked after Taylor and followed him everywhere. The girl screamed irritably that this was a lie. He was Ed. The blonde closed his eyes and irritably asked her to stop being hysterical and just sit down. If they wait a little, then Taylor will certainly come here. There were tears in Isla's eyes when she displeasedly asked if he really thought he had the right to say his name. Ed asked why he shouldn't have it, and the girl narrowed her eye and raised her eyebrow. The blonde lowered his head, looking back at her, and said that for the situation during the entrance exam, he asks to forgive him. Let her believe that he had his own circumstances. He also had his own reasons for helping in the raid on Glaskin. Even if she can't trust him, she can trust Taylor. This guy will definitely come to save her. The girl raised her eyebrows, looking at the blonde in surprise, and thought that he had apologized. Ed closed his eyes and sighed. Someone shouted if he was in good health. Mog flew in front of the guy's face, with tears in his eyes, loudly asking if he was injured, if there were scratches on his forearms because of the reaction of mana, if he felt a loss of strength, if his vision was okay, if he might have problems with his sense of smell or hearing, whether he has any strange sensations in the tips of his fingers or toes, whether he feels tired or exhausted, maybe he feels his face turning yellow, his heart pounding, or pulse becomes more frequent. Ed wrapped his arms around the spirit, who was still flapping his wings, shouting that he had followed his magical trail. But young Master Ed's spiritual connection level was still too low, so it took a while to detect him. He apologized, saying that this one was like a burning fuse. Mog wasn't near him. Ed looked at the spirit with a smile, holding him in his hands and stroking his head, asking where he managed to fly, even managed to find him. Isla asked if this was the spirit. The girl watched the guy, asking if he was capable of commanding spirits. Until the upcoming semester, he couldn't even cope with basic spells. Ed replied that it was none of her business, while Mog smiled joyfully in his hands. The guy thought that he had finally appeared an interlocutor with whom you can talk. The girl frowned, looking at the guy, and said that, nevertheless, since we are talking about a spirit, it means that they can send a request through him for help outside. They need to send a message to the professors or someone from the staff of the academy. The blonde looked at the girl, narrowed his eyes, and thought that he did not see the need to increase the number of variables. Mog told the gentleman not to worry. The guy looked in surprise at the spirit in his arms, who said that of course, this Mog like a burning fuse was not able to protect him, but he had undergone careful training in order to immediately report the occurrence of an emergency. It took him more than 12 hours to get here, while avoiding the gaze of numerous monsters and the explorer golem who acts as a gatekeeper here, which means that about 2 years must have passed since the abduction days. Janica pursed her lips, opening her red eyes wide as purple lightning bolts flew around. Mog said that he could still clearly see the beautiful expression on Mrs. Janica's face. Overcome with anger, he clearly felt the angry cold. Lucy sat on the roof, tilting her head questioningly and lowering her gaze, and the spirit said that moreover, he thinks they will be joined by you, the red fox and the little sorceress in the hat, who comes to the camp from time to time, so that it will be an equal military power, thousands of soldiers. Ed kept his hand on the head of the spirit, who closed his eyes, smiling happily and saying that he had nothing to worry about. He would always find a way to get him out of trouble, let him not be afraid of anything and wait here. The spirit trembled when he saw Ed's face, who clenched his teeth in irritation. Cursing, Isla asked why he had such an expression on his face. The guy opened his mouth, exhaling. He threw the spirit through the bars of the cage and it flew forward, screaming, with its eyes and mouth wide open. Cum looked over his shoulder when the guy called out to him, shouting that he had changed his mind. He couldn't continue to stay here, he had to get out of here. The blonde grabbed the bars of the cage, shouting to be let out. This is not a joke. Cum walked up to the cage with a smile, looking at the guy and said that if he makes such noise, then that devil opposite will wake up. Ed said that he was serious. If he didn't get out of here, then it would be them who would have problems, not him. The old man clenched his teeth with a smile and narrowed his eyes, saying that he had finally dropped his mask and appeared as an ordinary student. The old man went to the door while the guy was watching him. Cum said that he could make noise, but in moderation. Isla looked at the guy, sitting against the wall, asking what came over him. He himself said to sit still and wait for Taylor. Ed, without turning around, shushed her. 2 keys on a rope. Mog brought a bunch of keys to the guy who extended his hand, and the spirit said that as he already said, he instantly assesses any situation. He doesn't know how he knew the exact location of the keys, but he reacted immediately. Ed told him to go back and the spirit dissolved, leaving the keys in the guy's palm. He thought that he was doing something that no one asked him to do. The blonde walked out of the cage, holding the door while Isla pursed her lips and followed him. The door closed in front of the girl and her eyes widened in shock. She looked at the guy, who looked back at her, telling her to shut her mouth. From now on let her answer only yes or no. The girl asked what. Ed looked back, closing the cage door with a key, and said that outside there are all sorts of experiments being carried out with monsters and magical instruments that have souls. In any case it is dangerous. First let her obey, and if they notice that he is not there, then let her surrender immediately. Him saying that he ran away. In any case, they will not harm her. The guy put his hand to his face, frowning and closing his eyes, saying that besides, she was too nervous now, so she wouldn't be able to run quickly. Isla tried to say something, but the guy asked her not to start a conversation. He opened his eyes, which glowed blue, asking for a yes or no answer. Isla looked at the guy in fear, placing her hands on the bars of the cage, answering yes. Ed pushed off the ground with his feet and answered okay, let him sit here quietly. The guy ran down the corridor, where there were many cages, and said that he would take care of everything himself. New twists and turns will definitely happen. Ed stood with his arms crossed on his chest. There were many system windows around him. The guy thought that even small variables can be controlled. His performance has also improved significantly, so most problems can be solved by using information superiority. The system windows turned red, and Ed crumbled when the guy thought that, however, there will definitely be variables that cannot be solved with one's own hands. The blonde ran quickly, frowning and clenching his teeth, thinking that with Janica and Loratel participating in the battle he could still figure it out. The guy remembered the joyful Mog, who spoke about the little sorceress in a hat who comes to the camp from time to time. Lucy stood with her back turned, her hair and clothes fluttering from the powerful purple energy that shone around her. The guy thought that despite the long attempts of avid gamers to solve this problem, there was only one answer: she was a completely invulnerable enemy. The girl with white hair turned over her shoulder. Her eyes glowed. The system window showed bad ending 27, Lazy Lucy. The guy thought that he did not pay attention to this route, because nothing like this would have happened if he had not tried to provoke this turn of events on purpose. In the manual it was highlighted, the enemy is Lazy Lucy, and if the conditions are met, Lazy Lucy will be in a hostile state. There will definitely be a bad end, so it is better to escape. The system window showed the activation conditions. After the incident, Professor Glass and Lucy meet. The guy thought that bad an ending that occurs only when special conditions are met. Ed clenched his teeth. He ran forward with a frown, clenching his hands into fists, and thought that at all costs he must prevent Lucy from coming here. Academy Castle, with a red roof, someone called Zix. A guy with dark hair stood naked to the waist, holding a dumbbell in his hands. He turned around, asking what happened. Taylor opened the door, walked into the room and lowered his head low and asked for help. He clenched his teeth, frowning, saying that he had to save Isla. Episode 2, Failed Swordsman Sylvania, last chapter, Phase 1, Pursuit of Glass. The manual highlighted points to join the additional condition, Zix Spear of Vegetation. Goal of achievement, to catch up with Professor Glass, who has gone into the dungeon. Taylor, who set out in pursuit of Glass from the Trix building, makes a request to Zix. Soon he will gather his comrades and lead them to the Academy's underground water system to give chase to Glass. Ed thought he was very familiar with the script's route for the final scene of Act 2. Trix Hall, stairs leading up, next to it was the Loratel icon. Underground water protection system, open entrance to the sewer, next to it was the Janica icon. A dark library illuminated by one lamp, A library of souls. A corridor where there were many cells and an Ed icon. A monster research building. Laboratory. In the center there was a table with many books and papers on it. Behind you could see the stairs, the deepest part of the laboratory. Walking this route in reverse is an amazing experience. Ed remembered the huge monster in front of the cage, and Kum who stood in front of him, thinking that originally the monster research building was an extremely problematic place because Kum released all the monsters, but since it was a trip in the opposite direction, all the monsters were still entrapped, so he simply walked past them. Lucy, who turned over her shoulder, bright purple lightning shone around her, and Ed thought that to his great relief, since the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glass was inevitably going to end badly, he should hurry up. Ed peeked out from behind the door, frowning and pursing his lips, his face illuminated by blue light. He looked at the ghost who was flying in a blue ball. Books were flying around him. The guy thought that the problem was the Library of Souls, namely the one that guards this place. The ghost of the girl turned over her shoulder. There were sharp long claws on her hand. Blue energy shone around her. The system window showed Riene, a banshee, a librarian standing guard over the Library of Souls. Ed hid behind a table in the library, peeking out, and thought that Riene's patrol pattern was completely familiar to him. Even if he entered into a battle, he could easily defeat her because he knew what strategy was best to use. The ghost of a girl with empty eyes flew forward, and the guy thought that it was the librarian Riene, representing valuable experience points for Taylor. Taylor was holding a sword in his hand, dividing his head. He had black hair on one side and white on the other. Ed thought, in the second half of the game there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's intense training with the sword. So if the main character, Taylor, will not be sufficiently trained, it will become difficult to clear the script in the future. The manual highlighted that since this episode lays the foundation for the development of future scenarios, it is best to go through it. Trying not to miss anything, the guy thought that the second act was the section where Taylor needed to squeeze out the highest growth rates. Claire standing with her back, a girl with dark hair who was holding a book in her hand, a large red monster who clenched his teeth, frightened by Kum, and Riena who turned over her shoulder. In particular, Taylor must catch the resurrected demon of the underground water protection system, which allows him to master the necessary skills, and Riene, which gives the most experience points. Ed extended his hand, taking the golden cube with the crystal, thinking that so he would just take with him a few tools he needed for magical engineering, and leave here. The guy thought that it was a thunderbolt generator. He sat at the table while Banshee flew through the air. The guy looked at the book, thinking that what was needed next was a one-way blurring device. Ed looked to the side and thought that when it was all over, he would definitely come here again. The guy looked at the shelves, where there were many cubes with glowing cores, and Ed thought that he wished he could take them all. Riena turned her back, flying through the library. Mog next to the guy said that it seems that her gaze is now directed in the opposite direction from the exit. The guy looked back, saying that then they are leaving here. Suddenly, the ground shook in the library and books fell from the shelves. The blonde frowned, raising his gaze and wondering if this was an earthquake. As far as he knew, such an event had not happened here. A blue explosion flashed behind the guy, to which he turned around. Ed's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the girl's spirit, who looked back at the blonde over his shoulder, with bright blue energy shining around the spirit. Mog screamed loudly, looking at Riena in shock. The guy also looked at this in shock, saying that he seemed to be in trouble. Brown building, 30 minutes before the earthquake. The man with black hair covered his face with his hand, looking up and screaming in fear. Above him was a purple stone monster who raised his hands to strike. Suddenly, the monster was surrounded by bright blue energy. The stone monster shattered as it fell to the ground. Behind it stood the silhouette of a man who raised his hand. Loratel looked back, raising her hand. There was blue icy energy around her, and she said that if there was a fuss about the deal being made, then the Academy's reputation would be ruined. She couldn't believe that her sage seal was stolen at a meeting of all the key teachers of the Academy. Adele was sitting on a pile of what was left of one of the monsters, saying that although it would take a little time, he would take responsibility for returning the sage seal. Why don't she wait a little? Whatever Professor Glass is planning, it clearly won't end well. Loratel looked at him, asking what he was talking about. The man frowned, looking forward, and replied that since the situation had come to this, he thought he should at least inform the heads of the trading company, asking if the girl knew about the three main taboos: distorting the behavior of the world, blurring the current flow of time, and rejecting the framework of human destiny. The three main taboos, the man behind which was a purple seal. He raised his hands, the desire for eternal life, a pale hand that stretched upward, the desire for eternal life, the dial of gold clock, turning back time. The red-haired girl stood opposite the man, clenching her hands into fists, and asked him not to say that Professor Glass was going to revive the dead man with the help of star magic. And he, even knowing about this, did nothing? Adele asked. She wants to ask if he went crazy mind. Nuri stood looking over her shoulder, casting a long shadow. In front of her was a girl in a white robe with blonde hair. Adele said that he was interested. Glast, who had the habit of saying that talented people accelerate the progress of the world, had immense respect and always looked up to Sylvania, rare gift of a saint and great sage. And on the other hand is Nuri, who died tragically after believing in her ambiguous talent and gone too far. The man lowered his gaze, saying that if suddenly he really completed the spell of star magic, capable of returning the dead to life, then which of them would Professor Glast revive? Loretel looked at the man in shock, frowning. The doors to the bright hall opened. Someone shouted that they had a big problem. The man in the black suit looked at the two and said that they say that Professor Glast, who some time ago disappeared into the underground water protection system, was being chased by a Taylor student. A woman with gray hair closed her eyes and put her hand to her face. Next to her sat a man also with gray hair and a monocle, who closed his eyes. The man said that according to eyewitnesses, he stole not only the seal of the sage, but also the students. Their identities have been confirmed as Isla, a first-year magic student. The man said that this was also second-year magic student Ed Rodaler. Loretel immediately looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide. Someone screamed loudly and the girl looked to the side, wondering if Ed had been kidnapped. Besides, there was a loud roar and noise coming from there. A man with dark hair sat on a stone with a frown. Blue energy was flying around him and the girl thought that Director Adele was the greatest wizard of the year. He said that he would take responsibility and bring the seal of the sage. If he made a move, he would easily save Ed. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth and frowned, holding the binoculars in her hands, thinking that the smartest thing to do would be to just wait here. She put the binoculars to her eyes, looking somewhere, and thought that the direction of this familiar noise and roar was the entrance to the underground water protection system. In the forest, a huge dragon was visible, which opened its mouth and flames burst out of it. Janica sat on the dragon, her mouth open and her eyes closed with tears in her eyes. Loretel removed the binoculars from her face and said that she would go too. The man behind her looked at the girl in shock. The girl turned around, saying that she was serious. She placed the hood over her head, lowered her head, and said that since the headmaster continued to act so indifferent, she thought she should go pick up the sage seal herself. Other people in the hall looked at Loretel, who was holding a hood on her head, telling everyone to follow her. Only a couple of people remain here to conduct further negotiations. Loretel is participating in the battle. A combat alchemist who has received significant recognition from the Alchemist Society. The system window showed Dorothy, the third-year prefect of the alchemy faculty, a girl with blue hair, wearing shorts and a t-shirt. She had a backpack on her back. A couple of potion flasks hung on her hips. Dorothy's fighting abilities were at such a level that she could easily handle even with a combat student. Glass walked through the open doors, from which a bright light shone, followed by a girl, and Elvira, the head of the first year of the Faculty of Alchemy, and Norden, the head of the second year, often turned to her for advice, but even such Dorothy during her first year was not particularly different, so Professor Glast, who recognized her talent, was a real benefactor for her. The man with black hair was holding a book in his hands, which is why Dorothy believed that if Professor Glast went to such extreme actions, then there was some deeper meaning hidden here, although she had no idea what his intentions were. Someone fell to his knees on the floor, loudly hitting them on the floor, yet she decided to comply with his request, standing guard at the entrance to the underground water protection system. Dorothy trembled with fear. Looking up, she clenched her teeth, there were tears in her eyes, and she muttered that this was not what she imagined. In front of her was a huge dragon, which opened its mouth and growled. The silhouette of a girl could be seen on the dragon's head. Behind the girl, a bright fire burned on the dragon and she said to answer. Janica looked forward with bright red eyes, darkly asking where Ed was. Dorothy's eyes turned white and white foam came out of her mouth. A girl with pink hair jumped off the dragon, standing next to the blue puma. She said that Tarkin said that they were coming here. Were they really heading in the wrong direction? And who should she listen to now? The girl put her finger to her temple, closing her eyes and frowning, saying that she needs to go right at the second fork, then left, she has a headache. The girl shuddered when she saw Dorothy, who was lying on the floor, and said that this was the head of the third year of the Faculty of Alchemy. Was she really to blame for what happened to her? Janica took the white cloth, lowered her gaze, and said that she could at least cover it with this. The girl covered Dorothy's head with the cloth, looking around as Loretel approached her with many other people. The red-haired girl pursed her lips with a frown and lowered her gaze. As for Janica, she boasts the most impressive military power among the senior students of each class, if we do not take Lucy into account. A girl with pink hair was sitting next to Dorothy. Around her there were various spirits, a fire dragon, a blue puma, and a green bird. No matter what Janica did, be it destroying all the channels or starting a fight, she would clearly ensure Ed's safety. which in such a case. Janica held the blonde in her arms with a smile, closing her eyes, and said that she came to save him, asking if he was hurt, if it was hard for him, saying that she was very worried about him. They can go back together. The camp has already been prepared dinner. Ed blushed, looking at the girl in awe, and said that she was the best. He was unexpectedly kidnapped, but she did a great job to find him. Janica and Ed were dressed in white wedding outfits, holding hands and leaving. The guy said that as expected, he only has her, they need to get married. Would she like a daughter or a son? Loretel frowned, shouting in annoyance. Loretel is capable of reacting calmly to any judgment in the world, but whenever Ed is mentioned, her thinking degrades. A girl with red hair approached Janica, folding her hands with a smile and closing her eyes, saying that Ed has already been saved. Sadly, but it seems that he suffered greatly when he was kidnapped. Ed is lying on a hospital bed and asks when he will come. Janica, he is now in the camp. The second girl asked in surprise what she said. Loretel narrowed her eyes with a frown and thought that she had to save Ed, but first she needed to get Janica out of the way. The pink-haired girl looked back at the redhead darkly, her red eyes glowing as she asked why she was telling her this. Janica opened her eyes wide, bowed her head, and said that as soon as Ed's location was determined, she immediately came here, and all this time she was near the entrance. Since then they managed to save Ed. She arrived the very first, while someone was able to slip through here without being noticed by her. Although Janica usually does not seem particularly burdened with thoughts, talking about Ed made her brain work at full capacity. Loretel crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, walking up to the girl, saying that or maybe not. Janica leaned over irritably, saying that now is not the time for this. Didn't she bring the trading company employees to go look for Ed? The girl with pink hair said that although the employees of the trading company are not fighters, they are cowards. The red-haired girl looked at her annoyed, thinking that she suddenly began to state only the correct facts. She is actually dangerous. Loretel remembered Lucy, who closed her eyes and yawned and said that at first she asked Lucy for help, but she went for a walk. She doesn't listen to what others say and just goes at her own pace. Janica pressed her forehead against the redhead's with a smile and said that she, too, would act alone. The redhead opened her mouth, saying that now was not the time for them to interfere with each other. Thinking that it was working out, there were no other competitors. She told all the employees to wait here. Words are no longer required. Loretel and Janica went in different directions. The latter said that she would check the eastern part of the water protection system. The redhead said that she would then search on the opposite side. Loretel pursed her lips, frowning, walking down the corridor, thinking that the main thing was to save Ed from danger. The girl clenched her teeth and ran forward, thinking that it would be her. Janica also clenched her teeth, running forward, thinking that it would be her. Ed stood in front of the Banshee, who looked back at him as bright blue energy shone around the ghost. The guy frowned, raising his gaze. Next to him, Mog shuddered in fear. Who would be the first to save Ed from danger? Cracks were visible on the ceiling. A bright beam of light was breaking through. The ceiling collapsed and a beam of light hit Banshee straight, causing Ed to be thrown back away from her. The guy covered his face with his hands in shock, looking forward, and thought that it would be better if it was an earthquake. In a cloud of white fog lay the body of a Banshee with its mouth open. The man stretched out his hands, crossing his fingers together. Lucy was sitting under a hole in the ceiling from which light was shining on her. She rubbed her eyes while sitting on a pile of stones. The girl closed one of her eyes, looking ahead, and said that she was bored, so he came to save him. The fight for championship was over right now. Two men stood on the roof of a building, looking at the sun setting over the horizon. A man in a black suit and gray hair looked at the other, asking if he really thought it would be better not to interfere. Abel lowered his gaze to the leaf of wood in his hand and replied that it was a risky move, but he thought it was a good opportunity for the growth of students. As they say, flowers bloom where the leaves have fallen. The gray-haired man frowned, asking if this was something that should be done within unreasonable limits, because obviously we are talking about the golden age in the history of the academy. Taylor and Zix shook hands, leaning over and looking at each other. The man said that the current generation of students is a collection of diamonds that were difficult to see in previous years. Elvira clenched her teeth, clutching the strap of her bag. Clevius crouched behind her. Another silhouette of a man stood behind them, and the man said that in just one academic year, many students shone like stars who are expected to have a variety of expectations in the future. Abel clutched a piece of wood in his hand, asking like this. He felt like someone was giving him a warning. The man frowned and looked forward, clenching his hand into a fist, and said that it sounds like this. The upcoming trials are so enormous that only a talent of this level can cope with them. The sky was pink from the setting sun, and in the center of the forest stood a wooden hut. The leaves of the trees next to the hut were burned, and further on a hole could be seen in the mountain. A huge hole in the center of the mountain, from which gray smoke emanated. The rocks split where the crater formed. The hole went deep into the mountain. A hole was visible in the ceiling of the library, and stones were falling. A banshee with a blue body was lying on the ground. Someone asked to listen to him. Ed put his hand to his face and closed his eyes, frowning. Someone asked him to just listen. Lucy looked up at the guy, eyes wide, and asked if he still had beef jerky. The guy frowned, asking where he would get it from, and the girl turned away, closing her eyes and saying that then she would go. She should find a place nearby where she could sleep. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder, which made her look back and told her that it was impossible. The guy thought that the situation was bad to begin with. He thought about Janica and Loretel, who were running with their teeth clenched, and thought that given the time, they should have already entered the Academy's water protection system. From now on, having gone to the Academy's water protection system, he just had to stop them. Dorothy, Claire, come, a huge red monster and a banshee with the sign dead. The guy thought that given Taylor's height at the moment, if he defeated all the bosses in the second part, the script would not be distorted just because he missed one boss. Lucy looked over her shoulder at Ed, who kept his hand on her shoulder, thinking that means everything is fine so far. The problem is her. If Lucy meets Glass, then the bad ending event will begin. The guy said that she shouldn't go anywhere and be with him until the very end. The girl asked why. The blonde frowned, looking down at her. He remembered Janica, who was sitting next to his bed, smilingly saying that she had been told that in difficult times, the greatest strength comes from the one who silently stands next to you. Ed clenched his teeth, crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, saying that she is strong. If he is with her, then he has nothing to worry about. She doesn't have to do or say anything, just let her be there and that's it. Lucy frowned, asking if he really had no beef jerky left. The guy opened his eyes, looking at her irritably, and asked her to stop talking about beef jerky. He is asking her for a favor, at least until he gets out of this water protection system of the Academy. Let her stay with him. The girl calmly looked at him and said that if he wanted to get out of this water protection system, she would get him out of here. Ed crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking about Taylor, Loretel, and Janica, saying that he still had a couple of things to do before leaving. The girl closed her eyes with a frown and said that okay then, but in return she would have a request. Ed held Lucy in his arms. The girl sat on his back, closing her eyes, and the blonde, clenching his teeth, ran forward, thinking that now he needed to leave here. The guy frowned, looking ahead, and thought that he would take only what he needed from the library, find Janica and Loretel in the water protection system, and then leave this place. Tall bookcases where there were many books. Lucy asked if he really didn't have a single piece of beef jerky, and the guy answered no. In the darkness, many red eyes appeared near the cabinets. Many bats flew forward with their mouths open. Ed waved his hand, next to which a flame appeared, saying ignition. Many bats were burned in the fire that formed around the guy. 2 system windows showed. Elemental magic skill level increases. Magic sensitivity skill level increases. Ed raised his head with a frown. While Lucy was sleeping on his shoulder, the guy thought that, needless to say, this is the taste of real hunting. Experience points from the monster tribe are literally pouring down on him. The guy walked forward, shouting ignition again as the bats burned behind him. The guy thought that he would grab himself a small piece of the pie. There was a bright blue energy shining on the walls, magical sensitivity, and unique insight recognized by Professor Glass. The girl thought that there was a hiding spell somewhere here. Loretel crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes as blue energy shone around her. Unlike Janica, who specializes in communicating with spirits, Loretel found the right path much faster. The red-haired girl frowned, looking forward, and thought that it would be hard to say that she was now pleased with these thoughts. She looked ahead with her green eyes. The girl squeezed the edge of the red cloak in her hand. Right now Loretel realized that she was trying to achieve something out of pure and good intentions. The girl blushed, pressing her palm against the wall. After all, she felt that she finally saw the key to a new relationship that could not be achieved with money, and her heart made a loud knock again. The girl pursed her lips, lowered her gaze in embarrassment, and thought that the sensation was the same as then, a sound coming from some very close place. The girl opened her eyes wide, thinking it was the sound of her heart. There was a strong blue explosion next to her, causing Loretel to cover her face with her hand, and the stones scattered to the sides. The girl opened her eyes wide when someone asked if Loretel was really there. Ed opened his mouth slightly, exhaling. He stood with many artifacts in his jacket, also holding them in his hands, saying that he had been kidnapped here recently. The guy closed his eyes, frowned, and said that they had a good meeting. Can she carry it? Carrying everything alone is a little difficult. Loretel looked down at the scrolls in her hands in shock, counting the price, and thought that these were all top quality recipes. The girl closed her eyes and shook her head with a frown, saying that what was more important was that he shouldn't be in a deep crisis right now. Ed averted his gaze to the side, turned away, and answered that there is such a thing. He looked at the sleeping Lucy on his back, saying that everything had been resolved. The redhead screamed Lucy's name in surprise. Loratel frowned, gritting her teeth and thinking that this was dangerous, extremely dangerous indeed. She remembered how she kissed Ed by the fire, thinking that Janica was a coward who was unable to carry out a swift attack. So far Loratel had made the most progress thanks to her active actions. She remembered slipping on a forest path with a torch, and the girl thought that although she had been so out of breath from running that day that she had dropped the torch and almost started a fire in the forest. How could he stand so calmly in front of her? On the other hand, Loratel clenched her teeth, holding the scrolls in her hands. A fire flared up behind her. Ed asked her to take these scrolls of production. If the trading company can prepare all these ingredients, then he will come for them, she said. Always contact her if he wants to buy something. He would be grateful for these words and for the fact that he has the opportunity to buy everything at lower prices. Loratel, frowning and blushing, called the guy, thinking that now she needs to take a tough position, push him to the wall and take the initiative into her own hands. Ed lowered his gaze, bowing his head, standing next to the girl, saying that he asks her, is there anyone he can trust besides her? Loratel opened her mouth, thinking that no matter how you look at it, he has crossed the line. Now he comes up and addresses her with such requests. The girl's ears turned red when she heard the words of the guy who said, is there anyone he can trust other than her? During this entire time he was grateful to her. Loratel blushed deeply, opening her eyes wide and looking at the guy, asking if he needed a check. The girl thought that she was so gullible. Ed and the girl turned around when someone aside called the redhead. The man with the beard was breathing heavily, leaning on his hips with his hands, saying that's where she is, they're in big trouble. Someone's footsteps were heard in the sewer. Taylor and Zix walked forward through the sewers, followed by 3 more figures. A guy with wide eyes and black hair frowned. The system window showed a first-year military student, gloomy Clevius. The guy asked if they had to go further, maybe they should just turn around. The red-haired girl next to him frowned, hitting his leg with hers. The system window showed a first-year student at the Faculty of Alchemy, Abor Elvira. The girl screamed for him to stop talking nonsense. Is he really not going to save Isla? The guy shouted, saying that he was not very good in the first place, got along with Isla, so why on earth should they save Ed too? Taylor looked back at the guy with black hair, saying that he was really sorry, but still he definitely wants to save Isla. He is counting on him. A guy with brown hair put his hand on Clevius's shoulder, closing his eyes. The system window showed a first-year student of the Faculty of Magic. A Zix grass spear. The guy said that he knows that Isla is a good person. Since he has come this far, he should not think of retreating. Someone pointed their finger forward while speaking there. A girl with blonde hair tied in a braid. She pointed forward with a smile. The system window showed the self-proclaimed romantic prophet Adele. The girl said that she felt something ahead. Her prophecies, which appear as if she is lifting the veil of the future, often hit the nail on the head. The blonde slightly opened her golden eyes, saying that she had a feeling that the person they would face in the future was a difficult opponent. The girl pointed her finger at one of the sewer passages. There was a bright fiery explosion in this passage, and someone screamed loudly. The fire dragon held the clothes of the man who was waving his hands, shouting that she doesn't know, she really doesn't understand anything. The original plan wasn't like that at all, it was just a passing whim. Let her show her leniency once. Claire fell to the ground, turning her head away. Foam started coming out of her mouth. The girl next to her said that wasn't it supposed to be left right? Did they really turn right once again? The girl opened her mouth, asking what? Janica waved her hand. Around her there was a ghost of a bird, a puma and a fire dragon. She greeted the guys with a smile. Zix also waved his hand with a smile, and Taylor and Elvira on both sides of him clenched their teeth, frowning at the girl. Janica, with her red eyes wide open, tilted her head, a feeling that cannot be forgotten. The fear imprinted in the body rises, and the mind paralyzed by fear leads to misunderstanding. The red-haired girl with potions and Taylor stepped forward. Red lightning appeared around the guy. The others stood behind them. The guy thought that there was no guarantee that they would gain the upper hand, but he would put all his strength into the attack. The girl with pink hair looked at them worriedly, her eyes wide open, wondering why their faces were like that. Did she do something wrong? Did she hit Claire's assistant too hard? But she herself fainted. Zix put his hand on the shoulder of the guy with black hair, asking what he was doing. Let him calm down. He frowned, shouting for him to get out of the way. Even if the probability of victory is low, he will still find Isla. Someone told him to cool down. Taylor's eyes widened in shock. Ed came out from another aisle with Lucy and Loratel in his arms. The blonde frowned, pursing his lips and looking forward when someone loudly called his name. Janica approached the guy, cupping his cheeks with her hands, and asked how he was and if he had any injuries. Elvira looked to the side, calling out to Taylor, who clenched his teeth, looking at the blonde with wide eyes in irritation. Ed looked back at him, frowning, and Taylor thought that they already knew very well what Ed's fighting style was. He remembered how the blonde stood in the fire, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, and thought that with only basic magical skills and some archery abilities, he managed to single-handedly stop 3 opponents whose characteristics were much better. He looked at Janica, Ed and Loretel, whose eyes were glowing red, and behind them stood a huge fire dragon. Taylor thought that he was now surrounded by allies. He clenched his teeth, frowning, looking ahead, and thought that, moreover, compared to the incident in Opheles, now his abilities have grown significantly. Perhaps he could break through one Janica, but now he doesn't know how to break through this wall, because now she was joined by Ed Rottailer. The blonde walked closer to the guy, a dark fog appeared around him, and the guy's face was hidden in shadow. Ed frowned, looking at him with bright blue eyes, and Taylor thought that his chances were zero. Someone put their hand on the guy's shoulder. Ed walked past the black-haired one, telling him to go. Isla was waiting for him. The blonde thought that he should go and catch Glass. The whole group turned to Ed, who was walking further down the sewer, thinking that now it was time for everyone to go their separate ways. Ed pursed his lips, looking forward, and thought that Taylor needed to do the script. A man in a cloak stood on the street, from which bright blue energy emanated. The blonde thought that he would deal with the variable that had arisen. Elt took off his hood from his head, looking forward with golden eyes, and Ed thought that from now on he was declaring a hunt for Elt. The report, which was voiced by an employee of the trading company, spoke of what was supposed to happen sooner or later. A man with a beard in the sewer was breathing heavily, saying that there was a message that ordinary soldiers hired by the Golden King of Elt had arrived on Aiken Island. Elt stood on the street with a hood on his head. Other hooded people stood around him, completely defeated and had no chance of returning in the original work, the intermediate boss of the second act. The man with black hair removed the hood from his head, the Golden King of Elt. He was overthrown at a different time and not as originally planned. Crepin, who closed his eyes, smiling, Loretel knew that Elt was planning a counterattack. But despite this, the experienced giant seemed to have found a loophole. The girl with red hair put a hood on her head, telling everyone to follow her. Only a couple of people remain here to conduct further negotiations. There are many employees of the company here, so getting them now the formulas of magical engineering and numerous magical tools may turn out to be much more useful than he thought. A man with a beard held a bundle of cloth, which contained many colored scrolls, saying that Side is now completely defenseless. They should go there as soon as possible. The man held a golden scroll in his hands, placing it with the others. If you asked Ed what his best tool for surviving in this world was, he would definitely answer that it was superiority in mastering information about the future. Graph with story chapters and bosses: Chapter 1 Janica, Chapter 2 Glast, Chapter 3 Lucy, Chapter 4 Crepin, Chapter 5 The Great Dragon Wellbrock. Chapter 2 is highlighted in red. The scenario that is currently unfolding is the last chapter of the second act, Chasing Glast, which will end soon. The action plan according to the original scenario remains unchanged. Elt sat in the carriage reading the letter in his hands. Elt is the intermediate boss of the second act. Just like in the original work, he must leave the stage in the second act. Ed opened his mouth, calling Zix, thinking that he was hunting for Elt. Zix turned to the blonde, who had his back to him, asking what, and Ed looked back, saying that starting from here, the road was almost completely broken. They would get more detailed information from the guy who stayed there after saving Isla. The blonde called Taylor, and he frowned at the guy. In the end, he's the one who has to figure out the script, because Taylor is the only one who has mastered all the unique skills that he needed in this act. Taylor pursed his lips, red lightning sparkled next to him, and his hair turned white. He successfully completed his mouth. He would be able to meet that guy in the final scenario. He still has a lot of work to complete in the underground water protection system, after which the magic tower summoned by Glass will close the sky and release terrible magic. Many purple towers with lightning sparkling between them. It will be truly painful, and although in the future there will be many adversities that will be difficult for the human spirit to cope with. Taylor looked over his shoulder at the blonde, who silently walked forward. Ed wished the guy good luck, and he looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows. The blonde thought that there was no need for long approval. Taylor watched as Ed, Janica, Loretel, and the male employee walked through the sewer towards the exit. The four ran through the sewer on the water. The red-haired girl said that the reason he targeted the trading company was probably to get evidence that the gun sales loss situation that caused his removal from office was planned for her. Ed said that then they would go to the main building of the academy and inform the management that a group of mercenaries had invaded the place. Janica looked at the guy with concern as she ran next to him. Asking him to wait, he replied that they needed to hurry. She stood behind Ed, clenched her hands into fists, and said that he would get hurt again. Ed and Loretel looked back in surprise at the girl who said that he says that he is going there to take control of the Golden King. She does not know the details, but Ed was kidnapped and was locked up, and now managed to escape with great difficulty. Janica lowered her gaze, saying with tears in her eyes that he had already forgotten that a couple of days ago he collapsed from exhaustion. And this is generally the business of the trading company. Strictly speaking, this is another story that has nothing to do with Ed. She does not want so that Ed gets hurt again. The blonde frowned and pursed his lips, looking at the girl over his shoulder, thinking that she was right. In fact, this is really someone else's story. However, to say that he only feels safe when he himself solves problems with basic variables such as Elt, he of course it can't. Lauratel turned away from the guy, and the blonde thought that Lauratel needed her and Janica to catch Elt, so she would do any tricks to lure them to her side. The red-haired girl said that Janica was right. Ed's eyes widened in shock. The redhead walked up to the pink-haired girl, taking her hands, causing Janica to look at this in surprise. Lauratel said that Ed's older comrade being involved in this matter was probably just a manifestation of her selfishness. She agreed that Ed should just take care of yourself in a safe place. The two girls looked up at each other, smiling, and the guy thought that, of course, it was nice to see that such an idol had appeared between them, who were always arguing. Ed lowered his gaze, thinking that now is not a situation where he can rest. The guy said that he thanks for the concern. He said that the Lauratel case was not a foreign story to him. The red-haired girl turned around, blushing and asking what, and Janica looked at the guy with a gloomy look. The girl with pink hair turned to the guy. While the redhead lowered her head, Janica asked what it meant. All four ran further and Lauratel said that first they need to hurry, let everyone speed up. Ed frowned and pursed his lips, closing his eyes, saying that of course this is not someone else's problem. He thought that it is always so difficult to find an adequate reason. Janica twirled her braids around her fingers, smiling nervously and looking to the side, said that he was bound by a contract with Lauratel. She was right. If Lauratel lost control of the trading company, then he would have problems obtaining materials for magical engineering, in which case this has a lot to do with it. Ed silently looked to the side, his mouth parted. He nervously looked forward, answering correctly. Lauratel put her hands to her neck with a smile, and Janica looked decisively at the guy who thought it's not for nothing that Janica is the best in her course. Ed frowned, lowering his gaze and looking to the side, thinking that this is how it is. They walked through the sewer, where stone golems were visible that were lying on the ground, and he said that a hurricane had just blown through here. Dorothy was lying with her hands on her stomach. There was a rag on her face, and Lauratel said that Taylor is really scary. At such moments he really seems like a cruel person. Janica removed the cloth from the girl's face, thinking that she actually did it. The girl, with tears in her eyes, waved her hands, saying that she had no such intentions. She just tried it one way at first, then another way, and in the end it turned out like this. She is not a ruthless person at all. This is a misunderstanding. She really is not like that. Ed sighing, he turned away, and the red-haired girl looked at the other with a smile. At the end of the sewer, a bright light was visible, and the guy said that they had almost reached the exit, so she would tell everything later. First of all, they need to ask for help from the teachers. Lauratel said that the carriage in which she arrived would be parked at the entrance along with the staff. A broken carriage lay in the water. Nearby people were visible swimming on the water. Ed and Janica frowned seeing this, and the red-haired girl smiled nervously, saying that they were faster than she thought. Elt stood next to the broken carriage, crossing his arms over his chest. The man tilted his head, frowning at the group, and said that he had taught them how to manage data. Even if he pulled down all the company's records, he probably wouldn't find a single piece of evidence. Elt crossed his arms over his chest, saying that there were gaps in personnel management, even with a simple threat. They said that she headed to the water protection system. A man with a gray beard approached the man and turned away, apologized to the representative of the trading company. Lauratel smiled nervously, frowning at him, and the man said that even in such a situation she was smiling. It took a lot of time to create such an expression on her face. Elt raised his hand, snapping his fingers, and said what a shame that the only proof that was left was her confession. He was very sorry that she would have to be tortured. The eyes of the people lying on the water glowed red. There were 2 hits. 2 people with swords jumped at Ed, swinging their swords at him. The blade of the sword hit the blue barrier. Lauratel stood in front of the guy, holding 2 shields in her hands, blocking attacks with them and clenching her teeth, and asked where they were going. The girl raised her gaze with a frown, saying that she, of course, assumed that they would not come alone, because even last time he came with mercenaries. She looked at the 3 people whose eyes glowed red, and Elt said that he heard that the professor escaped with the sage seal, but still he asks not to compare. 2 people pulled the string on their bows, taking aim, and the man said that now the preparation is at a completely different level. The man raised his hand. Behind him there were many silhouettes of people in front of whom the group was standing, and Elt said that these were the best mercenaries of the continent. He calmly looked forward, raised his hand, and said that with the exception of Lauratel, he did not care about the lives of the others. 2 people with bows fired. The man told them to finish quickly. Ed and Janica looked at the arrows that were flying towards them. The girl waved her hand, and the guy raised his gaze. The arrow was approaching the blonde, who stood calmly in place. A large shield of green energy appeared in front of the guy's face, stopping the arrows flying at him. The green bird sat on the tip of the staff, and Janica said, "Protective magic." She clenched her hand into a fist, swinging her staff, sending beams of green energy flying through the air. The girl raised her gaze, telling Ed to be careful. Their movements were extremely coordinated. The blonde looked to the side, noticing something, and thanked the girl. Elt reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, saying that as expected, the spirit master creates a lot of problems. The man took out a piece of paper with a drawing of a vase, saying that he said that now everything is not the same as last time. The system window showed an item of magical engineering of the legendary rank, Valorous Prejudices. The drawing of a vase with a seal inside it glowed with purple light. The system window showed that the magical power around was suppressed for 10 minutes. Ed frowned at this and thought that even though it was disposable, it was worth tens of gold coins apiece. Valorous Scroll of Superstition. The guy remembered how Elvira was holding a green potion in her hands and how it was sprayed through the air, and thought that a magic limiter, similar to the moth flower reagent that Elvira used, was the only one capable of suppressing high-rank magic. Elt raised his hand, a bright blue light was shining above him, and the mercenaries held swords in their hands, standing around the man. Ed thought it had a fatal flaw. It takes time to trigger and prepare to activate, but it is a dangerous item. They are outnumbered, so they won't be able to get through the crowd of battle-hardened mercenaries while the scroll is in the process of being activated. Lortel waved her hand, forming an ice wall in front of her. Janica pursed her lips with a frown, waving her staff, releasing a beam of green energy. Ed closed his eyes, thinking that it was much more important that their group consisted entirely of magicians. The redhead frowned and turned to the side and said that her father could not come empty-handed. Knowing the composition of their group, as soon as the scroll was activated, that would be the end. Ed stood in the center as the mercenaries pointed their swords forward and asked if the academy wouldn't force him to answer for this incident, how he was going to deal with it. The man who had blue energy around him laughed. Elt smiled, lowered his gaze and said that it was better than losing his own life. Ed pursed his lips and nodded, thinking that some third-rate villain who should have left history at the beginning of the second act shook the whole world with the help of a banal magic limiter. He himself knows that this option is much better, but this guy, the mid-boss, if he survives, it will become an important factor in this world. Lortel, who stood on a mountain of gold while people were drowning behind her, the guy thought that the mid-boss of the second act, the Golden King of Elf People, who ends up being stabbed in the back by Lortel and leaves the stage, is the one who killed Lortel's biological parents. The man with black hair was holding a letter in his hands, reading it, and Ed thought that he was using everything to achieve his own fame and prosperity. Evil in the flesh, however, he did not have any enmity towards him. A man with black hair stood among the mercenaries while blue energy shone above him. The guy thought that it was because the reason why Elt was so relentlessly blocking their path was because he was trying to survive. Ed stood opposite the man, thinking that it was just like him. The guy sat down on one knee, thinking that despite this, he has no intention of giving in to him. He doesn't even want to lie and say that it happened because he was determined to resolve all the variables he caused. He can be called an egoist. Ed frowned, saying stop sleeping. He thought this was his story. The girl on his back rose to her feet. Lucy yawned, closing her eyes, holding onto the guy's shoulder, and he looked back and called her. The girl with her eyes closed said that it was too noisy here. The girl's eyes suddenly opened and a bright white light flashed. She stood in the center, head down. When a bright light illuminated everything around her, some mercenaries flew into the air. Some of the mercenaries covered their faces with their hands as purple lightning sparked around Lucy. The girl with white hair looked ahead gloomily, her eyes shining brightly. Lazy Lucy, rising. A small bright hut in the center of the forest. The sun was shining in the sky. The last work of the great magician Glocked, the Glocked Records, was written in solitude in an unknown hut, in a place that almost no one knew about. A man with gray hair was sitting at a table, writing something down. Behind him was Lucy flying in the air, who put her hands under her head. The man said that she has an innate talent and the blessing of the stars, but this is not a reason to quit studying. Live forever, forever is learning, so let her use her powers for the common good. Lucy looked at the man, who put his hand on the paper, telling her to be ready for the loneliness that will someday overtake. The power to surpass others comes with loneliness. They will end there. He told her to promise him 3 things in return, and Lucy looked at him questioningly while hanging upside down. Glock smiled, closing his eyes, and told her not to kill, to avoid getting those little hands stained with blood, even if it was an accident, and also, at least while she was in Sylvania, to live like a student. Purple lightning sparkled brightly around Lucy as she looked ahead grimly. The mercenaries looked at her in shock, beads of sweat running down their faces. You can tell that Elt mercenaries are the best just because most of them are veterans. The scarred mercenaries' eyes widened in shock. The fact that in their lives they were constantly on the brink of life and death and were able to survive all the time shows their strength. The mercenary's hand that held the sword trembled. They already instinctively developed a sense of studying the situation and being ready to fight. Lucy came closer. These feelings howled. The girl walked among the mercenaries who stood still, trembling. a feeling that told her to stop now. Elt frowned, irritably asking if they had gone crazy. Let them not stand still. Relatively young mercenaries do not have a strong sense of survival. One of the mercenaries clenched his teeth, frowning, and said that he did not understand what kind of magic this was. The mercenary raised his sword above his head to strike, jumping towards Lucy. The girl with white hair calmly looked back at the man. Lucy was not very good at using magic, being a mage. The girl raised her hand, next to which there was a bright light, and bent two of her fingers. She shot a beam of light towards the mercenary, who was thrown back. The mercenary's eyes glowed purple. His stomach had a twisted energy. These are simply physical forces that appear under the influence of the pressure of magical forces. There was a huge purple explosion behind the other mercenaries, and they opened their eyes wide in fear, the usual violence. Elt frowned nervously and looked down at the scroll in his hands, asking that the activation had not started yet, saying that there was still a little time left. A purple light glowed next to the man's face and his eyes widened as Lucy said that he was their leader. The white-haired girl looked at the man darkly, holding her middle finger with her thumb, purple energy gathering around her as she said what it meant to catch only him. Someone put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Ed stood behind him, closing his eyes, and Lucy turned to the guy while Elt fell to the ground. The blonde exhaled, opening his eyes, saying now. Suddenly the ground shook, a bright purple light shone behind the guy and he looked over his shoulder in shock, wondering if it was an earthquake. He watched as bright lightning struck over the academy. 7 bright purple stars appeared in the sky. The 7 great stars create a straight line. They can be clearly seen this night. A purple tower has landed on the ground, the star magic of Professor Glass, which with its high level causes the laws of nature to shake. The appearance of the devil, there were bright purple towers on the ground around the academy. Ed looked up at them, illuminated by purple light, thinking that this was the final scene of the second act, the magic tower blocking the sky, the final battle scene. The guy frowned, thinking this was a great time. He thought of Taylor, who was standing on a huge monster, holding a sword in his hand, thinking that Taylor should have already destroyed all the monsters in the sewers and would learn the required skills. The guy thought about Taylor, around whom red lightning sparkled, Alvira with a potion in her hands, Zix, Clevius, and Adele. Ed thought that although it took a long time to gather the whole team, he was able to delay Glass. 3 bright purple towers casting light. This means that the activation of the appearance of the devil goes according to the plot scenario without any problems. Janica and Loretel also raised their gazes in concern. Of course, since this magic is significantly different from normal magic, everyone except him must be shocked since even Loretel and Janica don't understand what is happening. Ed looked back at Lucy, who was flying in the air, saying that it turns out that each of the 10 magic towers plays the role of absorbing star magic. The girl flew in front of the towers in the air, illuminated by a purple light, and said that then it would be possible. She looked up with wide open eyes, talking about raising the dead. Ed clenched his hands into fists, looking helplessly at the girl, thinking that the epilogue after the end of the second act, Lucy spoke like this, waking up after everything that happened. Zix and Taylor looked in confusion at the girl, who rubbed her eyes, saying this is what happened. The blonde thought that according to the scenario, she slept on the roof. Glass and Lucy stood opposite each other. A purple ball glowed between them. If you wake her up and add her to the team and advance in the first phase, then Professor Glass, who finds himself in a difficult situation, will offer something. A girl in a white robe, whose eyes glowed brightly, a man in black clothes walked under her. The professor will offer to bring back to life the great star magician, not Sylvania, but her student, the great magician Glocked, so Lucy becomes an enemy and the player's team is immediately destroyed. Taylor and the other crew members lay on the rubble as Lucy walked away from the sewers. The system window showed, bad ending 27, lazy Lucy. All that remains is to watch Lucy walk away alone from the sewer. Lucy in the second act is not an enemy to be defeated. The guy with black hair opened his eyes wide. There were drops of blood under them. There was no way to defeat her, despite hundreds of hours of research by the most avid and old players. Not a single one was found. Lucy looked up with her eyes wide open. Ed frowned at her, while Elt on the ground reached out with his hand to the scroll. The blonde thought that since the conflict with the main plot happened suddenly, he was able to make changes by intervening on his own. The man clutched a piece of paper in his hand. Elt gritted his teeth, holding a leaf in his hand that emitted a bright purple light. The system window showed a legendary rank magical engineering item. Valorous superstition. Ed thought that sometimes he felt like these plot changes might interfere with the bad ending. Violet energy was flying around the golden vase, gathering into it. The system window showed that it was suppressing the magical power around for 10 minutes. Elt held a piece of paper, towards which beams of purple energy emanating from Lucy flew. The black-haired man frowned as he shouted now. One of the hooded men raised his sword to strike, running towards Ed as Elt shouted that they couldn't use magic now. The blonde turned around, holding his hand out in front of him as the mercenary swung his sword at him. Ed said air blade. The mercenary opened his eyes wide as a green light appeared next to him. A beam of green light pushed away the man who was holding his sword. Ed frowned, stretching his hand forward, and thought that he, too, was such a change, and even he could not stop him. Elt opened his eyes wide, looking at this in shock, asking how. The man opened his mouth in shock, raising his gaze. There was a silhouette of a girl flying above the large vial from which purple energy was flying. Even suppressing such legendary level items has limitations. The vial of violet energy began to crack, as with everything there are exceptions. The vial burst around Lucy, whose eyes glowed brightly with purple light. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking down, saying that she had a place where she wanted to go. Elt sat on the floor in front of the girl, looking up at her, an Elt experience that veterans would not achieve. The man's eyes widened, trembling, this feeling on the verge of life and death now. Lucy stood over the man, placing her foot above his head. It predicted his exact death. The girl pressed her thumb against her middle finger. Violet energy appeared around her fingers. The girl asked, "He knows." Elt looked up at the girl in front of him, who said that he could die. Ed stood in front of the girl, turning to her, saying that if she can't kill him, she better stop. The guy thought that Lucy knew this, but it was strange that he was worried about his life. Lucy silently opened her mouth while blue energy shone around her. Don't kill, avoid getting those little hands stained with blood, even if it's an accident. She remembered sleeping on the knee of Glock, who was holding a book in his hands, reading it, and the one he worries about will not die. Ed frowned, pursing his lips and looking forward as purple energy shone next to his face. The purple energy around Lucy's fingers disappeared. The girl turned away, turning her back to the guy, and muttered, "Okay." Ed looked after the girl, asking where she was. She looked up, saying that she had already finished. She needed to go somewhere. The girl's eyes widened when the guy asked if she was sure she wouldn't regret it. She thought that conversations with Ed always ended like this, so she didn't think he would answer her. Lucy hovered in the air, looking up. Ed was standing on the ground, looking at her. The guy pursed his lips and frowned. The girl lowered her sad gaze. She remembered how she stood with a book in her hands next to the bed on which lay a man with gray hair and a beard. Glocked records. The last chapter, losses are inevitable. Those who have experienced loss only become resilient, although it is sad. Lucy pressed the book to her chest, so she needs to get stronger. She held the book in her hands. It became a point in his life, so she trusts her with the last sentence in this book. Glock smiled, closing his eyes, calling the girl by name. Lucy lowered her gaze, sadly looking at the floor. Purple energy appeared around her and she answered no. The girl disappeared into purple energy, flying through the air as the guy looked at her, thinking she had disappeared from sight. People were floating on boats on the water. Janica waved her staff, looking at them, and the spirit said that 57 people were put in boats. It seems that they all retreated. Since the check is over, they will return soon. Ed climbed the mountain, breathing heavily. Purple towers were visible behind him, and the guy thought that he had put aside the thought of how to deal with the loser Elt. Loretel crossed her arms over her chest, standing next to a tied-up man who had closed his eyes. The blonde thought that first he needed to lure his recruits into the association. Loretel took on everything connected with this, and also, she had to end this story with him. Ed leaned on the railing as he climbed the stairs and frowned, thinking that he had overexerted himself. He couldn't believe that Sylvania also had to climb to the very top. It was so hard. A large 4-story building with purple light shining from its windows, the Trix building, the starting point of this episode. Ed remembered how Abel and Loretel stood in front of the book, how Glass took the book, and how Taylor and Zix held hands. Glass took the sage seal, and Taylor chased after him, and that's where the whole story began. Ed was going up. There was a man sitting on the stairs who was helping a student. The blonde thought that all the wounded were taken care of, so he didn't even imagine that he would come back here. The double doors opened slightly, letting in light, but in the end, his reverse actions began in this secret office, and surprisingly, they were excellent. Taylor started from here. The man put his hand on the door handle, behind which a bright purple light was visible. Lucy stood in front of many purple towers that cast a bright light, and this is also where the journey ends. The man walked along the corridor in the direction of the violet light, and also the Glock Study Support Fund financed his scholarship. He himself lived modestly and donated all his accumulated property to the academy. Ed stood next to the girl with white hair. The wind blew their clothes, and the guy thought that traces of him were still left in every corner of the academy, so it was not difficult for him to find Lucy. The blonde lowered his gaze, thinking that he knew that she would be in this place. In front of the two of them was the academy, on the territory of which there were purple towers. A bright purple moon was shining in the sky. The guy thought that the entire academy could be seen from here. Lucy lowered her gaze, illuminated by a purple light, and Ed thought that for her, this academy was a memory of the late Glock. The guy stood behind the girl, who was sitting on the edge of the roof, asking her to listen. She asked what it was and if he had any dried meat left. Ed sighed, closing his eyes, and replied that he had said earlier that he didn't have a piece left. He thought that the conversation he was used to was similar to a macro command. The guy looked at the girl slapping the place next to her, asking what she was doing. Lucy replied that she suddenly remembered the old times. The guy leaned his hands on the edge of the roof, looking forward, nervously thinking that if he falls from here, then instant death awaits him. The girl next to him said that one very sad incident happened in the past, so she cried a lot, but for some reason at that moment she suddenly stopped being sad completely. The guy asked why and the girl pursed her lips. Lucy opened her mouth, saying that she had been thinking about this for a long time, but to her great surprise, it was not a particularly cheerful reason. She pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, saying that it was simply a matter of too much time having passed. The girl remembered Glocked, who was smiling with his eyes closed and said that a lot of time had passed and she was stupidly trying to do everything to heal past wounds. She should have just saved her grandfather by using the magic of her ancestors or something like that to not to let him leave, but since grandfather initially finished all his business, preparing for death. Ed sat on the edge of the roof next to a girl who said that perhaps, in a fit of anger, one day she would send him back to the next world. For an archmage who devoted himself to the study of magic, it must be the most powerful poison that she tries to revive him using forbidden magic. She looked up at the purple towers that were emanating beams of energy and said that yes, she knew it from the very beginning. Saving her or something like that was just a manifestation of her greed. Ed called the girl and she turned at him in surprise. The guy looked forward, without turning to the girl, and asked if she was really okay. He thought that of course, on his part, he would not stop her and tell her not to go. He remembered standing on the ground while Lucy flew in the air and thought that, but at the same time, he couldn't help but ask her if Lucy, who clearly intended to revive Glocked, changed her mind on a whim, and vice versa, if he follows his whim again, something terrible might happen. Ed looked back at the girl, thinking that he couldn't be sure of anything. The girl called the guy at that time. The blonde closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that in such a situation she would probably talk about Jerky again. Lucy leaned over, leaning against the guy's shoulder, telling him to lend her his shoulder for a while. Ed looked up, thinking that when he wondered why it was necessary to sit at the very edge. At the top of one of the towers there was a bright beam of energy. Purple rings were flying around and the guy thought that this was what was happening. Glass pressed his palms together. There was a bright light between them. He clenched his teeth and frowned, his hair fluttering with energy. Revival magic is also the end. Drops of tears fell on the hat illuminated by purple light. The dead are dead. What is lost remains lost. The form of loss varies from person to person, but ultimately it comes to everyone the same. Because of this, one should know how to accept I will lose and cross out the wounds with the help of what is given at the moment. Lucy closed her eyes, clenching her teeth as tears streamed down her face, and she understood this aspect very well. Ed looked down. He picked it up, looking up. Lucy and Ed were sitting next to each other. In the background there were rays of light emanating from many towers, and the guy thought that sitting next to Lucy. He was watching how the magic tower rose up before their eyes, and the starry sky that was in the field their vision seems higher than usual. Violet rays of energy flew in the air. It was truly a beautiful sight. A golden robot with purple eyes emerged from the open rune, a giant rising to protect the offering. Taylor, Zix, Alvira and Adele stood on the ground, looking at the purple light in front of them, their eyes wide open. Isla was flying in the air, closing her eyes and spreading her arms to the sides. Someone called loudly to her, an ancient weapon created by glass using magic. The final battle of the second act, the magic golem. A man with black hair raised his hand, from which a bright light shone. Behind him was a huge golden robot, in whose stomach there was a red ball, in which the silhouette of Isla could be seen. Episode 2, Failed Swordsman Sylvania, Chasing Glass. The man with black hair and glowing violet eyes extended his hand forward, the final phase. Taylor looked at this in shock, his eyes wide and frowning. The huge robot hit the ground with its hand, causing dust to rise in the air, saving Isla, who was trapped in the heart of the golem. White summer smoke was in the air, fragments of stones were visible. Zix stood in front of the golem's huge hand, raising his hands with green energy shining in front of them. The guy looked over his shoulder, frowned and shouted forward. Behind him, Taylor jumped forward, holding a sword in his hand. The guy jumped onto the golem's hand, climbing up it and clenching his teeth, saying the name Isla. A bright light shone in front of Glass, and he looked ahead, thinking about his terrible myopia. Taylor swung his sword towards the man, his eyes glowing red as he demanded the girl's return. He hit the man with glasses on the shoulder, drops of blood gushed out from the cut, and the man thought that at some point, without glasses, he could no longer see anything. The edge of the glasses broke off and the man looked forward with a helpless look. After all, the life of a teacher is a static law. Glass sat in the office, holding an open book in his hands and reading it, sitting at a large table in a private laboratory, reading the Seal of the Sage. A variety of books and papers appeared on the table the man was sitting at, analyzing star magic, managing the academy's curriculum, reviewing teaching materials for teaching students. Glass turned over his shoulder towards the window. He looked at the snow falling outside the window, thinking that he suddenly noticed that the landscape outside the window had changed. The man looked forward. When someone entered the office, he thought that it was snowing. A first-year student studying at the Faculty of Elemental Magic constantly came to his personal laboratory. Dorothy looked at the man, clutching the straps of her backpack on her shoulders. Glass thought she was constantly saying that she wanted to learn mid-level magic. It was raining outside the window, which was decorated with a patterned lattice. Glass frowned, looking to the side, thinking that it was raining. Someone asked him to listen. Claire clasped her palms together, crying, and called out to the man. Glass thought that the junior colleague who caused trouble always comes tearfully asking for forgiveness. The light was shining brightly from the window. A man was sitting in front of the window, reading a book. Pink leaves flew into the office from the wind, and the man thought that the wind had blown. A pink petal fell into a mug of tea that someone took. Abel closed his eyes, drinking tea, while Glass looked at him, thinking that the best dean of the academy, who was on his way to work, constantly dropped in on him for a cup of tea, and after he became rector, there was nothing special in his life has changed. A man with black hair was holding a book in one hand and some papers in the other. In the office there were translucent silhouettes of other people, like this, sitting in the same place. He was mired in work. Glass held an open book in his hand. He slammed it shut and the book glowed with a purple light. The man thought that he wanted the painful memories to one day disappear. A man with black hair extended his hand, from which a bright ball of energy was shining. Drops of blood flew out of his mouth, and a book flew above him. There was an explosion from the man, and Taylor was pushed back. The blade of the sword split into two parts. The sword was stuck in the man's stomach. Star magic, a small reversal of time. Glass raised his hand, over which the seal was flying, and the sword flew out of his body. The man thought about painful memories. His eyes glowed red and he frowned, thinking that they had not disappeared. Glass raised his hand, causing bright energy to glow around him. Six continued to hold the robot's hands with magic while Taylor fell to the ground behind him. Elvira recoiled back in shock. Nearby Clevius ran away in fear, frightenedly asking what it was. Star magic. A bright white light shone next to the golem. There were magic rings around, and the golem raised its hands. The multi-layered prison of time. The figures of Clevius, Elvira, and Adele turned gray, stopping. Zix looked to the side with a frown. He extended his hand towards the guy with black hair, grabbing him with his green magical hand and shouted at him to dodge. Zix's figure turned gray as he extended his hand forward, opening his eyes wide. Taylor thrust his sword into the purple tower, at the top of which a strong wind was blowing. Glass pursed his lips, lowering his gaze. His clothes and the edge of his lip were stained with blood. He lowered his tired gaze, his face illuminated by a purple light. The man closed his eyes, thinking that sometimes his vision becomes blurry, and what he sees in prolonged darkness is beyond his eyelids. The girl with long brown hair smiled widely. Her eyes were hidden in shadow. The man thought that this was his main loss. Glass opened his eyes, lowered his gaze again, and thought that he was almost there. The guy in the black glove got caught on the edge of the tower. Taylor rose to his feet, breathing heavily, and climbed onto the tower, purple energy flying around him. Glass spread his arms to the sides. Behind his back a bright purple ball shone in the robot's mouth, and he shouted for them to give up and not try to stop him. The man thought that because of this, he was going against reality with all his might. The golden robot opened its mouth, its red eyes glowing and a ball of energy gathering in its mouth. There were a lot of orange cuts all over the robot. The golden robot was cut into pieces that flew through the air. Glass waved his hand, looking forward in shock, his mouth opening as an orange light illuminated it. The man frowned, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. He looked at Taylor, whose eyes and hair turned white. Orange lightning sparkled around the guy, and golden energy appeared around the sword. The man asked in shock if this was really a holy sword technique. Star magic, turning back time. The two parts of the golden robot came together with each other, sparkling with purple energy. Black and white clock dial, time moves in the opposite direction. The bodies of Clevius, Elvira, and Adele regained their normal color, even for those children who froze in place. Glass lowered his head, lightning flashed next to him, and he said that everything was useless, thinking that even if the rest of the lifeline was cut off. The man's eyes opened wide and drops of blood sprayed from his mouth. An ice shard hit the man's side, throwing him aside. Ice barrier magic, an ice spear. Zix extended his hand, with a bright light shining next to it, leaning over and screaming now. He extended his hand with magic forward. Elvira did the same. Clevius jumped forward, clenching his teeth, and Adele closed her eyes with a smile, playing the lute. Glass tiredly lowered his gaze as the orange light approached him, asking if this was his limit. The man frowned, lowering his gaze. There was a huge fiery explosion that threw parts of the golem to the sides. The girl fell to the ground. There was a huge explosion in the air, and Taylor with white hair caught Isla in his arms. A large white cloud of smoke rose. In this cloud stood a man in black boots. The smoke began to clear and the man coughed loudly. Glass lowered his head. Drops of blood fell from the corner of his lips and muttered that he had won. The man stood on the edge of the tower, falling. His body bent as he fell down, his arms stretched out in front of him. The silhouette of Glass could be seen falling from the purple tower. The man's clothes and face were covered in blood, his hair was flying in the air, and his glasses were cracked. He half closed his tired eyes and looked forward, saying that he missed her. Glass held out his arms, his face hidden in shadow as he fell from the tower. Violet seals with rings around them appeared behind him. The man disappeared, leaving behind a flash of bright light. Violet seals opened next to the tree. Glass appeared near a tree of purple light, leaning on it with his hand, star magic, jumping in space. The man put his hand to his chest, coughing and lowering his head. This is a magic circle that was left as a last escape route, but somehow he feels like he resorted to escape too late. The man sank to the ground, holding his hand on a tree. Even in the original script, there were no subsequent active actions on his part. Glass looked to the side. One look at this scene is enough to understand where everything is going. Professor Glass will clearly die here. Through the cracked lenses of his glasses, Ed was visible, who lowered his gaze to the man. Glass asked how he ended up in such a place. The curfew had already struck the dorm. The blonde thought that despite this, there was one thing he would like to check. An hour earlier, a bright purple light sparkled at the top of the tower, with many rings flying around. Loretel ran forward, gritting her teeth, thinking that Janica had thrown the mercenaries off the island, and her father was imprisoned in the trading company, so all the risk factors had been eliminated. She opened her eyes wide, looking to the side, and thought that they had agreed to meet again in front of the entrance to the underground water protection system. After she had sorted everything out, which meant she just needed to check if Ed was okay, who was urgently headed towards the Trix building in order. She stopped, looking at Ed, who waved his hand to her, calling the girl, and at Lucy, who stood next to the guy. The girl looked at how Lucy was holding the guy by the edge of his sleeve. The redhead stood up straight, a red light with a danger signal lit up above her, and Ed looked back questioningly over his shoulder. He watched as Claire walked out of the building, supporting Dorothy, who threw her arm over her shoulder. The guy thought that this was Dorothy's third-year student and Claire's assistant. It seemed that the situation in the underground water protection system had already been resolved. A girl with brown hair looked forward, pursing her lips with tears in her eyes. Next to her, Dorothy lowered her head, and Ed thought about why they were crying. The two girls looked at the blonde in fear, yelping as he raised his eyebrows questioningly. Behind the guy was a huge fire dragon. Janica in front of him jumped to the floor, landing on one knee, calling out to Ed. The pink-haired girl frowned, putting her hands behind her back, and asked, "So that magic tower uses star magic? Then she would like to check something." A girl with pink hair sat by a white tree, while the spirit of a fire dragon slept near her and the spirit of a blue puma stood. Although recently Janica's actions have grown into total supervision of Ed, but initially it was about her good intention to protect and manage the northern forest where spirits live. Behind the fire dragon, who clenched his teeth, a bright purple beam of light flashed in the center of the forest a few days ago. Tarkin is said to have discovered magical energy in the northern forest, similar to that coming from that magic tower. When it comes to star magic, there is no need to say who did it. There are huge purple towers around the academy, but not a single magic tower was created in the northern forest, so what did Professor Glass forget in the northern forest? Ed put his hand to his chin, thinking, while behind him Claire and Janica looked at Dorothy lying on the ground. The guy thought that if he thought about it, nothing else happened in the novel after the main events. Maybe there was no need to touch him at all. The guy remembered Elt surrounded by mercenaries and how the man was holding a scroll in his hand, thinking that even Elt, being a fake boss, had a huge impact on the plot. He can't even imagine how much impact that will have on the subsequent scenario. Someone like Professor Glass will not leave the scene. The tall purple towers were disappearing, and the guy thought that this is why he would finally go and check what was there. Ed could be seen through the broken glasses, looking down. Glass sat by a tree, in bloody clothes, bowing his head and asking if the dorm shouldn't have had a curfew already. Loretel pursed her lips, lowering her gaze to the man, and Janica covered her face with her hands, looking at him in surprise. Glass coughed again, causing drops of blood to fly out of his mouth. He replied that he was looking at the moon, asking what was wrong. Did he look funny? The blonde replied that no, he does not look funny. The man grinned, answering that it was strange, because he finds himself funny. Ed stood in front of him, asking if it was because he realized he would fail. The man laughed weakly, answering that he was right. After all, he failed anyway. It was a reckless move on his part, but I never thought that the students would defeat him. He remembered Abel, who was looking ahead with a frown, and said that even if he had won, Abel would have beaten him, asking if the reason he didn't perform from the beginning was because of his past achievements. Anyway, about not suitable for the position of director. The man said that Ed was a more talented student than he thought. He discovered him too late, which was completely unlike him. Ed opened his mouth, asking why then he kidnapped him in the first place. Glass grinned without raising his head and replied that he had a magnificent talent. At first he tried to use it by including it in his plan, but this idea also failed as he collapsed from overwork. Glass thought about how Ed left the cage, saying that's why he quickly caught him, and when he returned again, he had already managed to escape. The man's bloody hand lay on the ground as he said that if one considers dying alone like this as the price of sin, then it is not a bad substitute compared to the crime committed. The man's eyes were invisible as he said that the 17 years he spent with his daughter were not lonely. Glass remembered how he stood next to the girl by the window, putting his hand on her shoulder. Ed asked if it lasted 17 years, and the man answered yes, 17 years seems like a lot, and at the same time so little. Ed got down on one knee, asking if he was a longtime friend of Claire's assistant. The blonde sat in front of the man who asked about Claire, and the guy said that it was 4 years during her degree and 5 years during which she held a teaching position. If he continued in his post until he retired, then the acquaintance would have lasted exactly 17 years. Glass calmly looked at the guy who said that on the way here he met Claire's assistant. The black-haired man's eyes widened in surprise when Ed said she was crying. Claire smiled with tears in her eyes, raised her hand to her face and laughed, saying that the professor is a person whom anyone who sees him will dislike. The girl turned away from Ed, putting her hand to her face, and said that of all the people she had ever met, he is the most stubborn old man, and terribly arrogant grumbler who puts all the work on her, thinks he is better than everyone else and preaches a lot about such things. Topics. He knows nothing but reprimands if she does something wrong. Anyway, he is the one who cannot please her even if she wants him to like him. The girl opened her mouth, speaking, and yet Claire clenched her hand into a fist, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks, and said that he was a true scientist in every sense of the word. Ed thought that a person who showed intuition in unexpected matters, perhaps she had guessed the words Professor Glass. Dorothy, leaning on the girl, lowered her head, looking at the ground. The guy thought that Dorothy also said in a trembling voice that she had no idea what Professor Glass's plan was, but for her he would remain a precious teacher who discovered her talent. Abel put his hand to his face as the other man walked away from him. Despite this, he was the one who decided to arbitrarily control the life of his student, and no one can deny the fact that, in the end, he is the man who turned away from straight road. Glass sitting near a tree, who lowered his head. But now, while he was slowly reflecting on his life, there was no one next to him. That's why he makes fun of himself, saying that he is dying alone. But this is just his delusion. Claire was sitting on the floor on her knees, picking up a piece of paper from the floor that was lying around her. If you think about it, Claire became a teacher at a young age. Dorothy, with curly hair and a dirty face, was holding a flask and a bottle of orange liquid in her hands in surprise. There was smoke around her. Dorothy, a senior student from the alchemy department, they were the ones who were considered mediocre. Dorothy worked with potions, while Claire, with her eyes closed, sat over the book. While she wrote something in it, Professor Glass waved his hand over them. The professor, even saying that such people are no good, every now and then continued to stimulate their development, revealing the hidden talents of each of them. A man with black hair sat at a table surrounded by many books, just as he said that his daughter also had her own value. Dorothy, who looked at the man while mounds of snow were visible on her head and shoulders. Claire, who bowed her head in tears. And other memories. He spent too much time with others to die alone, so he remained either a benefactor or a comrade in hearts other people. Glass put his glasses on the ground. The professor was extremely short-sighted. At some point he stopped seeing anything, even using his glasses. The bloody face of a man, and himself, was visible in the glasses of broken glasses. Glass pursed his lips. He opened his mouth slightly, saying that he had visited the Library of Souls before using the arrival in the demon world. The man said that he did a brilliant job choosing the legendary recipes, but all his actions were useless. Ed frowned, asking if he was saying that there was something else there. The man took out a silver key from his pocket, saying that he had a good instinct. Ed grabbed the man's hand that held the key with his own, while Glass said that since he himself had messed things up, shouldn't he put things in order with his own hands? Ed looked at the key in surprise when the man said that this library was now his. The man looked at the guy with a tired look, lowering his hand, and the blonde asked why he was giving the key to him. Glass asked if he was really unhappy with this. He remembered the banshee that was lying on the floor and said that at the bottom of the table that Reina was guarding there was a secret safe. Only when the investigation was completed, let him go there. The man looked up, breathing heavily and coughing, and said about Lucy. He looked at the girl with white hair who stood behind Ed, putting her hand on his shoulder. Glass told her to look around sometimes. The professor's cloudy eyes widened for a second. He closed his eyes and muttered that yes, that was very wise. Ed, who did not turn to Lucy, thought about the expression on her face at that moment. The girl squeezed the guy's clothes in her hand, and he thought that, unfortunately, it was out of his field of vision. Glass bowed his head, lying with a smile on his face. The man's dead body was illuminated by the sun. The only thing Ed could see at that moment was how the professor closed his eyes, as if falling asleep. A man with black hair was sitting by a tree, surrounded by bushes. The corpse lay serenely under the tree, enveloped in moonlight. At first glance it seemed that he was fast asleep. Ed, Lucy, Loretel, and Janica stood in front of the professor, looking at him when the sun hit them, so they just looked at him for a while. Behind the academy building, A bright sun was rising, lighting up the sky. Someone said that it was the same during the Glaskin incident and during the occupation of the Opheles building, but he still can't believe that now he is caught up in the seal theft incident Sage. Moreover, he was in the thick of it. He is really extremely unlucky. Ed calmly looked at the man in front of him, thinking that he had been listening to the same thing all night long. A man with gray hair and a beard was holding a piece of paper with a frown, saying that he had no idea why Professor Glass kidnapped him, and when he discovered the loophole, he managed to escape to call for help, and in the process of escaping he ran into Taylor and everyone else. Ed thought that the dean was also involved. The blonde stood in front of the dean's desk, answering that it was exactly as stated in his testimony. It was just that Loretel and Janica came to his aid very quickly. The dean said that he escaped alone, leaving Isla, who was kidnapped, with him. Ed remembered closing the cage door while the girl looked at him in shock and replied that she was unable to move and she didn't trust him at all. The guy lowered his gaze, answering that's why he left alone for help. The dean told him that's enough. The man approached the guy, standing up, and said that, to be honest, he has suspicions about the guy. Ed looked at the man in surprise, thinking that his words themselves were logical, but there was too long a series of coincidences, so there was suspicion on the part of the dean quite reasonable. The man looked at the guy gloomily, saying that even though he lives pretending to be a third party who knows nothing, he has the feeling that he knows a lot of things. Ed calmly replied that he was flattering him by giving such an assessment, and the man said that the same goes for his cunning behavior. The dean slammed his palm on the table, saying that both during the incident with the Opheles building and during the incident with Professor Glass. Ed looked down in surprise at the man's hand, and he said that he turned out to be a student who suffered damage due to the negligence of the academy's management. The blonde, opening his eyes wide, thought that this was not the testimony that he had written. It meant that what the dean was looking at was something else. Under the man's hand was a paper on which something was written, and also a photo of Ed was attached. The guy thought it was his report card, and the man told him that he really worked hard. There was no way he could not admit it. Ed recoiled, looking up at the man, who said that was why the academy wanted to reward him for his efforts. The blonde man walked out into the corridor, moving away from the door, and someone called him loudly. The guy looked at Janica, apologizing to her for making her worry, asking if she had any injuries. She was forced to fight and he was a little worried. The girl closed her eyes, raising her hand with a wide smile. He asked Worries what kind of experiences there can be. She's fine. The green bird on Janica's shoulder said something with a frown, and the girl turned to her, asking what in surprise. The girl clenched her hands into fists and nodded, frowning, saying that for sure there is no guarantee that she has no injuries at all. She feels a slight pain in her muscles. She thinks she suffered a little while saving Ed. The guy asked worriedly, she was hurt. He extended his hand, asking if something hurts, if she could be more precise. Janica closed her eyes and turned away, saying that her back was a little pinched, something like that. Ed said that there was something that he clearly felt during this incident, and the girl looked at him, asking what. The guy remembered how various spirits flew around the girl, how she looked forward with a gloomy smile, stopped someone with a wave of her hand, and how she stood while green energy flew around her. He said that she was someone who always worked hard and hard when something like this happened to him, but he thinks that he took it for granted, and she even got injured helping him. Ed raised his head, his eyes obscured by shadows, as he asked if she didn't feel anything after seeing Professor Glass's last lives. After losing something, it was too late to regret it. Janica looked at the guy in fear as he continued to say that he was definitely a little ashamed. He feels like he is a burden to her. He is grateful that she has always treated him well, but in the end, she is always suffering. The girl asked in confusion what. Ed clenched his hands into fists, closed his eyes, and apologized to the girl, saying that she was suffering because of him once again, but as expected. He shouldn't maintain personal connections with someone like that. The girl bowed low to the guy, apologizing and saying that she lied. She doesn't have a single injury. She's very sorry that she lied. She looked up in surprise at Ed, who said that she lived in Dex's dorm. The girl's eyes widened and she raised her eyebrows when he said that he was living there too, starting next semester. Janica smiled widely, clenching her hands into fists, asking if he would be settling in Dex's dorm. Ed said that he didn't know she would like this news so much. Orange tree leaves, cloudy blue sky, a lot happened, but it was all over in the blink of an eye. Ed looked forward in surprise, exhaling, standing on the street. We can safely say that the second act was impeccably cleared. Ed remembered how the dean looked up at the guy, telling him to end his life as a hermit and return to the life of an ordinary student. He has the right to do so. The blonde stood in front of his hut, remembering the words of the dean, who said that he would allow him to move into the student dormitory. There were boards on the shelves. The guy thought that he was filled with greed, wanting to build a fence. Ed's shadow fell on the door while he thought about growing annual edibles and strengthening his home, but in the end it all turned out to be useless. The guy opened the door of the hut, putting his hand on it, and said that it means that life in this camp is now over. Something fell behind him and the guy looked back in surprise. He looked at Lucy, with her hair down and a white nightie, who had her eyes wide open as she lay on the ground. The girl looked ahead in fear, and Ed called out to her, wondering if the end had really come. Gray sky over the forest, someone said it looked like it was going to rain. Lucy with her hair in a ponytail, this place is not an academy, but the Raymond mountain range in the north. The girl pursed her lips and looked forward. For some reason, after so many years, she had a dream about her childhood. She walked in the direction of a hut with smoke coming from the chimney. Glock was sitting on a chair, facing the window, and the girl thought that maybe, at least through the prism of sleep, she would have a chance to see the old man. Lucy opened her eyes wide and raised her eyebrows as she walked into the hut. She looked at the man who was sitting on a chair. There was a cobweb on the ceiling. The curtain on the window was torn. The man with white hair raised his head, his face hidden in shadow. He turned around. Instead of his face, there was only a skull on which insects were crawling. His eyes glowed red and he loudly asked why she didn't save him when she had such an opportunity. Lucy closed her eyes, thinking it was a nightmare. The girl opened her eyes while lying on the bed. She sat up on the bed, lowered her head, and the maid in front of her looked at the girl worriedly, asking if she was awake, saying that it was time for her to get ready for classes. Lucy sat silently, without raising her head. The system window showed a high-rank teleportation spell. A bright purple light shone, causing the maid to frown and cover her face with her hand. Purple runes were visible in the sky, through which a flow of air passed. Lucy thought that she did not know for what reason, but she suddenly wanted to go to the northern part of the forest. The girl landed on the roof with her bare feet. She stood on it, watching Ed walk towards the hut. The girl pressed her shoulder against the pipe with a smile, watching the guy with her head tilted, and thought that calmness had suddenly appeared in her soul for no particular reason. She looked to the side, raised her gaze, and thought maybe it was going to rain. Her eyes widened when she heard the guy say that it looked like life in this camp had come to an end. A blow struck the ground, causing a cloud of white dust to rise. Lucy lay on the ground in shock, her eyes wide open. Someone said that in any case, representatives of the so-called felines are so unpredictable that they never play as intended. Lucy looked helplessly in front of her while someone said that when they are lightly touched with the intention of stroking them, they turn up their nose and stuff themselves. But if the person is busy and does not show any interest in them, then they begin to walk with their tail. Ed silently lowered his gaze, raising his eyebrows, while someone said that for starters, it's worth noting that all cats are like that. The guy turned around, entering the hut. While Lucy watched him from the ground, the man continued that if they want them to be obedient, then they should immediately refuse to show any interest in them. A man with long brown hair and stubble put his hand to his chin, smilingly saying that if they wanted to acquire a feline familiar, then just let them attract attention and take a neutral position, and to their great surprise, that side would be the first to reach out. A girl with brown and blonde hair smiled as she sat at her desks and blushed. One girl said that it was much more difficult than building a romantic relationship anyway. The other replied that it turns out that in monstrology class they discuss creatures like cats. Ed sat behind the two girls, looking ahead, and thought that the lecturer was an experienced Professor Flavin. This course was so popular that everyone had high grades, but his grades at first left much to be desired. The guy closed his eyes, picking up the book. When the professor said that they would finish the analysis here, the blonde thought that before he knew it, his progress in his studies became faster. Even according to the noted material, there are almost no students superior to him all items. Flavin asked Ed to look into his laboratory, and the blonde opened his eyes, looking up in surprise. A white building with blue windows and a stock exchange roof. Someone asked if he knew anything about the undergraduate scholarship system. Ed looked at Flavin in front of him, asking if this is not a system in which students participating in academic work receive a certain discount on tuition. The man held a snake on his hand, looking at it, and replied that he is knowledgeable. This is a great opportunity for him. Ed asked if he could tell more about the specifics of the work. Flavin looked up. The snake opened its mouth in front of him, and the man replied that although almost all the teachers completed the planned work. The man remembered Claire, who was sitting over the papers with tears in her eyes. He said, "But what is he thinking about helping Claire's teacher with the necessary work? It seems that she has a lot of work accumulated." A girl with brown hair sat tiredly at the table while another girl carried away a large stack of papers. Flavin said that although student Annis has amazing abilities, it was beyond her strength to cope with all the work. Firstly, she would need to deal with the assessment at the end of the semester, then prepare the conference program during the holidays, and at the end of the holidays an entrance exam will be held for first-year students. Ed put a finger to his chin as the man in front of him said that when they meet the freshmen, don't let him take a too strict stance. The blonde frowned, his eyes shining slightly, and he thought about the freshman, thinking that person would also be among the applicants. The man held his hand, over which a book was flying, surrounded by blue energy. Someone said that she felt like her magical sense was literally going crazy. Laurel sat at the table, holding a book above her hand, thoughtfully asking why this was happening. She looked up, wondering if she could really sell this thing to Crepin. She remembered the blonde man smiling, thinking that she thought Ed had made such an unreasonable request to her precisely because he didn't want her to sell the Crepin Sage seal. The red-haired girl closed her eyes with a sigh and put her hand to her head, saying that she would have bought it anyway. In order to resell it, she needs to think about what she will get from the sale. Laurel looked at the piece of paper she was holding, saying that she needs to be more mean. Her motto is not to put off until tomorrow what can be done today. The girl looked at the small letter in her hands, thinking that she assumed Ed would really satisfy any of her requests if she had a certificate of purchase of the Sage seal in her hands. Really, anything. The girl looked at the letter in surprise, blushing embarrassedly. She wrote something on a piece of paper with a smile, saying that only if she had a certificate. Laurel was signing some papers, thinking that it was a special announcement about winter break, but now that Professor Glass is gone, who will teach? Laurel hung her head, sighing, and thought that she wouldn't have to worry about camp anymore. It was the end of the semester, so she was sure she wasn't the only one so busy. Janica and Ed were all working like crazy. The girl wrote with a fountain pen on a sheet of paper, but the pen was bent and she thought that there was a high probability that there would be no noticeable changes in Lucy. The redhead frowned at the broken handle, wondering what it was. She sat at the table, clutching a pen in her hand, and thought why she was so anxious in her soul. A wooden hut in the center of the forest, smoke was coming out of the chimney. Someone said that the wood was running out. Ed looked over his shoulder, wondering what. Behind him, Lucy was lying on the rocks with a piece of dried meat in her mouth and said that with the onset of winter, these supplies of firewood would not be enough. The guy replied that she had noticed correctly. The girl sadly looked away, asking why he hasn't been hunting lately. The guy thought why she was asking so many questions. The hut had an axe stuck in the stump. Ed thought that in her eyes he must be being negligent in setting up the camp. But he thinks that the opportunity to live in the Dex building is good news. In this situation, he will be able to reduce the number of contacts with Lucy. The blonde looked back at the girl with white hair, who was looking at him with displeasure, thinking that perhaps in this way it would be possible to achieve a more stable turn of events in the scenario. Someone loudly greeted the guy. Janica walked along the forest path with a smile, raising her hand. Ed asked if today's classes were already over and the girl replied that Professor Marie's lecture, which was supposed to take place in the afternoon, was cancelled, so she came here to relax. The girl sat down on a log next to the guy and turned to him, closing her eyes with a smile, saying that with the onset of the winter semester she would no longer be able to visit the camp, so she should come here as often as possible. Lucy looked up at the girl with dissatisfaction, chewing the meat, while Janica said that she felt slightly upset from the realization that such a pastime had come to an end, because she really fell in love with her soul and heart for this camp. Ed looked away as the pink-haired girl blushed, clenched her hands into fists, and happily said that it was a pity that she wouldn't be able to come to the camp to have fun here, but still, the most important thing was a healthy environment for him when he finally moves into the Dex building. Then let him immediately call her. If he needs help with something, she will help, because he has so much to do. There was a silver key on the guy's hand and he wondered if it was time to try to open the secret safe in the library. The girl put a letter on the guy's hand, over his shoulder. Ed opened the letter, holding it in his hands, and asked if this was an application for a room in the Dex building. The girl replied that yes. Many people miss the opportunity to get a room because they submit the application too late, so it is better to fill out the application in advance so that in case he had everything ready to make the appropriate decision. Ed extended his hands to the paper, saying that she even took care of this. He is very grateful to her. The girl replied that she already had to fill out the application once, so she can help him fill it out. The girl said that they would first deal with the application. She looked in surprise at the figure that appeared in front of her. Lucy stood in front of Ed with her arms outstretched, her eyes wide and nervous, and the girl with pink hair called out to her in confusion. Lucy shifted from foot to foot. She frowned, waving her hands in front of her, asking him to stop. The girl nervously turned to the guy, telling him not to take it. Ed looked at the girl in confusion, raising his eyebrows, and thought that it all started from that day. Blue sky, yellow autumn trees. The spirit said that constantly gaining experience is useful. Ed extended his hand forward. There was a fire burning in front of him. Janica was smiling widely behind him, and Mog was flying in the air. The girl said that the guy's height is really amazing. She looked to the side, frowning, and said that she felt the power of understanding spirits, which was many times greater than that of a novice spirit master, and the basic sensitivity to mana had also increased significantly. Lucy stood sadly by the tree, taking off her hat and holding it in her hands. Janica smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes, and asked her if she had done something wrong. The girl with white hair frowned, looking gloomily ahead. Usually the maids from the Opheles building gritted their teeth and took care of maintaining her neat appearance. But it seems that today she ran away early in the morning in only a nightie. Ed held a book in his hand, flipping through the pages. While there was blue energy around, the guy thought that mana had also increased. He lowered his gaze to the book, thinking that at this rate he would be able to master mid-level magic. The blue energy disappeared when Lucy lay on the guy's lap. Ed sat silently at the dining table at the academy, while a girl with white hair hugged his neck. The guy wondered what had come over her. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Janica, who smiled awkwardly. Lucy, who clenched her teeth, frowning at the girl. Janica asked if she had done something wrong. The guy thought that for some reason she was especially hostile towards Janica. The girl with white hair frowned, clenching her teeth in irritation, and the guy thought that her emotions were closer to the guardian than hostility. Ed lying on the bed, with a book on his face, thinking that anyway, learning mid-level magic was more difficult than he thought, even after spending the whole day learning. He still hadn't mastered the basics. Someone called the guy and he removed the book from his face and stood up and asked what. Lucy stood nearby. Her face was covered by a hat and she asked what he was going to do when she left. The blonde looked at the key in his hand, saying that he needed to go somewhere. The fireplace in the hut, in which there was firewood. The guy said that the fire and the fireplace should also be checked. At night the temperature drops below 0. So if an unplanned situation arises, you can freeze to death, although if he starts living in the Dex building, then he will be more, you won't have to worry about anything like that. The guy put the key in his inner pocket, saying that in any case, he needed to sort out all the work, and only then he could go where he was going. The girl again asked him to listen and Ed lowered his gaze questioningly. Lucy took off her hat, holding it in her hand, and bowed her head. She blushed, looked up at the guy and said that they could go together now. There was a red rope tied to the tree. She reached up to a hole in the ceiling from which a bright light emanated. Ed climbed down the rope that was tied around his waist and looked down and asked what made her follow him. Lucy flew in front of the guy, shrouded in blue energy, and replied that he could simply go down using her magic. The guy stood on the ground near the edge of the rope, saying that they would drop this topic. He stood on the floor in the library, looking to the side. Lucy was hovering nearby. The guy said that in any case, he needed to check if he could go down and up on his own. There were magic cubes and balls on the shelves. The guy said that he was not able to take all these numerous artifacts with him at one time, which means he would have to come here many more times. Ed pushed the table away, causing dust to rise in the library. The guy looked at the hatch on the floor, saying that he never expected him to install a hiding place in such a place. The guy put the key in the lock, from which a bright golden light began to emanate, wondering why he kept this key with him until the very end. Bright golden energy flew through the air, causing Ed to grit his teeth, closing one eye, while Lucy also gritted her teeth and held the edges of her hat. The blonde's eyes widened in shock and he thought he couldn't believe he was hiding this here. Red rope tied to a tree. Night. Lucy said that he was almost at the top and the guy tiredly replied that he knew. Ed rested his feet on the ground, breathing heavily, and thought that the magical engineering materials he had asked for from Loretel would soon arrive. A girl with white hair flew over a guy who tiredly closed his eyes, holding onto the rope, and said that they would rest for a second. He thought he should ask her to send the ladder in the first place. If he had not pumped my endurance, I would have simply given up. Lucy looked over her shoulder at the guy, lowered her gaze, and asked what kind of thing. The system window showed a legendary rank magic tool, the Golden Phoenix Ring, distorting the timeline. It transfers the magical power of its future self into the present. The production difficulty is 4.5 stars out of 5. Ed held on his palm a gold ring with the seal of a phoenix. The blonde was clutching a ring in his hand. A fire was burning around him. Above it was the inscription present, behind it was his blurry figure with the inscription future. The guy thought that this was an opportunity to use the power of himself from the future. It turns out that he is already able to use high-rank magic right now. Ed's gray figure clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that, however, if this happened, he would be unable to fight for a long time, equal to the amount of borrowed magical power. If he used this power hastily, the cost would be enormous. A golden ring shone brightly on his finger. In the end, if he wanted to use the ring in battle, there was only one option for using it. The guy whose eyes were glowing with a red light, he stretched his palm forward. Fiery energy burned around him, which fluttered his hair. Finding himself cornered, Ed must use it as a last resort. Janica, who had a stone spirit, a blue crocodile, and a fire spirit around her, and the girl herself had purple energy around her, Ed thought that if it is not a fight at all, for example, in the case of a contract with spirits, the reason why Janica can command so many spirits is that she not only has a strong connection with the spirits, but also huge reserves of mana. He remembered looking in surprise at the green talking bird in the girl's hands, and thought that aspiring spirit masters like him only have 1 or 2 slots, and even talking to low-rank spirits requires a lot of practice. After all, the stumbling block lies precisely in the lack of mana. The guy held a golden ring with a phoenix seal on his palm, thinking that if he could increase the maximum magical power at least temporarily, then a contract with a high-ranking spirit would be in his pocket. Of course, this also has its risks. Lucy looked down at the guy, saying that if only she had time to create something like that, but Ed interrupted her, answering no. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, looking down, saying that all these are already events of the past. He put the ring in the inner pocket of his jacket, saying that it was possible that even if he turned the entire library upside down, he would hardly find anything more valuable than this thing. The guy thought that the professor would never waste his time on something. Ed caught his hand on the edge of the rock, thinking that it was said that Professor Glass' sin was that he gave impetus to controversial talents. The guy climbed up the rock, holding the rope towards the bright light, thinking that we were talking about a talent barrier called maximum magical power. In his hands there was an object that could destroy this wall. He remembered Glass, who was leaning against a tree, smiling, and thought that after all, this was the reason why Professor Glass had begun studying the materials of magical engineering, something that he hid from everyone, and something that he kept secret until the very end. And he remembered how a man with black hair had his hand on his daughter's shoulder, and Ed thought that these were all gifts for his daughter. Someone asked to listen to the dark sky with clouds flying in it. A hole was visible in the ceiling from which a rope was stretching. Lucy said that a long time ago, a button came off on the sleeve of her blouse, right here. The button was at the very edge of the cuff. When the button was in place, she didn't even know about its existence, but when she got lost, the sleeve began to dangle, which made her uncomfortable. The girl said that she suffered a lot because of this. The guy clung to the edge of the earth, asking what. They got out. Ed was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily, and Lucy, who was standing on the ground, said that she often notices how important something was that at some point disappears from life. At first it seems that we are talking about some kind of, this is a trifle, but in reality it makes a lot of sense. The blonde frowned, looking up as the girl said that to be honest, there was something she wanted to ask him for, so she followed him. The girl turned to the guy, looked down at him and asked if he would move into the next building. She looked at him sadly, asking if he could not do this. Ed looked at the girl in surprise, thinking that this was a phrase that was very difficult to hear from Lucy. The guy thought about the big white academy building and his small hut in the middle of the forest, thinking that in his heart he was neutral, moving to the next building or continuing to live in the camp. Ed, breathing heavily, lowered his head, frowning and saying that if he moved into the Dex building, his daily life would become more comfortable, and living in the wild in such a harsh winter was extremely unwise. Lucy put her hat back on her head, saying that he was right about that. She closed her eyes, saying, "Is it really going to rain?" Ed thought that if we are talking about rain, then Lucy, like a prophet, is able to predict when it will rain, judging by the dark clouds in the sky and the moisture that she feels on the bridge of her nose. The guy said no and the girl opened her eyes, looking up. Ed thought that her predictions were not always accurate. The blonde, sitting on the ground, looked at the snowflake in front of him, saying that now is not the time for rain. Lucy also looked at the sky in surprise. Her eyes opened wide, reflecting the white glare from the snowflakes. Ed thought that they couldn't say with certainty that the only thing that falls from the sky is rainwater. The two of them looked at the snow that was falling from the dark sky, and the guy thought that, however, after a long rainy season, the thought might arise that it would start raining any minute, although the rainy season had already passed a long time ago. The guy said that there was something else, and the girl looked back at the guy. He patted his hair, looking ahead, and said that there had been so much work lately that he had not been able to properly stock up on firewood for the winter. He thought he could not cope with such a task alone. If she had free time, then let him help him with this. Ed smiled, looking back at the girl, and said that she herself said that there was not enough firewood. The girl quickly ran up to the guy, asking the truth, which made the guy look at the girl in surprise, stretching his hands forward. Several dark leaves flew into the air. Ed fell to the ground, closing his eyes, while Lucy above him asked if he was serious, and if he really wasn't joking. The blonde replied that he had already fully adapted to life in the camp. He needed to improve the environment a little more. The guy opened one eye, saying that then continuing to live in the camp would have many more advantages. He looked up in surprise. The guy fell back to the ground, closing his eyes and spreading his arms to the sides, while Lucy sat in front of him, and that's how the second act ended. At the start of the third act, when the scale of the test begins to seriously increase, he remembered Phonia on the blue side and Loratel on the red side, thinking that when he closed his eyes, a whole bunch of different thoughts appeared in his head, from the battle between Princess Phonia and Loratel for the position of student council president. He thought about a girl with long white hair, in a white dress, around whom golden energy was shining, and behind whom stood people with wings. The guy thought that there would be new heroes and new enemies who would join the academy as new students, and the last one, who will stand on this stage? Lucy, whose hair was down, her eyes were glowing brightly, and there was purple energy and lightning all around, is the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merle. The blonde opened his eyes slightly, looking at the girl. He opened his eyes, lifting up slightly as he looked at her, thinking that although the matter was not easy, he decided to put his worries aside. A black pointed hat was visible while snow was falling from the sky, because after the end of the next episode, they would all remain safe and sound. Lucy smiled widely while there were tears in her eyes and her face turned red, and Ed had such strong confidence because after going through so many scenes and tests, it was the first time he saw such an expression on Lucy's face. Winter has come. A shovel collected a small pile of snow. Ed stood in the camp, holding a shovel in his hands, although when the snow fell, the weather was warm, the accumulation of snow meant a delay in work, and when he finished clearing the snow, the sun was already at its zenith. The blonde hit the log with an axe, cutting it and pursing his lips. He thought that he had made it a rule not to overwork, even if he had a lot of work. But tomorrow he needed to redo a bunch of things related to his studies at the academy, so he decided to finish all the deferred work today. There were a lot of logs on the shelves. Ed needed to sort out the preparation of firewood and provisions. There were sausages hanging on the ropes, a piece of meat lay on the table. Thanks to the cold weather, the quality of storage was improving. He was able to quickly finish preparing the provisions. Ed decided to refuse a preferential place in the dormitory in exchange for a reduction in tuition fees. He remembered how the dean, closing his eyes, smiled. To some extent, the issue of tuition fees had been resolved. Now he would no longer have to divide the day into hours, as he did at the very beginning. Lucy slept on the bed in the hut, while Ed looked at her, thinking that after all, you can't just do that and sleep. The guy opened the door of the hut, leaving it, thinking that he had stopped kicking her out of his hut. In any case, Lucy would not freeze, since her body was shrouded in protective magic. The guy opened his mouth, from which a cloud of steam came out, exhaling, thinking that it was more a matter of personal attitude. He walked away from the hut, closing his eyes and thinking about the feeling of relaxation, which it is unknown when he will experience again. If we talk about the lowest point of risk, then now is that very moment. A gold ring lay on the palm, sparkling in the sun, and Ed said that he would begin. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, and bright fiery energy appeared around him. The guy frowned, looking forward with blue eyes, clutching a ring in his hand. There was bright energy around, and the guy asked if Merylda could hear him. The academy's courtyard was covered with snow, which also lay on the roof. The street on which there was a shop with a bakery sign. Delicious desserts from the emperor's former pastry chef, with an atmospheric terrace from which the smell of flowers wafts. On the table was a tray with 2 tiers of cakes on it. The premium set of desserts from Lipple's was difficult to snatch due to advance orders. Janica was holding a mug of tea in her hands with a smile, looking at her. Someone asked if they would have been able to lure her if they didn't have this bait. The girl asked about the bait, saying that this was not some kind of fishing. Anis was sitting at the table and drinking tea, and Clara slammed her hand on the table, frowning and standing next to it, saying that whatever it was, she thought that she had gone down a dangerous path. She was completely crazy because of Ed. Janica frowned, leaning on the table, asking how she could say such a thing, and the other girl annoyedly asked what she said wrong. She was trying to stop her. She remembered Ed, who was sitting at the desk. Clara said that at first she thought that there was something wrong with her. Other people had a completely different reaction to Ed, so she decided to accept the situation. But there is a problem. The girl approached Janica's face, asking if she had ever felt that her heartbeat was racing next to him, that she could not even speak or look at him. Janica, clenching her teeth, blushed, asking why she suddenly spoke about it like that. The girl asked her to simply say whether it was or not. The girl with pink hair embarrassedly looked away, saying that she did not feel a rapid heartbeat, but rather comfort and warmth. Clara shouted in irritation that this is it. She said that she was waiting for one of the worst endings in a relationship. Janica clenched her teeth, frowning. The system window showed, bad ending 13, nice friend. Clara leaned on the table, hovering over the girl, and said that this is horror. Their relationship is built on a one-sided initiative. Janica, closing her eyes, put her hands on her chest, saying that she was too close, but the other girl screamed that he should also think about her. She said that this is really a relationship when only she admits her sympathy and follows him everywhere. This is not a relationship, she just runs after him. Tears appeared in Janica's eyes, and above her the green bird pressed its wing to its chest, speaking correctly, and the fire dragon showed a thumbs up. Clara grabbed the pink-haired girl's arms, saying that it's already winter holidays anyway. His face isn't that ugly, so women don't distance themselves from him. They should look for a way out of the situation. She'll be leaving for her parents' house soon, and she's afraid that something will happen during this time. She said that, for example, instead of running after him and confessing, let her do it in order to awaken a sense of care and protection in him. Anis looked away, thinking that Clara learned about relationships through various love stories from her friends, therefore her words are true. She looked at the girl with short hair, thinking that she initially misjudged Ed, all because Janica liked him. The academy employees, their friends, acquaintances spoke well of him. The girl put the mug of tea on her plate, thinking that it seemed like everyone trusted him now. Anis put her finger to her chin, looking away and thinking that she, too, had a different opinion about him. Claire bowed in front of the girl with pink ponytails who was holding a book in her hands. There is nothing good in being scolded by a librarian for not returning a book on time. A girl with brown hair fell to the floor, causing the sheets to fly to the sides. If you see her like this, you might wonder how such a person became a professor. Claire ate the cake, contentedly closing her eyes. But be that as it may, the other professors recognized the fact that Claire has the ability to get lucky with people. Professor Glass, who lowered his head, and Flavin, who smiled, raising his gaze. Somehow she managed to complete her training under the guidance of such minds as Glass and Flavin. The girl was carrying sheets of paper. A guy with black hair looked at her, blushed, and asked if it was hard for her, saying that he could carry it. And she even got the best assistant. This is how Claire, who is not good at anything except studying, copes with all the important tasks. The girl with gray hair turned around, closing her eyes with a smile, and replied that everything was fine. Thanking her for the offer, the system window showed Anis Halen, a second-year student in the magic department. The girl lowered her gaze to the sheets of paper in her hands as she walked forward, a second-year student who would give anyone a run for her money, a first-class assistant. The girl entered a large office, and the fact that Claire's laboratory is always crystal clean testifies to the excellent work of Anis. The girl put a stack of sheets on the table. She collects information in the student library, in the tricks building, even reaching the duty room and the door. When some critical moment comes, where she might be caught, she immediately puts on her sweet smile, avoiding trouble. Anis closed her eyes, pulling her hair into a ponytail, holding a hair tie between her lips. Not many people know her true appearance except Janica and Clara. It is normal for Anis to wear a mask when it comes to human relationships. The girl leaned her hand on the table. There are 20 minutes left until the assistant professor comes with food from the bakery, and before that she needs to have time to analyze the information about Ed's personality. Anis took one of the sheets of paper in her hand, looking at it and read, "The Rottweiler family, the strongest family in the Klol Empire. The family has one son and 2 daughters. The girl said that this is superficial information that is of no use. You need to look at the whole history of the family." The girl opened her eyes wide as she read that Kreppen Rottweiler, already at the age of 2, was recognized as the heir to the title of head of the family. At the age of 5 he was baptized in the church. He studied etiquette at the age of 8, passed other disciplines until the age of 12. At the first year of study was not distinguished by any special talents. The girl was dusting the closet while she was reading the dossier. As soon as Anis got to school, her family was in trouble, so she had to think on her own about how to survive. She also became an assistant and also received a scholarship. The girl looked to the side. She has the ability to survive. And also Loretel, who is a year younger than her, is a role model. Of course, she is not so well versed in the matter of money, but Anis has her own method. On a piece of paper it was written, "The history of the Rottweiler family." The girl read out, "In the most powerful Rottweiler family of the Klol Empire there are 1 son and 2 daughters. Ed's silhouette was reflected in his blue eyes while Anis read, "A repressive upbringing. Instilled with various lofty ideas, he definitely grew up without a lack of money." Ed, who put one hand in his pocket and raised the other, his face was hidden by a shadow. The girl read, "But without any academic ability. Did not show himself throughout the whole year of study. He seems to lack self-confidence, so in girls prefers a soft and gentle look." The blonde smiled slyly, lowering his gaze, and Anis read. The girl with gray hair smiled, saying that judging by this information, everything is not so difficult, it's worth practicing. Claire held 2 bags in her hands with a smile, closed her eyes, and said that she bought them from the Mont Blanc bakery. They can eat. Anis was removing the elastic from her hair while the other girl said that she had already made tea. She was in her repertoire as always. Anis even knew that she would come with dessert. Claire dropped her mug of tea on the floor, looked down at it, and cried out hotly. She nervously looked to the side, thinking that now Anis would be angry again that she was so sloppy. Another girl asked if she was hurt, and Claire's eyes widened in shock and she asked what. The gray-haired girl turned to the teacher with her hands behind her back. The sun shone brightly on them as Anis said it was good. She was glad she didn't get hurt. The fair-haired girl looked at the other in shock, calling out to her in confusion. Ed dusted off his clothes, looked around, and said that he was grateful that he could wear a school uniform during the holidays because washing was such a hassle. Belle stood in the hall with her hands folded and said that the uniform would not change the load much. Besides, the person she serves is often next to him. Ed lay on the bed with his hands behind his head while Lucy lay on him with her eyes closed. The maid said that recently when she washed Lucy's clothes, a lot of golden hair came out of them. The black-haired girl put her hand to her chin, saying that when she washes his clothes, she smells scented candles and finds Lucy's blonde hair. Ed in front of her raised his gaze and thought that Lucy had become clingy lately, but to think that she was only caught doing laundry. Belle lowered her gaze, thoughtfully asking why he always speaks to her so respectfully. The guy thought, I wonder who she would be if she didn't work as a maid. The guy looked at the girl, saying that he was so comfortable, and she said that she would be more comfortable if he spoke informally. The guy replied that it was more convenient for him to speak formally. Ed frowned as he looked ahead and thought that in fact, if she got the position of head maid, she would have the highest level among the academic staff, and since he was no longer a noble, nor was he Ophelie's student, he could not speak to her informally. The maid looked at the guy and he thought that she always behaved strangely. Ed closed his eyes, turned away and replied that he would speak to her formally since she is the head maid. There are many people around her that she must manage, and she is also responsible for many things. The girl replied that she does not even know. Belle remembered Lucy, Janica and Lortel asking to speak with her informally, saying that he had more people to deal with. The guy looked at her questioningly. The maid looked out the window nearby, saying that worrying too much could become a problem. Be that as it may, in any case, the choice will be up to the mistresses. She looked at the roofs of the houses covered with snow and said that he is not embarrassed to tell her about the laundry. Now the work has stabilized, so everything is in order and Ophelie's recovery is also over. Ed stood next to him, also looking out the window, and said that the restoration had ended in almost one semester. It seems that the academic department had made a lot of effort to restore it. The girl said that it was all because new students would come. The blonde looked back at the girl, who said that of the new students who would attend classes after the holidays, this person had applied and he would come soon. The guy asked about this person. The girl around whom purple energy was shining, with long curly hair, the guy asked about Tanya Rottweiler and Belle said, so he knows. The blonde closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that these holidays are so problematic, and his younger sister will arrive soon. Cabin in the woods, Zix said that it seems that he will go to his home this holiday. Ed asked why, and that means Elka is also going home. The other guy asked how he knew. Zix stood on one hand, doing push-ups, and said that it was because he wanted to spend time with Elka, asking if the guy would stay in the camp. Ed was sitting near the fire reading a book and replied that it looks like his third year is coming up. He needs to study because he can only use intermediate level magic. The other guy stood up, saying that wasn't he in his first year. Basic level, don't overdo it. Zix walked forward, looking at the guy and said that he didn't feel any magic from him. Was he really practicing until exhaustion again? The blonde clenched his hand into a fist, humming thoughtfully. Zix placed his hand on the blonde's forehead, who looked up at this. The guy with dark hair raised his eyebrow, saying that he seemed to have a fever. Wasn't he really sick? Ed blushed slightly, answering that there was a reason. It seemed like he couldn't use magic for a while. Zix threw a white shirt over his body, answering that since he said so. Ed thought that the best trait of this guy is his composure. If you tell him everything, he will listen, say that everything is fine and let the situation go. The blonde remembered closing the cage door while Isla looked at him in shock. Zix said that she was asking about Ed. There seems to have been a misunderstanding, so she wants to talk and apologize. The dark-haired one said that he was asked to tell about the location of the hut, but he didn't, because this is personal information. The blonde slammed the book shut, saying that he didn't need an apology, it didn't matter. Ed reached into his inner pocket, saying that it's not that he's offended, there's just no need to apologize to him, he doesn't have any grudges. Zix was sitting on another log in front of the fire, saying that it means he's not angry, but rather indifferent. The blonde replied that this is so. Zix also knows how to keep his secrets well. A bag with a red ribbon flew forward. Ed asked to help him before he went home. Here is the money. The blonde remembered going down to the library with Lucy, finding a safe and saying that he was using Professor Glass's underground library, but it was such a mess that he needed to clean it up a little. Zix caught the bag in his hand, looking at the guy and said that he didn't need the money, he would think of it as training, asking what he planned to use the library for. Ed looked at the piece of paper he was holding in his hand and wrote something on it with a pen, saying that he wanted to use it as a workshop. The dark-haired guy asked if he wanted to practice magic, saying that he was studying, surviving in the camp, practicing magic, archery, and from tomorrow he will have things to do at school. The blonde was holding a list in his hand, checking off the items. The list said what to do during the winter holidays: 1. Tidy up the workshop, 2. Build a shed for storing materials, 3. Complete the shed, 4. Do academic work, 5. Increase the magic level by 3 or more, 6. Learn archery, 7. Master intermediate level magic theory, 8. Make a contract with a high-class spirit. Zix said that people like Ed always achieve success, but don't let the body become exhausted. The blonde thought that tomorrow he would need to do academic work. A bright building with blue windows. Someone said that she thanks all the students for coming. Claire was sitting tiredly at the table with a lot of papers, and the person was saying that at the moment Professor Claire couldn't give her speech, since she was told to come up with a curriculum and the deadline for creating a schedule had passed 44 hours. She had been awake the whole time. Plebius, Ed and another guy with dark hair stood in front of the girl, who told them that therefore she, as the main assistant, would give a speech on her behalf. She said what the students would be doing. They should prepare for the upcoming entrance exam for first years. The blonde lowered his gaze and thought that this was an exam to determine the abilities of newbies. He thought of Glast, who stretched out his hands, from which bright balls fell. Every year this exam was conducted by Professor Glast, but this year Professor Claire's assistant took on this task. As in previous times, of course, he knows the results in advance, only he was a little surprised by the fact that Clevius joined them. Anis gave the black-haired guy a piece of paper, saying that last year the exam was held in the forest in the northeast of Aiken Island. This time they will hold the exam in the northwest part on the right side of the mountain. Clevius will take the supplies she requested in advance and tricks. The girl gave a piece of paper to a guy with dark hair, who smiled, blushing slightly. She said that Onyx would be helping Professor Claire's assistant. The girl turned away from Ed, who was standing behind her. The girl thought that Clara and Janica had overlooked something. The blonde looked forward, while next to him, Onyx tilted his head questioningly. Anis thought that Ed was surrounded by many different women. He was a ladies' man, and since they were working together, it was time to take the chance. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, thinking that she was studying materials to embody his ideal type. He must be one of those restless men who would not be able to resist her temptation. The girl with gray hair smiled, holding the book to her chest, and said that he would go with her. She thought that she would take responsibility and separate Ed from Janica. Bare tree branches covered with snow, northwestern part of the academy territory. The girl walked along the road, which was covered in snow, saying that it was not very big, but still a mountain. There were many hidden dangerous places, so some students, through carelessness, could slip on the ice and get serious injuries here. Anis leaned on her knees and leaned over and said that it was hard, but he didn't look tired at all. Ed next to her replied that it was time to take a break, they could rest. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, closed her eyes with a smile and thanked the guy, saying that he was physically well built and so attentive. It seemed that she had a lot of misunderstandings associated with him. Ed looked down, asking about the misunderstandings, and the girl said that he knew that she was a close friend of Janica. Ed remembered how Clara and Anis turned to him in irritation, and the girl with gray hair said that's why she was worried if Janica suddenly started communicating with a bad person. It seems she had been acting cold towards him all this time. Ed looked down at the piece of paper in his hands, saying that everything was fine. He didn't care. He thought he should check the list and finish this job. The guy raised his gaze, saying that it seems that she is tired of carrying everything on herself as a senior assistant, because life is not easy for her either. Anis took the guy by the elbow with a smile, looking up at him and blushing slightly, saying that everything was fine. He went with her. She pressed the guy's shoulder to her chest, saying that of course, those two also help, but he provides her with great help. It seems that this is not an entirely easy topic, but he was excommunicated from the earth. The girl lowered her gaze, saying that something similar happened to her too. As soon as she went to school, her family had problems, but despite this, she still wanted to study, and so she had to cope alone. The girl with gray hair closed her eyes. The wind blew her hair and clothes, and she said that it seemed to her that winter was endless. Ed silently looked at the girl, tilted his head, and thought that she had the feeling of a strong person. She had to solve both financial and other problems alone. The guy opened his mouth, looking at the girl, and told her not to be upset about this. She was coping with everything quite well. Anis laughed and took Ed's clothes, thanking him. She put her hands behind her back and, blushing, looked back at the guy over her shoulder with a smile, saying that they had a lot in common. The blonde thought that her image, now she is so emotional, but isn't she usually a cold-blooded realist? The girl stumbled on her feet, screaming quietly. Anis fell on Ed's chest, who caught her. Speaking carefully, the girl looked at him embarrassedly, apologizing, and said that she tripped over a stone and almost fell. The guy looked at the clear road, asking about the stone. He looked at the girl, who was waving her hand, blushing heavily and lowering her gaze, asking why it was so hot here. She needed to calm down. She told him to sit here and she would come soon, while Ed calmly looked at her. Bald tree branches, blue sky. The girl said that he looked strong and confident. Isn't he afraid? Anis sat on the root of a tree, crossing her legs, and muttered that it was not clear. She remembered how she put her hair behind her ear, how she smiled, holding the guy by the arm, and said that a comrade who had experienced a similar situation. She showed a sense of empathy, and also showed the image of a strong one. But if you look closely, you can see a weak girl who needs to protect. She is not sure which type he likes better, an adult strong man or a sweet girl, so she decided to combine both. She remembered how embarrassed she fell on Ed's chest, saying that she also decided to finally arrange an accident with a fall. She did almost everything as planned. The girl remembered how she closed her eyes while her hair and clothes were blowing in the wind. She asked if she had gone too far. Anis raised her hand, looking at it with a slight blush, thinking that she had never thought about it. She remembered how she fell on the guy's chest, thinking that he had a good physique. She did not calculate that everything could turn out to be much more complicated than she thought. She remembered how Ed was holding a piece of paper, looking at him, and thought that he was an ignorant scion from a noble family, but to her surprise he was not very smart. She calmly looked ahead, thinking about the guy's appearance. Ed, who lowered his gaze, sparks shone around him. The girl thought that as a result even Janica fell for it. Annis blushed, raising her hand to her face. Her eyes widened, glowing slightly, and she thought she understood everything. The girl put her hand to her face, lowered her head, and thought that this is how he seduced women. She removed her hand from her face, looked forward, and said that she was different. Ed exhaled, releasing a small cloud of flame. He looked at the landscape of snow-capped mountains with the sun shining behind them and said how beautiful, thinking that the landscape of Orangsan Mountains was so beautiful that he forgot about his problems for a minute. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking that there were many matters that he did not know how to solve. He thought about his little sister, whose eyes were hidden by a shadow, the problems associated with Tanya Rottweiler, the evil miss. It seems that this phrase describes her perfectly. A girl with long blonde hair put her hand to her face. Behind her was a spider web. Tanya, the daughter of the Duke, has become a real political genius. She has well-developed political and manipulative skills. Tanya placed her hands on her hips as a bright purple energy glowed around her. She wants to become student council president for the first time in Sylvania's history as a first year, and soon she will want to win over the powerful people in the school to her side. Belle, who put her hand to her chin, the guy thought that she said that Tanya would come to the dorm before the others. Most likely, she wants to do this to grab as much power as possible before the start of the school semester. Ed stood on the edge of the mountain, clenching his hands into fists, and thought that Tanya is not some minor character. She is the real main villain, and he still remembers something, so he thinks he can prepare for this. The blonde stood in front of his little sister, thinking that, however, the main question was how Tanya Rottweiler would treat him. The blonde's eyes were hidden by a shadow and he pursed his lips, thinking that Tanya knew everything. But he didn't know himself. Not someone else, but himself. The guy with black hair who stood in front of Ed lying on the floor. Ed Rottweiler is a bright villain who appears briefly at the beginning and then disappears for good. Nothing really is written about him in the book. He opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were hidden by a shadow as he thought that he knew nothing about him. Since he was a minor character, then he had no clues at all. Ed stood on the edge of the mountain, looking ahead. The sun was shining brightly. When he thought that this is why he could not solve this question, what does Tanya Rottweiler think about Ed Rottweiler? The blonde opened her mouth, talking trash. She sat in the carriage, where the academy was visible. Sylvania is full of different stars. A girl with long blonde hair, a girl with red hair who put her hand to her chin, a girl with pink hair who held out her hand with a frown with green energy flying around her. Princess Cole of the Empire, the person in charge of Elt, the person who can summon higher spirits in adolescence age. A girl with red hair, who closed her eyes and held a bright green potion over her hand, and a guy with long black hair, who clenched his teeth and held a huge sword on his shoulder. The master alchemist who created the seal elixir, and the beast who commanded the northern zone, and the one who owned Sampicudo Nortondale. A girl with long white hair wearing a pointed hat, holding a staff, and the most powerful among them, a rare genius sorceress, perhaps blessed by the magician Glock himself. The horse trampled on the ground. Tanya thought that she couldn't wait to meet these people. This thought alone made her heart skip a beat. She couldn't help but admire this place. Sylvania Academy. She will join their ranks and be able to live a full student life. The carriage stood at the academy while Belle bowed to her, saying that the maids will take care of her luggage. She has a second room on the third floor. A girl in a black dress got out of the carriage, saying that let the maids sort everything out. The blonde lowered her head, saying that she still had a place to stay. Belle bowed before her, closing her eyes, and answered okay. Tanya crossed her arms over her chest, frowning, thinking that the first thing she needed to do in the Sylvania region of knowledge she had always admired was to deal with Ed Rottweiler, who had tarnished their family name. The girl looked forward decisively with her violet eyes, saying that she needed to get rid of the garbage. The system window showed Tanya Rottweiler, the evil miss, the second daughter of Duke Rottweiler. The man was holding a letter in his hands, in which it was written that he, as befits a father, had listened to her will and was ready to support her. Krepin smiled, intertwining his fingers with each other and closing his eyes. The letter said that he had put the seal on his behalf so that she could go about her business. Tanya clutched the letter to her chest with a proud expression, closing her eyes, and said that she would definitely live up to her father's expectations. She thought that before going to Sylvania, the land of knowledge, her father told her about his two things. The large courtyard of the academy with many buildings. The letter said that in Sylvania it would be treated with the utmost respect, which corresponds to its status. This land belongs to scientists. White ceilings with 2 chandeliers on them. This is a place where even a princess treats professors with respect. You can't be rude to someone because of your noble status. Everyone who studies longer than her is a senior comrade. Tanya smiled at the person opposite her, sitting on the sofa in front of the table on which there was a mug of tea. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, thanking her for taking the time. A mug of tea standing on a saucer. She said that she was sure she did not need to describe this man. He was a disgusting person who had tarnished their family name. Tanya lowered her gaze, saying that she knows this well. Because she has known him since childhood, the person in front of her said that it seems that it was not easy. The blonde closed her eyes with a smile, tilted her head and said that her childhood could not compare with hers. She thought that the conversation was quite simple. Tanya brought a mug of tea to her, taking a sip, and said that he lacked a sense of tact and any decency. He was given the title of heir to the family. Simply because he was older, she thought that there was no better way to improve relations than to talk all sorts of gossip. Ed was reading a book while sitting in his hut. Tanya said that he is weak-willed, so in the end he gives up everything, and is so proud that he never admits his mistakes. She was shocked when he improved his abilities a little when he arrived in Sylvania. The girl put an empty mug of tea on the table, saying that after that, he imagined to himself that he was some kind of archmage. But she was surprised that he became better after a while. She thought that she didn't even suspect that a person's bad reputation could help her. Next to the man opposite there was a full mug of tea, and he asked what was next. Tanya replied that she was sure she noticed everything right away. The blonde lowered her gaze, talking about this opportunity, and thought, "Stop, this is not a conversation." She looked up in surprise, opening her eyes wide, and thought that she had been the one talking all this time. She remembered Crepin, who wrote in a letter that she should take into account that when he introduces her to someone, he must show respect for this person. This person should not be taken lightly, especially when it comes to negotiations or deals. The girl opposite her crossed her arms. The letter said that she were involved in the Sage Seal matter. She would definitely have a good experience. Tanya froze, opening her eyes wide in fear, which told her to hold on. The girl with red hair and green eyes frowned, looking at her and asking what was wrong. The blonde pursed her lips. A huge red snake coiled around her as Loretel told her to tell her more. Breathing heavily, the blonde placed her hands on her knees, asking if perhaps the girl was angry. The other smiled, tilted her head, and asked what she was talking about. Loretel put her hand to her chin, looking slyly at the girl, saying that she was funny. On the table was a piece of paper with a list of things to do during winter break: tidy up the workshop, build a storage shed, expand the shed, check tasks, do academic work, increase your magic level by 3 or more levels, learn to shoot a bow, master intermediate level magic theory, and enter into a contract with a high-class spirit. Ed took 2 books from the table. The system windows showed: acquired, intermediate magic, point explosion, acquired intermediate magic, wind of origins. The guy came out of his hut, holding books, and thought that he had not taken textbooks from Professor Glass's library for a long time. Conveniently, she did not have a specific date for the delivery of books. The guy extended his hand to the fire, saying ignition, and thought that he seemed to have sorted out the bachelor's scholarship students. It seems that Anis worked more than him. The guy was sitting on a log near the fire. Only a couple of sparks hit from his hand, and he said, "Exactly." Ed walked back into the house, thinking that he wouldn't be able to practice magic, but at least he could learn the theory. He looked at the bed, where someone was lying under the blanket, and thought that before she had been in places that were surprising to him, but now he was already used to it. The guy tore off the blanket. Lucy was sleeping on the bed, and the guy told her to light a fire. He held the sleeping girl in his arms, carrying her out of the hut, and thought that she was not so difficult to carry. Even for a person, she was very light. The guy said there, and Lucy raised her finger, lighting a huge fire. Ed looked at her, thanking her, and the girl opened her eyes and said that she would also be outside. The blonde answered okay, and the girl closed her eyes again. They both sat on a log near the fire, and looking at Ed, the girl said that he smelled of perfume. He asked yes. He remembered how Anis fell on his chest, thinking that it was probably because he had been with Anis all day and her flowery scent had soaked into his clothes. Lucy sat in front of the guy, looking up at him with a frown, and asked if he really had a temperature. The guy asked noticeably. The girl looked at him, telling him not to get sick, otherwise he might die. She extended her hand, which shone with a green light, and said that it would help if his magic had stalled. The light around the girl's hand disappeared. The girl said that she was completely gone. He had done a stupid thing. Ed looked down at her, saying that everything was not so bad. He raised his eyebrows when Lucy said that perhaps he would become stronger once the winter was over. She asked if she could ask him something strange, and the guy's eyes widened in surprise, asking something strange. The girl with white hair looked up at the guy, asking if he could pat her on the head. Ed was reading a book, stroking Lucy's head, who was lying on his knee, smiling. The girl closed her eyes, her face turning red while the guy stroked her. Someone said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Ed looked over his shoulder in surprise. Loretel approached him, who crossed her arms over her chest. The guy greeted her, asking if she came because of the last time. She could just tell him to come to the trading company. The redhead put her hand to her chin, frowning, and said that she wanted to tell him something, so she came herself. The girl looked at Lucy, who was lying on the guy's lap, and said that she had one question. A gray building with a gray roof. Someone said that she was a little late, but thank you for listening to her. The point is simple. Tanya crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, closed her eyes, and said that if she helps her punish this guy, she will reward her with whatever she can. She said that let's say there are many archaeologists in the Island family with a good reputation. She can share a few antiques from the Rottweiler warehouse. The white-haired girl smiled, clenched her hands into fists and asked the truth. Behind her, Zix was leaning on the boxes, asking, and the girl looked back at him in surprise. The guy asked if she was Tanya Rottweiler, and the blonde frowned at him, pursing her lips. The girl's violet eyes glowed slightly. In front of her stood a guy who looked down at her. Purple energy shone around him, and Tanya thought that this is a hardened body. She feels the magical energy that flows from him. She needs to cooperate with him. Zix looked gloomily at the girl in front of him, asking if she was Ed Rottweiler's sister, and the girl answered yes. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the guy in front of her, raising her gaze. He hummed in agreement. Zix smiled. Closing his eyes, he smiled widely and asked Elka if she heard this. She said that she was the sister of that same Ed. The guy took the blonde's hand, placing a magic ball into her hand. Zix stood opposite Tanya, who extended her hand and said that this is a subject of magical engineering, mandatory for all new students. She doesn't have to take the new one and use it. It will be more convenient with it. The girl asked in confusion what. The guy looked back with a smile, asking Elka if she had taken notes from classes at the Faculty of Stechiology. She answered of course. She almost threw it away, while Tanya nervously looked at the guy with a frown. A blue sky with clouds flying across it. The guy told her to take this and they won't need it. Let her take this too. If she doesn't need it, let her throw it away. It depends on whether she has these lessons. He asked, is there any flower wreath left? Zix wiped the sweat with his hand with a smile, and Elka wiped her face with a white handkerchief with the same smile. Tanya stood with a box in her hands and a wreath on her head, gritting her teeth and nervously asking if they had heard her proposal correctly to do something with Ed. The guy exhaled and closed his eyes, saying exactly, relatives always behave like cats and dogs. He didn't see them being friends, and misunderstandings could arise with his character. Elka said that the ship would leave soon. The guy smiled broadly, saying that, in general, it turns out Tanya's younger sister. He's glad to meet you. He's Zix. He's going into his second year and is Ed's friend. The guy opened his eyes, looking down at the blonde, and said that they owe a lot to each other. They have a special relationship. She looks like her brother. He thinks that he will achieve success with his endurance. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder, causing her to clench her teeth. Looking at her, the guy said that she was lucky to be born into a good family. He and Elka walked along the road, wishing Tanya good luck. When she and the box fell to the ground, her eyes closed. The blonde lay in shock on the ground in a mountain of things and books, wondering what it was. Gray building with an orange roof, professor's building, professor's office. Claire. In the mirror that stood on the table, the figure of a person was visible. Someone said that she did a good job. Claire lay down on the table, resting her head in her hands, with an exhausted face. The girl's eyes widened in shock when someone said that if she cleared the placement tests next week, she would be able to rest for the rest of the holidays. Anna stood at the table, collecting a stack of paper, while the fair-haired girl asked, is this really youth? Amazing. For the second day, what steely strength. The girl with gray hair put her hands on 2 stacks of paper, thinking that she shouldn't rely on the labor of students receiving external scholarships. Onyx from the 3rd year, like Clebius from the 1st, failed, so she has to redo them. The girl took one of the stacks of sheets, thinking that at least Ed Rottweiler had distinguished himself. She remembered how the blonde man looked at the paper, saying that students might mistakenly enter from this entrance, so it was better to demolish it immediately. Because of the snow, it would be slippery. It would be unpleasant if it remained until the day of the exams. Annis thought that it worked flawlessly with documents, and his problem-solving abilities were better than some aristocrats. The girl with gray hair frowned, lowered her gaze, and thought that it was even difficult to believe in this. Apparently, he grew up not only on academic knowledge. Claire approached the girl who was sitting at the table, bringing a cup of coffee to her, asking if she went with Ed and how she liked it. The girl with brown hair frowned, darkly saying that this was just between them. She followed him when Opheles' hall was under inspection. She remembered how she was hiding behind a tree while Ed walked through his camp. Claire said that he created a camp larger than her laboratory, and all the devices like a display case, a dryer, or a smokehouse, it seemed to her that they were homemade. Claire remembered showing the purple ball to Professor Glass, saying that it felt like he lived hard, but she didn't think that his grades would even improve. Even Professor Glass agreed with this. Annis's eyes widened in shock while the fair-haired girl said that she also made a contract with the spirit. She doesn't know how he did it, because there should have been a barrier. He did a good job. Annis frowned, lowering her gaze, and thought that he had amazingly developed practical abilities, and he was too different from the aristocrats who were born with a golden spoon in their mouth. Claire closed her eyes with a smile and said that it seemed to her that they had many similarities, and the other girl asked her and Ed displeasedly. She raised an eyebrow and thoughtfully put her hand under her chin, saying thank you for her appreciation, thinking that Ed seemed like a really nice guy. She thought about the blonde man who had his back turned and thought that she couldn't wish him and Janica a wonderful love based only on public rumors. But when she came face to face with him, she realized that he was just a good guy. Ed stood sideways, looking forward, and the girl wondered if he was really an ordinary guy with a special appearance, without arrogance, and who received a good rating from Claire. The blonde looked over his shoulder. He was brightly illuminated by the light, and the girl thought that it was some kind of gentlemanly behavior and a good body, which she found out by chance, a pleasant smell, well-groomed. Claire looked questioningly at the girl, asking her about something while she pursed her lips. Anna slammed her palms on the table as she stood up. She sharply opened the window, causing sheets of documents to fly around the office, saying that it was somehow hot here. The fair-haired girl pulled her hand for the sheets, saying that the documents should not fly apart. Annis put her hand on the window ledge while Claire asked if she was okay. Maybe she was overexerting herself. The mirror reflected a girl with gray hair, who lowered her head by the window, thinking that this is a tragedy. It seems that this is too much, this is a problem. Annis's face turned very red, and she bit her lip and mentally asked what to do. She covered her face with her hands, opened her eyes wide, and thought stop. She remembered how Claire next to her said that he also made a contract with the spirit. She doesn't know how he did it, because there must be a barrier. Annis thought about the contract with the spirit in such a short time. It's impossible to do it alone. She thought about Mog, who put his hand to his forehead and his eyes were closed with a black rectangle. The girl thought that Janica probably helped him with the search, and that spirit was simply capable and reliable. The girl remembered how she held the guy's hand, smiled at him, thinking that she could rely on him in everything. She clenched her teeth, her hands trembling. Claire smiled, closing her eyes, straightening her cardigan, saying that they had already finished and could have a snack, she could go. The girl looked at the empty office, where only she was. Sheets of documents were flying around the office, and the girl called Annis again. A large white tree on the island. Janica was sitting under it. The motto of the Flailover family is harmony in coexistence. Its charm is in caring for loved ones and loving people. A girl with pink hair was sitting on the grass. Mog was flying next to her. This always makes her happy. Tears streamed down the pink-haired girl's face, and she put her hand to her face, talking about Annis and Ed. Forgetting about loneliness, she was able to make honest friends, but people can't help but worry anyway. On the other side of the shore, Tanya waved to the girl and said hello to the girl. The blonde breathed heavily, raised her eyebrow, and said that she would like to meet and talk to her. The blonde was trembling, looking at the floor, while Loratel behind her said with a smile that Janica was entering her third year, considered the smartest, most popular and capable, the best of the best. For her task she would especially need such an ally. The blonde fearfully thanked the red-haired girl. The girl with pink hair stood up, the fire burning brightly around her, when Tanya asked if she would mind. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. Her face was illuminated by a bright light, and the girl remembered the words of the redhead, who told her not to worry. Janica stood with a staff in her hands. Her eyes glowed red, and behind her was a huge fiery dragon with red eyes. Loratel said that she herself was very kind and caring. Tears were streaming down the face of the girl with red eyes, and Loratel said that she would listen and believe anyone. Above the hut in the forest there was a crescent moon shining in the sky. Loratel said that the search for the ingredients he ordered was over. They had to try hard to find the legendary ones. On the stand that was held there was a mug into which boiling water was poured. Ed said that this was because they were difficult to find in winter, and the girl agreed. They sat on the street near the fire. Loratel stretched out her hands, closing her eyes. Ed, looking down at the mug and decanter in his hands, said that she was busy, so he also made his request, thanking the girl. She replied that it was not so difficult, so don't let him thank you. The blonde handed the mug to the girl, saying that she could relax. Why come here to tell something? It's not so close. Loratel closed her eyes with a smile, holding a mug in both hands, and replied that he should not worry, she was already resting. A bright crescent of the moon in the sky, surrounded by stars. The moon is smiling. It would seem that it was just perfectly round, but now it is almost invisible. With such a chaotic life, time flies by very quickly. A dark river, illuminated only by the light of the moon. Even the river has fallen into hibernation. Calm comes to everyone else, but each person perceives it differently. The to-do list that lay on the table, some items on it were ticked off. For Ed, this winter became a test of protecting himself from the cold, as well as sometimes thorough preparation. Loratel raised the mug to her face, looking away. But for those who like to fantasize, this winter provided peace, as if they were going through it alone, as if winter had magical powers. The girl raised her eyebrow and awkwardly tried to say something. She looked at Ed, who looked up at her. Lucy was sleeping on his knee, whom the guy was stroking her hair. The red-haired girl asked why she was sleeping there. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, opening his eyes wide, and said that it was winter. The girl asked if this was the answer. Loratel frowned, setting the mug down, thinking maybe this question was too personal, and Ed simply closed his eyes. The red-haired girl exhaled, saying that in fact, she would not have come like this if she only wanted to talk about the subjects of magical engineering. The blonde looked at her, asking if she still had business with him. Laurel with a smile extended her hand, on which a book was formed, telling him not to pretend that he does not know. Ed looked at the girl in surprise, saying that she had participated. A blue book was formed from pixels above her hand, and the girl replied that she could say so. A letter appeared above the hand and fell onto Laurel's hand. She brought the letter to her face with a smile, closed her eyes and blushed, and said that it turned out funny. She remembered tired Ed, the hall where the sage seal stood in the window, and how she was lying on the bed, clutching the letter to herself. The girl said that he would fulfill her any wish if she only bought this sealed letter. She approached Ed, leaned towards him and said with a smile that as a seller, she should get at least something equivalent to what she spent. The blonde looked away, asking what her great request was. Laurel brought her lips to the guy's ear, saying that she couldn't ask him for anything that would make him feel uncomfortable. Ed closed one eye and looked at the girl with one when the girl in front of him asked him to take her side. Phonia, who stood on the blue side, and Laurel, who stood on the red side. Ed thought that now the third act was underway. The confrontation between Princess Phonia and Laurel had already begun. The blonde who crossed her arms over her chest, her hair flowing behind her, and the guy thought that Laurel had a premonition of this and made her first move by creating a ruse in politics. The Princess of Justice Phonia is Laurel's archenemy. A man with long blonde hair with a dark smile stretched his hand towards the princess, looming over her. If everything goes according to script, then she will become the representative of the students and begin to increase power, and with these powers she will be the main character of the fourth scene when the Laurel family is covered darkness. The red-haired girl spoke into the guy's ear that perhaps all the students here would have a moment when it would be possible to choose an alternative. She turned her back to the guy, holding the letter, saying that if this happens, he is waiting for him at her side. She only needs this. The red-haired girl and the blonde stood opposite each other. Taylor stood to the side by the door, clenching his hands into fists. It depends on Taylor's choice. Ed will not change anything. The blonde sat still, looking at the red-haired girl's back, saying that he didn't think that this would change much. She closed her eyes with a smile, saying that at least his reputation was just improving. She said that his decision would not bring the desired result. He was just an ordinary student. Ed frowned, looking at the girl in confusion, and replied that this frankness would only make things worse. With a smile, the red-haired girl asked what difference it made. The question was not whether it would have political influence. She looked over her shoulder at the sitting guy, saying that this was simply important for her personally. She brought the letter to the fire when Ed agreed with her, saying that it was not difficult for him. The letter burned in the fire. The paper turned black. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the girl with his eyes wide open. Her silhouette was reflected in his eyes, and the guy thought that Laurel smiled stunningly, revealing her teeth. Sometimes it seems that she has many different personalities. The girl smiled, turning around. She smiled wider, closing her eyes. The moon was shining brightly above the girl, and she replied that she was glad. Ed thought that she could look like that. The sun was shining above the hut in the forest, on the roof of which there was snow. During the holidays, of course, there are no lessons, and also work with a scholarship. Ed closed his eyes, standing on the porch, stretching. He wanted to finally sleep until lunch, but out of habit he woke up too early. The guy waved his hand to the sleepy Lucy standing behind him, telling her to light the fire. There was a small fire burning on the ground. Last night Ed had a long talk with Laurel, but there is something that can't get out of his head. The two of them were sitting on logs near the fire in the evening, and the red-haired girl asked if he had a younger sister. She had already begun to be angry with him. She doesn't know, but it's just hostility, or just a little resentment, since they are brother and sister. The red-haired girl stood behind Tanya with a smile while she was trembling in fear. Zix smiled, looking down, and Tanya waved her hand to Janica, who was sitting by a tree. Laurel said that she seemed cute to her, so she told about some people. She said that she would visit everyone today and come to Ed to talk tomorrow morning. The man in dark boots approached the camp. Tanya, who was holding something in her hands, walked forward. Behind her stood a couple of butlers and maids. Ed thought that here she was, the biological sister of the one in whose body he ended up. The girl threw her head back, lowering her gaze, and the guy thought that it was completely unclear what kind of relationship they would have, because no matter how much he thought, he knew nothing about her. Tanya stood opposite Ed, who was sitting near the fire, looking at the girl and thinking that he also couldn't do anything. The girl was holding a box in her hands, saying in a trembling voice that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked in her direction in surprise when she said that she had brought him a gift. Tanya turned away, frowning nervously and biting her lip. Ed wondered if she was really worried or embarrassed. Looked like she was scared of something, but he didn't feel angry. The guy's eyes widened in shock, and he thought that while he was at home, he behaved well towards his family. Ed rose sharply from his seat, covering his face with his hand, causing Tanya to step back in fear, and the guy mentally apologized for jumping to conclusions. Ed was great. Tanya looked at the guy with wide open, frightened eyes, clenching her teeth, thinking about the guy. A plate of meat and vegetables broke and fell to the floor. Someone asked if they really brought such food to the future head of the family. Tanya lowered her gaze, holding a fork with meat to her face, and someone said that he was amazed at her endurance, that she did not show her gaze full of contempt. Ed sat on a chair with a gloomy smile, lowering his gaze to the maid, on whose head he held his foot, and said that at least she had talent in something. The guy pressed his foot on the maid's cheek, causing her to scream and her cheek to press against the meat and the broken plate on the floor. Tanya's hand, which was holding the fork, was shaking. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her head, and loudly asked him to please stop. She stood up from the table and Ed looked back at the girl. The blonde's eyes widened in shock as her brother asked her what it was and if she really had compassion for this servant who was equal to a tool. Ed raised his hand, smiling widely and evilly, surrounded by purple energy, and asked if she hadn't become an aristocrat yet. Ed held the black box in his hands with a smile, looking at it, thanking his sister. He opened the box containing the gold cufflinks, saying that he would wear these until the next half-term. In fact, now he is on the verge of expulsion, and he is not the kind of brother to receive gifts from her. But it's still nice. Tanya extended her hand, confusedly trying to say something. But Ed turned his back to her, telling her not to stand there, let her sit down and wait a little. The guy closed the door of the hut while Lucy was sleepily sitting down. The blonde said that there would be almost no herbs left, but he would not save. Tanya asked in confusion about Lucy and the guy replied that she could not pay attention, let her sit down and not stand still. Ed was holding 2 mugs in his hands, Tanya was sitting on a log, and behind her were 2 servants. The blonde said that as far as he heard. She was walking around, asking if she had seen anyone. The girl answered yes in a trembling voice, and had heard a lot about him. The guy asked about him. The blonde looked at his sister in surprise, saying that not many people knew him, for example Zix. He asked about Janica, 2 servants, and Tanya flinched, looking at the guy in fear. The blonde closed his eyes with a smile and asked, "This is how they met. She is the kindest and most caring of all the guys that he knows." The girl nodded, lowered her head and shouted, "Yes, she is very kind, really very friendly." Janica stood with a staff in her hands. There was a huge fiery fire above her, and the servants were flying in a fiery hurricane. Tanya nervously said that she was also very strong. This spirit of fire, she called him and threw her subordinates, the way she said that if they don't answer her. The blonde nervously put her hands on her knees, trembling and looking at the guy, shouted no. She wholeheartedly wished her success in her studies and even supported her. Ed asked with a frown. She called on the spirit. The guy lowered his gaze, sighing quietly when the younger sister began to say that no, really no, she just made it up in her head, it's just that, judging by rumors. Spirits of the highest ranks look like that, so she imagined that they could be so. The guy thought that he felt something was wrong. In his memory, Tanya was not so soft. The blonde raised her frightened gaze, pursing her lips. When the guy called her, he thought that everyone who sees Ed Rottweiler experiences negative emotions. Ed opened his mouth, saying that he lives now and is trying as best he can, so let him not perceive him so badly, and for all his actions, he has already been punished with expulsion. The guy handed the mug to the younger one, saying that he had done a lot of bad things at home. Now it's too late to apologize for it, but he still asks for forgiveness. The guy looked at Tanya with a smile, who grabbed the mug with both hands, and told her that they say she wants to become a representative. So good luck to her. He won't be able to help many, but he knows that she is trying as hard as she can. Best of luck to her. The blonde looked to the side, thinking that despite his words, she would not be able to become a representative. Tanya clutched her mug to her chest, nervously looking at the guy, her eyes wide open and her mouth parted. Ed thought it was because she was initially the antagonist for Phonia's best image, but since they met for the first time, he feels he should support her. Tanya looked at her brother with a frightened and shocked face, her eyes wide open, sweat flowing down her cheeks, and Ed thought that judging by the expression on her face, he could not at all imagine what their relationship would be like. The academy building, the roof was covered with snow. The girl, breathing heavily, said that she almost left her soul there. Tanya leaned on the wall of the corridor, closing her eyes, thinking that she knew this fool, but still. She remembered Janica, with a frightening expression on her face and a fiery dragon above her. The girl thought that even at that moment when she was almost burned, after talking to her, she realized something, sincere anger. The girl with pink hair cried, opening her eyes wide, and Tanya thought that it seemed that Janica's older comrade really believed and followed him. She thought about Phonia, Loretel, and Janica, thinking that it was strange. There were a lot of different elites here. Lucy, who was holding a staff, behind her was blue energy, and the main one is the rare magician Lucy Merle. Tanya put her hand to her door. Someone else stood to the side of her, while the girl thought all these people in such a place would reveal the essence of Ed Rottweiler, no matter how good a liar he was. Lucy stood near the next door, putting her hand on it. The girls stood next to each other, and the one with white hair looked to the side while Tanya was wondering if they were neighbors, although even in the best hostel, in Opheles, there are unkempt people who leave much to be desired for nobility. Lucy asked. She was the youngest, and the blonde looked at her and sighed, thinking that everywhere would have its downsides, and Ed was also just lucky. The girl stood on the toes of her shoes. Lucy put her hand on the other's shoulder, asking her to speak if there were any difficulties. She turned around, walking into her room, while Tanya looked after her in surprise. The girl frowned. She looked at the golden plaque above the door, thinking that even in Opheles, gilded nameplates are used only for the best. On the gold plaque it was written, Room 302, Lucy Merle. The blonde looked at the sign with her eyes wide open, thinking that it was her. Opheles building? The girl said she didn't understand anything. It seems that Tanya will take a long time to adapt to Sylvania, although this is not her fault. Rose garden, a small gazebo among the rose bushes. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Someone asked to introduce it to some young man. Anna slammed her palm on the table, frowning, holding papers in her other hand, and said that if possible, she would like him to have good looks and tall height. Belle has been working in the Opheles building for a long time, which means she is well aware of such students. The girl with black hair looked at her in confusion, saying that she was not one of those who was fixated on the opposite sex. First of all, did she have any experience in going on dates? The girl with gray hair fell silent, lowered her head, and Belle waved her hand while sitting at the table, saying that she was asking for forgiveness. She did not put any bad meaning into her words. She was always so busy and did everything possible to ensure a bright future. That's why she thought that she wasn't going to date anyone. Annis pursed her lips, shuddering as the maid said that just like young Master Ed from the third year, now when she looks at them, she sees many similar features. The black-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the blushing Annis, asking if it was true, and she rubbed her head with her hand, closing her eyes and answering that, as expected, her eyes cannot be deceived. Everything is true, everything is exactly as she thinks. Belle looked puzzled at Annis, who continued to say that there were all sorts of bad rumors about him, so she was going to just check their veracity. But in the end they had more in common than she thought, and the communication went very smoothly, and he was on his own very noble, the maid asked, and in the end she developed feelings for Ed, and the girl answered yes, there is no point in denying. Annis put the sheets of paper on the table. Among the men's profile was visible. The girl said that as a man, he clearly has charm, and she, on the contrary, considers this good news. If he is a sincere enough man that even she finds him attractive, then this means that Janica has really found a suitable match for herself. One way or another, if she quickly brings herself to her senses, then no problems will arise. Belle looked at the girl in confusion, asking to listen to her, but she frowned and lowered her gaze and said that if we are talking about a malignant tumor, then it is good that it was detected at an early stage. On the table were various profiles of students. Among them were Ed, Taylor, Clevius, Onyx, and a guy with white hair. The girl said that he was not the only man in the world. You just need to find a man to replace him and spread rumors that they are dating. Annis opened her eyes wide in surprise when the maid asked what if Mistress Janica noticed her feelings. Belle, closing her eyes, put the questionnaires in a pile on the table, saying that first of all, it should be noted that the intention to find a replacement is the greatest disrespect for the person involved in the case. She has known her for a long time and has never seen her show disrespect to a person to such an extent. An umbrella was visible over the table. The sky was becoming dark. The maid continued to show that in any case her heart is somewhere else. It feels like she is trying to find a new boyfriend because she wants to put an end to the current situation. Annis closed her eyes, frowned, and said that she actually met Janica yesterday while passing by the teacher's building, but they went their separate ways. Annis stood with the papers while Janica walked past her, without raising her head. The girl said that without even saying hello, there was an awkwardness between them, and her expression was very gloomy. The girl with gray hair clenched her teeth, trembled with tears in her eyes, and leaned on the table and said that she would have to watch with Ed for the entrance test next week. She was ashamed of Janica, so she had no idea how to look the girl in the eyes. Annis, with her eyes wide open, said that, of course, this is not as serious a matter as one might think. The maid in front of her said that perhaps it was the other way around, it could have a positive effect, and the girl looked up at her, confusedly asking what. Clara was leaning on the table, saying something, while Annis was drinking tea, closing her eyes. Belle said that Janica is always friendly and sincere towards others, and they, her two close friends, know this, always protected her so that she was not injured. The maid stood up from the table, closed her eyes, and said that basically Janica's problem was that she had always been too idealistic about other people, and somehow she felt that this attitude was not always good. Belle approached Annis, pressing her forehead to hers and placing her hand on her shoulder, saying that although she was puzzled by Annis's appearance today, the fact that she shared her feelings with her means that she trusts her and she is grateful to the girl for this. The other girl looked down, looking ahead in surprise as Belle said that in the same way, sometimes flaws add charm, perhaps allowing something like a feeling of care and protection to arise. The girl remembered how Clara held Janika's hands, saying that Ed's face is not so ugly, so women do not distance themselves from him, they need to look for a way out of the situation. For example, instead of running after him and confessing, let her make it so that will awaken in him a feeling of care and protection. Anna's thought about a feeling of care and protection. The girl sat on a chair while Belle stood in front of her. She thought that her thoughts became clearer. Thanks to the fact that Belle convinced her not to feel guilty, she managed to bring herself to her senses. Then she remembered Janica. Anna smiled, a tear running down her cheek. In a hut in the forest, dark smoke was coming from the chimney, while the girl thought that it was immediately clear where Janica would go when she felt depressed and detached. Ed approached a girl with pink hair who was sitting by the fire, asking when she came here. The guy lowered his gaze, noticing something while he was thinking that he needs to start preparing materials for building a warehouse. He wants to expand the storage room and also make the living room a little larger. He needs to plan a vacation. He looked at the girl, who sat silently, pressing her knees to her chest. The guy looked at her silently, raising his eyebrows. He poured boiling water into the mug, holding the mug in his hand. Ed handed the mug to the girl, who took it without raising her head. He raised his gaze, saying that it was snowing again. There were already snowdrifts, and it continued to fall regularly every 2 days. Ed lowered his gaze to the blanket in his hands, saying that if she had any problem, she could calmly tell him about it. Janica answered without raising her head that she couldn't say while Ed was sitting next to her. The guy replied that then she could not say anything, and the girl's eyes widened in shock. The guy covered her with a blanket, sat down closer, and Janica looked back at him. She blushed and pursed her lips, looking at the guy while he thought that from time to time he forgets about it. But Janica also has a hard time leading a student life. Her appearance when she is in trouble is somewhat like a small animal. The blonde looked at the girl in surprise, lowering his gaze, and thought that it was difficult to ignore. He closed his eyes, sitting next to Janica, who also closed her eyes, leaning on his shoulder. The guy thought that it was cold now. Winter had not yet given up its positions. It was difficult to withstand such cold, and there was only one blanket and a small fire. They sat together under a blanket, illuminated by the light of the fire, and Ed thought that spring was still slowly approaching. A girl in a blue dress and long blonde hair. Above her there was a coat of arms with a two-headed bird. Although the head of the family was often absent on business of the royal palace, it is worth noting that silence always reigned in the Rodaler mansion. But after the death of the eldest daughter and successor Arwen Rodaler, Ed, with violet energy glowing around him, turned over his shoulder, the atmosphere completely changing when the successor's place was taken by a new face, which was Ed Rodaler. The guy sat on a chair with a smile, stepping on the maid's face with his foot. There is a saying, if you need to see the essence of a person, then you need to give him power. He was just a pathetic piece of trash who received a little power. Tanya frowned, pursing her lips. He acted as if the whole world was at his feet. The blonde raised his hand, knocking over the table in front of him, clenching his teeth, saying that if she looks at him like that, does she really think that she can do something? Is she really trying to kill him with her gaze? Ed picked up the knife from the floor, saying that everything is right. Sister Arwen left this world. Isn't this wonderful news? The guy put the knife in Tanya's hand, pointing it towards his chest, his face distorted with anger when he said that if he also died, then the place of successor would be hers. Tanya looked up in fear at her brother, who asked why she froze. Let her gather strength into a fist, pierce him, stab him in the stomach, let him strike. The girl fell to her knees next to the knife, lowering her hands, to which Ed laughed loudly. The girl sighed heavily and raised her helpless gaze, thinking that this was her daily life. Then, in the blink of an eye, she began to suffocate. Ed looked down at her, his eyes wide open. Blood was visible on his cheek. The girl thought that it was all because he looked at her with that creepy look. She lived half of her life under the weight of that look. Even though he didn't raise his hand to her, the same blood flowed in her veins. Tanya sat in front of the guy, looking at him. The servant stood behind her, and the girl thought that she was in a situation from which neither her family nor the inhabitants of the palace could save her. She lived like a helpless human being. But she lived like dead man, there's a chance. Ed was kicked out of the hostel, a paper on which it was written that Ed Rodaler was removed from the family registry. Tanya sat at the table with a smile while she wrote something with a pen on paper, thinking that this person was excluded from the family register. So the only thing left to do is to prove his abilities. The upcoming election for student council president is the only opportunity to do this. This her first plan. In the building, the light was on only in one window. The moon was shining in the sky. The girl thought about the class distribution test. The day the incoming students were sorted into classes, Annis looked over her shoulder with a frown, walking with a backpack on her back and a bag in her hands, telling her not to approach her. She turned away, closing her eyes, talking about the smell, appearance, aura. In any case, all this does not suit her, let him not approach her. Ed walked along the path behind the girl, looking at her questioningly and thinking that this is a neat girl Anis, she must have her reasons. Claire stood next to them with a smile, holding a blue disc in her hand, saying that it seems that she explained everything. Now maybe they can go upstairs and start preparing for the exam. Episode 3, Failed Swordsman Sylvania, Distribution of Admitted Students by Class. Claire walked ahead with a determined smile, followed by Anis, Clevius, Onyx, and Ed. A strong wind was blowing. The main character thought that unlike the test that last time took place in the northern forest, this class placement test will be held on the mountain Orenson. A girl with brown hair was holding a blue disc with a yellow ring in her hand. The guy thought that due to the absence of Professor Glass, the test would be administered by a senior lecturer at Claire, so some changes were possible. Red and blue round crystals. The difference from the test where they found a magic bead hidden in the mountains is that it is a magic bead that is difficult to find, but a magic stone is easy to find. Ed waved his hand, throwing red crystals from the bag, thinking that not only were the magic stones scattered in plain sight, but there was also no specific difference in the points for the magic stones. The substitution altar, a platform with a blue light shining in the center, is a test that anyone can take to qualify for class by simply finding a magic stone and placing it on the substitution altar. The guy thought that at first glance it might seem simple, but do not forget that she is a student of that same professor. Claire smiled evilly, opening her eyes wide. Glass was above her, their glasses glowed purple. The girl said that in order to get into Class A, you have to go through something. Class is no joke. Two students, one of them with tears held a sword pointing it at the wolf, and the second was lying on the ground in fear. Above them there were monsters, a huge bear, wolves, a demon, and a ghost. The difficulty level is so crazy that only those freshmen can get into Class A who were able to survive the battle against numerous monsters and wild animals, the so-called survival on Hell Mountain. Many students were lying on the ground. The academy building could be seen in the distance. After all, none of the new students at Sylvania Academy this year would get the opportunity to study in Class Ed Sci. Looking ahead and thought that of course, even here everything must go according to a predetermined scenario. He walked ahead of Onyx and Clevius, who were running behind him, and thought that this incident, in which not a single student would appear to join Class A, should be safely completed, since it was connected to an important event in the future. The guy was holding onto a tree, looking at Claire, who was smiling and giggling. He thought that was why he did not comment on the level of difficulty set by Claire's senior lecturer, although he would definitely write his review later. Ed looked to the side, thinking that however, what calmed him down was that even though this was an extreme survival game, there were no casualties among the freshmen. From now on, students will fight with fantastic monsters created by magical engineering items, an illusion disc that they will install here in advance. A blue disc with yellow inserts, the system window showed, an illusion disc, causes the illusion of a monster or a low-level demonic beast. Two demonic monsters with red bright eyes, a wolf walked in front of them, who opened his mouth. All that remains is to take care of the safety of the installation. In the bag the person was holding, there was a purple disc, the system window showed. The welcome disc causes the illusion of a monster or demonic beast or a high-level person. Ed thought that in particular, the most important is the purple welcome disc. As far as he knows, it is because no one could get into Class A for him. Anis closed one eye, dragging her bag behind her, breathing heavily, and the guy thought that, of course, it was commendable that she personally took care of everything important. The girl smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes when Ed said that if it was too much for her to carry, she should give him a few. The girl thanked Onyx, saying that they were really too heavy. Ed extended his hand towards the girl, leaning over. She fell silent, turning away and still smiling awkwardly. She backed away from the guy, frowning and screaming loudly. The girl slipped on the edge of the mountain, but the man put his hand under her back. Ed held the girl, not letting her fall. The bag slipped out of Anis's hand while she looked at the guy in confusion. Ed's eyes widened and he looked to the side, saying this is dangerous. The discs rolled down the mountain, hitting the ground. Onyx looked back at them in surprise, and Ed thought that these were the most important purple discs. A pale hand caught one disc. The same man caught the second disc in his hand. Clevius frowned, holding the discs in his hands and holding one out, displeasedly asking if he shouldn't be more careful. What would happen if they broke? Ed exhaled, closing his eyes, still holding an embarrassed Anis. The guy thought, what was to be expected from one of the best students? The script almost went wrong again from the very beginning. Cracks appeared along the disc that Clevius was holding. It immediately split into pieces, covered with many cracks. Ed, Clevius, and Anis looked in surprise at the disintegrated disc that fell to the ground. The guy with black hair looked up at them, awkwardly asking what they should do now. With a calm face, Ed raised his hands, letting go of the girl who began to fall, thinking that it was not in vain that he wondered why everything was going so smoothly. Taylor, who ran at Lucy with a sword in his hands, frowned and shouted loudly while throwing a blow. Last year an event took place, the essence of which was that during a joint combat practice, a loser student picked up a sword and defeated Lucy. The guy crashed into the wall, thrown back by a powerful blow. However, the script turned out to be distorted. Janica with red eyes, who was smiling, entangled in chains. This led to the premature release of Janica's power. Several students stood on the white field that was in the center of the hall, watched by other students, and this year's joint martial practice is an important event. Students who held weapons or performed magic, clenching their teeth, their eyes glowing brightly, gifted freshmen challenged the famous generation of protagonists on the training ground. Taylor stood in the center while other stands were running towards him, and magic balls were flying from above. The guy was clutching a wooden sword in his hand. As soon as the confrontation began, the freshman, who did not adhere to the framework of the training battle, had a release of power. The guy clenched his wooden sword, and a golden light shone nearby. Taylor swung his sword. Many golden cuts passed across the sky, which scattered students to the sides. All of them were defeated by Taylor. The wind blew around the guy as he looked ahead. Taylor, having become quite strong over the past year, etched his name in everyone's memory. Behind the two screaming students there was a man whose face was hidden in shadow. Only his red eyes were glowing. Also in the crowd there was St. Claris hiding her identity, and she was carefully watching Taylor. This is where the event ends, although Ed is filled with pride, watching how Taylor is growing. The girl in the white dress with long white hair, let's not forget that the relationship between Taylor and the Saint, one of the four main characters, is very important because they will need her strength during the battle to subdue Lucy in the third act and in subsequent episodes. In the distance of the winter forest, a figure of a man was visible, around whom there was violet energy. In front of her stood two angels with swords in their hands. And a girl with white hair helped Taylor leave. Since this is an extremely important character, the event should happen strictly according to the script. The students who clenched their teeth held swords, spears, or performed magic, so it is necessary to achieve that very release of power of gifted first years. In fact, the reason for the release of power of first years lay in something. Claire, who smiled slyly, behind her was glassed, their glasses glowing purple. None of them passed into class in the freshman entrance test, and this just happened because of Claire's highly motivated senior lecturer. On the stump lay a broken purple disc, or rather because she used these same purple discs for testing. Onyx crossed his arms over his chest, saying that they had one more headache. Claire looked at the disc in surprise, saying what she thinks: the circuit is completely ruined. It looks like they will have to order additional repairs for this. Clevius frowned, raising his hand, shouting in displeasure that all efforts were lost, and why exactly these discs were broken. They stood around the stump. Anna sighed sadly, lowering her head, and Ed put his hand to his chin, closing his eyes. The girl frowned, lowered her gaze, and apologized, saying that she should have taken better care of those discs. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when Ed said that now there is no point in blaming her for what happened, because the damaged item of magical engineering will still not return to working condition. If everything continues in the same spirit, then too many students will enter Class A, therefore, they will have to correct the situation on their own. The blonde thoughtfully lowered his gaze, frowning, and said that he thought they could improve the situation. Clevius looked at him in surprise. The blonde put his hand on Clevius's shoulder, who was looking forward in surprise. Ed looked forward, put his arm around the guy's shoulder, and told him to get started. He frowned nervously, raising his hand, loudly asking what. The beginning of the exam for the distribution of incoming students into classes, the foot of Orenson Mountain, a snow-covered forest. Mountains were visible in the distance when a person most clearly realizes that he has arrived in the land of knowledge, Sylvania. Tanya put her hand to her shoulder with a smile, bowed slightly, and closed her eyes. If you ask Tanya about this, she will say that this moment comes when you are honored to be recognized as a fellow influential student. The other students also bowed, closing their eyes. Whether you are a princess or a prime minister, all students in Sylvania wear the same clothes, all depending on rank, but if we talk about exceptions to this rule. The man had a hair clip in the shape of a red butterfly. This is the spiritual support of millions of Telos believers. St. Claris, the girl with white hair, walked among the students with a smile, saying thank you very much to them, but they did not have to maintain such a formal tone. The other students, without raising their heads, frowned and pursed their lips while the girl said that if they continued to adhere to all the official rules, then her academic life would become too stressful. Please, at least for her sake, they would relax these formalities a little. One of the students agreed. Someone said that she was honored to see her. Claris looked back at the person speaking. Tanya smiled at the girl, closing her eyes, saying that she is the future successor of the Rodaler family. Tanya Rodaler, the girl with white hair, said, so it's about this family. They stood opposite each other, surrounded by other students, and Claris said that she was baptized by the head of the Crepin family, but she was too young then, so she doesn't remember much. The blonde replied that she would consider it an honor. Tanya looked at the girl with a smile, saying that when she reaches adulthood, she will also undergo the sacrament of baptism. The girl with white hair closed her eyes with a smile, saying that she was looking forward to it. Tanya narrowed her eyes, thinking that a chance encounter with a saint in front of everyone was a suitable setup that could help in the fight for the position of student council president. But this was not the main event of today. She and the other students watched as a bright beam of light flew into the air, leaving smoke behind it. There were fireworks in the sky, and someone shouted, "It started." People were running along the road. The military faculty is the day arena, the magic faculty is Mount Orenson. The alchemy faculty is the dungeon of the Opheles building. The gathering places and the content of the tests differ for each faculty, but the goal is the same. Tanya and the other students ran forward with a frown. This goal, the desire to get into class a coat of arms, with 4 animals, a ram, a lion and an eagle, exemption from full tuition fees, obtaining the right to live in Opheles and free use of student welfare facilities, great the honor that comes with being an A, as well as being given the opportunity to achieve anything you want. The guy with red hair clenched his teeth with a smile, holding the crystal in his hand, shouting that he had the magic stone. He needed to run as fast as possible. He would have to put it on the altar before the others if he wanted to get into Class A. The other one with purple hair ran past the guy, with an emotionless face, saying that he needs to focus on running, not on talking, and his life will be more successful. The red-haired man ran after him, shouting for Joseph to stop. All the newly arrived students looked eagerly at the top. Someone was holding a red crystal, talking too much. Tanya stood on the tree, frowning at the crystal in her hand, saying that she is sure that placing a magic stone on the altar is not all. They must have prepared some kind of trick to determine the value of each student. It is better not to rush and move slowly towards top with utmost care. The girl's eyes widened when she heard someone scream. A girl with brown hair landed on the ground, her shoes lying next to her. The blonde looked at the girl with concern, thinking that she was barefoot. Had she slipped, the girl asked if she had hurt her leg. She could call an observer and they would help her. The girl with brown hair opened her mouth, saying that this is not the case. She jumped on the ground, holding her boots in her hands with a wide smile, and said that she just wanted to feel the texture of the snow, so she took off her shoes. It was terribly cold. Tanya asked in confusion why here. The girl with red eyes smiled widely, blushed and joyfully asked, "Is it really not possible to do this? There is some kind of official prohibition." It was one of the items on her wish list. She only imagined this feeling, but in reality the snow turned out to be softer than she expected. Tanya awkwardly looked at the girl, thinking about her eyes and her attitude. She crossed her arms over her chest and, closing her eyes, turned away, thinking that she immediately injured her head as soon as the test began. There could be no other options. Tanya introduced herself, saying that as she sees it, they are the same age. The girl with brown hair looked at her, saying that she had heard that all the members of the old Rottweiler family were wonderful people. The blonde replied that not everything, and the other one looked at her in surprise, asking what. Tanya frowned and looked at her over her shoulder, saying that no matter how strong a family is, when it exists for a long time, scum and even ridiculous fools appear in it. She thought of Ed looking at the gift with a smile and thought that what she saw in the camp looked like a 180-degree change. Now she is not sure what Ed's true face is. She remembered her brother, who smiled evilly, raising his hand, and thought that the fear that was imprinted in her then had not disappeared anywhere. The brown-haired girl happily folded her hands, swung her leg back and said, however, she is clearly not that kind of person. She came from the outskirts, so she doesn't know much. But since we are talking about the Rottweiler family, she should adhere to strict etiquette. Tanya turned away, crossing her arms over her chest, telling her to forget about it. They were in Sylvania now. The other girl opened her mouth slightly. She smiled, tilting her head and closing her eyes, saying exactly, "This is Sylvania." The girl approached the blonde, looking up thoughtfully, and said that her name is Kylie Ackner. She comes from a small city-state called the Duchy of Eastern Terran. She knows little about the world. If she does something stupid, she asks to forgive her in advance. She is not very familiar with such places. Tanya looked forward wearily, asking Miss Kylie if they are students of the same age, then can she address her informally. The other answered of course, and the blonde said that they should speed up. Kylie answered correctly. They are now taking an exam. The short-haired girl tilted her head, saying with a wide smile that she doesn't really care about rankings and grades if she gets into class or something like that. Then she will only be the center of attention once again. Tanya clenched her teeth, irritably thinking that she would give monosyllabic answers. Kylie took the second girl's hand, saying that she wasn't particularly interested in the exam. Kylie happily pulled Tanya forward, holding her hand, and said that she would help her pass the exam, then maybe the wall between them would become a little thinner. The brown-haired girl raised their hand, saying that this was the first time she had a friend the same age as her. The blonde frowned in annoyance, telling her to be careful. The only reason she was comfortable was because she was talking to her now. If she tries to make friends with people like a princess or a saint, she might get into big trouble. Snow-covered trees, Kylie asked seriously, and the blonde replied, strictly speaking no, they need to go faster. 30 minutes after the start of the test. The guy with red hair smiled tiredly, breathing heavily and clutching the crystal in his hands, saying that Joseph is not here, a little more and he will reach the top. No matter how smart Joseph is, in terms of endurance he is ahead. The guy closed his eyes, saying that it was possible to run at full speed now. It was too much. A man with red eyes and disheveled hair appeared next to him, around whom there was red energy. He punched the guy with red hair in the face, making him scream, and told him to just die then. The guy with red hair was lying on the ground, trembling. Clevius stood over him in a trembling voice, saying how scary it was, why he came running so quickly. Well, really. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, which was shaking, and said that this was a little mean, but he was behaving cowardly and disgustingly, which is not befitting an older comrade. The guy looked at his hand in surprise, his face turned red, and he said that as he said, "It works." Clevius remembered how Ed hugged his shoulder, muttering that this was some kind of nonsense. He remembered the blonde looking at him and telling him that he wouldn't be the only one doing this. In the center of the forest, blue lightning could be seen striking, and dust rose into the sky. Annis extended her hand, lightning sparked around her, and the girl lowered her gaze. Ed said that Annis and Clevius will stop the freshmen halfway to the altar. If a freshman can get through them, then he deserves to get into class. The girl frowned. Someone was flying above her. Annis thought that she was responsible for what happened, so she should try. A guy with blue wings flew across the sky. Ed said that Onyx's senior comrade, a master of flight magic, was responsible for safety. The guy said that regarding sending reports about changes in the content of the test, she can start writing immediately. She will finish writing them before the end of the test. Claire turned away, closing her eyes and smiling tiredly, saying that it will be so if she does not sleep. She and Annis stood next to each other while Ed said that then the senior lecturer Claire will write the report. Onyx will be in charge of security. Clevius will take a position at the south entrance, and Annis at the north. A girl with gray hair looked at the guy, asking what about him. Ed looked behind him, answering that he would stay here. The guy stood in front of the altar with a frown, saying that he must protect it. Claire looked at the guy in surprise, saying that she could barely feel his mana, whether everything would definitely be okay with him. He closed his eyes and replied that he had one idea. The guy stood calmly, looking forward, while dust rose in the forest to the side of him. Someone shouted to die, and Onyx lifted one of the students into the air. The man was holding a purple disc. The system window showed, "Welcome disc, a magical mechanical item that creates the illusion of a powerful enemy through the mana contained in the disc. The difficulty of creation is 3.5 out of 5. This magical mechanical item is damaged. It cannot perform its functions." Ed thought that a completely damaged illusory disc would be difficult to restore, and besides, its magical power had not yet returned to its original state. The man was holding a red crystal in his hands. The system window showed a magic stone, a valuable item containing a large amount of magical power. The guy thought that the magic stones used in this test, as one would expect from Sylvania, are extremely expensive. Ed lowered the stone onto the altar, causing blue energy to swirl around. The system window showed the altar when an item containing magical power is presented. This power will be extracted for temporary use. The guy thought that he can use this altar to gradually charge his magical power. Mog appeared on the guy's shoulder, saying something with a smile, and Ed looked at him with a smile, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, although he still did not hear what the spirit was telling him. There was a bag on the ground. The guy thought that Annis and Clevius would buy time. He had enough magic stones. Ed sat on the altar, closing his eyes while energy flew around him, and thought that his goal was to prevent anyone from approaching the altar. He exhaled, a green light illuminating his face. The guy opened his eyes, looking forward, and thought that the preparations were complete. Several students lay on the ground, trembling. One of them with dark hair opened his mouth, telling him to run. The shadow of a man hung over Tanya and Kylie, who said that he was a little exhausted and in a bad mood. The huge man stood over the girls, his eyes and mouth glowing red as he said he wanted to finish quickly, causing the blonde to scream loudly. There was a huge explosion behind Clevius, causing him to stop in surprise. The guy frowned and looked back, saying that there is the northern entrance. This is clearly not the magic of Annis's senior comrade. Tanya took the other girl's hand as she ran away, telling them to run, causing the guy with black hair to yell at them to stop. Annis stood in front of one of the students with her head down, smoke flying around. Annis's assistant has extensive theoretical knowledge, for which she is often called a talented student, but in the practical application of combat magic, she barely reaches the average level. The girl's face was hidden by a shadow. However, this is clearly not a level that freshmen can handle. The girl said to pass it. Joseph reached into his pocket, throwing a red crystal in his other hand. But this freshman was on a completely different level. Joseph Whitewelts. Dorothy, who crossed her arms over her chest, and Joseph, who lowered his gaze, unlike his older sister, who took a lot of effort to become the top student of the alchemy department. Joseph received the status of a researcher of the Magical Society at a very young age and can already easily use medium-level magic. In a word, he is a genius, a strong candidate to become the best student of the course. The purple-haired guy lowered his gaze, saying that she shouldn't be so angry. There are definitely areas in which she excels like no one else, but he can't claim that battles are one of these areas. Anis frowned, closing her eyes, and replied that he was too delusional. She, of course, was angry, but this is not at all the anger that he thinks about, so let it pass already. Joseph ran along the road, agreeing, while the girl looked after him. The hand clenched into a fist trembled, and Anis thought that everything had been prepared flawlessly without a single mistake. She remembered how she tripped while holding her bag and the discs fell down, thinking that she was the one who ruined the magic instrument, thereby putting everyone in a difficult position. Moreover, she was unable to offer an alternative. Ed, who was looking away with a frown, the girl thought that for some reason, now it was this person who controlled the situation. He never even got angry and took the conversation in a constructive direction. Anis bit her lip, trembling, and thought that, however, she was defeated by the first year and could not block the entrance to the altar from the north, but the feeling of defeat and resentment faded into the background. The girl lowered her gaze and put her hand to her chest, thinking that in the first place she was angry with herself, because she thought about who could resolve this situation, and it was his face that appeared before her eyes. Ed looked forward with a calm gaze, saying that here was the first guest. He sat on the altar in front of a guy with purple hair, lowering his head and saying that he also knows the content of the exam. The magic stone he is holding in his hands needs to be placed on the altar. However, he will try his best to prevent it. Joseph put his hand in his pocket as he walked forward and said that, as expected, the structure of the exam was unusual. He said that if he managed to defeat his senior comrade and put the magic stone on the altar, then who would the other students taking this test deal with? Ed opened his mouth, answering that he didn't know. That was no longer his concern. The guy with purple hair looked back, saying that this is true, they must have alternatives, thinking that in fact, he was not particularly interested in these nuances, he was just trying to buy time to assess the situation. The guy looked at the purple disc away from the blonde, thinking that it was a welcome disc, but its color was different. Is it really an improved version? He needs to be careful. Ed frowned as he sat on the altar. There was a bag next to him, and Joseph thought that he was a senior student. He seemed to be a student of the Faculty of Magic, but he did not feel strong magical energy. In addition, there were traces of the use of a magic stone. The guy extended his hand with flames flying around him and thought that using a magic stone against a freshman like him meant that his overall magical energy was very low. Sylvania was disappointing. He thought he might learn something here. Joseph clenched his hand into a fist, causing a bright light to shine, thinking that he should probably think about the list of sandwiches he would eat when he came down. At the place where Ed was sitting, a bright fiery explosion passed. The system window showed medium-level magic, a magical explosion. The guy thought that although the firepower was small, those who did not know the essence of the spell would face brutal magical power. The guy calmly looked forward with violet eyes, thinking that if the enemy tried to dodge without following the direction of his hand, he still would not be able to survive. Ed put his hand on the ground, dodging the explosion by pursing his lips, and Joseph thought that, however, he was still able to dodge. It looks like he has some kind of combat experience. Fire energy appeared in Ed's hand, and the other guy thought that judging by the flow of mana, it was fire magic, and the concentration indicated that he was going to use ignition or incandescence. The fire flew forward from the guy's hand, while Joseph thought that the ignition was in the form of a beam and the mana was usually directed downward. The fire flew forward as the blonde waved his hand. Joseph looked in surprise at the flames in front of him. His eyes widened and his gaze lowered to the fire, and he thought that the size of the flames was larger than he expected. This maneuver was performed by a person who was well trained in the basics of magic. Perhaps he was even able to use intermediate level magic. A huge column of flame flew towards the guy. It collided with a translucent blue barrier. Joseph stood inside the barrier, surrounded by flames, and thought that no matter how strong the ignition was, it would not be able to penetrate his magical shield. 2 bottles with blue liquid and the inscription -100. Ed's jar had less liquid, and Joseph thought that wizards' battles are often decided depending on the amount of magical power. But if the consumption of magical power is the same, then victory remains with Joseph thanks to his higher total magical power. The guy raised his hand, above which a blue ball of energy appeared, and thought that it seems that he has little experience in magical battles. When his magical power runs out and he can no longer maintain the flame, he will no longer be able to block attacking magic. Battles between magicians deep and complex. Ed called the guy by his full name and he looked forward in surprise. A figure with red eyes and mouth approached him and extended his hands forward, saying that the protective magic circle could repel magical attacks, but was unable to repel physical force. Ed grabbed the guy by the shoulders and hit his chest with his knee. He raised his knee, slamming it into the boy's cheek. Looking down at him, the blonde said that since he calls himself a magician, does he really think that he will always fight only with magicians? Joseph jumped back from the guy, bending down and resting his hand on the ground. He pressed his hand to his cheek, looking up with a frown, and asked how he broke through the curtain of fire. The guy raised his hand, next to which a blue ball of energy reappeared, and said that he would be careful, thinking that this was mid-level freezing magic. The system window showed basic magic, ignition. Ed waved his hand, releasing flames forward, and Joseph thought that this was fire magic again. Did he really react like that to his freezing magic? A fireball appeared between the guy's hands, and he thought that he was trying to block the view of the steam and repeat that maneuver again. But he could control other elements. Joseph extended his hands, blocking the flames with fire magic. The system window showed basic magic, incandescence. A dark figure could be seen in the fire. The system window showed the blessing of the world, a temporary increase in fire resistance. Ed ran forward, his eyes wide open and the dagger in his hand raised. He struck forward, but Joseph extended his arms forward, forming a shield in front of him. The system window showed physical protection, protects against physical attacks. The purple-haired guy clenched his teeth, frowning, and thought it was crazy how he even got something like that. If it's about the speed of casting the spell, then he's faster. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Ed jumped back from him, leaving the dagger near the shield. The dagger, with red energy flying around it, passed through the shield and the blonde called Mog. The system window showed a spell of spirits, an explosion. There was a huge bright explosion that threw Joseph into the air. There were several impacts on the ground, crashing into a tree. The student was sitting by a tree, his face hidden in shadow. Joseph was trembling, biting his lip and closing one eye. He thought that he should not switch off. No one could be faster than him in using basic spells. The dagger the guy was holding, he thought it was spirit art. It wasn't about a magical explosion, but using spirit art. The fire bat spirit with the fire burning around him. Joseph thought that the reason he was able to withstand its fire without any equipment was because of the fire spirit's protection. He deliberately hid the spirit in the whirlwind of flames. The guy by the tree looked to the side at the blue disc that lay nearby and thought that this was magic, the art of spirits, as well as magical tools that he had not even used yet. Ed stood over him, looking down at the guy and holding a dagger in his hand while he wondered what he was. Joseph lowered the crystal he was holding in his hand, saying that he had lost. The crystal rolled at the feet of Ed, who stood in front of the guy. The blonde looked back, and Joseph formed a magic ball between his hands, thinking now. The system window showed medium-level magic. An ice spear and a sharp spear made of ice was directed towards the blonde. Ed ducked his head, dodging the spear flying at him. Joseph jumped at him, screaming and raising his fist to strike. The guy hit the blonde in the face with his fist, lowering his head. Ed looked at him. There was a barely noticeable mark on his cheek from the blow. Joseph, who had studied magic all his life, was unlikely to cause significant harm with his fist. Turquoise wind magic appeared in the air. Joseph looked up in shock as she surrounded him, mentally asking what it was. In front of him was the turquoise face of a wolf spirit, which opened its mouth. The system window showed wind protection, throwing the enemy away with the wind when receiving an unexpected blow. A huge beam of turquoise energy hit the guy. He walked across the ground from Ed, kicking up dust into the air. Joseph sat by a broken tree with a dark fog flying around him. He pointed a trembling finger forward, muttering that he was indeed not finished. The guy fell to the ground, and the crystal in front of him split into pieces. Ed clutched the dagger in his hand, saying that he did a great job. The last attack was great. It was a great decision. He surpassed it. Dust flying through the air from the battle, Joseph asked his name. He lay on the ground as Ed returned to the altar, sitting down on it. The purple-haired guy's eyes were closing as the blonde answered Ed. He looked down at him and said his name was Ed Rottailer. Onyx carried the guy with purple hair on his shoulder, flying into the air, and Ed asked to take care of him. A carriage with 2 horses was driving along the road. Someone asked why she chose the faculty of magic. Zix was eating cookies, looked around and asked why she was asking. Elka looked at the guy, saying that if he had chosen the military or alchemy department, he would have become the best student. She was sorry that because of her he gave up so many benefits. The guy closed his eyes with a smile and replied that he was not very interested in moving up, but if he could achieve success at the alchemical faculty, then at the military faculty he would definitely be left behind. The guy with black hair was thrown back, causing him to hit the wall, while Zix said that now, the best second-year student is that guy, Clevius. Clevius' eyes widened as he hit the rocks, golden lightning sparking around him. He looked up with a dull look and mentally asked what it was just now. There were 2 people standing in front of him. Golden energy was shining around the hands of one. He asked if everything was okay, and if the magic was too strong, the other told them that he would take care of it, let them continue to take the exam. Clevius's head fell on his shoulder, and the guy in front of him grabbed his shoulders, asking if he was okay. Let him wake up. The guy with black hair weakly thought about how to block such a force. 20 minutes before the end of the test, the sky became dark, stars appeared on it, and someone was breathing heavily. Kylie and Tanya looked ahead. The blonde frowned, saying it was him. They stood in front of the altar. Many defeated students lay on the ground, and Ed stood right at the altar. The girl said that this was the last test. She remembered her brother looking at her with wide eyes and a frightening face, thinking that this was the man who had once been the source of terror, the man who had once been the object of hatred. He was now in front of her. Ed frowned. His face and shirt were covered in blood, and he said that he would say briefly, "Let them surrender." The girl with white hair looked forward. St. Claris had two dreams. She stood in front of a man with white hair. The sun was shining through the stained glass window, and someone said that he believed that holiness arises from beliefs that are unshakably maintained throughout life. Claris folded her hands, closing her eyes as she was told that she should become a person like a blank white piece of paper. In the dream she sees during the day, Archbishop Bertio insists on her. Claris closed her eyes while someone said that it was better to die in a puddle than to live like a blank piece of paper. The girl opened her red eyes. She stood on the balcony, looking at the blonde girl with the lute, who said that even the snow-white castle built by people, a high tower proud of its greatness, is nothing more than a sand castle in front of the mighty gray rocks of the Ramelin Range. A large field on which the scarecrow stood, brightly illuminated by the sun, a girl singing, the green fog of the Duncan swamps and the golden fields of the sacred city of Chloron. The green meadow where the cows walked, the girl sang, the pastures of the emerald meadows of Valen, the opal smoke of the alchemical land of Crete. The large academy building, the girl singing, the red roofs of the trading city of Oldek, the dazzling wisdom of Sylvania, the domain of knowledge. The great desert, the castle visible in the distance, the girl sang, across the Osher sand sea of the great desert of Drestia to the purple shadows of the lawless region of Kohelton. The girl's fingers played on the strings of the lute. Adele closed her eyes with a smile, playing it, singing, "Pure whiteness, this is just a very small piece among the romance of natural colors." The blonde lay on the roof, smiling widely, while Claris looked out of the window, looking at her with a smile. It was Adele, the keeper of the church torch. After leaving the church, she called herself romantic. It is still unknown how she moved between houses, but at night, when the world was sleeping, the girl sang at Claris's window. The blonde closed her eyes and smiled at the dream she had at night. This is the outside world that her only friend whispers about while she looks at the stars. The crescent moon was shining brightly in the sky, the stars were sparkling. Adele asked if she knew that ordinary life, when you study and communicate with friends, and when you just love, can also be sublime. The girl sat on the edge of the window, next to another, and asked if she knew what hugs were, one loving person. The girl smiled, tilting her head and saying that they could be more valuable than the prayers of millions of believers who look up to her. After leaving the church, Adele entered Sylvania and is said to wander the world during her holidays. Claris closed her eyes. After Adele left, every night in her dreams she was in those places that her friend told her about. A girl with white hair stood on sheets of music in places in the world. Behind her there was a white figure who hugged the girl, and at the last minute someone hugs Claris tightly. And together they go on a journey for just two, a journey full of natural colors. In stark contrast to white life is the wildest imagination imaginable. Kylie was sitting on a chair, looking at something. A man stood behind her, putting his hands on the girl's shoulders and saying that, however, in order not to reveal her real identity, please let her always take care of her appearance. She should always carry these items of magical engineering with you. The man leaned towards the girl, saying that the saint should always be under the protection of the sacred artifact, then he would worry less about her. The girl looked at the golden object in her hand with a smile, telling Vertio that she looked like a completely different person, like someone else. Then she might suspect her. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with caution. A girl with brown hair sat on a bench with a smile, closing her eyes. It was a normal journey under the cover of the church to the academy. When Claris sat on a wooden bench along the main road of the school buildings, no one paid attention to her. She felt her breathing quicken and my chest filled with happiness. The girl communicated with Tanya, ran with her holding hands. No one bowed to her or looked at her with awe, at least in Sylvania. There were no such people, and who would even think that she was a saint? The exception was only one person, the saint herself. Ed frowned at the girls, telling them to give up. Tanya looked at him in surprise, saying that the last test, here is a brother. Claris next to her thought that it turns out that person is also a Rottweiler. The guy looked at them with blue eyes, asking if they could just turn around and leave, or if they would still decide to approach. A powerful turquoise energy appeared around the guy, saying that if so, then he is asking for mercy. Claris screamed and Tanya clenched her teeth, frowning as energy surrounded them. Ed frowned, narrowing his eyes. Tanya thought that even students who devoted all their study time to practicing the spirit arts were not able to do this. He was beyond the graduating class level. The blue wolf spirit opened its mouth, in which a ball of turquoise energy flew. Even current spirit masters are considered experts when dealing with 6 mid-rank spirits. The huge wolf growled. Standing behind Ed, energy was flying around and Tanya thought that he was controlling a high-ranking spirit. Claris looked at the girl worriedly and said that she was giving up. She should use common sense here. The blonde thought that she was right. She remembered Janica, who had a huge fire spirit behind her and people were flying around her. The girl thought that the high-ranking spirit was a trauma from the past that had reappeared before her eyes. Tanya clenched her teeth. She remembered how, screaming, Ed held her hand, pointing a knife at his chest, and thought that in that case, had he really not changed at all since then? Clarice looked at the girl in surprise, who said that she didn't know anything, she wasn't going to give up. Tanya smiled with a frown, illuminated by green energy, and said that status and title always come with responsibilities and burdens. The girl walked forward through the green energy, thinking that she clearly remembered what happened 2 years ago. Every achievement should have realistic limits. Someone who didn't really know anything about elementary magic suddenly began to control a high-ranking spirit. The girl moved towards Ed, behind whom stood a huge wolf spirit. Tanya thought that this was clearly a fake, she just needed to defeat Ed. Merylda opened her mouth slightly, from which came the magic of the wind. The green energy carried Tanya and Clarice back, and the latter screamed while holding up her skirt. The blonde covered her face with her hands and clenched her teeth, thinking that this cannot be true. How is this even possible? The girl's eyes widened and she frowned. She looked at her brother, who had green energy around him and a wolf above him, wondering if this was really a high-ranking spirit. The girl rolled on the ground, leaning on it with her hand. Next to her, Clarice fell to the ground, hitting it. The girl with brown hair bit her lip and closed one eye as she lay on the ground, wondering if that man was Tanya's older brother. She remembered Crepin, who smiled with his eyes closed. Clarice always had a romantic idea of noble men, elegant appearance, gentle smile, and refined manners. Ed looked down at the girl with blue, bright eyes, his clothes fluttering in the wind, but hearing talk about a man who seemed to be the complete opposite of the Rottweiler family, she had a strong belief that this was a scoundrel. Tanya frowned, crossing her arms over her chest and lowering her gaze, saying that no matter how powerful a family is, when it exists for a long time, there will be scum and even ridiculous idiots. Clarice thought that even she, who knows nothing about the world, since she has always followed the holy path, she clearly feels this. The blonde looked ahead with wide eyes, clenching her teeth, and Clarice thought that a deep resentment towards this scoundrel was lodged in her soul. A girl with brown hair rose from the ground, lowered her head, and told Tanya to aim at the caster as she had originally planned. The girl raised her gaze and smiled, saying that she would act as bait. As she already said, she has a slightly unusual physique. Unless special circumstances arise, she will never die. Tanya looked over her shoulder, looking at her worriedly, saying that this way she would get seriously injured, but she herself said that she was not interested in the exam. Clarice resolutely walked forward in front of the girl, saying that this was a very bad person in front of them. She looked over her shoulder with a smile, saying that Tanya was her first friend at the academy. The blonde looked at the girl in shock, her eyes wide open, and thought that if she heard this phrase under normal circumstances, she would simply brush it off. She remembered Clevius, who, clenching his teeth, struck with his fist forward, raising the second one, and thought that on the way to the altar she had seen a lot. One of the fiercely attacking senior students fell unconscious. She remembered how a guy with black hair crashed into a stone. Golden lightning flashed around him, and the girl thought that it was because of some unknown glow. Did Kylie really have such power? The brown-haired girl stood in front of the green energy, causing her clothes to flutter. Tanya thought that now she was most surprised that she was the first to step forward. What was she going to do? She looked at the brown-haired girl who was running forward with tears in her eyes, screaming loudly. The blonde was confused as to what was going on. Ed stood in front of Merylda while Clarice ran towards him through beams of blue and green energy. The she-wolf sighed, waving her paw forward. The she-wolf opened her eyes, drops of blood flying next to her. She looked down at the blood that came from her paw as it slammed into the golden shield that surrounded Clarice. The system window showed, under the protection of sacred magic, mid-level or higher sacred magic is applied to any enemy entity trying to harm the same. Merylda opened her mouth wide, screaming loudly, drops of blood and sparks of golden lightning flying next to her. The girl screamed loudly as the powerful energy pushed her back, slamming into the golden shield. Clarice flipped over, hitting the ground inside the shield. Ed looked ahead. There was a cloud of dust around him, and he asked if this was the end. Someone said that she was sure that he would give up. The guy looked back in the direction where the green light flashed. Tanya stood at his side, holding her hand, around which green energy appeared. Powerful green energy hit the guy. The system window showed basic magic, a shot. She pushed Ed, who flew to the side. Streams of wind were visible around the guy. His figure became translucent. Tanya looked at this in shock, sitting on the ground in a cloud of dust, wondering if he had disappeared. There was a purple disc lying on the ground, around which there were small white lightning bolts. The girl thought that it was an illusionary disc. 3 blows passed near the girl's feet and she looked to the side in surprise. Arrows of blue energy were stuck into the ground. Someone told her to sit still, and Tanya, her eyes wide open, looked up, thinking that this was some kind of nonsense. She looked at the guy who was pulling an arrow made of blue energy onto his bow, telling her that this was the first warning. The girl thought that someone who couldn't even hold a sword in his hands skillfully used a bow and arrows made of magical energy. She looked at him with a shocked look, with Ed's eyes glowing red, his clothes fluttering with green energy, and behind him stood Merylda, who opened her mouth. Tanya wondered if this was really Ed Rodaler. Breathing heavily, the blonde sat on the ground. A red crystal fell to the ground next to her, and she thought that everything was happening exactly like that. She closed her eyes, with tears in her eyes. Tanya remembered how she sat on the floor in the dining room in front of her brother while the servant stood behind her, and thought that no matter how much effort she made, she remained just as helpless. Without opening her eyes, the girl frowned, thinking that everything was the same as in her childhood. Ed said that she must have tried her best. The girl opened her eyes slightly after hearing this. Ed picked up a red crystal from the ground, asking her to forgive him. He also has his own circumstances. He cannot show leniency towards her because she is his blood relative. Merylda disappeared into thin air while the blonde sat in front of his sister, clutching the crystal in his hand, causing it to crumble, and said that knowing her character, she would have been even more angry about this. He was right. The girl muttered yes. She looked at the guy in shock, trembling, while he said that she was magnificent. If he were in her place, he would have already run back. Although it was an illusion, she reached the very end. Tanya thought that she was wrong. She saw the tie decoration she gave her to Ed, who said that he had changed his mind about her. The blonde smiled, looking at his sister, and said that it turns out that there is such a side to her. Tanya thought that something had clearly changed in him. Gritting her teeth, Tanya looked up at her brother, who said that he was proud of her. The girl lowered her head and closed her eyes, from which tears flowed when he said that she really did well. Ed raised an eyebrow, scratching the back of his head, confusedly wondering if she was really that upset because she couldn't get into class. The blonde was hugged by Clarice, who, looking at the guy, shouted at him not to come closer. She frowned, with tears in her eyes, saying that she would immediately say if he decided to attack. No matter how you look at it, it's a bad thing. She's not lying. Let him not move. Ed looked back at the two figures who were standing aside. One waved her hand, saying that the exam was over. Let him go and help them. Clevius was completely knocked out. Annis told Claire to update the results card. There is a lot of work to be done, and the election of the Student President Council will begin at the beginning of the next semester. Clarice closed her tired eyes, saying that the exam was over, thinking about her voice. She looked back in fear at her hair, which was growing longer, turning white, and wondered why the transformation spell had been broken. She remembered falling on the ground when the gold jewelry flew off to the side. The girl remembered the jewelry, and how she held it in her hand while Verdio told her that she should always carry this tool of magical engineering with her. Claire raised her hand, noticing something in surprise as she said that Ed did a good job. Clarice looked at her helplessly with tears in her eyes, thinking about her identity and her student life. Mog placed the gold jewelry on Ed's wounded palm. The blonde put the jewelry in the girl's hand, looking to the side with a frown, and said that she shouldn't lose her things. Let her be careful. Clarice picked up the jewelry in her hand, looking up at the guy in shock. Ed approached Claire, who looked back at him and asked why he was hurt so badly. The guy replied that he was fine. Clarice and Tanya remained in place. The sky turned dark as the sun set, turning the part orange. The placement exam ended and Ed was able to return the script to its original course. Claire worriedly placed her hand on the guy's back, looking back at him, except for one thing. The exception was the distortion created by very insignificant and meaningless gaps. While Tanya sat on the ground, Clarice watched Ed and Claire leave with wide red eyes through those tiny gaps in the plot, under a world painted in the crimson tones of the setting sun. The girl was clutching a gold jewelry in her hands. Two ruby eyes were directed at Ed. Clarice thought that he was clearly just about to address her respectfully. Ed closed his eyes. Onyx looked up, holding the guy with black hair. Claire left, telling Ed to go and rest, and they would deal with the rest. She asked if Onyx would help them with Clevius, and the guy, looking at the sky, replied that he was already on his way. He looked at the high tower, behind which the sun was shining, saying that it seemed that he had just seen something similar to a person, but maybe it was his imagination. Ed lay wearily, his arms outstretched to the sides. His face was bruised, his clothes were partially torn. The spirit told him if he knew that she believed that there was such a thing as beauty that transcended time and space, clear evidence was sky. The sky, in which stars and clouds were visible. The spirit continued that even works of art with huge price tags are subject to different interpretations and tastes. But no one would have thought that this sunset was not beautiful. The guy said that she was difficult to express herself. Merylda looked down at the guy, saying that in general, people who live their short lives do not know how to move to any moment of life. The guy thought that in front of him was Merylda, a high-ranking wind spirit. The spirit of the she-wolf, who had shrunk in size, sat next to the guy's head, saying that a dry and even life is the worst curse a person can experience. He needs to enjoy the little things, give meaning to everyday things. If a person's life is like the 4 seasons, then the life of the spirit it's definitely a long winter, a dull life with no ups and downs. Ed thought Janica only gave her one description, chatterbox. Ed looked up at the spirit, sighing as she continued to say that people like him are thorough and reasonable in everything, but are often insensitive to themselves. The fact that he faints from overwork and often gets injured is a clear example of this. In confirmation, the guy asked what she would order to do. Merylda closed her eyes with a smile, remembering the joyful Janica with a smile, saying that let him start dating. Isn't his soulmate nearby? Kind, cheerful, friendly, strong enough to lean on her shoulder. Doesn't he know how emotional communication and growth with such a person helps? She looked at the fire spirit, asking if she was wrong. Mog raised his hand to his forehead, answering with a smile that she was saying everything right. Ed looked at him, thinking that in fact Merylda did not sign a contract with Janica, but they are best friends. Mog looked at the guy, saying that Merylda's advice is like a sacred word in the spirit world. How about pretending that he bought her words? The wolf looked darkly at the spirit, asking bought it. Ed at that time thought that although Mog didn't have a direct hierarchical relationship with Merylda, as is the case with Tarkin, but he seems to be afraid of this high-ranking spirit. The guy took Mog by the wings while he said that this burning wick made a mistake again. Let him be punished with all severity. The blonde turned to the she-wolf, saying that he thought about it. The guy remembered how he sat with Janica by the fire, and how the girl looked at him, saying that earlier she looked very upset. Maybe she knows what's wrong? Merylda asked if he was worried. The guy looked up at the she-wolf, asking if this was not natural. She smiled and replied that she would never talk about something that Janica did not want to talk about. Merylda raised her gaze to the sky and said that in any case, let him not worry too much. It would be nice if winter also comes at least once in Janica's life, then she will be able to realize and experience a lot. The she-wolf closed her eyes and said that the world is not a collection of beautiful stories. He does not need to do anything, at least until spring comes. Ed rose from the altar, closing his eyes, and the wolf next to him said with a smile that maybe they should end their conversation. She would feel guilty before him if she took away even more of his magical power. The guy agreed, saying that in this state it is difficult to carry on a conversation. Merylda said that her original form will be more expensive, but in this form it is much more effective to communicate. Ed frowned at her, asking if she had another form. The she-wolf, closing her eyes, stretched, asking if he would like the appearance of a beautiful girl more. She would like to be a treat for the eyes, but she doesn't think he can handle it. Ed remembered the huge she-wolf opening her mouth as energy flew around and told her to forget, saying that he didn't think there was much difference in efficiency between her huge form and the current one. Merylda jumped on Ed's back and head, jumping onto the tower and climbing up it, saying that this couldn't happen. Was it really because of the magic stone that he didn't notice anything? It turned out he was also blind. The she-wolf turned to the guy, dissolving in the air, and said, does he really think that he coped with everything only thanks to his magical power? Let him think well. Ed leaned on his hands and bent down, raising his head when the spirit said that someone like her had contracts with more than one person. The spirit dissolved, leaving behind a blue light at the top of the tower. Ed climbed the tower, breathing heavily, and thought that it was obvious that he still couldn't summon a high-ranking spirit for a long time with his magical power, but if it wasn't him, then who was it? The guy grabbed the edge of the tower, thinking that if you think about it, the answer is simple, the person who entered into a contract with Merylda besides him. He sat on the tower, looking at Lucy, who was also sitting on the edge, with her back to the guy. He said that he didn't think it was a good place for an afternoon nap. The guy stood behind the girl who was looking ahead, saying that she didn't come here to take a nap. She sleeps much better in the hut. Ed asked why then. Without turning around, the girl replied that she did not particularly like being in an empty hut. She said that's why she went out to take a little walk. The blonde looked down at her. From the tower one could see the altar, which was illuminated by the setting sun, and the guy thought that, unfortunately, this replacement altar, reached at the end of the path, was the final stage of the third act. He thought of angels in armor who were illuminated by a purple light and thought that Claris, an atheist saint aware of the darkness of the holy path and questioning the religious order, the apostles of Talos, were heading to Aiken Island to judge Claris. The crowd of people who walked forward, Loratel, Clark, and Phonia walked in front. The guy thought that the people in the academy following the Archbishop's announcement, not knowing the ins and outs, Princess Phonia's Imperial Guard, Loratel's Mercenary Guild, Paladins, the teaching staff of the academy. Taylor and Clevius stood with swords in their hands. Next to them were Alvira and Isla. All of them were illuminated by a purple light, the killing squad of the protagonist's generation. And even the rector of Obel Forcier, in a tangled skein of threads, the tip of everyone's sword ended up pointing in the same place. One girl trying to protect the island of Aiken, following the will of her teacher. All the people stood in front of a tall tower, on top of which stood the figure of a man from whom violet energy and dark violet lightning emanated. The girl with the hat lowered her head. A renegade, an unbeliever, no matter what they call her, she will not complain. She is an awakened person. Lucy stretched out her hands, around which there were balls of purple energy. Lowering her gaze, her body and clothes were covered in blood. A girl who looks down on everything. Lucy Murrell. Streams of water spread around. Bright purple lightning shot from the tower. It subjugates all the main characters of Aiken Island and single-handedly destroys more than half of the Punishers. Lucy extended her hand. Drops of blood sprayed out. Her eyes closed, eventually running out of stamina. The girl suffered many golden cuts, which were inflicted by Taylor, whose hair turned white and his eyes glowed with a golden light. The pointed hat fell to the ground, stained with blood, and was subdued by Taylor, who had learned the last great sword tactic. Lucy lay on the ground in a large pool of blood. Only after the end of the episode will it be revealed why she tried to kill the envoys of the Holy See. The girl looked up with a dull look. Blood was dripping from her mouth and forehead. In fact, she was not a bad person, as everyone thought. They did not know that she had her own reasons, even if these words were spoken, but a belated understanding more painful than the misunderstanding itself. Lucy lowered her gaze, sitting on the edge of the tower. Ed doesn't know whether it's her character, or whether she just thinks that any explanations are pointless, but in the end, Lucy takes it upon herself. The blonde looked down at the girl, thinking that of course he was not going to stop Lucy, but would he really sacrifice her to save the script? The guy sat down on the edge of the tower next to the girl. In front of them was the sun setting over the horizon, and he thought that he couldn't be so heartless. Just letting events develop their course does not mean that everything will lead to a bad end. A girl with white hair was holding a book in her hands, standing near the bed on which Glock was lying. The man said that after the rain the ground becomes harder, and there are more adversities. Sylvania Academy will overcome most of the tests on its own. There will definitely come a test that cannot be overcome without her strength. When that time comes, for the sake of this old man, will she be able to help with her strength? The girl with white hair cried, clenching her teeth. Only Lucy knew how much weight the words of her mentor, and the person closest to her, the Archmage, who was dying, carried. Ed and the girl sat next to each other. The latter closed her eyes, while the guy thought that Lucy needed to get rid of these lingering feelings. But these are the events they will have to experience as part of the third act script. This, of course, does not mean that he does nothing. Lucy put her hand on the guy's thigh, saying that she discovered something recently. She lay down on Ed's lap, who looked down at her and said that she felt like she was actually lonelier than she thought. The guy opened his mouth but didn't say anything, only thinking that there was something else he needed to take note of. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder, thinking that next time he would inform her in advance if he would not be in the hut for a long time. White gazebo in the garden. Belle said that she returned earlier than she expected and was told that she wanted to leave that miserable house as soon as possible. Clara closed her eyes with a wide smile, holding a purple box in her hands, saying that it was a gift for Belle. Many people often make the mistake of believing that Annis is from a noble family, but Clara is the daughter of a famous baronial house. The maid was holding a box in her hands, thanking the girl, and she stretched out, saying that this place was truly a paradise for her soul. It was quiet and peaceful here. Clara raised her hands with a wide smile, saying that in any case she needs to meet with her friends from the academy. She hasn't seen them for a long time. She bought a lot of delicious sweets and has already prepared everything for a tea party with Annis and Janica. The girl ran from the gazebo, waving her hand, and said that she would go to them right now. How she missed her. She had so much to discuss with them. The blueberry pie she bought was incredibly delicious. Belle squeezed the purple box in her hands, causing it to wrinkle. She looked at her nervously, her eyes wide, beads of sweat dripping from her face. Blue sky with clouds on it. This cake tastes like sand. Clara sat nervously at the table between Annis and Janica, around whom the fire was burning. The girl thought what was going on, and why were they silent? Had they really had a fight? She looked down, biting her lip, and thought that of course there were minor quarrels between Janica and Annis, which were more like a joke, but she had never seen such bad weather. Maybe if she told a joke, it would diffuse the situation a little. The girl smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes, thinking what would be best, while Janica sat silently at the table. The pink-haired girl called out to Annis, who flinched and lowered her gaze. Janica looked at the girl, frowning, and said that she heard the girl was in Ed's arms. 2 system windows showed: Ed Rottailer, age 18, course 3, achievements, survivor first year, supreme spirit summoner, endurance 13, intelligence 13, ingenuity 15, will 12, luck 11, combat skills, magic, life, alchemy. There were planks on the ground tied together with rope. The system window showed a wooden windproof wall, a wall of wooden planks tied with ropes, and the cracks were covered with mud, to some extent help protect against the wind. Ed sat near the boards, tying them with ropes, thinking that with this kind of thing, neither the level of production skills nor characteristics would increase should he start looking for a new source for growth. The guy wiped his forehead with his hand, looking around when someone said that it was better to be fully prepared for a strong wind. Belle stood in front of him, saying that she was glad to see that he looked healthy. The maid was holding Lucy in her arms, who grimaced her face. Ed asked if she had come to catch Lucy, and the maid replied that an official order had come from the academy. During snowstorms, it is forbidden to leave the dormitory unless absolutely necessary. Lucy held out her hand, looking helplessly at the guy as Belle said that since she would most likely try to escape again, they would have to watch her more closely. They planned to alternate shifts throughout the week. Ed looked at the girl with white hair, saying that he heard her. The maid put her hand to her face, coughing. The blonde closed his eyes and said that he would continue to use formal speech, causing Belle to frown. The maid opened her mouth, asking if he could withstand a snowstorm in such a place that would last a whole week. Some of the buildings were blocked off with wooden planks. Ed held another one while Belle apologized for interfering in his affairs. But this wall would not be enough. Ed replied that in fact, this wall was just to protect the supplies. The roof of the hut was tied with ropes. The guy thought that he also tied the roof with ropes and attached them to the ground to protect the hut from the weather. There were traps, various tools, saws and boxes in the hut. The guy thought that all the traps and hunting tools had been previously laid out inside the hut. A large library, with many books and papers that lay on the tables or the floor. The guy thought that during the week, while the blizzard would rage, he would concentrate on studying the tools of magical engineering in the Library of Souls. Ed looked over his shoulder, saying that he had somewhere to go, so don't let her worry too much. Belle replied that if he said that, then she would feel better. Lucy put her hands on the maid's shoulders, trying to pull away while the guy said that the maid looked worried, probably because it was the first time she had encountered a snowstorm while in her new position. Belle looked at the guy, saying that she had other reasons to worry about him. Closing her eyes, she turned away and said to forget about it. Maybe she was interfering too much in something other than her own business. The guy said that after her words he began to care more about it. The maid frowned, saying that one way or another she wished him luck. Clara sat at the table while the fire burned around Annis and Janica on either side of her. The pink-haired girl looked up, saying that she heard Annis was in Ed's arms. Clara turned around in surprise, opening her eyes wide and asked what. The girl with gray hair nervously looked away, frowning. Clara turned to one with an awkward smile, saying that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Listening to what the spirits were chatting about was also wrong. Annis said that everything was correct. In fact, she was trying to seduce that man Ed. The girl with short hair frowned at her, asking what. Annis clenched her hand into a fist, which was shaking, and apologized, saying that she didn't trust that guy. Frowning, the girl looked up, saying that he seemed like an unreliable person to her, so she just wanted to check. Janica looked at her in surprise, asking if this was not a lie. But the pure truth. The second girl continued to say that he was not her type from the very beginning, so let her not worry. Annis frowned, loudly saying that initially his whole appearance said that he was a scoundrel. He was so arrogant, and what good was it to follow someone who lived up to his arrogant ways? The girl with pink hair said with tears in her eyes that she was exaggerating, saying that without really knowing Ed. The two girls looked at each other, leaning on the table while Clara sat between them. Annis closed her eyes and lowered her head, saying that she knows that she did wrong by deciding to seduce him without consulting. She apologizes. Drops of tears fell on the wooden table as Janica asked why she was doing something she wasn't asked to do and if she knew how much she had thought about it. The girl hung her head as tears fell from her eyes, saying that she could not sleep at night. Her precious friend made her feel this way. But does she even have the right to feel betrayed? In fact, she is not that important for Ed, so maybe she's crossing the line too far by making things up. Annis put her hand on the girl's shoulder, telling her not to worry. At least for this person she is truly special. Annis stood in front of another girl who looked up at her in surprise. She said that from her observations of him, she thinks that she is more than a friend and a little less than a lover. There is no doubt about it. Janica asked the truth. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed as she asked if she was special to him. She cried, biting her lip, and said that in any case she thought it was wrong to evaluate Ed in this way. But it was all done for her sake. She couldn't be angry. The two girls hugged and Janica said that anyway, she doesn't like Ed, and thanked her for telling everything honestly. Clara sighed, closing her eyes with a smile, said that she thought that Annis was really fascinated by Ed. She opened her eyes, noticing something. The girl with gray hair blushed, looking away to the side, saying that no, it's not like that. Janica looked back at Clara, who approached her from behind with an awkward smile, saying that it turns out there was such a misunderstanding, but don't let her say that. Being upset, she went into the forest while she was gone. The girl with pink hair quickly ran away, saying that she needed to go somewhere, and Clara waved her hand, saying that she should take care of her business. She looked back at the second girl, calling her an Annis, without raising her head, said that she had a plan. The other asked what. The girl with gray hair lowered her head, gloomily saying that she needed to meet some man, or not, she needed her help. Annis took Clara by the shoulders, frowning and saying that they should break stereotypes and start dating. The girl shook her friend by the shoulders, irritably telling her not to look like that. Clara with a depressed face asked how she could do that. Annis smiled nervously, blushed, and with tears in her eyes said that she was so ashamed that she lied. But they say that distance weakens feelings. Once this holiday comes to an end, her role as a student in charge of preparing the exam will end. Annis was petrified, colored confetti flying above her. Onyx was holding a cracker with a smile. Clevius was holding a glass with some kind of drink. Between them stood a joyful Claire, who was holding cakes, saying that she decided that the students responsible for conducting the exam would work together with the senior assistant. Onyx and Clevius were seriously studying their business. They are energetic and skillful in everything, so it would be a shame to transfer them to another laboratory. The girl looked at Ed, who was chewing some kind of cake, saying that Ed especially did a great job. For their contribution to helping students, they will receive additional scholarships. Work here will be better than in any other laboratory. Annis looked at this in horror while Claire said that since they would be working during the holidays, they would be able to enjoy a comfortable process. They would all be sailing in the same boat until the end. The system window showed details of magical abilities, rank experienced magician, specialty elementalist. Now you can learn mid-level magic, communication with spirit level 13, understanding spirit level 13, manifestation of spirit level 13, sensory exchange level 3, Mog spirit slot, Merylda spirit slot, communication level 1. The effectiveness of spiritual magic is very poor. The unique skill is storm protection. Periodically nullifies the damage. The updraft is the average level of wind magic. The ability is increased wind magic. 2 slots for spirits were left empty. Ed was sitting near the fire, holding a trap in his hands. In front of him was Janica, who said that it was time for him to enter into contracts with mid-level spirits. The guy said that it seemed that she had perked up again. The guy remembered how he covered the girl with a blanket and how he sat next to her, saying that during his last visit to the camp. Blushing, Janica looked up, fanning herself with her hand, and asked when it was. She doesn't remember at all. Ed closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that he clearly felt that he was comfortable with Janica. It must be because she is a character completely divorced from the script. Among people of the same age, Janica is the only one he can consider a friend. The girl looked at the guy, saying that in any case, she knew that he had entered into a contract with Merylda, but it was strange. He was not yet able to control the spirits of the highest level. Ed reached for the inner pocket of his jacket, saying that he resorted to cunning. He took out a golden ring, showing it. The system window showed a magic tool of legendary rank, the Glastovian Golden Phoenix Ring. Janica leaned over, looking at the ring. Ed talked about Professor Glass, his Golden Phoenix Ring, and his plans for the future. The girl put her hands behind her back, saying what it means. Since he is now unable to use mana, it will be difficult for him to conclude a contract with a mid-level spirit. The guy squeezed the ring in his hand and said that by the beginning of the new semester his magical power will be restored. Janica smiled widely, closing her eyes, and said that in any case she congratulates him. Among spirit summoners, the day of the first contract with a high-level spirit is called the second birthday. The house tied with ropes behind the roof. Janica asked if he was really going to hold a snowstorm in the Library of Souls. He is really very diligent. Ed replied that she is also diligent. She continues to occupy the position of the best student. The guy looked at the girl, saying that after the storm, the election of the student council president will begin. Since she is the best student, many eyes will be turned to her. The girl scratched the back of her head awkwardly and laughed, saying that she was already asked about this. She doesn't know much, so she decided to stick neutrality. The girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking up, while the guy thought that in the scenario, Janica, being the best student, did not take a clear position. Due to her character, she respected all the candidates equally. The girl looked at the guy, saying that anyway, she heard that his sister was also running for student council president. Ed was cleaning the trap with a rag, saying that everything is right. She has hidden ambitions. Janica nervously looked at the guy, asking if he was close with his sister, and he asked if he should call their relationship close. The guy remembered how Tanya came to his camp, giving him a gift and saying that he thought he shouldn't talk like that when he was removed from the family registry. But one way or another, she was his blood relative, whether they liked it or not. No, they will intersect all their lives. Ed and Janica were sitting on logs near the fire, and the guy said that's why he wants to have a good relationship with her. He thinks that to some extent she is dear to him. The girl lowered her head, answering clearly, he values her very much. It must be this. There was a simple quarrel between brother and sister. She took the guy by the sleeve of his clothes, calling him. The girl looked guiltily at the guy with tears in her eyes, asking if there was anything that his sister liked, if there was anything that she would like as a gift, or maybe there was some favorite dish. Ed looked down at the girl in surprise, asking if something had happened to her, and the girl screamed nothing. The guy looked at the girl silently. Janica sat on the ground with tears in her eyes, putting her hands on her knees. Ed thought that Janica was completely incapable of lying. It only took her 3 seconds to feel guilty and admit everything. The guy closed his eyes with a smile and thought that, in fact, everything was not so serious. Snow was falling from the dark sky onto the academy building. Someone said that a storm will start today at dawn. Leaving will not be allowed except for essential reasons, so if they have any extraneous matters, then please let them report about this to the senior housekeeper. Clarice held the gold badge in her hand, thinking that she couldn't forget what she saw a few days ago. She thought about Ed, behind whom there was a large wolf spirit, green energy was flying around, and the girl thought that the appearance of a third year was fearsome. Clarice looked back in fear at her hair, which was turning white, and then looked forward with tears in her eyes. The girl thought that she could feel it even more clearly. This was a crisis that had arisen. Everything was so natural that she wanted to believe that it was her imagination. Ed, looking nervously to the side, handed the girl a gold hairpin, saying that she should not lose her things. Let her be careful. The girl thought that he was clearly going to use formal speech. Clarice sat in the room with her hands on her knees. A gold badge lay to the side of her, and she thought that person really knew her secret. She had made so much effort to live an ordinary student life. The girl remembered how joyfully she held the gold badge in her hands while Verdio stood behind her, and thought that if her identity was revealed to a stranger, all the efforts of the priests and those who helped her would become futile, and she would have to leave student life. She thought that she was able to easily get the information she needed. Joseph walked forward, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that he praised himself so much. And in the end he couldn't even get to the altar. A guy with red hair and glasses raised his index finger, annoyedly saying that he was suddenly attacked with fire. He also failed to get into class. Clarice sat at the table, looking down at the plate in front of her, while a guy with purple hair walked nearby, speaking that senior student was not an ordinary person. It seems that he is a very famous person in the third year. They say he is very eccentric. He heard that he lives in a cabin in the northern forest. The girl thought about the cabin. She grabbed the gold jewelry, thinking that once the snowstorm started, she wouldn't be able to leave the Opheles building for at least a week. Once the storm was over, spring would come and a new semester would begin, and then it might be too late to silence it. A girl with white hair opened the window, and a strong wind blew from the street. The girl breathed in the cold air, thinking that she was very afraid of Ed Rottweiler and the darkness and the cold. She remembered Adele, who played the lute with a smile, and thought that when you live surrounded by only white walls and ceilings, your vision naturally deteriorates. Romance lies in a world filled with colors. The girl jumped onto the roof of a neighboring house, thinking that you can't understand this until you try. The girl jumped down, her clothes and white hair flying in the wind that flew around her. Clarice clutched the gold jewelry in her hand, which glowed brightly. She landed on the ground, her eyes glowing brightly, and there was a bright golden energy around her. The girl's hair was brown and short again, and she looked forward determinedly, pursing her lips and thinking that she could not allow her hard-earned freedom to be taken away. She ran forward along the road, thinking that to be sure, she must meet him. The girl ran away further. While a strong wind was blowing and snowing outside, St. Clarice was in trouble. Eyes with blackened whites and red irises, his eyes had long since adapted to the darkness, because from the very beginning it had been a life full of darkness. The guy with black hair looked down. His clothes and face were covered in blood. Blood was also leaking from his mouth. His most vivid memories are associated with the one who was next to him, even when all the members of the Northenadel family turned their backs on him. And this is his older brother. The boy held a huge sword, plunging it into his brother's chest as he plunged the sword into his brother's heart. The boy with red eyes looked at his brother, who leaned towards him. Perhaps this was due to the curse. The last words spoken by his voice made his blood boil with anger. Claire looked over her shoulder, holding papers in her hands, and asked why suddenly had he really received an invitation from another laboratory. Clevius awkwardly scratched the back of his head and looked away, trying to say something. He remembered how he crashed into a stone and lay next to it, saying that no matter how much he thought about working as an assistant, it seemed to him that he was not suitable for the activity and was creating nothing but trouble. The guy stood at the door, saying that the attitude here was initially good and he liked this place. The girl at the desk looked at him, saying that she already thought that she treated him badly, or he received a love call from another department. She said that he could do what he wanted, and the guy looked nervously to the side, agreeing. Claire smiled widely, closing her eyes, and said that then he could do so. The boy with black hair bit his lip and frowned silently. He agreed. Through the window he could see snow falling from the sky. There was a strong wind blowing, snow falling on the bare branches of the trees. Ed Rottweiler, who was not born with any physical talent, seemed to train to the limit of his body, but now it is the holidays and the time to concentrate on training is almost over. 2 system windows showed: Advanced Production Skill Slot, Technical Mastery 23, Power Enhancement 4, Implementation Success Rate 92, Fire Technique Mastery 6, Wind Technique Mastery 3, Advanced Production Skill Slot, Magic Engineering, Technical Mastery 4, Understanding of Magic Products Engineering 5, Fast Production 3, Assembled Production Formula, Tylo's Frost Protection Level 1. 2 icons with a creature and a sword and a magic wand in the gear. Now magic engineering and infusing spirits with magic are at a level that can be called specialization. These 2 skills can become useful with a little practice, so Ed will spend the rest of the week on this. Ed stood in the library holding the rope above him and thought that he would do this in this library of souls. The guy remembered Zix, who was holding some kind of bag, and thought that he had paid Zix some money to remove the rubble with magic, but he did not expect that he would also arrange the books. The guy put his hand on a couple of books, thinking that he had even carefully organized them by topic and title. The guy said that even though he asked him to keep it a secret. Zix was mopping the floor with a smile while the girl with pink hair was wiping dust from the books, smiling. Ed thought that it looked like he was working in tandem with Elka, and although they most likely had fun taking it as a training session, he still had to repay the debt. The blonde took one of the books from the shelf, saying that he thought it was time to start slowly. The guy thought that reading hundreds of production recipes entirely was ineffective. The most important thing was choice and focus. 2 items, a gold badge and a gold-framed hourglass. The system window showed a legendary rank magic tool, the Eye of Glock. Temporarily increases the stats of all sensory abilities, reduces the effectiveness of curses by half. The use of defensive magic is prohibited, makes the user immune to elemental magic, and magical. A legendary rank tool, the Delheim Hourglass, restores the user's physical condition in a few seconds and removes all damage and injury. Can only be used once. Ed thought that the goal is to create at least one of the legendary rank magic items. The guy carried a box of books to the table with a smile, thinking that Wind Explorer, Noise Generator, Crystal Ball, Blue Magic Ball, Kragel's Magic Ink, Light Ball, repeat attempts like crazy to improve his magical engineering skills. Once he gets the hang of it, this will make an item of rare rank. Ed reached into his bag, looking for something, and thought that the materials had been transported in advance. Now the tools were being used. His hand froze inside the bag. He stopped at the table, holding his backpack, and mentally asked if he had forgotten to bring the tools from the hut. Ed climbed out of the hole in the ground, holding the edge with his hands, thinking that this was a gross mistake. He walked forward along the road, among the bare branches of trees and wind and snow, thinking that he would have to return. The time had come for physical suffering. The girl in the shoes raised her foot, thinking that when you live surrounded by white walls and ceilings, your vision naturally deteriorates. She stepped into the snow, thinking that romance lies in a world filled with colors, and you can't understand it until you try. Clarice shielded herself from the wind with her hands, walking through the strong wind with tears in her eyes, thinking that everything around her was white. She looked at the frozen stream, saying that it was a river. She was told that it was near the river in the northern forest. According to the map, this is the lower reaches of the river, which means that if she goes up now, she can meet him. The girl smiled widely, covering her head from the wind, saying that this really looks like an adventure. Clarice is never weak. The holy magic she has mastered is superior to that of most wizards, but a particularly important aspect is her innate power of holy law. The system window showed Holy Law Protection. Mid-level or higher holy magic is activated against hostile creatures trying to cause harm. Holy Law Protection returns double the damage dealt by the enemy who showed hostility. Clarice went out to a small hut. It is safe to say that Clarice will never get hurt, no matter what wild animal she meets, no matter what strange person she comes across. The girl remembered Ed, who pulled the bowstring with arrows of blue energy. However, Clarice feels fear towards Ed. As the successor of Rodaler, he may have been baptized in the Tello Church. The girl put her hand on the window, looking inside the hut. The protection of the sacred law does not apply to believers who have been baptized by a monastic order. Do not point a knife at a brother who has received the same teaching. Clarice nervously looked to the side. Firstly, a pious believer worthy of baptism, and would not think of harboring enmity towards the saint. She came here in the first place because Ed might know about her identity. Need to make sure. The girl entered the hut, the door to which was blocked by a bucket of something red, wondering why the door did not open. She waved her hand, abruptly opening the door, causing the red liquid from the bucket to spill onto the floor. Clarice looked at the red liquid that spilled across the floor. Her eyes looked at this in shock, and she mentally asked what. The girl looked up nervously. She looked at the dead boar against the wall, with drops of blood dripping from it, screaming loudly. The girl looked at the sharp blades and saws stained with blood. She looked at the overturned bucket, thinking that no matter where she looked, it was clearly blood. Clarice looked down in horror, raising her hands and wondering if she was in hell. A sound was heard and the girl's eyes widened in shock, thinking it seemed like footsteps. She looked at the table, on which lay a white, stained rag and a trap. The door to the hut opened, letting in a rush of wind. A dark figure with bright eyes stood in the doorway. The guy walked into a dark hut, where a boar was hung against the wall. He walked past the table under which Clarice was sitting, covering her mouth with her hands. The guy put his hand on the table with tools. The trap fell from the table while Clarice looked up with horror and tears in her eyes. Ed opened one of the drawers, rummaging through it. He pulled out a sharp, bloody knife, running his finger along its blade and looking down at it. The girl screamed, tears flowing from her eyes, drops of sweat running down her face. She sat right at Ed's feet, trembling. The guy put his hand on the edge of the table. He crouched down, holding a knife in his hands and asking who was there. The guy's eyes widened and he hesitated over the girl's name. He lowered the scarf over his face, frowning, asking what she was doing here. Clarice screamed loudly in fear, stretching out her hands from which a powerful beam of golden energy shot out. The system window showed that the holy law, the emission of spiritual power, negates most of the enemy's magical effects and causes physical damage. Ed was pushed back, causing him to stretch out his arms, screaming, golden rays of energy sparkling next to him. A large cloud of dust rose and books flew into the air from the impact. The cloud of dust began to clear and a dark figure was visible. Ed lowered his head was bleeding, and a wooden beam fell on it. The girl apologized, saying that she did it unconsciously. He just did it so suddenly. Clarice fell on her knees to the ground, saying was it really an accident. She was sitting in front of a guy who was sitting against the wall, leaving a bloody trail on her, and she asked if she had killed a man. The girl folded her hands, tears flowed down her cheeks and a bright golden light illuminated her as she said that she had committed a sin. The girl looked up, crying and said, how could she, having lived a life as pure and innocent as snow, fall into this great sin that cannot be erased? For this sin she should burn in hell. Someone put a hand on the girl's shoulder, calling her. Ed looked at her annoyed, clenching his teeth, his eyes glowing red. He asked what she was doing, causing the girl to look at him in fear, screaming loudly. Clarice sobbed, her eyes turned white, and the spirit came out of her mouth. She fell back on the ground while the guy stood next to her. Ed bit his lip irritably and trembled, lowering his head, his face covered in blood. The roof of the academy, which was covered with snow, someone called the chief housekeeper. Belle said that she heard the report. She needed to remain calm and make a response plan. She and the maid with brown hair stood in the corridor. The latter said that then they need to immediately inform everyone and start searching, and Belle replied that no. Then the number of labor inside the building will be reduced. At the moment they need to move their labor resources as efficiently as possible. The maid replied that she understood. The black-haired girl lowered her gaze, the head housekeeper of the Opheles building. Belle knew about Clarice's true identity. According to the church, at least the higher officials should know about this fact. The brown-haired maid looked at Belle with respect. If the saint were to die in a snowstorm, it would be a great disaster. But she does not panic. The girl with black hair tied a cape around her neck. Given the fact that she is under the protection of the holy law, there is no need to worry about her safety, so it was decided to settle this issue as quietly as possible. Belle walked outside, folding her hands while the other maid ran after her. The black-haired girl said that she alone would go in search of Ms. Kylie. She entrusted the care of the rest of the students to the deputy, especially Ms. Lucy. A girl with brown hair put her hand to her face, saying that according to an eyewitness, Ms. Kylie disappeared in the direction of the northern forest. The girl with black hair turned to look at her in surprise, talking about the northern forest. She thought of Ed, who had his head down, and of Loretel, Lucy, Janica, and Annis, thinking that this was the territory of that man. A man who was strangely surrounded by women. A hut with a light burning in the window, an impenetrable storm raging. A man and a woman in the same hut. In harsh conditions they wait and rely on each other. Belle pursed her lips nervously, thinking about Ed and Clarice hugging. Her nose turned slightly red as she silently lowered her gaze. Someone called out to her. The girl stepped on the snow. She walked forward, holding the edges of her cape, and said that she must find her as soon as possible, thinking that the saint was in danger. Ed was dragging the corpse of a deer behind him. The moon was shining brightly above him. A strange young man lives in the northern forest. An emotionless man is dragging with him many bloody corpses of wild animals. A strong wind was blowing. Snow was falling from the dark wind. Similar rumors circulated among the students. Belle covered her face with her hand as she walked through the strong wind. A small flame burned next to her, lighting the way. Of course, Belle knows the truth. The girl walked towards a small hut with a light burning in the window. She looked at the footprints in the snow, thinking that it was there. The girl thought about Ed, around whom there were portraits of Janica, Lucy, Loretel, and Annis. Ed, despite his cold appearance, is attentive and cares about others. Although many of the most talented students of the academy try to get close to him, he performs his duties conscientiously. He is the one who can be trusted. Belle walked to the door with her hand on the handle and the other hand on her head, thinking that when she thought about the complexity of human relationships, she got a headache, and that Mr. Ed probably didn't know about Miss Kylie's real identity. The girl opened the door, going inside, and someone said that everything was as expected. Ed was sitting on a box, his body was bandaged, and he said that Miss Belle was also there. Behind him, Clarice was holding a chair in her hands, sitting on the ground. The maid looked at this in confusion, asking the guy to explain to her what was happening here. The hut, with a strong wind blowing around it, the maid said that she had received a thorough explanation, but if she did not pick up Miss Kylie soon, she would be in trouble as the snowstorm got worse. Ed looked up at the girl with black hair, agreeing, saying that it was not right for the main housekeeper to leave the building for a long time. Opheles, who closed her eyes and replied that this was also true. Ed looked at Clarice, who was holding a chair in her hands, and thought about the reason why the saint came all the way here. He remembered giving the gold badge to the girl, thinking it was the best choice, but it looked unnatural, the key point being that Kylie's true identity is revealed only in the second half of the third act. The blonde frowned, thinking that he was confused because she had already managed to get caught, and she also decided to suspect him. She was simply going crazy. The guy said that he apologizes for his rude behavior. He said that the saint could let go of the chair, and Clarice sighed, lowering the chair and agreeing. She picked up her chair again, frowning along with Belle as they both asked about the saint. The girl asked if he knew, and Ed put his hand to his side, saying that he was also baptized in the Tello church. Naturally, from such a close distance, he immediately recognized the figure that appeared after removing the concealment magic. He told her to put the chair down first, and Clarice lowered it back to the floor, bowing her head and agreeing with confusion. Ed frowned as he looked at her and thought that there was no change in his actions to begin with. If someone is the actor in the scenario, then he shouldn't mess with them. The guy remembered how the girl pushed him away with a bright ray of light and thought that, however, if everything was left like this, St. Clarice might again do something unexpected. Ed closed his eyes, thinking that it was therefore better to reveal that he knew her identity and nullify all the worries she had. The guy said that he saw that she hid her identity and made friends with people from the academy. It seems that she was disappointed the life she lived as a slave. He said that he was also very familiar with this feeling of suffocation, and Clarice, blushing slightly, smiled awkwardly, trying to say something. Ed sat down on the floor in front of her, causing the girl to look up at the guy in surprise. She looked at the guy with wide eyes when he asked how she felt, seeing a man living so freely in the forest, and if she could guess what kind of life he lived. Clarice looked at the dead animal that was suspended from the ceiling and at the bucket that had been knocked over on the floor, thinking that this man's life looked less like a life in the wild and more like survival. She remembered smiling Adele, thinking that in everything there is light and darkness, and freedom is no exception, if Adele was a bard who praised the beauty of freedom. Ed frowned, telling her to forgive him for such a rude act, which looked like he was disrespecting a saint. The girl thought that this man clearly represented the darkness of freedom. Ed stood on his feet, closing his eyes as the two girls looked at him. He said that, however, unfortunately, there seemed to be no one around her who could tell her about this, so he allowed himself to cross the line. The guy looked at the girl from top to bottom, saying that now let her come back. Clarice followed Belle from the hut, and the girl apologized for the fact that the maid had to come such a long way. She closed her eyes and replied that she was just doing her job. She should not worry about it. Clarice looked over her shoulder, thinking that when she returned to the Opheles building, she could warm up by eating delicious soup in a warm room. Ed left the hut with a backpack on his back. The girl thought that, however, inside this hut there would still be the smell of blood and the heaviness of reality. The blonde pulled a scarf over his face, and Clarice thought that she couldn't even imagine that there was something like that behind the way he used magic to block the first years. Music sheets on which stood a girl with white hair, who was hugged by a white figure from the back. It's sad when the illusion of freedom that you dream about is destroyed. Clarice stood on the ground as the snow fell, the girl thinking that at least she was now convinced that her choice to leave the holy capital and come to Sylvania in search of freedom was the right one. She blushed, pressing her hand to her chest, and thought that it was all because she had met an older comrade who was worthy of her respect. Belle looked back at the girl, who blushed and turned towards the hut. Her face contorted, she held her hair, which was blown by the wind, wondering if it was possible. Of course, Belle couldn't understand the true meaning. She just felt like she was getting heartburn from all this. The maid and Clarice walked along the road while Belle thought that everything was too ambiguous. A couple of branches on which leaves appeared. Spring comes when you forget about it, which is why its arrival is always so pleasing. The sun was shining on a sign with a picture of baked goods, Laplace Bakery. Someone said that he did not need tea, and as far as he knows, it is difficult to get a place in this place without a reservation. He was told that she came here to solve work issues, so that everything is fine. Ed looked away in confusion as Loratel sat in front of him with a wide smile, asking if she could ask him to give her a table for a while. He thinks it will take some time to complete the inventory in the warehouse. The cook in the cap bowed to the girl, frowning and saying that they could sit quietly, let them tell him if they needed anything. Closing her eyes, the red-haired girl thanked him. The cook was leaving, and taking the tea, Loratel said that Monopoly power is really fun. When things like this happen, it also creates rights that do not exist. Ed looked at the man leaving and said that judging by the expression on the man's face, she was the only one having fun. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, sipping her tea, and replied that he spoke so maliciously. His words were true, but she did not bully people unilaterally. A man in a chef's hat stood in front of many bags, arms crossed contentedly. Loratel said that as he knows, due to the snowstorm, there were difficulties in delivering supplies to Aiken Island. Laplace Bakery ordered a large amount of goods that they did not need. The man with gray hair with a big smile said he was canceling. The girl said when the delivery date got closer they canceled the order. Ed asked if it was a false request. Laurel sipped her tea and replied that she understoed that food ingredients were becoming scarce, but she thought it was outrageous that they were trying to monopolize products that would go to other business partners because there is such a thing as trade ethics. The cook knelt in front of the red-haired girl, placing a tray of pastries in front of him. With tears in his eyes, he asked the employees of the commercial association to stop, no matter what, if she limits future orders to such an extent. He asked her to enter the position of a baker at least once. Laurel answered exactly with a wide smile. She put the cup on the table, saying that she also had a lesson in the evening. She and Ed could go to the building together. The cook sobbed sadly, and the blonde man, looking at the girl, said how cold she was. Laurel and Ed walked through the academy's courtyard, where the pink petals of the cherry tree were blooming. The girl said that she didn't want to do it either, but because of the snowstorm. The connection between the main branch and the distribution chain was broken, and the company's available funds were almost running out. Even if they have a lot of assets, they will have to tighten their belt. Ed walked ahead, saying that everyone goes through difficult times when difficulties arise with finances. The girl smiled widely, asking his words to apply to her too. She waved her hand at herself, looked at the guy and said that money management is her main strong point, so don't let him worry. As long as she doesn't add unnecessary expenses, everything will be fine. The head of the guild should have such skills. Suddenly the girl noticed something in surprise. She looked at Ed, who was walking with a bag on his shoulder, asking why he didn't take books to class. The guy looked back at her, answering that he would stop by the library to borrow one. He looks at it as some kind of sport. The girl looked at the guy in shock, asking if it wouldn't be more convenient to just buy these books at the academy. She held the book in her hands, thinking that this is actually a considerable amount of money that not every student can pay for themselves, because all the books at Sylvania Academy are very rare. Laurel pursed her trembling lips as she looked into her wallet. She frowned and asked how much all the books cost together, and Ed thanked her for her heart. The red-haired girl sighed, closing her eyes, saying that the election of the student council president was coming soon. The guy asked that he believed she was not going to run for president. Laurel followed him, answering with a smile that after all, work in the Chamber of Commerce takes precedence over affairs at the academy. Of course, it would be best if the student council president became someone who was friendly towards her. For example, how about an order for Ed to participate in the elections? She can provide support. Ed looked over his shoulder at the girl, saying that he didn't want to do this, and there was no guarantee that her support would work. The girl replied with a pity, although she also had such thoughts. She asked what about his little sister then. Ed asked about Tanya. The red-haired girl stood next to the guy, looked up at him with a smile and said that even if she was beaten to death, she would not support Princess Phonia. The guy replied that he did not want to go into details about Tanya. Phonia crossed her arms over her chest, her golden eyes sparkling. Laurel replied that she understands, even if all the best students support Tanya, it will be difficult for her to break into this position. Although she is the second child of the Rottweiler family, the difference in strength is too great. Ed looked away, putting his hand to his chin and hummed thoughtfully, thinking that Laurel clearly saw how things were. According to the scenario that was now unfolding, Princess Phonia would become the student council president. Tanya stood behind the podium with tears in her eyes while she screamed something with a frown, and the guy thought that Tanya Rottweiler, the second daughter of the family, was using all the resources she had and was fighting a terrible and pathetic struggle to get at least one more voice. Phonia stood surrounded by other students. There was a golden glow around her. Tanya stood behind everyone. Ed thought that the difference in voices never diminishes. Tanya is just an extra whose role ultimately ends in a crushing defeat. Ed looked in surprise at Laurel, who asked if he might support Princess Phonia. The guy replied that he didn't even know. If he had to make a choice, he would rather support Tanya because she is his relative. The red-haired girl blushed deeply, frowning at the guy, and replied that in that case, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Most of the students looked at Princess Phonia with admiration, so she was afraid that he would be one of them. The girl pressed her forehead to Ed's chest, asking if he knew that she saw him as a man. The girl looked up at the guy, blushing heavily, and said that jealousy had almost taken over her. Ed looked silently at Laurel, who looked up at him shyly. She laid her head on his chest with a smile, closing her eyes, and asked if her speech had any effect and if she could check his heartbeat again. Ed pulled the girl away by the head and she looked at him and asked why he was acting like an impregnable wall. Had she really committed some kind of crime? The guy looked away with a sigh, answering that she had not committed any crimes. He was simply in a rather difficult situation before graduating from the academy. Laurel looked at the guy in surprise, opening her eyes wide, asking before graduation from the academy, and would it really be that after graduation she would have a chance? Ed looked away silently while the girl looked up at his hand on her head with a smile. She smiled wider, saying that it felt like she was able to snatch a piece of great information. She doesn't know what significance he attaches to graduation, but it will be next year anyway. Ed silently looked forward while Laurel tilted her head and happily said that there was no guarantee that he would be able to resist her charm until then. The guy looked ahead, thinking that successfully graduating from the academy was not an easy task. He thought about the huge dragon with flames burning around him and thought that at the end of this story he would definitely have to face the final boss. After all, only the main character would defeat the final boss. A guy with black hair stood in front of the academy building, in front of which a fire was burning. He was clutching a sword in his hand, from which blue lightning emanated. Ed thought that then peace and tranquility would come to the world. He looked at the smiling Isla and Taylor as they walked through the academy's courtyard and thought that he would also be able to successfully complete his studies. Clarice, who closed her eyes, and Phonia with golden eyes. The guy thought that in particular when Taylor would receive the support of Clarice symbolizing the church and Phonia symbolizing the imperial family. Isla smiled widely, closing her eyes. Taylor looked at her with a wide smile. Ed thought that he could finally defeat the final boss, the Holy Dragon. Taylor must grow according to the scenario and rally his teammates around him. Tanya gritted her teeth and frowned as she dragged Clarice along with her, who was happily looking at something, and Ed thought that freshman enrollment went smoothly as expected. Luckily, Clarice seems to be enjoying her student life even though she is hiding her identity. He feels sorry for Tanya, but the elections for the student council president will begin soon and Phonia will become president. Ed closed his eyes with a smile as pink petals flew across the sky. At that very moment when Ed Rodaler was sure that almost all the scenarios that had gone wrong in the past year were back to square one. The blonde was sitting on the bed near the window. Someone called her. She clutched the blanket in her trembling hands, saying that everything was as expected. Contrary to Ed's expectations, in one young girl's room, the whole scenario shattered. Phonia lowered her head, bit her lip, and said that she should not run for office. Clevius clasped his head in his hands, sitting near the closed curtains. He swore loudly, saying that there were already plenty of those who could do this besides him, but why from the very first day the choice fell on him? The guy clenched his teeth. A small ray of light fell on him from behind the curtains, and he said that he had such a bad life. Why did he have such a terrible fate? In front of him lay a paper on which was written a request for a duel. Zix looked down at the book, holding it in his hands, asking if he wanted to fight him, and why. Someone told him that it was because he wanted to learn a lot from his older comrade. Zix closed the book he was reading, telling him to stop making up shallow excuses. He turned around. Standing next to him was a guy with blonde white hair, who said with a smile that it was all because he wanted to prove his worth. Zix smiled, asking if he didn't take first place this school year. The guy replied that he was just the best among the freshmen. Janica, who frowned and had green energy flying around her, and Ed, who was holding a dagger. A guy with white hair said that senior comrade Janica is the first in all subjects in the third year. Senior comrade Drake is the first in the military department. He is going to fight with everyone, right up to senior comrade Ed, about whom there are many rumors in the faculty of magic. The guy with white hair closed his eyes, saying that of course, any business has its own order. Clevius covered his head with his hands, sitting near a piece of paper. The guy said that Clevius's senior comrade is the first among the second-year students of the military department, so he sent him a request as his first opponent, but he seems to be avoiding the duel in every possible way. The guy with gray hair smiled and looked down at Zix, who was sitting at the desk, and said that one way or another, he will defeat senior comrade Clevius, and then defeat the first student of the alchemy department, Alvira. Then next he will challenge senior comrade Zix, so he came to warn him about it. Zix asked why he is next in line. He is not among the top students of the academy. The guy closed his eyes, remembering Lucy, asking if the best second year is not out of discussion. Thus Zix's senior comrade takes first place in the second year. Zix smiled, saying that he was acting on his nose. Anyway, after defeating him, is he really planning to meet with Janica and Ed? The guy with dark hair stood up from his chair, saying that in Sylvania he needed to learn, that he could make mistakes. The guy with gray hair pursed his lips, saying that he thought that even him would be difficult to defeat. Zix put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he didn't mean it at all. He closed his eyes with a smile, walking past the guy, and said that there is no point in talking about Janica and Ed, because he won't even be able to reach him. He doesn't seem to know, but all his calls will end with Clevius. He said that if he intended to defeat him, then he first needed to broaden his horizons. The guy with gray hair looked back at him, frowning and pursing his lips. Someone called Zix and he looked up questioningly. Ed raised his hand, greeting the guy, saying that he took good care of the library. Thank him very much. A fountain was visible in the academy courtyard. Ed asked about Wade, about the best second-year student. Zix said that this recruit challenges all the outstanding students. He heard that he is interested in Ed. The blonde frowned, thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin and lowering his gaze, thinking that as far as he remembered, the conquest of Wade continued from the 3rd to the 5th chapters of the 3rd act. Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania before the election of the Student Council President. A guy with gray hair, with blue energy glowing around him, he held a sword in his hands with a frown, being the son of a legion commander on the northern border. He was born with an innate talent for swordsmanship. Wade, who in the first year, taking first place, showed overwhelming power. The guy stood on the ground holding a sword. Behind him lay the defeated students. Dark smoke was flying in the air. He was not satisfied with the first place among the freshmen and began to attack. He challenges the famous and outstanding students of the academy and defeats them all one by one. Zix stood on one knee with a frown, looking up at the guy in front of him, and even Zix, by that time Zix was at a disadvantage as he was completely exhausted, and although they went neck to victory, Wade had the upper hand. Taylor swung his sword, which emanated golden energy, his eyes glowing red. The episode of conquering Wade, who seemed to have no one to stop, ends with him losing to Taylor, who has blossomed over the past year. Ed and Zix were sitting on a bench next to each other. The latter said that there would be a reception for new students tonight, asking if he wanted to look at his face. The blonde replied that he needed to leave. He had an appointment today, thinking that he was already great knows what Wade looks like. Blue sky with white clouds. Ed thanked for the warning, saying that in future he will be more careful. The students walked around the academy's courtyard, smiling as Ed walked forward, thinking that he thought he wasn't the type of person to care about such things, but seeing the active life of the academy, he felt a small surge of energy. The blonde smiled, thinking that the fresh air that marked the beginning of a new semester made him feel light in his steps. Zix looked after the guy, putting his hand to his forehead and said that perhaps he should have mentioned this too. Phonia sat at her desk with her hands folded and her gaze downcast. The guy thought that since they were studying in the same course and their lectures overlapped, they saw each other often, so he noticed that Princess Phonia had been looking extremely exhausted lately. Wade closed his eyes and said that he and his older comrade Ed were going to challenge him to a duel. Phonia, pursing her lips, nervously looked up at the talking guy, and Zix thought that if the name Ed was mentioned in any conversation, she immediately began to listen. A guy with dark hair was sitting at a desk, reading a book. Phonia was sitting in front of him. The guy said the name Ed. He continued reading. Bald said, "Wake up, third rate," and the blonde looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide open. Zix thought that the fact that she was paying increased attention to his person looked very strange. Zix scratched the back of his head, looking back with a smile, and thought that she wasn't just doing this today, she would tell him later when she knew everything better. The leaves of the trees were green. A blue butterfly was flying across the sky. The intense cold that they were used to feeling during the winter was a thing of the past. The butterfly flew lower in the sky. She sat on the nose of a girl with white hair and a hat. The views of the northern forest deserved to be called spring. Lucy waved her hand while lying on the roof, driving the butterfly away from her. Near the hut there was a board held by two spirits. Janica was pointing at it. Ed was sitting next to it. The girl said that Ed was showing amazingly fast growth. His sensitivity had also increased significantly, and since he had made a contract with Merylda, he should be able to make contract with a mid-level spirit. The girl sighed with a frown, saying that if he said that he was able to grow so much in just 1 year, then people wouldn't believe it at all. Ed thought he was calling her Janica in teacher mode. He patted the girl, who smiled contentedly, saying that it was all thanks to the fact that he had an amazing teacher. The guy thought that she looked cute, but she herself thought that she had a rather presentable appearance. He needed to support her. Ed sat under a waterfall meditating and stood in a field with his arms outstretched. Janica said that usually, to make a contract with a mid-level spirit, he would have to wander through the mountains and fields in search of a spirit that matches his aura. The fact that he has enough mana does not mean that he can accidentally make a contract with any spirit. Firstly, you need to find a spirit whose flow of magical power resonates well with Ed's mana. Mog sat with a smile on the shoulder of the guy who said that there was nothing like that when signing the contract with Merylda. The girl replied that he is naturally compatible with the elements of fire and wind. Since he is going to sign a contract with a new spirit, it is better to avoid the elements of fire and wind. Large icons of fire and wind. Around them were icons of lightning, darkness, light, nature, stone, and water. Ed thought that this is true if you make a contract with a spirit with the same attributes as the element you can handle with it. It will be easier to work, but at the same time it will become more difficult to cope with various situations. Ed closed his eyes with a sigh, thinking that as with Janica, it is best to process as many elements as possible, even if it does not cover all the elements. The guy asked, "Finding the right element will not be easy." Janica replied that this is why spirit masters often think about the mid-level spirits they contract with as fate. A man in white robes stood in the forest in front of the spirit of a blue wolf, who leaned towards him. There is an illustration of the spirit master class from the failed swordsman Sylvania. The romance of wandering in nature, walking through forests and rivers, communicating with spirits, meeting with witches like fate comes to mind. Ed closed his eyes as the girl told him that first of all, they would start with sensitivity. Let him concentrate the mana in his eyes. The guy frowned and opened his eyes. He sat in place. Many different animal spirits were visible around. Janica spread her hands to the sides with a smile, saying that these were carefully selected mid-level spirits. The blonde looked up in surprise, asking, if you carry so many spirits with you, wouldn't it be difficult to gather your thoughts? This is amazing. Janica raised her hand with the snake spirit wrapped around it, smilingly saying that there is no need to push away those who follow you because they like you, and she has already finished talking to the spirits. She said that all that remained was to name the candidates, and the guy looked back at the many animals that were lined up, nervously muttering the names. The blue pelican spirit flapped his wings, saying that he is the number 1 mid-level water spirit. Below, he will flap his wing once, like this. Ed looked back at Mog, who hummed thoughtfully with a paw to his chin, the blonde wondering if he was too serious for a lower-level spirit. The green spirit proudly spread his wings while Janica worriedly asked if something was wrong, if she had gone too far, and if they should put it off until later. Ed thought that he felt a little strange that the spirits were introducing themselves one after another. The guy closed his eyes, frowning, putting his hand to his face and said, "There is nothing," wondering if this is really his fateful meeting. Will everything really be okay? Mog crossed his arms, telling him to quickly look at the next spirit. There were students in the hall talking to each other with smiles, a welcome reception for freshmen. For new students, this is a very significant event. But the best third-year student, Janica, is absent for personal reasons. Crossed out, Spirit Class Ed. The best second-year student, Lucy, is absent for personal reasons. Crossed out, I decided to take a nap. The gray-haired man frowned, closing his eyes as the gray-haired woman asked in surprise, even the Janica student. The other students stood with their backs turned, watching something. The faculty of the academy were worried that the event would be a failure. But the news of the absence of these students did not matter, thanks to the participation of one of the most senior figures in the academy. Phonia picked up a chess piece, moving it, Princess Phonia. The students in front of the chessboard looked away with a frown, regardless of the fact that Sylvania promotes a culture of equality. If the opponent is a bearer of royal blood, then they did not even dare to speak to him. Not only commoners, but even nobles are careful. The black knight piece knocked down the white piece. The man said checkmate. After all, only one person dared to speak to her at the freshman welcome party. Wade stretched out his hand with a smile, holding the figure, closing his eyes, a loyal servant of the imperial family and the heir of one of the 3 great swordsman families. The best first-year student, the girl said he was brave. The guy held up the white figure in his hands, saying that she had become more careful since she sacrificed the soldiers. If she had gone on without any regrets, he would not have been able to defeat her. Wade and Phonia were sitting at a chess table, which was surrounded by other students. The girl told him to stop applying the theory of monarchy to chess. Perhaps this is what the teachers of the imperial house do, but the reality is a little different. The guy replied that it looks like she had to go through a lot in Sylvania. The girl lowered her gaze, saying that she had simply become more objective. She thought that she understood people better than anyone else, but it occurred to her that perhaps this was not the case. Wade replied that he didn't even know. He was told that in Sylvania he needed to learn that he could be wrong, and the girl's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that she needed to learn that she could be wrong. Phonia remembered kicking Ed out of the dorm, thinking that Ed Rodaler, the mistake of kicking him out of the dorm, was a thorn in her side and she was bothering him. She remembered Ed, who rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, thinking that despite what happened, he saved Janica, built a house in the wild forest. The guy sitting on a chair, standing in the fire, and looking forward with blue eyes, frowning. Phonia thought that over time, his prestige had increased. She thought of Ed, who looked over his shoulder, thinking that there were rumors that many first years were paying tribute to him. He was living a healthy and exemplary life. The girl looked gloomily at the knockdown piece on the chessboard, thinking that as his presence grew, her mistake became larger. Frowning, she closed her eyes, thinking that she might have made a mistake. This is not just a statement that applies here, but if she continues to negatively turn her head like a child who has not learned anything, then nothing will be solved. Phonia suddenly opened her eyes, thinking that regardless of high status or low status, training at Sylvania Academy is mandatory. The girl moved one of the pieces with a smile, saying that thanks to him she was able to clarify her thoughts, asking if he wanted to play another game. Phonia lowered her gaze to the board, thinking that in any case, she couldn't run away from her mistakes forever. It was too stupid. The hut was in the center of the forest, with green trees growing around it. She thought that it would take 4 days to sort out the entire schedule, after which she would head to the northern forest. She thought about sitting next to Ed by the fire at night, smiling, thinking that she would like to sit by the fire and throw away all the formalities and just talk. The white figure fell from the edge of the table. It seemed that this was the very explanation she had been waiting for, as if late spring had finally come to Princess Phonia. The girl stretched out her hand in surprise to the falling white figure, until, on the morning of the 3rd day, news came. The white figure crashed to the floor, splitting into many fragments, news of the death of Ed Rodaler. The academy building, illuminated by the sun, someone wrote a letter that said, "To the father she can't help but respect. Hello, father." Since her father spends a lot of time in the palace, informing him of her current situation through letters has gradually become a daily routine. The girl sat at the table while she wrote with a pen, which, however, is worth noting that now the letters are delivered not from the Rodaler mansion, as was previously, but from the Sylvania Academy. Since this is the first time she is away from home, there are many unfamiliar nuances here, but for her it is an honor to be a member of the Rodaler family. Tanya, frowning, nudged the sleeping Clarice with her elbow while they sat in class, the girl writing that although at times it was quite difficult to adapt to the unique horizontal atmosphere of Sylvania and the rather busy academic schedule, she does not know whether she should call her a friend, but in general, she got something like this. Tanya stood with a wallet in her hands while a guy with red hair and Joseph ate in front of her. The girl wrote that according to the plan, she was moving step by step towards her goal, which she told him about on the day of her departure. Regarding becoming the youngest president of the school council, she is a little worried because there are rumors that the people's favorite Princess Phonia is running for election, but she will fight until the very end. Laurel pointed her finger to the side while Tanya watched her from the corner. The girl wrote that she also met Laurel's older comrade, although she was only a few years older than her. She felt that she was quite an experienced merchant. Negotiating to buy the Sage Seal will take place in the near future. She is already worried about whether she will be able to continue working as a representative of the family. The decoration on Ed's tie that his sister gave him, the girl wrote that it is a little difficult to mention this since he was removed from the registry. She knows that he is a disgrace and a stain on their family. Tanya remembered Ed's smiling face, who looked at her and wrote what she thinks. She should say how she feels. Her older brother has definitely become healthier and more diligent. It feels like a completely different person in front of her. Little Tanya, who looked up with a wide smile, wrote that to be honest, she was too small, so perhaps it was not that she had bad memories, but that she interpreted them poorly. A yellow road, on both sides of which white flowers grew, the sun was shining brightly. Tanya wrote that she recently had a strange dream from her childhood. In the background there was a small hill behind their mansion, a place where lilacs and daffodils bloom in abundance in the spring. The girl was holding the girl's hand, whose face was brightly illuminated by the sun, hiding it. Tanya wrote that she remembers walking along a mountain path filled with the aroma of flowers. It seems as if both her hands were raised, since two people were holding her by them, on the right and on the left. One hand clearly belonged to Arwen. The girl looked to the side at the person who was holding her other hand, and wrote that in this case, her father should clearly be standing on the other side. Ed, who was smiling widely, and whose face was also illuminated by the bright sun. Tanya wrote that when Arwen was alive, Ed's older brother seemed not so crazy, so maybe this is not a change, but a return to his original self. The man held a letter in one hand and a dagger in the other. The letter said that this night brings her complex thoughts in many ways. The sender, Tanya Rodaler, a daughter who will never stop loving her father. The dagger, in which a purple reflection was visible, the system window showed, deadly poisonous magic, the seal of deadly hell. If this dagger is slightly touched, then the person dies in agony. Crepin threw the letter on the floor, sitting on the throne, and lowered the dagger into the hands of one of his subordinates, closing his eyes. The man said that he had already sent a response to Tanya Rodaler, the election of the student council president, as well as negotiations to purchase the Sage Seal with Laurel. The subordinate walked towards two people who were sitting on one knee near the throne. Crepin said that it would be difficult for her to cope with all this on her own. The two men lowered their heads. A man held out a dagger to the two of them, while Crepin said that was why he was sending her a vassal whom she could trust. The two hooded people raised their heads as the blonde continued. Although it is usually not allowed to send a family vassal to Sylvania, but since there are business reasons, so the academy gave its permission, now let them go. The two people walked out the large doors of the hall while Crepin on the throne watched them. The man took his white glove off his hand. He frowned at his completely red hand, with two eyes inside it, saying that he could not get used to it. The hand squeezed a dark ball from which purple energy emanated. The system window showed high-rank magic, determining cause and effect. If you indicate the action or variable that was caused, you can see the result. The ball under the man's hand glowed brightly, and he asked if there was really no choice but to use a huge amount of mana, and it was a pity that he could not use it often. On the mountain there were three figures of people in the rain. At the cliff one figure stuck a dagger into the second. Crepin thought that this was clearly absolute power. When you are faced with an important task, you can use something you did as a source, and thereby confirm inevitable result. The man stabbed Ed with a dagger, plunging it into the guy's stomach. The blonde coughed with a frown, drops of blood flying from his mouth. The man waved his dagger, blood gushed out, and Janica ran towards him in shock. She screamed loudly as Ed flew down the mountain with his hand outstretched. The girl extended her hand to the guy, calling him. She stretched out her hand, lying at the edge of the mountain, and called the guy again. Drops of rain fell on the girl's hair. She looked over her shoulder with a scary expression, her red eyes glowing. This knowledge remained in the ball, which Crepin held, saying that he did not really like it. He looked gloomily at the ball in his hands and thought that, however, we were talking about a necessary sacrifice. The bright sun illuminated a house with a red roof emerging from behind the mountains 3 days before Ed's death. A small image of Tanya, next to her a small white triangle is painted over. The girl thought that this was impossible. In the rest of the circle there was a portrait of Phonia. Under it was written that these were the results of a survey of the approval ratings of presidential candidates. Phonia, who stood in the crowd of students while Tanya was behind, the princess had such a strong reputation that not only in the imperial family, but also every inhabitant of the Klol Empire had heard her name at least once. Tired Tanya sat at the table. Behind her stood the very same board. If Princess Phonia really runs for the election of student council president, even if any variables occur, the chances of winning are 0. The girl lowered her head, exhaled and thought that she knew very well that reality and romance are completely different things. It's a pity, but I'll probably have to give up hope. Zik stood next to the girl, who raised his hand, smilingly asking if she was going to study stoichology. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, looking up, while he asked if she had any inconvenience during class. They could have a cup of tea sometime. The 3 girls looked at this in awe. The blonde one said with a smile that this is Zix's senior. Isn't he the strongest student in his direction? The brown-haired girl nodded, saying that Tanya just said hello to him. Loratel closed her eyes with a smile, waving her hand and told Tanya that she plans to negotiate the deal with the Sage Seal soon, asking when it is convenient for her, and if she tells her a convenient time, she will prepare a place for negotiations, so let her come quietly. One of the girls said that this is Loratel's senior friend, and the head of the Alt Trading Company has just approached Tanya. Lucy looked back at Tanya, waving her hand and greeting her, and one of the girls again said that this is the greatest genius of Sylvania. She actually spoke. The blonde and the girl with brown hair clenched their hands into fists. The blonde said that is expected. Unlike ordinary students like them, her connections are on a different level. The second said that Tanya is so cool. Tanya stood at the door, her ears and cheeks flushed, while the girl said that she behaves elegantly and has a wide network of contacts, but does not brag about it at all. Amazing. There would be no limit to her happiness if she could be even half like that, graceful, just like her. Tanya looked back with a smile, closing her eyes and raising her hand to her chin, saying that they both worked hard today, so they must be very tired. So let them go back to their rooms and have a good rest. If they improve every day, then Terry and Kylie will also be outstanding students, so they need to do their best tomorrow. The girl opened the door to her room while someone was saying that she would work hard tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to become such a worthy and talented person like Miss Tanya. The door to the room slammed and the blonde thought what it was. Tanya pressed her back against the door, pursing her lips, and thought that over the past few days, she felt that her status and grade at the academy had risen to an incredible level. She frowned, lowered her gaze and thought that she hadn't done anything. The girl remembered Ed, who was sitting in front of her, and thought that if she really had to ask, the reason she is treated with such care is because she is her brother's younger sister. Tanya slid down the door to the floor, covering her face with her hands, and thought that she considered her older brother to be trash, but why does she herself now feel like a piece of trash? The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the floor, and thought why this was happening. Someone knocked on the door and she looked to the side. The door to the room opened slightly, letting in light from the corridor. 2 men stood in front of the girl. A tall man with white hair and a black beard smiled, saying that he was glad to see her after such a long time. Another man in a green suit with gray hair and a mustache with a wide smile said that it was nice to know that she looked absolutely healthy. Tanya named them by the names Kadik and Knox. 2 men walked into the room and the girl looked at them and said that her father was paying too much attention to her. It was nice to see them after a long time. Kadik said that he heard that she was going through a lot of difficulties in the learning process. He was so glad that he could help to her. The man opened his eyes while looking at the girl and said that he would help her negotiate comfortably by gathering market information related to the negotiations to purchase the Sage Seal and requesting information on the budget status of the Alt Trading Company. The girl thanked him. The man with white hair looked at the girl with a smile, saying that he, Knox, will help her with the schedule for the election of the student council president while she is studying. First of all, he will collect rumors about the candidacy of Princess Phonia, information about the promises made by this camp. The girl replied that no, everything is fine. Tanya put her hand to her chin, looked down thoughtfully and said that new news had appeared this morning. 2 mugs stood on the table. Janica said that they say Princess Phonia will not take part in the election of the student council president. Ed asked what. The girl sat at the table, taking a mug and raising it, saying that she heard. The Imperial Secretary made an announcement in front of the Imperial family's dormitory. Today everyone is talking about it. The guy leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying that since this is just an announcement, things may change. He opened his eyes, looking up, and thought that the final boss of the fourth act was Crepin Rottailer. The guy thought about the man with blonde hair who was smiling and thought that thanks to his impeccable work, everyone knows him as the generous head of the Rottailer family. The man with a smile stretched his hand towards Phonia, and Ed thought that only the princess noticed his dark side, imperial power, and the influence of the academy. Princess Phonia holding both powers in her hands. Pink petals were flying in the sky, and the guy thought that she was becoming the most reliable ally, capable of leading the fight against Crepin, who would soon target Sylvania Academy, which was how the plot should have gone, but she announced that she would not run for president. Janica appeared in front of the guy's face, frowning and puffing out her cheeks, saying that she, too, was now beginning to have a premonition of something. The girl stood behind Ed with her hands on his shoulders and said that she had a feeling that Ed was doing something reckless. The guy tried to say something, but the girl interrupted him, saying that she couldn't accept that he was somewhere, then alone she will suffer in pain and bleed, and she will know nothing about it. Janica frowned at the guy and said that he had already suffered so much, so let him stop making life difficult for himself. No matter what he plans, she will help him. Ed closed his eyes, saying that honestly, he would like Princess Phonia to become student council president. The girl looked at him in surprise, saying that this was somewhat unexpected because Princess Phonia treated him so rudely. Besides, Tanya is his younger sister, so she thought it was worth pushing her. Ed replied that in any case, the princess herself said that he will not run for president, so what should they do? It would be nice to know the reason. They looked to the side when a guy approached them, saying that there are too many watching eyes. Aren't they acting too passionately in broad daylight? Zix looked at them with a smile, apologizing for disturbing their private meeting, saying that as for the reason why the princess did not nominate herself, he thought he knew what was wrong. Janica, blushing, waved her hand, asking about the passionate, private meeting, saying that he expressed his thoughts too much like a man. Zix scratched the back of his head and looked away. The guy in the wolf hat aimed his bow forward, saying that she was like a leader wolf who had lost his pack. He aimed at the wolf with bright eyes, and Zix said that the leader wolf, who drove the pack to death due to his wrong choice, did not show any reaction. The dull, wide-open eyes of the wolf, the guy said, even when they openly aim at him with a bow. The girl's golden eyes without glare. Phonia pursed her lips, looking forward emotionlessly, and the guy said that this is exactly what Princess Phonia's eyes seemed to him like. Maybe she has lost self-confidence and cannot do anything. Zix leaned over with a smile, nodding, and said that in any case, he would not bother them and would just leave. Starting tomorrow it would rain for the first time in a long time, so let them keep that in mind when they leave the dorm. Ed replied that he didn't interfere with anything, thanks to him for the information. The blonde thought that it could be said that Zix's animal intuition is a level above the 5 senses of an ordinary person. This is a reliable assumption. Phonia sat on the bed with her head down, and the guy thought that the worst case scenario was that the princess lost her hostility towards the Rottailer family. Ed looked away, wondering what to do. Suddenly Janica said that this was a good deal, and the guy looked around in surprise. The girl looked up with a smile, raising her index finger, and said that if it rains, it will be a good environment for training the water spirit, and if possible, it is better to do it near the sea. They can deal with the mid-level spirit tomorrow on the northern slope of the mountain. She spoke about the lecture, and the guy pursed his lips and listened to her. He smiled silently. Closing his eyes, Ed thanked the girl with a smile, thinking that first he would focus on what he could do at the moment. Lucy raised her head. She lay on the roof with her hands under her head and said that it seemed like it was going to rain. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. She jumped from the roof to the ground and jumped onto a tree near the fire. The girl extended her hand and snapped her fingers. A fire was lit, and Ed came out of the forest opposite the fire. He walked into the camp while Lucy lay on a log near the fire. Spring had fully come into its own. Ed looked over his shoulder, thinking that the rain would make it difficult to go outside. He looked at the girl with white hair who was lying with a piece of dried meat in her mouth and thought that the rain hitting her body was making Lucy depressed. A couple of raindrops fell on the ground in the burning fire. The rain began to rain harder and the fire went out. The guy thought that he hoped that if it rained, it would pass quickly. Ed walked up to the edge of the mountain. He had a hood on his head, and he said he thought it was about here. Mog looked out from behind the guy's hood, smilingly saying that this was his first time coming to the northern coast. Of course, the cliff area is not that wide, and even deserted. You won't meet a soul here, so there's not much to see, and also it's very far away. Ed looked back at the spirit who was saying that, however, there is no better place to train the water spirit formula than this. Perhaps it is not proper for him to say so, but he thinks that it was an excellent choice to make a contract with a mid-level water spirit. A man appeared in front of the guy, and Ed looked back at him, asking the spirit to shut up. He pointed his bow at the 2 robed men, drawing the string, and one of them said that he was honored to see him after such a long time. Nox and Kadik removed their hoods from their faces, frowning, the latter holding a purple dagger in his hands. The middle boss of the 3rd phase of the last chapter of the 4th act, the battle to conquer Crepin, Nox and Kadik, The vassals in charge of the dark side of the Rottweiler family. Ed frowned and aimed at them with a bow. Raindrops were running down his face, and he thought that these were the best Kreppen minions, who had gone through fire and water, were on Aiken Island, faces that he should have been glad to see, but everything was exactly the opposite. The two men approached the guy, and Katic said that it was an honor to welcome him after such a long time. Ed said that despite the fact that he was removed from the family registry, they continue to call him young master, so now it should be him thankful. The two men frowned at him, and Katic said that they had heard the news about the young master, and came after receiving instructions from Mr. Kreppen, the purpose of killing Mr. Ed. The blonde frowned at the man. They sat down on their knees on the ground, and Katic said that they repent. They, the vassals, had great enmity towards the young master Ed. The man held his hand near the purple dagger while he said that therefore, with the help of this dagger on which the strongest poison was applied, they were going to kill the young master Ed, who during the management of the mansion had become like a different person compared to his childhood years. Ed, who spoke during the demon attack on the academy, sitting on a chair, standing in the fire, and the guy's face, which frowned while looking forward. Katic said that however, the more they researched the grades at the academy and the life of the young master, the more they realized that he had found the wisdom he possessed in his childhood years and returned as the true successor of his family. Knox closed his eyes, lowering his head, saying that they will explain everything in detail to Kreppen. Katic did the same, saying that Ed should become the successor to once again raise the honor of the Rottweiler family in front of the world. Ed silently looked at the men without lowering his bow. He raised his eyebrows, looking down at them, and told them to put these dirty tricks aside. Opening his eyes, Knox clenched his teeth, and Katic said with a smile that he had grown a lot. The last man swung his dagger. Many green beams passed around. Katic, the Eagle Knight, throwing wind blows with his sword. Ed dodged the energy beams by looking to the side. He looked up as the light of a flame appeared in front of him. Knox lowered a flaming weapon on the guy, clenching his teeth. Knox, a brown bear knight using a flaming mace. The blonde jumped back, and the man's mace slammed into the ground, scattering rocks and releasing a bright beam of energy. Ed lowered his bowstring, releasing an arrow of blue energy. They flew into the chest of two men who were sitting on the ground, but Katic blocked them with two daggers. The guy thought that these were the killers responsible for the dark side of the Rottweiler family. Katic frowned and swung his dagger, and Knox clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he remembered Meliana, the girl with red hair, whose head had pressed against a broken plate. The man said she was a poor child, became blind in one eye due to the simple amusement of young Master Ed. Knox slammed his fist forward with fire burning around it and shouted angrily that it was his daughter. He directed the fire forward towards the blonde's figure, which was visible in the flames. The man's eyes widened, and he looked up as Ed said that if you think about it, that happened too. The guy sat inside the blue shield, looking at the man, and said that revenge is in vain. Flames appeared around Knox's mace, and the man said that he knew that at the end of revenge, only emptiness would remain. He swung his mace towards the guy, who dodged, shouting in irritation that this is not what he should say. Ed replied that he was right about that. Katic frowned at this and said that he had indeed grown a lot, but Knox's mace, engulfed in magical power, could not be blocked. Ed bit his lip, dodging the flaming mace as the man said that he was good at dodging, but if he missed even one hit, he would meet instant death. Knox hit the ground with his mace, but the guy dodged to the side. The man hit again, and Ed jumped back, while Katic said that the bow he was holding would only get in the way, thanks to which he would have to do a lot of dodging. The guy's foot skidded across the dirty ground, and the man said that thanks to this he would not be able to see the nearest perimeter. Holding a bow in his hands, Ed stopped at the edge of the mountain in front of Knox. The man raised his mace above his head with hatred. His eyes glowed, and he screamed that he had nowhere else to run. Ed opened his mouth and said that he knew. A dagger was stuck into the body, blood sprayed from the cut. Knox screamed loudly. There was a dagger in the back of his head, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. Katic looked at this in shock, loudly calling out to his partner. He looked at the dagger in his body, wondering if it was telekinesis magic or spirit control magic. He remembered Ed, who was sitting inside the shield, thinking that he had blocked the attack with basic defensive magic that can only block spells, and deliberately called for him to get closer. Ed stuck the dagger into the ground, and the man thought that by doing so he was preparing a blow. The blonde opened his mouth, calling for Mog. In front of Katic, a huge fiery explosion went straight through Knox's body. The man covered his body with his hands, frowning at this, and called his partner again. Two arrows of blue energy flew out of the gray smoke. One of them flew past, and the second hit Katic in the thigh, causing the man to let out a groan of pain. He clenched his teeth and looked down, wondering how he managed to attack at the epicenter of such an explosion. Ed stood breathing heavily with a bow in his hands. There was a golden glow around him, and the system window showed the blessing of the world, a temporary increase in fire resistance. Katic crossed his arms, in which the two daggers glowed green, and said that from now on, his attacks should be aimed at vital points and not the lower body. He waved his hands, releasing multiple cuts of turquoise energy, shouting that of course he wouldn't have a next time. beams of bright turquoise energy flew towards the guy. The gray fog dissipated in the wind. Ed coughed. His body was covered in blood, and he placed his hand on Nox's body in front of him. Kadek said that it looked like he avoided the attack by using Nox as a shield. The man jumped on the guy, raising his dagger to strike, and shouted that now he would meet his end. A blue cougar spirit appeared behind him, opening its mouth, and the man's eyes widened in shock. She remembered how one of the arrows flew past him. The arrow fell to the ground, forming a blue puddle, and the man thought, really? A cougar water spirit appeared from the water. The system window showed Leia, a mid-level water spirit. Kadek dropped his daggers, pressing his hands to his throat and rolling his eyes as water surrounded his head. The bloody hand reached for the 2 daggers that fell from the man's hands. Kadek opened his mouth in a silent scream while underwater, weakly thinking that he couldn't breathe. The man's hand gripped the hilt of a purple dagger. Nox swung his dagger behind Ed, who had his back to him. Ed looked to the side, looking at the man, who clenched his teeth and lowered the dagger, although the burns and cuts were enough to make him lose consciousness. But the Brown Bear Knight, who prides himself on having seen and experienced everything that could happen on the battlefield, was able to maintain his consciousness. Ed looked at the man in shock, his eyes wide open. This was something Ed Rottweiler had never foreseen. The dagger hit the barrier that appeared in front of the guy. This was not in his predictions. Nox looked in shock at the turquoise energy that was flying around him. In front of Ed, an image of a wolf's head appeared, which opened its mouth in front of the man. The system window showed, storm protection. If an unexpected blow occurs, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. A huge beam of green energy hit the ground, passing through Nox. He left a mark on the ground as he dissolved. Ed looked up. He looked at the purple dagger in front of his face. Nox stood silently in front of him, the clothes on his back torn. The man fell to his knees in front of the guy. Nox also fell to the ground, and Leia stood in front of him. Water dripped from Kadek's lips as he lay on the ground. Nox's eyes turned white and his mouth fell open as he sat with his head down. Ed put his hand on his head and exhaled, clutching his bow in his other hand. Nox sat on his knees, his head thrown back, blood dripping from his body, and he weakly asked if it would be an unheard of luxury to ask for an end with one blow. The man's eyes widened and there were tears in them. Ed knelt down on one knee in front of him, placing a dagger in his hand, and said that this is what he wants to ask. The guy opened his mouth. Rainwater was dripping from his face when he said, since they are here, it means his father decided to kill him. It turns out that even if not now, he will still definitely die. Even if he kills them, this is a vicious circle won't explode, so it's better for him to die. Nox opened his mouth in shock, looking at the guy who said that it might be empty, but it wouldn't be meaningless. At least Nox wouldn't be obsessed with revenge anymore. Ed pursed his lips and pointed the dagger in the man's hands at himself, saying that this was a small gift left for the devoted servants of the Rottweiler family. The man's hand clenched the dagger. He jumped forward sharply, piercing the guy's body with a dagger. Ed coughed loudly, drops of blood sprayed from his open mouth. Janica walked through the rain, closing her eyes and covering her head, apologizing to Ed and saying that classes ended a little later than usual. The girl's eyes widened, glowing red. She watched as the man kicked the guy, throwing him off the cliff. Ed's clothes, hair and face were covered in blood, and several more drops flew out of his mouth. Janica ran towards him, calling the guy. She screamed loudly as he fell from the cliff, holding out her hand. She reached out her hand, trying to grab it. Janica lay at the edge of the cliff, calling Ed's name over and over again, holding out her hand. Drops of rain fell on the girl's back and hair. Nox staggered back, looking at her and mentally cursed. The man frowned, thinking that there was a witness. His gaze looked up as a red light shone near him. A purple seal appeared in the sky above the girl, and she herself was surrounded by a ball of purple energy. Nox asked in shock what it was. The shocked man was illuminated by a white light. Even the Brown Bear Knight, who prided himself on having seen and experienced everything that could happen on the battlefield, was seeing something like this for the first time. The bright white energy that was reaching towards the black and white seal in the sky, an entity higher level than a top-level spirit. Janica stood with her back turned as white energy surrounded her, falling from the air, a ritual to summon the highest level of spirit, of which there is only one entity per element in the natural world. And the maiden who controlled him. Janica looked over her shoulder, one of her eyes turned completely red, while white lightning flashed around her. She asked if he now realized what he had done. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.